The exotic animals I dissect every day are worth millions, comparable to treasures. However, I was unable to pay for my mother's treatment, and her condition was getting worse day by day. All this is just because I am an ordinary worker. Those priceless exotic beasts were eventually harvested by powerful warriors and became their glory. Just when I was feeling distressed, helpless, and at a loss of what to do, fate played a joke on me. I accidentally activated the infinite ability system. This system gives me the ability to gain chi and blood points after dissecting the corpses of exotic beasts, allowing me to easily break through and become a warrior. At this time, a message came via Fishin. Son, can you lend me 1,000 yuan? Dad, I will pay you back when I get my salary this month. I saw the expression on the screen with a forced smile, which seemed a little difficult to say. I never thought that my father would be so cautious at such a moment. What was even more unexpected was that after not seeing her for a few days, my mother was actually in the intensive care unit, her life hanging by a thread, and she might never wake up. If my childhood sweetheart hadn't told me this quietly, I might still be unaware of it. At that moment, I was filled with remorse and annoyance, hating myself for not being able to come up with even $1,000. This is the first month after I dropped out of school. It's the first time I step out of campus and enter society, and I'm faced with the dilemma of not being able to find a job. My father gave me 2,000 yuan, but in the blink of an eye, that little money was gone. I knew clearly that my father was in urgent need of this 1,000 yuan, but I was helpless. My heart was as painful as a needle, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Taking a deep breath, I slowly typed into the input field. My boss paid me in cash last month. I'll pay you later today. Just as I was about to send a message, a burly arm shot out and snatched his phone. Give it back to me. I was stunned and was about to reach out to take back the phone, but the man pushed me to the ground. I'm telling you to hand over your phone. Don't you understand? He roared fiercely. I'm only sending this last message. I explained anxiously. Okay, either you take your phone now, send the message, and leave, or you join the team with me. It's your choice. If you don't go, others will be happy to replace you. The man looked so ferocious that I didn't have a chance to resist. My face changed, and I finally chose not to fight for the phone because this job was too important. My childhood sweetheart helped me with connections, and I got this opportunity to follow the warriors to dissect the bodies of strange beasts. The pay for this job is very high each time, and one exotic beast can earn hundreds or even thousands of dollars. If it was a summer job, the daily salary would be only a few hundred yuan and you would be exhausted like a dog. But this trip was almost equivalent to a week's income at the factory. Let's go. I gritted my teeth and followed him into the car obediently. The car drove out of the city and entered a ruined area where strange beasts were active. This area was full of dangers, but it was also a symbol of wealth. The ground was full of gold, but it was also full of dangers. I jumped out of the car and looked towards the ruins of the city in the distance. Although the beasts here were fierce, I was actually a little excited. I could make some money, solve the difficulties at home, and my mother's illness could be cured, and my father could breathe a sigh of relief. On the way, after driving for 3 or 4 hours, I felt the urge to pee, so I hurried towards a huge ruin. Just as I passed a large rock, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Are a dozen people enough to stop that beast from getting angry? Chao Kei, the burly man who stole my phone. He is a warrior, but only a first-level warrior. Warriors are divided into 5 realms, and each realm has 10 levels, from level 1 to level 10. Chao Kei is obviously the weakest one among them. I couldn't help but move closer and prick up my ears. I heard him whispering to another person. That's enough. Last time, that guy was full of 7 or 8 lives. We think it will be the same this time. If there are any left, let them carry them. When we return to the city, we can find a place to feed them to the monster. My head buzzed and almost exploded. I immediately understood what they were talking about. These warriors were actually planning to send us, the porters, to be fed to the monsters. Anger, panic, and despair all came flooding in. I was angry that these people dared to use my life as food. I was panicked because, as an ordinary person, I was powerless to resist, and there was no hope of escaping. There is only one road here, and it is 3 or 4 hours away from the city. It is impossible to go back. I thought of my mother lying on the hospital bed and my father's request for 1,000 yuan, and my heart became even heavier. Just like that, I stood here, trapped in a desperate situation with my mind in a mess. Chao Chio didn't chat with the other person for long, and then left in a hurry. I saw the captain walking by. He was chatting and laughing with that man, looking very superior. I clenched my fists in anger, and a glimmer of determination ignited in my eyes. I must not die here like this. I want to escape. I made up my mind. If I can't escape, I will fight to the death. So I touched the scalpel on my waist, tried to calm myself down, and returned to the team. Now, I was full of vigilance. The atmosphere in the team was still dull. The warriors occasionally ordered us around, but everyone was working hard. Those warriors are cruel and ruthless. They eat people without leaving any bones. They are so hateful. I thought to myself, they all deserve to die and go to hell with us. However, not long after, the team was attacked by strange beasts. It was a snake den. The snakes inside were 2 or 3 meters long, and their blue-black patterns were terrifying to look at. The warriors in the team quickly launched a counterattack, and Captain Liu quickly dealt with the 5 snakes. Chao Chio looked a little embarrassed due to his weak strength. Everyone couldn't help laughing at him, and his face became quite ugly. He slapped a porter in the face and yelled, "What are you looking at? Don't you want to live?" He pointed at me angrily. "You, speed up. If you don't do it, I'll kill you." I nervously felt the malice in his eyes, and my heartbeat accelerated. At this moment, I knew that if I wanted to survive, this was definitely not the time to fight him. Not long after, I saw the corpse of the strange beast and started working with other workers. Although Chao Chi did not take further action, I could sense that he could no longer suppress his urge to attack me. My chances of escaping were getting smaller and smaller. Damn it, I wish I were a warrior too. Just when I was feeling unwilling, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of me. Ding. Host detected. Unlock the infinite ability system. Unlock new ability. Dissection returns Chi and Blood LV1. Get LV1 level ability reward. Chi and Blood are raised to the level of a warrior. Chi and Blood reaches 100 points. Host, Zhang Yang. Chi and Blood, 160 points, level 1 warrior. Current ability, Dissection Cashback, level 1. Dissection Cashback. When dissecting the corpse of an alien beast, you will gain a certain amount of Chi and Blood points. Currently available ability, Dissection Cashback, LV2. When dissecting a beast corpse, you will gain an additional plus 50% HP points. Promotion requirement, dissect 10 beasts. Cooking, LV2. Cooking exotic beasts makes them even more delicious and irresistible. Promotion condition, taste a whole exotic beast. Hunting, LV2. When hunting exotic beasts, all attributes will be doubled, including but not limited to strength, reaction, comprehension, mastery, etc. Promotion conditions, kill 10 exotic beasts. Reward, a bottle of random potion, a random martial arts book. Tip, you can only choose one ability at each level and it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Tip, every time you gain an ability, you'll get a random reward. As the panel appeared, a warm power surged out of my body. I broke through. I finally became a warrior. I could hardly believe the power coming from my body, and my eyes couldn't help but shake violently. As expected, just like the hero in the novel, fate always turns around at the critical moment. Golden Finger, you are my god. Now, I have the power to protect myself, and my chances of survival are greatly increased. But I'm only level 1. I'm still far from being good enough. That's right. I'm only a level 1 warrior. I can only deal with Chao Kei at best. Behind Chao Chio are 3 other warriors, as well as the terrifying 4-star warrior, Captain Liu. If I want to survive, I need to become stronger. My eyes flickered to the introduction of the dissection ability, and when I saw that I could gain Chi and Blood by dissecting the corpses of alien beasts, my eyes immediately lit up. The last thing I lack is the corpses of strange beasts. I took out the entrails of a black snake in one go, and the virtual panel was updated. You successfully dissected the internal organs of the black snake monster. Chi and health points plus 2. It actually works. One organ can increase Chi and Blood by 2 points. There was a hint of excitement in my rapid breathing. I remember that the most talented campus beauty in the school had an average monthly increase in energy and health of 3 to 5 points, which is already the standard for a genius. I had already come close to matching her 1 month's effort in just one dissection. I didn't stop and continued to work. You successfully dissected the internal organs of the black snake beast, Chi and health points plus 2. You successfully dissected the spine of the black snake beast, Chi and blood points plus 4. You successfully dissected the black snake beast gallbladder. Chi in health points +3. 15 minutes passed. The autopsies of the 3 black snake beasts were completed, and their chi and blood were 16, 18, and 12 respectively. The total is 46 points, plus the original 160 points. My blood and energy instantly broke through to 204 points, and I was successfully promoted to a second-level warrior. Level 2 warrior. Now, I am fully capable of crushing Chao Ju. However, just when I was filled with joy, I heard Chao Kei's roar from afar. Okay. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? There are so many exotic animals that have not been dissected. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Chao Chio walked towards them aggressively with a vicious look in his eyes and a cruel smile on his face. During the break, just now, he became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it, and finally decided to teach this ungrateful boy a lesson. He deliberately slowed down his pace, and when he walked next to a middle-aged man, he suddenly stopped. I was less than 10 steps away from Chao Chio, and I clearly saw him giving the man a murderous smile. Without waiting for my response, the man next to Chao Chio suddenly ran away, his eyes full of fear. This middle-aged man was the one who was slapped before. He was nearly 40 years old, had gray hair, and looked quite disheveled. He obviously misunderstood Chao Chio and was extremely frightened, and he ran towards me desperately. Stop him. Whoever lets him run away, I will break his legs. When Chao Chio saw the direction of escape, a hideous smile appeared on his face, which was chilling. The man was even more terrified and decided to fight to the death. However, he actually ran past me smoothly without any obstruction. I didn't move, but let him pass. However, the other porters did not let him escape. They immediately stepped forward and pinned him to the ground. The middle-aged man was shaking in pain, with a look of despair written all over his face. Unexpectedly, Chao Chio did not go to him immediately, but slowly walked in front of me. His face became extremely ferocious. Why the hell didn't you stop him? The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone was staring at me, their eyes showing relief, fear, and even gloating. Everyone thought I would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, I sneered and raised my eyebrows. I your father? Do you want me to stop it? The porters stared with wide eyes, looking shocked. Is this kid crazy? What did you say? Chao Chio was stunned for a moment. Then he became extremely angry and his face turned red. I didn't say anything else but raised my fist and hit him hard. You're looking for death. Chao Chio's eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to fight back. His fist whistled violently, and it was obvious that he had no intention of showing any mercy. Others subconsciously avoided looking at me and silently prayed for me in their hearts. They could even imagine the miserable state of my broken arm. However, there was a crack. The sound of bones breaking and screams mixed together, and everyone's heart was beating violently. Everyone began to mourn for me, but what followed was a shocking scene. Chao Chio lay on the ground, holding his dislocated arm in pain, groaning and rolling around. And I, standing aside coldly, was intact. You are a warrior. You are actually a warrior. Chao Chio looked stunned and terrified. You are a warrior. Why can't you be me? I responded coldly, without any mercy. You dare to hurt me? You are dead. Captain, come quickly. Chao Chio turned around and shouted towards the distance, where the remaining 3 warriors were. He had only one thought in his mind: kill me. So what if I'm stronger than him? For people can always subdue me. Hearing footsteps in the distance, a sly smile appeared on his face. But when he turned around, he heard the porter's exclamations behind him. Chao Chio turned his head subconsciously and his eyes suddenly widened. I held the blood-stained scalpel close to his face, and a deep, hoarse voice rang in his ears. Will you kill me, or will I kill you? I always thought I was a person who knew my situation very well. So when I realized that I couldn't become a warrior, I decisively chose to drop out of school. Now, I finally understand that once I start fighting with the other party, it will be a life-and-death duel, so I will never show mercy. I stabbed him with a knife without hesitation, a knife filled with anger at the age of 18. Save me. Captain Liu, save me. Chao Yu's voice was filled with fear, and his eyes were filled with despair. He was scared, really scared. At this moment, his only hope was the 3 teammates who came. The truck was not far from us, only about 30 or 40 meters away. My teammates, who had heard the noise, had already gotten off the truck. Captain Liu was walking in the front, and when he saw me picking up the scalpel again, his face suddenly changed. "How dare you?" Puff! I stabbed Chao Ju's neck again and again until he died. Blood quickly dyed his body red. Perhaps because it was my first time killing someone, I felt my stomach churning, but my strong willpower made me unusually calm, and I watched it all like a bystander. You actually dared to kill him." Captain Liu's eyes were full of coldness, and his eyes could almost pierce through people. Facing such a cold gaze, many people may have already lowered their heads, but I didn't. I know very well that at this moment, I must not panic. I calmly shook off the blood on the knife, then said coldly, "What will happen if I kill him? Isn't it fighting power that you lack? I am obviously stronger and more ruthless than him. Besides, I am short of money." Captain Liu's anger froze instantly. He stared at me for a long time and finally said, "What's your name, and what's your realm?" "Level 2 warrior." I responded calmly. "Very good. From now on, you are a member of our team." He looked at me and said meaningfully, "Take them to deal with the bodies here. After you're done, get in the car and get ready to leave." Then, he turned around and got into the car with the remaining 2 team members, without even looking at Chao Chio. "Captain, are we just going to let him go?" One of the warriors looked at me, clearly unwilling. "He killed Chao Ju." Captain Liu glanced at the man coldly. "What else can we do? Don't you see that this guy is already bloodthirsty? Fighting him now will only deplete our combat power. Don't forget why we came here." The warrior was still a little unwilling to accept it, but he finally gritted his teeth and lowered his head. "So you're just going to let him go?" He was full of reluctance. Captain Liu sneered. "Don't worry, there are a lot of strange beasts on the next section of the road. Let him lead the way and help us clear the way." The 3 of them laughed contemptuously, and the sound came into my ears through the car window. Their teammates had just died, yet they were still laughing so easily. They were indeed tough guys. Fortunately, I was safe for the time being. Next, I just needed to concentrate on improving my strength and wait for an opportunity. Whatever their purpose is, the next time they stop, I will look for an opportunity to fight back and escape. However, Captain Liu is a 4-star warrior, and the other 2 he brought are also 2-star warriors. I am definitely no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Thinking of this, I started to lead the team to deal with the remaining bodies. On the transporter, Captain Liu observed everything through the rearview mirror. Seeing me quietly handling the corpse of the alien beast, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, I finished dissecting the last corpse, and my body made crackling sounds. After dissecting 8 corpses, my chi and blood increased by 146 points, and the total chi and blood reached 352 points, successfully promoted to a 3rd-level warrior. At this moment, the panel popped up again. "You have successfully dissected the bodies of 10 alien beasts. You can learn the ability of dissection cashback, LV2. Do you want to learn it?" Learn? Give up? I lowered my head and pondered. Although the system prompts that I can gain a level 2 ability, I can only choose one. I must choose carefully. Without a doubt, the ability that suits me best is hunting. Killing 10 alien beasts is hard to imagine. Even the lowest level of alien beast has a stronger physique and strength than warriors of the same level. And what I am facing are these alien beasts. I didn't hesitate for too long and decisively chose to give up the dissection rebate, LV2 ability. I didn't dare to take the risk. If I really had no chance to escape, facing those strange beasts, I could at least use hunting to improve my combat effectiveness. Soon, Captain Liu's urging voice came from a distance. "Get the things ready and leave." 3 people carry me into the car, and the atmosphere in the car became solemn and tense. The car drove for a long time until the sun began to set in the west, and then it finally stopped. We came to a dense forest filled with a strong smell of blood. The surroundings were so quiet that it was disturbing. "You go and lead the charge," Captain Liu ordered coldly, and brought 2 warriors to block my retreat, his eyes full of threats. I laughed in my heart. Just as I expected, they wanted to use me as a gun to clear the way. "Okay, I'll go." Several men forced me into the woods without even giving me a weapon. As I gradually disappeared from sight, a warrior next to Captain Liu asked, "Boss, do you think this kid will really die at the hands of the monster?" This warrior was a bit bloated, with a thin companion standing behind him. Suddenly, the thin warrior raised his hand and slapped him on the neck. "Aren't you talking nonsense? That guy's obviously a rookie. This is an area where strange beasts frequently move around. Even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. When the time comes, let's go in and take care of him. Captain Liu sneered, his eyes grim, and continued, "Since we have decided to take action, we must absolutely not give him any chance to survive. You two follow behind and attract a group of strange beasts. You must wait until he is exhausted before you take action. You must not leave him any chance of survival. I hate accidents the most." After he finished speaking, there was a hint of ferocity in his sneer. The two warriors nodded and left tacitly. At this moment, Captain Liu suddenly remembered the situation in which I killed Chao Chiu, and he grabbed the middle-aged man I had rescued before with concern. Under the man's horrified gaze, Captain Liu pulled out a pistol from his arms and stuffed it into his hand. "If Zhang Yang can come out alive, you will take the opportunity to kill him in the dark." Ah! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his calves trembled. He wanted to refuse, but was frightened by Captain Liu's cold eyes and dared not say anything. "Don't play tricks, otherwise you know the consequences," Captain Liu said coldly. After doing all this, Captain Liu sat down quietly, began to sharpen his knife, his eyes fixed on the forest not far away. In the woods, I couldn't help but shiver. A cold breath rose behind me, as if something was staring at me in the dark. I turned around subconsciously, but saw nothing. There was no one around. At the farthest point, I could vaguely see the road I came from, but due to the obstruction of branches and leaves, I could no longer see Captain Liu and the others. The feeling of loneliness and being abandoned by the world continued to grow. The panic surged like a tide, and I tightly grasped the scalpel in my hand. The scalpel is specially used to dissect exotic beasts. The blade is more than 30 centimeters long. Although it is not sharp enough to deal with ferocious beasts, its sharpness is enough to give people some peace of mind. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps from behind, accompanied by the rustling of fallen leaves. My body sank instinctively, and I turned my waist and chopped fiercely behind me with the scalpel in my hand. Because he used too much force, his palms trembled slightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. Puff! With a flash of cold light, the blade pierced into the flesh, and a strong stench accompanied by blood splashed everywhere. A burly dark figure overwhelmed me and knocked me down in an instant. Finally, I saw the other party's appearance clearly. A gray wolf. Its body was extremely large, like the leader of a wolf pack, and the fangs in its mouth were like steel knives, flashing with cold light. Gray wolf beast. This kind of beast is a low-level beast of level 2 or 3, and is the most common. They are evolved from ordinary gray wolves. In addition to sharper fangs and stronger physique, their IQ is still low. Under normal circumstances, I have a 70% chance of winning against this strange beast, but this is my first time facing a strange beast, and my lack of experience has caused me to suffer a great loss. The gray wolf had obviously been hungry for a long time. There was a faint green light in its eyes. It opened its mouth wide and pounced towards my neck, and the stench hit me in the face. I pulled out the scalpel with all my strength and stabbed it in the neck. My movements were swift and skillful, and my blade was accurate. Puff, puff, puff. I swung the scalpel, hitting it hard again and again, preventing its fatal blow. Finally, the gray wolf's neck drooped, its eyes lost their luster, and smelly blood flowed out of its mouth. I gasped for breath, and the fear I had felt when facing the strange beast for the first time gradually dissipated, replaced by excitement. That was the physiological reaction brought about by the surge of adrenaline. I have overcome my fear, and I will no longer back down when I face the monster again. I got up from the ground and suddenly realized that the only way to survive in the face of a fight between strange beasts is to be fearless. Never retreat, because if you retreat, you will die. After calming down, I cut off the gray wolf's ears. You successfully decomposed one of the gray wolf's ears. HP plus 2. You successfully decomposed one of the gray wolf's ears. HP plus 3 points. I didn't continue to decompose it, but stood up and walked deeper. My physical strength is limited, so I must act carefully. Only after I kill 10 monsters can I have hope of survival. Not far away, the fat and thin warriors hiding in the dark exchanged glances, with regret in each other's eyes. I didn't expect this kid to have such a good talent for fighting. He actually killed a strange beast so easily. The fat man said helplessly, "It seems that the captain is right. We should be careful and attract more strange beasts here." The thin man nodded, feeling unwilling. What bad luck, the fat man cursed. Let's go and see how he dies next. The thin man sneered. 40 minutes later, puff, I killed another gray wolf beast and sat on the ground exhausted. His body was covered with wounds, which were not fatal, but the pain was unbearable. His physical strength was almost exhausted. If he had not become a warrior, he would have collapsed long ago. But it's all worth it. You have successfully dissected the bodies of 10 exotic beasts. You can learn the hunting LV2 ability. Do you want to learn it? Yes. I chose yes without hesitation. The system interface shone with golden light. Once again, learning ability reward is obtained, and random selection is being made. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability, a critical hit reward. Reward, a bottle of dragon blood potion. Reward, a book of intermediate martial arts, Taishan Fist. Mastered ability, hunting, LV2. Hunting, LV2 when hunting exotic beasts. All attributes are doubled, including strength, reaction, comprehension, and ability mastery. The host currently has the following abilities: dissection cashback, LV1, hunting, LV2. Abilities that can be mastered. Analysis, LV3 can identify the types and abilities of alien beasts. Achievement conditions. Kill and dissect 100 alien beasts. Cross-level. LV3 absorb the blood power of a strange beast and inherit it perfectly. Achievement conditions. Hunt a strange beast alone. Beast Killer. LV3 gain the power of a one-hit kill, targeting beasts below your level. Achievement conditions. Kill 100 beasts of different types. Dragon Blood Potion. Intermediate martial arts. My chest was heaving violently, and my heartbeat was accelerating. Although I'm not a martial artist, I have heard a lot about these things. Dragon Blood Potion, a legendary medicine in the martial arts world. After taking it, no matter what kind of fatigue you have, you can recover quickly within 10 seconds, increase your combat power by 120%, and recover to your original state within 10 minutes. In addition, it can quickly stop bleeding and activate adrenaline, making it a magical recovery potion. Although it is only effective for warriors, even so, the price of a bottle can soar to hundreds of thousands, making countless warriors salivate. As for this intermediate martial arts book, Taishan Boxing, its value is even more staggering. Martial arts are similar to the skills in fighting games. Once mastered, they can demonstrate amazing combat power. The levels of martial arts are divided into 4 levels: low level, intermediate level, high level, and special level. If you want to learn an intermediate martial art, the price is at least 1 million, and only a handful of people can master the essence of it. And I actually got this intermediate martial arts book, Taishan Fist. This means that I can defeat all opponents of the same level who don't have martial arts, and even intermediate martial arts can easily crush low-level martial arts, which is simply a critical hit. As the martial arts imprint of Taishan Fist entered my mind, a figure emerged in my mind. The figure raised his fist lightly, exerted force from his waist and legs, and a roar suddenly broke out in the air, as if even the air was oppressed by the force of the fist. The fist was like a mountain pressing down on one's head, erupting with astonishing power. At that moment, it was as if a 1,000-pound rock fell to the ground, shaking the earth and making it resonate. The figure gradually disappeared, and my vision returned. Standing there, I couldn't help but fall into an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Taishan Boxing was like a martial art that I had practiced for years, as if it was engraved deep in my memory, and I could use it at any time. Without a teacher, and without long training, I mastered this martial art in an instant. I looked down at the dragon blood potion in my hand. The bottle was transparent, and inside was a blood-red liquid. The mouth of the bottle was only 3 or 4 centimeters wide, and the liquid was as bright as blood. I carefully put it into my pocket, then picked up the scalpel and skillfully cut off the ears of several gray wolves nearby. You successfully decomposed one of the gray wolf's ears. HP +2/+2. You successfully decomposed one of the gray wolf's ears. HP +3/+3. What? Decomposition can also double? Excitement suddenly filled my body, and I felt a surge of strength. Now, the speed of improving chi and blood has increased, and I have a chance to fight against those warriors. To ensure that everything goes well, I decided to continue decomposing these corpses to increase my chi and blood. As the decomposition progressed, my chi and blood increased steadily, and in a short period of time broke through 400 points, reaching the level of a 4th level warrior. My physical strength gradually recovered, and just as I was about to continue, I heard a low roar. It was not the sound of a single beast, but more like a group of beasts. A small group of beasts. My heart trembled, and I held the scalpel in my hand, frowning slightly. Could be Captain Liu? So cruel. I took a deep breath, my eyes filled with chill. Captain Liu actually triggered a beast tide. He wanted to put himself in a desperate situation. However, the previous despair was gone at this moment, replaced by endless determination and murderous intent. A huge wild boar king beast rushed out first, with hideous hair all over its body and a fierce momentum. The trees under its feet were crushed like pieces of paper. Ha ha ha. A few hundred meters away, 2 warriors laughed maliciously, standing on a high place and watching all this. This kid is dead. The power of the boar king beast is so great that even the captain dares not face it head on. However, their smiles stopped abruptly after a few seconds. I suddenly leaped forward and pounced on the wild boar king. Is he crazy? He actually goes head-to-head with the wild boar king. Before the two of them could react, I'd already pounced on them. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wild boar king beast was like being hit by a cannonball. It rolled to the ground, its skull deeply sunken, and it had completely lost the power to resist. How is this possible? The 2 warriors looked at the scene in front of them in shock, completely unable to understand it. They even dropped the telescopes in their hands, stunned. That's right, my eyes must be blurry. How could Zhang Yang break the skull of the pig king beast? Even Captain Liu couldn't do it. The atmosphere between the two was a little solemn, until the laughter of the thin warrior broke the silence. Hey, fatty, how did you attract an injured pig king beast? The thin man suddenly said. The fat man was stunned, and then a light flashed in his eyes. I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't expect such a coincidence that this kid saved his life. Yes, it was definitely a coincidence. Zhang Yang couldn't possibly have that level of ability. If he had, he wouldn't have been forced into the woods by them. The 2 men became more and more confident as they talked, and began to think that it was their negligence that allowed the boy to take the opportunity to kill the strange beast. Yes, that must be the case. This kid is only a level 2 warrior. How could he possibly do such a thing? Don't look at how powerful he is now. Who knows if he has been seriously injured for a long time and is just holding on to scare off the other beasts. The fat man became more and more confident as he spoke, and he was completely convinced by his own speculation. This kid is going to have a hard time in the next battle. At this moment, I shook my numb arms, feeling the slight numbness, with a hint of excitement in my eyes. With the bonus of hunting, the punch just now, combined with martial arts, can easily resist even a level 5 or 6 warrior. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with the power of Taishan Fist. I looked up at the woods, where more strange beasts were swarming in. Most of them are common monsters like the gray wolf beast, with average combat effectiveness. As for strong enemies like the wild boar king beast, they no longer appear. My movements were as fast as lightning, and my entire arm swung in a circle. Whenever my fist touched any of the strange beasts, they would collapse instantly. It was like touching a piece of tender tofu, and the strange beasts fell at my feet one by one. Puff! With a flash of cold light, the ears of the strange beasts fell to the ground one by one. Before they could react, I smashed their heads with my fist. You successfully decomposed one of the ears of the barbarian bull beast. HP plus 3 points, plus 3. You successfully decomposed one of the horns of the barbarian bull beast. HP plus 3 points, plus 3. I became more and more skilled. The scalpel in my hand could accurately find the weaknesses of the monsters. Every time I swung it, it was with deadly precision. The monsters fell in a pool of blood and died easily one by one. Roar! The last monkey retreated hesitantly, with fear in its eyes. In its eyes, I was no longer a human, but a demon. It had never seen a human being who could blow up a monster skull with one punch. Finally, it couldn't stand the pressure anymore and turned around and ran away like crazy. The fat and thin warriors looked at this scene and gasped at the same time. The two exchanged glances, each filled with shock and fear. The previous speculation was completely wrong. Zhang Yang seemed to have mastered martial arts. Extremely powerful martial arts. What should I do? The fat man's voice trembled a little, and he was obviously starting to get scared. In contrast, the thin man seemed much calmer. After a moment of silence, he actually laughed. What should I do? Of course I should kill him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to learn intermediate martial arts. Hearing the word martial arts, the fat man was stunned for a moment. His face gradually turned red, and he couldn't speak clearly. You mean? Of course. The thin man's eyes flashed with desire and greed, and his tone was full of determination. He obviously knows martial arts. Otherwise, how could he kill so many strange beasts? Especially that punch that smashed the Boar King beast skull. It must be martial arts. Not only martial arts, but also an intermediate martial arts. After hearing this, the fat man began to breathe rapidly, and his eyes became more and more greedy. But can we beat him? The fat man finally couldn't help but express his concerns. After all, if I really knew this kind of martial arts, they would never be my opponent. Fatty, look at his current state. He is covered in wounds. He has been fighting for a long time and is exhausted. His mental and physical strength have long been depleted. Don't even mention you and I joining forces. Even if Chao Chio attacks, he won't be our opponent. He will become our prey in a moment, and his martial arts will naturally fall into our hands. The fat man was stunned for a moment and looked at me in the distance. Sure enough, my clothes were torn, my body was covered with wounds and bleeding, my face was pale, obviously from excessive blood loss, my body was shaky, and the scalpel in my hand was shaking slightly. On the other hand, the two of them were full of energy, holding half-meter-long swords in their hands, exuding a full aura of deterrence. The fat man was so excited that he began to tremble. How could he not be excited? Even Captain Liu didn't know martial arts. Let's go. Let's get what we deserve. Seeing that the time was right, the thin man and the fat man jumped down. I stood there at this moment, my arms shaking, looking extremely weak. I'm exhausted, and even standing is difficult. Do you want to use the dragon blood potion? This thing is priceless. If I take it back, the cost of my mother's treatment will be guaranteed. Just as I was hesitating, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. They were two warriors, one fat and one thin. I didn't have a deep impression of them, and I didn't even remember their names. I only knew that they were Captain Liu's followers. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, completely blocked my retreat and looked at me teasingly. Hand over your martial arts, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will leave you to the monsters as lunch. The fat man said cautiously, Martial arts? I was slightly stunned, and my eyes instantly turned cold. I immediately understood that these two people had been following me secretly, and it might even be them who attracted these strange beasts. Their purpose was not to let me be the vanguard, but to kill me directly. The thin man felt my fierce gaze and thought of the miserable state of those strange beasts just now, and he involuntarily took a step back. But soon, he realized that he was being forced back by a young boy's eyes, and the anger that welled up in his heart almost made him lose control. What the hell are you looking at? Don't think I'm afraid of you. You can't even hold a scalpel steadily now, right? Hand over your martial arts skills immediately. As long as you hand over your martial arts, we can promise not to touch you and spare your life. At least you can still survive. The thin man used both soft and hard tactics, but he had already decided to silence the witness in his heart. After all, Captain Liu must not be allowed to know about the martial arts, otherwise he would definitely snatch it away. Puff! I suddenly laughed. How can you be so sure that I have no strength left? After saying that, I slowly reached into my pocket and took out a bottle of blood-red potion. Seeing the bottle of potion that looked like blood, their smiles froze in an instant and their eyes widened. Although their realm is not high and they can usually get access to some potions, although most of them are simple low-level potions, they have still heard of the rumor of dragon blood potion. Dragon blood potion? The fat man widened his eyes and the smile on his face froze. That's right. I gave a playful smile. You're talking nonsense. The thin man suddenly cursed, his eyes full of provocation. If it really is dragon blood potion, you are worth this much. How dare you fight us? Fatty, stop talking nonsense. The thin man roared. This guy must be stalling for time. Let's go together. Before he could finish his words, the thin man pounced on him like a tiger. The knife in his hand made a sharp sound, and the cold light approached. However, the moment he attacked, I acted without hesitation. I quickly swallowed the dragon blood potion in one gulp and took a few steps back. The moment the medicine entered my mouth, my brain seemed to be awakened by a loud noise. A mustard-like pain instantly hit my cerebral cortex, and my head buzzed. Then came a constant flow of power, gushing out of the body, blood surging all over the body, and the whole person was full of vitality, as if reborn. This is something worth a lot of money, and it really lived up to expectations. I sneered, staring at the thin man who was getting closer and closer. Compared with my previous experience of fighting against strange beasts, the man in front of me was just a half-baked man who was not worth mentioning. Both his strength and movements were far inferior to those strange beasts who were fighting for their lives. If it weren't for the low IQ of the alien beasts, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with even the weakest one. The thin man came with a knife in his hand, with murderous intent, but I just dodged his attack easily. Then, without hesitation, I raised my fist and smashed it hard on his head. Taishan fist. The airflow from the fist roared past, and the air seemed to be choked. The thin man subconsciously raised his hand to block, but only heard a crisp sound of bone breaking. Then his right arm was driven by my fist and hit directly on his head. Crack! The thin man lost consciousness instantly and fell to the ground. His arms were hanging at a strange angle, and he completely fainted, a fatal blow. The fat man was completely shocked by the situation before him. The fear on his face made it impossible for him to maintain his previous arrogance. That was really the dragon blood potion. Help! Help! He shouted in horror and turned around and fled into the woods. I didn't chase him, but calmly looked at the thin man who had lost his fighting ability. At this time, the air was filled with the smell of blood, and the roars of strange beasts were getting closer and closer. Obviously, more strange beasts would arrive soon. I thought quickly for a moment and decided to turn back. I was now more than capable of dealing with Captain Liu, so there was no need to risk going any deeper. I remember that there were quite a few corpses of strange animals in the truck. As long as we can get these corpses back, my mother's medical expenses problem can be temporarily solved. After stretching, I walked in the direction I came from. At the entrance of the forest, Captain Liu frowned when he saw that the fat man and the thin man had not come out of the forest yet. Why is it so slow? Could it be there is some kind of accident? He said to himself. But then he shook his head again. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. No matter how good this kid is at dealing with strange beasts, his condition must be very bad, and he must be covered in wounds. How could he possibly deal with those two? However, despite this, Captain Liu still felt a little uneasy. In his mind, the common plots in novels suddenly emerged. The protagonist in a desperate situation has a miraculous chance of survival. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much. Once he comes out, it will be a dead end. He muttered to himself, his expression turning grim. His eyes suddenly fell on the middle-aged man who was in a daze in the corner, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He walked a few steps to him and picked him up. Don't kill me, the middle-aged man shouted nervously, his voice trembling. Listen carefully, Captain Liu said with a serious expression. If Zhang Yang can come out alive later, you must shoot him while he is not paying attention. Otherwise, you know what the result will be. The middle-aged man's face was full of panic, and he nodded repeatedly. No problem, I will do it. Seeing the other party nod, Captain Liu let go of his hand and returned to his seat with a cold look. Soon after, footsteps were heard in the distance. Captain Liu picked up the telescope, looked around quickly, and saw a familiar figure appear in the forest. He was not surprised to see me, but after a closer look, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The wounds on my body had already scabbed over. My face was rosy, so where was the sign of weakness? He was horrified, but couldn't help wondering, how is it possible? Zhang Yang is in such a good mental state now. How could it be possible? After all, if I really walked out alive, it must mean that I have dealt with the strange beast and the fat and thin warriors who were lured away, and these are simply impossible for a warrior of the same level to do. Did Zhang Yang rest in there for a while? But the possibility of this is almost zero. After all, the time I was in there was pitifully short, not enough for me to recover. He had never considered the effect of the potion, because low-level potions could not possibly have such a powerful effect, and high-level potions. High-level potion, Captain Liu shook his head slightly. Even he couldn't get access to high-level potions, so how could I get them? Martial arts. He didn't hold out hope either. The principles of martial arts are similar to those of medicine. The higher the level of martial arts, the less likely it is that an ordinary young man like me will learn it. His expression kept changing, but he soon calmed down and sneered. So what if I'm in a good mental state? I'm a 4th-level warrior. Not only that, Captain Liu has countless experiences in leading teams to hunt exotic beasts, and his combat experience is extremely rich. He knows very well that this kind of experience is the key to victory or defeat. In comparison, how could I be his opponent? Besides, he has a backup plan. Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed the long knife that reflected the cold light and waited for me quietly. Not long after, I walked out of the forest. The moment he saw me coming out, Captain Liu, who was ready to go, couldn't help but frown. "You look injured?" he suddenly asked, and the concern in his eyes almost made me believe that he really cared about me. He looked like he was asking me if I needed a bandage. A chill ran down the spines of the people around me. They clearly heard Captain Liu threatening the middle-aged man to shoot me. At one point, they even began to doubt whether everything before was just an illusion. I was slightly stunned, then shook my head. "You are really good at pretending." I couldn't help but sneer. "But until now, do you still treat me as your child?" Captain Liu didn't hesitate at all and immediately raised his knife to chop at me. "Stop talking nonsense and do it." The blades collided with each other, making a deafening metal collision sound and sparks flying. Captain Liu blocked each knife accurately, but his face became more and more ugly. "You are a third-level warrior?" he asked in surprise, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment, and then turned into contempt. "You are just a level 3 warrior, so what? Even if you and I are both level 4, the difference in experience means that you are no match for me." He was so experienced that he could easily block each of my attacks, while accurately using the attack angles to prepare counterattacks, aiming directly at my vital points. Our blades crossed briefly, reaching a stalemate. My palms were trembling noticeably, showing signs of exhaustion. A ferocious smile gradually emerged on Captain Liu's face, his eyes filled with excitement, as if he had foreseen the scene of himself defeating me with one sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly found something wrong. Something was wrong. I was clearly at a disadvantage, but my eyes were unusually calm, as if everything was under control. Then, I suddenly loosened my hand on the knife, releasing the force from the blade, and Captain Liu's attack missed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I raised my fist and hit him hard. "Stupid." Captain Liu sneered. Seeing that I actually gave up the knife in my hand, he said sarcastically. He immediately raised his hand to block my fist, while his other hand tightly grasped the hilt of the knife, ready to change the angle and counterattack. However, just before his fist was about to fall, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is this punch so loud? He suddenly felt something was wrong. The air driven by his fist formed a powerful vibration and made a low roar. The next second, the terrifying force received by his arm was transmitted directly to his face. At that moment, his smile froze, his whole body was shaken, and he finally sat down on the ground, with his long sword falling to the side. "Martial arts." His eyes widened and his scalp went numb. "It seems that you were right. Without a foundation in martial arts, one does rely on combat experience, and I looked down at him and said coldly, "I know martial arts." Captain Liu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly realized that he was in an unavoidable situation, with fear and anger in his eyes. His breathing was rapid, his lips were trembling, and he suddenly shouted, "Do it! It will be too late if we don't do it now." Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. Chapter 09, All Die, No One is Left Alive. The gun went off, but it created a hole in Captain Liu's body. The bullet hit his chest, and blood gushed out desperately. Captain Liu had a look of disbelief on his face, with blood flowing out of his mouth. He could never have imagined this would be the outcome. Zhang Yang's clenched fists loosened a little, and his palms were full of sweat. Although this was the result he expected, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yes, he had expected this result, because the middle-aged man had no choice. The porters here are all ordinary people. If they want to leave here, they must have the help of warriors. This is an unquestionable hard condition. It is now obvious that only one of them can survive, Captain Liu or him. He is now alive and well, while Captain Liu is lying on the ground seriously injured, and it is obvious that he is easier to shoot. So even if he had not helped the middle-aged man, he probably would not have been shot. Why? Captain Liu lay on the ground, his life force rapidly fading away, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "I am unwilling to die like this, especially at the hands of a newcomer like Zhang Yang." He had planned everything, but in the end, it was all in vain. Zhang Yang looked at him indifferently, and suddenly found a hint of ferocity in Captain Lu's eyes. The ferocious and violent aura came quickly, like a desperate counterattack. So the moment Zhang Yang saw this look, he took a step back. It was this step that made him extremely regretful. Captain Lu took out something from his waist and seemed to squeeze it. Buzz! A low humming sound came from a truck not far away, and it was the cry of some strange beast, but it was synthesized by a machine. It sounded harsh and creepy. None of you will survive. Captain Lu laughed, and then the light in his eyes dimmed completely and disappeared. But there was always reluctance and anger in his eyes. Close it now. Zhang Yang immediately snatched the thing from Captain Lu's hand and found that it was a control switch, which should be a remote control for controlling some audio equipment. He tried to shut it down, but found that it was broken. He wanted to question Captain Lu, but found that he had closed his eyes forever. Zhang Yang rushed to the car again, found the audio equipment inside, and smashed it. Get in the car. If you don't want to die, get in the car. He roared at the porters below. He didn't know what the sound system was for, but his intuition told him that it would definitely attract strange beasts. It might be related to the conversation he had heard between Captain Lu and Chao Chiu. Everyone woke up, as if from a dream, and ran to the truck. Zhang Yang was sitting in the driver's seat and was about to step on the accelerator when the passenger seat was opened. The middle-aged man with the gun came up with an anxious look on his face. It's too late. If we leave now, we will surely die. As soon as he got in the car, he announced the shocking news. What? Zhang Yang frowned. The man took a deep breath, glanced at the rearview mirror, and then explained, I have heard this sound before, the sound of the Sanghu beast. I've heard from others that Sanghu beasts don't normally roar. Once they roar, it's a challenge to their own kind, a signal for a life-and-death battle. The Lu guy wouldn't play this roar for no reason. There must be a Sanghu beast nearby. You must have heard how terrifying that strange beast is. Now, we can only split up and flee. Zhang Yang's mind went blank. Gray tiger beast. He knew this strange beast. No, it should not be said that he knew. It should be said that almost everyone knew about this strange beast. Because the most well-known and most likely to be encountered exotic beast is this one. The most powerful beast in a warrior level, with the strongest abilities in every aspect, and extremely strong and brutal. Every time it appears, it will hurt people. At the level of warriors, it is like the god of death. Su Wuja, I know you are very strong, but even with you and the gun in my hand, the chances of you surviving against this strange beast are almost zero. The only chance now is for us to act separately, or abandon the car. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, then shook his head. Abandoning the car is impossible. I've also heard of this strange beast. It will indeed track, and once it locks onto a target, it will not give up and will kill all related targets. The only chance now is to split our forces into two groups. Zhang Yang got out of the car immediately and then yelled at the moving truck behind him. When the truck driver heard that they had to split into two groups, his face turned pale. If there were no warriors with them, they would surely die if they encountered 2 or 3 strange beasts blocking their vehicle on the road. This is not a low-probability event. Many large alien beasts like to intercept vehicles. If they're not driven away, the vehicles will easily be damaged due to collision. Zhang Yang didn't care about his reaction, but returned to his car immediately. He still didn't drive in a hurry, but started looking for something in the driving seat. That's right, just looking for something. If he remembered correctly, what he overheard was that Captain Lu and others were here to find this Sanghu beast. The realm levels of these people are not very high. At least they cannot deal with a normal Sanghu beast. So they must have other preparations. It is impossible that they have no preparations at all. If they can find these preparations, perhaps their chances of survival can be greatly improved. Soon he found 2 things. A broken software, a battered crossbow. That's right. There are only these 2 things, and each of them looks like an antique. If they hadn't been wrapped in an exquisite box and fine cloth, he would have thought they were some rags. He carefully examined the 2 objects and found that although they were worn out, they were finely crafted and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of. They were not ordinary metal. After hesitating for a while, he put on the worn soft armor, being very careful when putting it on, fearing that it would be broken into pieces by accident. Surprisingly, although this thing looked fragile, it was actually extremely strong. There was even obvious crack, but no fragments fell off. The other crossbow was brown all over, with 2 half-rusted crossbow arrows and was placed next to Zhang Yang. After making all the preparations, Zhang Yang started the car and prepared to set off. With the roar of the engine, Zhang Yang drove towards the city. Looking at the ruined road in front of him, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 10. The Blue Tiger Beast Appears. It takes about 3 hours from their location to the safe area of the city. In the car, the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yang hesitantly. Zhang Wuja, didn't you help him catch me at that time? Zhang Yang was concentrating on driving and answered subconsciously. There is no special reason. My father is about the same age as you. Of course, the most important thing is that I know Chao Chiu is not a good person, and I originally wanted to deal with him. The middle-aged man showed a look of astonishment, but still smiled and said, My name is Chun Gong, which means worker. Zhang Wuja is the first Wuja I have seen who is so humble. Zhang Yang frowned slightly and said nothing. His mind now was on how to drive faster. After all, he didn't know when the Blue Tiger Beast would appear. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mr. Chen also tactfully did not speak. But the silence in the car did not last long and was broken by Mr. Chen again. Is it your decision, Zhang Wuja, that they have been following us? Engineer Chen stared at the vehicle in the rearview mirror and spoke with some confusion. Follow? Zhang Yang was stunned and quickly looked up at the rearview mirror. He had been concentrating on driving and didn't pay any attention to the situation behind him. Now he saw that the other party was following him. It's been 10 minutes since we started driving, and the other party has shown no intention of splitting up. There is a connected walkie-talkie in the car. Let's contact them. Zhang Yang was a little anxious. Time waits for no one. After all, the terrible beast may come out and attack them at any time. Mr. Chen didn't waste any time and dialed the number immediately. But they won't answer. Don't answer. Zhang Yang's face darkened, and he slammed on the brakes to stop the truck behind him. He quickly got out of the car and walked to the truck behind. The driver was looking at him anxiously. Why are you still following us? Hearing this question, the driver became extremely excited. Zhang Wuja, we can't drive away on our own. If we encounter strange beasts along the way, we will die. Bullshit. Zhang Yang slapped the front of the car, making a loud noise. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he pointed at the other person's nose and said angrily, Do you know that following us is a dead end? If we go separately, at least there will be a chance for everyone in the car to survive. If we go together and get caught up, there will only be death. The driver was horrified, but he immediately pleaded in a tearful voice. Zhang Wuja, I know you are a good person. You are different from Captain Liu and the others. Just take us with you. Maybe the strange beast won't chase us. It's just possible that it's just playing a roaring sound from the speakers. Zhang Yang immediately took a deep breath to calm himself. He is not the Virgin Mary. He knew very well that he had to go back, and he knew even more clearly the danger of continuing on his way without splitting the road. He opened the car door, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him up, his voice filled with murderous intent. I'm only saying this one last time. Don't follow us anymore, or I'll let you die here like Captain Liu and the others. If you drive away by yourself, you still have a 50% chance of survival. Don't try to kill yourself. Bang! He threw the other person into the car, turned around, and got back into his own car and started it. However, the car had not driven far before Zhang Yang's face turned completely gloomy, because the car behind him suddenly overtook him and then took the lead. As long as Zhang Yang accelerated, the other party would also accelerate, always keeping a certain distance from them. Oh shit! Zhang Yang resisted the urge to step on the gas and rear-end the car, and kept calming his breathing. The next second, he stopped the car. Seeing him stop, the car in front also slowly stopped, but kept a relatively safe distance. At this distance, if Zhang Yang moved closer, the other party would be able to start the car immediately. This made Zhang Yang laugh. It was natural for people to be afraid of death, but he never dreamed that these people would dare to put their lives on his shoulders. This time he was not in a hurry to leave, but sat back in the driver's seat and yawned. Uncle, I'm not leaving. If you still want to survive, try going to the car in front. Anyway, you have a gun in your hand. You can threaten them with it. Mr. Chen looked a little ugly and confused. What do you mean? You're not leaving. Zhang Yang spread out his palms. Literally, those cowardly guys in front of me think they are safe as long as they are with me. But I don't think so I won't leave. I'll wait for the strange beast to appear here and take a gamble. If the monster's primary target is the car in front, then I have a chance to survive. Of course, the risk is also great. Mr. Chun gradually understood what he said, and his face turned pale. You mean if I threaten them with a gun, there's a chance I won't encounter any strange beasts if I follow them? And if I choose to stay here, then you might encounter a strange beast and die here. Zhang Yang interrupted him, opened the window, and sighed. The car fell into silence. Neither of them spoke, thinking about their situation. Zhang Yang stroked the crossbow without saying a word, but the worry between his brows said it all. The people in the car in front were obviously extremely afraid of death, so it was impossible to ask them to just leave and go their separate ways. The only chance now is for Mr. Chun to bring a gun with him. In this way, Mr. Chun and his men have a chance of survival, and so does he. Otherwise, if the dark tiger beast really appears, even if there's a chance to escape, the survival rate will be greatly reduced. After all, you will be facing that terrifying creature head-on. Only, is Mr. Chun willing? Mr. Chin's expression kept changing at this time. It could be seen that his inner changes were very complicated and entangled. He wasn't sure whether his chance of survival was greater by following the front car or by following Zhang Yang. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He loaded the gun in his hand, then opened the car door and walked out. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This was the best result for him. As long as Mr. Chun brings a gun over, the other party will definitely leave. After all, if they didn't let Engineer Chun get close, they would have no choice but to continue driving forward and would lose Zhang Yang's car. Therefore, as long as Engineer Chun goes down, everything will be solved. But just as Mr. Chun was getting closer and closer to the car in front, a familiar roar suddenly appeared. Roar. That roar was actually from the Sanghu Beast. Chapter 11, Kill the Sanghu Beast. Although Zhang Yang was mentally prepared, he still couldn't avoid being scared and breaking into a cold sweat. That kind of brutality cannot be simulated by audio equipment. It is definitely a man-eating creature. Buzz. The engine of the car in front started to move. They were obviously preparing to escape. Zhang Yang also started the engine, but immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped steadily. It's a blue tiger beast. The Sanghu Beast slammed heavily into the car in front, knocking it over and blocking the way forward. Bang! The huge tiger paw slapped the car door, and the door was instantly deformed. Zhang Yang stared at the strange beast and finally saw its horrifying appearance. Its body is nearly 3 meters long, and the patterns all over its body reveal its imposing manner. Its fur reflects light, and the hair on its head is even more luxuriant, revealing its sharp fangs as it roars. Is this a saber-toothed tiger? Zhang Yang couldn't help but complain and subconsciously wanted to turn around. But he immediately realized that turning around would be a pointless move as he would be caught up sooner or later. So he gritted his teeth and grabbed the old crossbow. Oh shit, I'm the terrifying upright ape. Why would I be afraid of you? Zhang Yang cursed and stood up from his seat. Running means death, otherwise I will fight to the death again. But his realm is not enough, and the crossbow in his hand may be his only chance. This guy's attention is completely on the car in front at this moment, which is also a rare good opportunity. Etc. Zhang Yang, who was about to take action, suddenly realized something and his eyes widened. I saw a lot of blood on this guy's body, staining it all red. The right leg and upper part of the Sanghu Beast were covered in blood, with blood constantly flowing out, almost dyeing the leg red. There was also some blood in the front part of the abdomen, and it looked like the injury was extremely serious. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. No wonder that Sanghu Beast came to them now. No wonder Captain Liu and his guys dare to try to kill it. It turns out this guy is injured. He had been wondering before if Captain Liu and his team were targeting this Sanghu Beast. How could they feel that they were the opponent? Now it seemed that everything had an answer. Help! Help! The Sanghu Beast had already smashed the cockpit glass of the car in front, dragged the driver out, and tore it to pieces under his horrified and desperate gaze. Blood is splattered all over the sky. Zhang Yang couldn't help but want to look away, but he finally held back. After all, he had to find an opportunity to take action. It was his first time using a crossbow, and in order to ensure he could hit the vital point, he had to get closer. Realizing this problem, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, got out of the car, and began to approach the other party. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Not enough. It's still not enough. Finally, Zhang Yang stopped about 10 meters away from the other person. He could even smell the stench in the other person's mouth. Fortunately, the other party's attention was on the food, and he didn't notice Zhang Yang approaching at all. Zhang Yang aimed the crossbow in his hand at the opponent's neck, but after hesitating for a moment, he aimed it at the opponent's wound again. At such a close distance, he could see the horrific wound more clearly. It spread from the base of the thigh to deep into the lower abdomen. A large amount of blood was pouring out, and it looked extremely scary. Whoosh! Zhang Yang decisively shot the crossbow arrow. A teeth-grinding sound came from the crossbow as the crossbow arrow pierced directly into the flesh and blood of the wound, disappearing completely. It was followed by an angry roar, but this sound contained a hint of screaming. The Tsanghu beast, which was devouring food, suddenly turned its head, and its pair of tiger eyes as big as copper bells stared at Zhang Yang with rage. The cold, murderous intent made Zhang Yang's brain go blank for a moment. At this moment, he had only one thought. That is, he would definitely die. As the top beast among warriors, even if it was seriously injured, it should not be underestimated. Zhang Yang realized that he could not sit and wait for death, so he once again aimed the last crossbow arrow at the opponent. The Tsanghu beast decisively gave up the food in its mouth and rushed towards it at a rapid speed. A distance of 10 meters is just a matter of a moment. Zhang Yang looked at the tiger flying towards him and knew that running away was not realistic. He could only place all his hopes on the last arrow. The moment the opponent pounced on him, he aimed at the opponent's wound. This position was easier to aim at than before. After all, the opponent's lower abdomen was completely exposed, so this attack was accurate and precise. Phew! The arrow entered the belly of the Tsanghu beast, causing it to scream again. Its flying body lost control, and it fell to the ground and rolled towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang subconsciously stepped back, but found it was too late. In the end, the Tsanghu beast still fell in front of him. Although it didn't have the distance to tear Zhang Yang into pieces, it still slapped him in the chest. Zhang Yang felt a huge force coming from his chest, and he flew backwards. Bang! He hit the ground heavily with a dull thud, and his internal organs were in pain. Bang! He heard a crisp sound, and the soft armor he was wearing suddenly burst open, completely losing its function. Now Zhang Yang no longer has any means to fight against this Tsanghu beast. But fortunately, the vitality of this Tsanghu beast was obviously beginning to fade. If nothing unexpected happened, the two arrows just now would have shattered its internal organs. Zhang Yang has his confidence. He has dissected many exotic animals, so he should be able to find the approximate location of the organs correctly. But, roar! The Tsanghu beast suddenly roared, as if it was having a last breath of life, and its body moved with extreme amplitude, as if it had endless energy to climb up. The blood in his abdomen flowed down, and Zhang Yang felt that it was almost drained out, but the other party still crawled up vigorously, and then rushed towards him angrily. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this guy to have such a strong vitality. Even though he was seriously injured, he could still move. It was obvious that if he had just held on for another minute, or even a dozen seconds, he would have had a chance of winning. But it seems like it's too late. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a car horn suddenly sounded behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned around suddenly and saw a speeding truck. Engineer Chen sat in the driving seat and roared at him. Get out of the way. The moment Zhang Yang saw the truck flying towards him, his body subconsciously rolled to the side. At this moment, the Tsanghu beast was less than 5 meters away from him and was speeding up. The next second, it was in contact with the speeding truck. They collided hard. Bang! The car was instantly squeezed and deformed and stopped where it was, and the Tsanghu beast. It was knocked over several meters away. This time it tried several times but failed to get up. But the head tilted. Died. Chapter 12, Return to the City. Dead. The Tsanghu beast is dead. Mr. Chun, are you okay? Zhang Yang came to his senses and rushed towards the flattened truck. The car in front had been completely deformed and shattered. Zhang Yang thought it was a miracle that it did not explode. Veins on his arms bulged as he tried to create some space and kept calling out to Engineer Chun. Mr. Chun! Mr. Chun, wake up! Uncle Chun! He saw that metal had penetrated Chun Gongdi's body and was squeezing him inside. Zhang the warrior. When Mr. Chun heard his call, he slowly raised his head, his cheeks stained with blood, and spoke weakly. As he spoke, blood continued to flow out of his mouth. Stop talking. Hold on. I'll rescue you right away. Zhang Yang was a little anxious and gathered his strength to pry apart the metal around him. It was just because the impact force of the collision was too great. Even as a warrior, he was unable to open up the entire space. Zhang Yang was extremely anxious. He didn't expect that Mr. Chen did not escape or hide in the chaos, but drove his car to save his life in the critical moment. Although the two had only known each other for a few hours, he didn't want the uncle to die so quickly. "Why? Are you helping me?" Mr. Chen suddenly spoke, his eyes beginning to dim. Zhang Yang said the answer again for some reason. "You're about the same age as my father. Do you have children? Think about your children and don't sleep." Mr. Chen smiled. The smile was forced, but that was because his body could no longer sustain it. The chest was completely pierced. Even a warrior would die here, and it would be useless even if a god came. His voice was weak, as if he was using up his last bit of strength to speak. "You are about the same age as my son, and very much like—" He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't, his eyes completely dim. When Zhang Yang heard that he had lost his voice, his body, which was pulling the car, froze. Mr. Chen is dead. Many people died outside the city, and Mr. Chen was the only one who made him feel uneasy. He stood there for a long time, and he didn't know how long it took him to come to his senses. There was a noisy sound coming from the car in front, and it turned out that there were still a few survivors in the car. But when they saw Zhang Yang, their eyes were filled with fear. They knew very well that if the car in front had not been refusing to move, they would most likely not have been attacked by the Tsanghu beast. "Is the car still drivable?" Abel, we can repair it. There's no big problem with the car. We can set off in 20 minutes at most." The rest of the people spoke quickly, fearing that Zhang Yang would get angry. "Okay, let's set off in 20 minutes. Zhang Yang gestured for them to repair the car, while he came to the corpse of the Tsanghu beast. Looking at the huge corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. This Tsanghu beast is only a level 7 or 8 warrior, but it is so terrifying. Its body is full of treasures and can be sold for a lot of money. I didn't expect that after Captain Liu made so much effort, he would get an advantage in the end. He lowered his head and began to dissect the corpse, preparing to take out all the valuable things and, of course, improve his own chi and blood. "You successfully decomposed one of the ears of the Tsanghu beast. HP plus 7 points, plus 7. You successfully decomposed one of the ears of the Tsanghu beast. Chi and HP plus 8 points, plus 8. You successfully decomposed the internal organs of the Tsanghu beast. Chi and HP plus 9 points, plus 9. You successfully decomposed the tiger heart of the blue tiger beast. Chi and blood plus 11 points, plus 11. As expected of a top-level beast in the warrior realm, the blood and energy provided by each organ are very sufficient. Zhang Yang's blood and energy surged, which made him more and more excited. When the car was repaired, he also successfully disassembled the entire body of the Tsanghu beast perfectly. The entire strange beast he dissected before had at most 30 points of chi and blood, but this Tsanghu beast had more than 160 points of chi and blood. Counting the extra 160 points of chi and blood given by the exotic beast hunter, plus the organs he dissected previously, his chi and blood directly broke through 700 points. His panel at this moment is as follows. Host, Zhang Yang. Chi and blood, 712 points, warrior level 7. Current abilities, dissection rebate, LV1, hunting, LV2. Dissection cashback, LV1 gain a certain amount of chi and health points when dissecting the corpse of an alien beast. Hunting, LV2. All attributes of the monsters are doubled, including but not limited to strength, reaction, comprehension, mastery, etc. Currently available skills. Analysis, LV3. You can observe the types and abilities of strange beasts. Completion conditions. Kill and dissect 100 strange beasts. Cross-level. LV3 can absorb the blood power of an alien beast and inherit it perfectly. Achievement conditions. Hunt and kill a strange beast across levels alone. Beast Destroyer. LV3. Gain the power of 100% certainty of killing with one strike, as long as the target is within one's own realm. Completed by killing 100 different kinds of monsters. Tip. The host can only choose one ability at each level, which is irreversible. Please consider carefully before making a decision. Tip. Every time the host gains an ability, he will receive a random reward. Level 7 Warrior. Zhang Yang felt the surging power in his body, and his eyes lit up. After experiencing this incident, he felt how important strength is. Level 7 warrior. With this level of ability, he would be able to fight against the Sanghu beast. He loaded the valuable organs into the car and then followed the crowd back. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Yang sat in the passenger seat and looked at the city gradually appearing in the distance, a smile appearing on his lips. He is finally back. The cell phone finally had a signal, and he turned it on immediately. As the signal was restored, 2 messages came in. Seeing the content of the message, Zhang Yang had a complicated expression. The first one was a message from my father. Son, don't worry, Dad has paid my salary in advance. The second one is Xiaoming. Brother Yang, I've already paid Annie's fee. Don't worry. Safety is the most important thing. I hope you can come back soon. Xiaoming's full name is Bai Meng, and she is his childhood sweetheart. The two have always had a good relationship since childhood, and there's no need to say how deep their feelings are. After all, it was she who told her about her mother's accident this time, even though her father had kept it a secret from her. It was also she who introduced me to this job that would lead to my death. He frowned and felt a headache. The relationship between the two made him not believe that the other party would hurt him, but the facts were right in front of him, and he didn't know how to face it for a while. Maybe she doesn't know the inside story either. Zhang Yang tried to excuse her, but then shook his head. He planned to go to the hospital first. Whether the other party wanted to harm him or it was just a misunderstanding, he would know after just one trip. The car slowly entered the city, and they got off to prepare for a safety check. All teams that come back from hunting exotic beasts from the outside world will go through this step in order to prevent exotic beasts from entering the city. The inspection was simple and quick. Just as Zhang Yang got off the car, he saw a group of people walking towards him. They were wearing the same uniform and looked like some kind of martial arts organization. Zhang Yang actually knew the leader. Yes, Bai Meng's father. Chapter 13. You are a rare genius in a century. The middle-aged man in the lead looked a few years younger than his peers. He was wearing exquisite combat clothing and had a special symbol on his chest. That was the symbol of the Grandmaster. When Zhang Yang saw this person, his face became somewhat gloomy. Why is he here? It seems like she is waiting for him? No, she is waiting for Captain Liu. Thinking of his own speculation, Zhang Yang clenched the long knife in his hand, and all the muscles in his body tensed. Could it be that? Is this really what Bai Meng did? He didn't run because he couldn't run from this position, but he didn't need to run because this was an urban area. In urban areas, warriors are not allowed to fight among themselves. This is the rule of this country. No one can break this rule. No one can. Soon, a group of people surrounded him, and the white army stood in front of him, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. That kind of look makes people feel very uncomfortable, like looking at someone from another world. Zhang Yang, I'm really surprised that you survived. Zhang Yang stared at him with cold eyes. It's you. Why do you do this? He had seen Bai Jun very few times before, because he seldom went home to see Bai Meng. Bai Meng grew up with him. Whenever Bai Meng mentioned Bai Jun when they were young, he would say that his father was very busy. During the 2 years of high school, Bai Jun suddenly returned to the city and took Bai Meng from the old city to the city center. He then had the opportunity to see Bai Jun several times. He had a bad impression of this man because he was different from other fathers and elders and gave people a sense of arrogance that kept people at a distance. But he never expected that such a person would harm him. Why? Bai Jun suddenly laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. No reason. But this time, it was an accident. And the reason for the accident was that you and Xiaoming are no longer from the same world. You ordinary people don't get involved in the world of warriors. Otherwise, a random misunderstanding may cost you your life. Did you understand? I know shit. Zhang Yang cursed. What did you say? The martial artists around him were ready to take action upon hearing this, and several of them drew their weapons. The white army stopped them and looked at Zhang Yang with a gloomy expression. Boy, if it weren't for Xiaoming, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. People should know themselves. Zhang Yang stared at the other person with the same tone and the same movements. Old dog, if it weren't for Xiaoming, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk to me. People should know themselves. The white army was obviously very angry, but he immediately calmed down and looked at him with extreme contempt. Slowly said, I know you and Xiaoming are childhood sweethearts. This behavior makes you very uncomfortable. I know your mother is in urgent need of money. There is 500,000 yuan in this card, which is enough for you to treat your mother. After you take the money, don't make yourself miserable again and stay away from Xiaoming. He took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. His smile was very proud, as if he was sure that Zhang Yang would definitely want it. Yes, that's what the White Army thought, because in his opinion, Zhang Yang had no reason to refuse. Bang! Zhang Yang opened his hand directly and the black card fell to the ground. Give me a slap and then give me a sweet date. Do you think I'm shameless? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I advise you not to take advantage of your age. You think you have achieved success in your career now because you have lived long enough. When you were 18, you were not as good as me, and I will definitely not be so inhuman when I reach your age. The White Army's smile gradually froze, replaced by anger. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Young people's impulsiveness will come at a price. Think about whether you can afford it, and think about whether your parents can afford it. Without this money, what will your mother do? Are you going to rely on the pitiful income from risking your life to carry the corpses of exotic beasts every time? Seeing his confident look, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. I don't understand where your confidence comes from. You think you can predict other people's future just because you are old. You think you can see through everything, but it's just the fantasy of an idiot. I don't want your money. It's not that I'm being impulsive, but I, Zhang Yang, don't need that little money. As for your request that I stay away from Xiaoming, I won't do it because I can't let her lose her social life just because she has an unreasonable father. Baijun narrowed his eyes slightly and said with great displeasure, You are very courageous. I want to see how you can do it. Let's wait and see. Zhang Yang didn't want to argue with him anymore. After all, his mother was still waiting for him in the hospital. Seeing his leaving figure, a white-haired man beside the White Army even pulled out a dagger, his eyes flashing. Boss, why are you wasting time talking to him? This brat is not worthy of a young lady in any way. Let me give him a few beatings and beat him until he submits. Bang! The White Army slapped him hard on the face with a cold expression. I haven't settled the score with you for silencing someone yet, and you still dare to speak here? I asked you to teach him a lesson. When did I ask you to kill someone? The white-haired man lost his temper after being slapped in the face and said nervously, Brother, I'm also thinking about Xiaoming. This kid is just a dropout. He can't become a warrior and is nothing among ordinary people. If he continues like this, it will delay the young lady. Seeing that he was sincere, Baijun didn't say anything more. Don't worry. He will soon understand that without money and strength, he will be unable to move forward in this world. Soon he'll be begging to see me because of the high medical bills. Baijun seemed to have anticipated that scene. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand. Let's go. When Zhang Yang returned to the inspection site, all he could think about was Bai Meng's events. Judging from the current situation, Bai Meng did not harm himself. Although this incident was caused by Bai Meng, it was all done by Baijun. As for the misunderstanding he mentioned, there is no misunderstanding. The other party did it, and that is a fact. Well, headache. He rubbed his head, not knowing how to face Bai Meng for a moment. The two of them are childhood sweethearts and have always had a good relationship. There is no doubt that the two of them have feelings for each other. It was just that he later lost his talent as a warrior. So he took the initiative to give up the connection between the two, but Bai Meng, when he thought of Bai Meng, he felt much calmer. Forget it, let it be. Zhang Yang thought about pushing open the door of the examination room. As soon as I stepped into the gate of the inspection area, a young lady in her early 20s wearing a black hip skirt came to greet me warmly. You're Mr. Zhang Yang, right? Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, his eyes revealing a bit of confusion. Who are you? I'm responsible for receiving you. Just call me Xiao Zhao. Excuse me, that Sanghu beast that you brought back this time was killed by you, right? Well, I guess so. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and nodded, still telling the truth. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, he was still planning to ask the other party if he could take the strange beast away directly. When Xiao Zhao heard his affirmation, her delicate little face suddenly blushed, and she excitedly held Zhang Yang's hands. It's rare to find a talent like you in a century. Please be sure to join our warrior guild. We will provide you with the highest benefits. Chapter 14. Kicked out of the intensive care unit. Xiao Zhao is very beautiful. She is the kind of pure beauty whose appearance can be rated 8 points. She looks pure and queen-like in her professional attire, which is very touching. Any man would almost get excited if he were in her place. Zhang Yang frowned, looked at her warily, and pulled his hand out of her soft little hand. What do you mean? Let me join the warrior guild. Seeing that he was not affected by her, Xiao Zhao's eyes revealed a bit of surprise, and he said calmly, Yes, You don't know that we have many warrior organizations stationed here, just to wait and absorb warriors like you. I am from the Second Warrior Guild of the city. I just heard your companions tell me about how you killed the Sanghu beast this time, so I decided to invite you without hesitation. Xiao Zhao assures you that you will be given the best treatment as a newcomer. Which guild are you in now? Zhang Yang carefully observed her appearance and saw that she did not seem to be lying, so he slowly said, I have not registered as a warrior yet. Not registered, that's even better. As long as you are willing, I can handle all the procedures for you right now. Xiao Zhao seemed even more excited. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at the other person more vigilantly. If it weren't for this trip, he might have agreed without hesitation. But after this trip, he realized the dangers of society. Let me think about this first. There's another thing I want to ask you. You say, Xiao Zhao did not force it, but the light in his eyes was obviously dim. Can you take my strange beast corpse? Of course. Normally, but Sanyu Tiger can be sold for 100,000. Xiao Zhao will give you the highest market price of 150,000. 150,000. Zhang Yang was startled. He knew that exotic beasts were valuable, but he didn't expect them to be so valuable. 150,000. His father worked for others and worked very hard, but only earned 8,000 yuan a month. Why, you are not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I will selfishly give you a subsidy of 50,000 or 200,000. Zhang Yang was shocked again. Privately subsidize 50,000? Do you have a money printing machine at home? No need, just 150,000. Can it be delivered today? It normally takes 8 hours. I'll put it in for you first. Wait for me 5 minutes. Xiao Zhao did it neatly and quickly. After he finished using his phone, he let him wait quietly. 5 minutes later, 200,000 has been received. The 50,000 is a subsidy I give you. I told you that you are a talent, and you should be treated like a talent. You don't have to feel pressured. If you don't want to come to our warrior guild, then I will just consider me as a friend. Xiao Zhao showed a sweet smile and chuckled. Zhang Yang widened his eyes. He now had only one thought, that is, this girl must have a money printing machine at home. Zhang Yang finally accepted this friendship. After all, he needed money now. As for the warrior guild, he still needs to study hard. However, Xiao Zhao didn't care about it. In the end, he even called a special car for him and then sent him in. Mr. Zhang, if you ever want to join, please call me as soon as possible. I will pick you up within 24 hours and will definitely give you the highest registration ceremony. Remember to call me if you need anything. Xiao Zhao's voice gradually faded away, and Zhang Yang took the money to Tianhai First People's Hospital. First People's Hospital, outside the intensive care unit. Why do we need to be moved out of the ICU? The angry voice was somewhat gentle. Even though one knew that the owner of the voice was angry, one still did not get angry. Everyone in the corridor subconsciously looked back and saw the owner of the voice. Their breathing became stagnant. The girl was in the prime of youth, with gentle and delicate features no less beautiful than those of some stars. A windbreaker swayed gently with her rapid breathing, and her long hair, which was naturally smooth without any deliberate grooming, was a little messy due to her emotional fluctuations. How did you do this? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, but was still clear and powerful, echoing in the empty corridor and attracting several curious gazes from the surroundings who dared not approach. The girl seemed to be arguing with a bloated nurse. The intensive care unit is limited and there are more urgent people who need it. The nurse sensed a little impatience in the looks around her. What nonsense are you talking about? We just paid the fees this morning, and Annie's condition has not improved. If she is transferred directly out of the intensive care unit, she is likely to become a vegetable. Xiao Meng frowned slightly, her little face flushed with anger. The nurse looked up at her indifferently, and there was even a hint of contempt in her eyes. That woman would be a vegetable whether she's in the intensive care unit or not. The intensive care unit needs to be used by those who need it more. A warrior just came in. If he can't be treated in time, he may never be able to hunt exotic beasts again in his life. Xiao Meng was stunned. She looked at the nurse in front of her in disbelief, her cheeks already red from anger. Say that again. Are you saying that our illness is not as important as a warrior's? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you right now. Is this still a hospital that saves lives and heals the wounded? The nurse was completely impatient. You have to leave today, whether you want to or not. The formalities over there have been completed. If you refuse to leave, we will have no choice but to push you away. Xiao Meng was so angry that she stomped her feet. Just as she was about to get angry again, she was stopped by a middle-aged man. Xiao Ming, forget it. Just go to the intensive care unit. If there is an emergency, come here again. Father Zhang sighed, his face full of helplessness. But before Xiao Ming could say anything, the nurse suddenly snorted coldly. I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood. The intensive care unit is full, the general ward is full, and you can only stay in the corridor. Father Zhang was stunned and dumbfounded. He was so anxious that he held his breath for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Xiao Ming was completely furious. She used her thin body to block the door and screamed without caring about her image. I'm standing here today. Let's see who dares to come over. The nurse seemed to be totally unimpressed by her. She gave her a cold look with disdain and turned away, as if she was going to look for someone. Seeing that the person had temporarily left, Zhang's father said with gratitude, Xiao Ming, this time it's really thanks to you. But you'd better not get involved in this matter. After all, this is someone else's hospital, and they are all in cahoots. If this matter drags you down, Xiaoyang will blame me and your aunt later. Xiao Ming's frowning brows relaxed, and she said softly, Uncle Zhang, don't worry. Like you said, this is a hospital. Do they dare to force people to leave? Before she had even finished her words, the nurse's arrogant voice came from the other end of the corridor. That's the woman who stood in your old man's intensive care unit and refused to leave. There was a feminine-looking man standing next to the nurse. When he heard her words, he stared at Xiao Ming with vicious eyes. It is obvious at first glance that this person is not an ordinary person, but a warrior. He came to the door of the ward in 3 or 2 steps, staring at Xiao Ming with a very aggressive look. His aura was intimidating. What do you want to do? Father Zhang wanted to stand in front of Xiao Ming, but the next second he was pushed down by the other party with a wave of his hand, and he fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Ming wanted to help, but her wrist was grabbed directly. Under the nurse's gloating gaze, the nurse suddenly stretched out his hand towards Xiao Ming's cheek. Why the hell don't you let my dad treat my leg? Bang! A crisp sound echoed, but it was not the sound of a slap, but someone grabbing the feminine man's arm. Zhang Yang grabbed the other person's arm tightly, and his cold eyes gradually took on a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 15. Do you think you are also a warrior? Zhang Yang's sudden appearance startled several people at the same time. Sang Yang! Sang Yang! Ban Ming called out twice, and a smile bloomed on her cheeks like a short-lived flower. Zhang Yang also smiled. You two go back to the house. I will take care of this. You handle it? Who the hell do you think you are? The feminine man shook off Zhang Yang's arm and cursed. My mother is in this ward. Who do you think I am? Zhang Yang's eyes flashed coldly. When the man saw the cold look, his arrogance froze. Even the warriors killing strange beasts don't have such fierce eyes. Why do this kid's eyes look so scary? However, he soon realized that he was frightened by a young boy, and he became angry and embarrassed. Good. That old immortal in there is your mother, right? I'll give you 3 minutes to move her out now, or you'll bear the consequences. My old man's leg is seriously injured. He can't be delayed for too long. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible for it. Zhang Yang smiled. He acted like he heard a funny joke. The next second, he put the scalpel to the opponent's neck, as fast as lightning. No one would have expected that Zhang Yang would suddenly attack. The feminine man felt the cold, sharp blade against his neck, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Zhang Yang didn't say a word, but made everyone present feel an inexplicable fear. The atmosphere froze in an instant, and the nurse ran up in fear to try to smooth things over. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. These are all misunderstandings. This matter is actually a misunderstanding. Calm down and don't do anything irreversible here. She was the one who brought the person here, so if something really happens, she cannot escape the responsibility. Misunderstand? Using a person with a leg injury to drive people out of the intensive care unit. You call this a misunderstanding? Or was it a misunderstanding that the person with the leg injury was admitted to the intensive care unit? The nurse Zhang Yang asked was embarrassed and speechless. Family member, please put down the knife and calm down. You want me to let you go? Get out of here right now. Zhang Yang said calmly. What? The nurse was stunned. Get out. Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold and murderous. That was the murderous look of a real life-and-death struggle between people. How can an ordinary nurse have seen it? She was immediately frightened and dared not say a word. She actually turned around and left. The feminine man was also sweating profusely at this time. He could see that the young man in front of him was a ruthless character, and he might really dare to stroke his neck. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let that old. No, let our mother live in there. I was really rude about this. He appeared to be submissive on the surface, but he had already thought of everything in his mind. Once the other party lets him go, he will definitely let the other party taste his power and know what the strength of a warrior is. In the past, Zhang Yang might not have been able to see what this guy was thinking. But since he came back from outside the city this time, he realized how treacherous people are, and he really couldn't hide it from his eyes. He sneered and actually took back the scalpel in his hand. The man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang, who looked so fierce, could retract the knife so easily. But he came back to his senses immediately, his expression instantly ferocious. "You fucking looking for?" Before he could finish his words, he felt something hit him in the face. Bang! Zhang Yang punched the other person in the face. The air whistled, and the man felt a sharp pain on his face. Then he sat down on the ground. Blood flowed from his nose, but he looked at Zhang Yang with horror. He is also a warrior, but he is at a relatively low level, only level 2. But when Zhang Yang threw this punch, the force was clearly beyond his own. If he hadn't held back on the last punch. No. If this wasn't a public place, the other party would definitely beat him to death with one punch. Realizing Zhang Yang's terror, he rolled and crawled to the end of the corridor. When I turned the corner, I ran into the nurse I had just met. The nurse's name was Li Lily, and she looked like she was waiting for him. The moment she saw him, she came over to him with an attentive smile on her face. "Mr. Zhao, you're finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Don't worry, they were the ones who were unreasonable this time, so it's understandable that you took action." Li Lily seemed a little excited. Yes, excited. In her opinion, Zhang Yang was just a paper tiger. He could scare her, but definitely not a warrior. So she thought that Li Wuxia would definitely teach Zhang Yang a lesson and vent her anger, and she was waiting here, on the one hand to wait for good news, and on the other hand to curry favor with Li Wuxia. Others don't know this person's identity, but she knows that Li Wuxia is a person close to a big shot. "Brother Li, don't worry. I have already contacted the hospital. This guy is too arrogant. You are a distinguished warrior. You can get them out just by taking a little more. You won't care about that little bit of money, right?" She said this with a smile, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why has Mr. Zhao remained silent and looked so gloomy? Most importantly, why is he bleeding from the nose? "Mr. Zhao, your injury." Bang! Li Lily slapped him hard. "You still want to hurt me? It was you who instigated me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so unlucky." Li Lily looked at the other person as he left in confusion, her head buzzing. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was sure that it was Zhang Yang's doing. She was so angry that her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. "Boy, we're not done with this matter yet. I can't afford to offend a warrior, but can I afford to offend you?" The other side. Seeing the warrior leave, Zhang's father checked Zhang Yang's body immediately. After confirming that he was not injured, he sighed helplessly. "Son, you are too impulsive. This is a hospital, and that man is a warrior. Your mother still has to continue receiving treatment here. It will be of no benefit to us if we offend that nurse. Let's take a step back and say that it doesn't matter if your mother and I offend someone. How can you offend a warrior when you're still young? They are people of high social status. What should you do if they come back to cause trouble for you?" When Zhang Yang saw his anxious father and thought about the message he received today, he felt complicated. "Dad, don't worry. He doesn't dare to come over and cause trouble. You don't have to be afraid, as I'm here. Didn't I just chase him away? He won't come over again." Unexpectedly, after hearing him say this, Zhang's father frowned even more. "Well, this is a public place, and people won't fight here. Do you really think you're powerful just because you punch someone? Do you think you're a warrior too? Chapter 16, if you can't pay, get out. I am indeed a warrior. I just became a warrior today, and people from the Second Warrior Guild are fighting for me," Zhang Yang said helplessly. He knew what his father was worried about, so he decided not to hide it. Father Zhang was stunned, and his face turned red. "Are you a warrior? All warriors have badges on their chests. Do you have one? Impulsiveness is impulsiveness. Don't blame me for not telling your mother right away. You are too immature." Zhang Yang really had no way to refute it for the moment, because he had not yet officially registered as a warrior. He also knew that his father was anxious and afraid that he would offend the warriors, so he could only not dwell on this matter. Fortunately, Bai Meng came up to smooth things over at this time. She stood between the two men and said, "Uncle Zhang, don't blame Brother Yang. He was just anxious for a moment." If he doesn't stand up today, we don't know what to do. Brother Yang, don't you agree? She said and winked at Zhang Yang playfully. Zhang Yang nodded helplessly. This is why he doesn't believe Bai Meng would harm him. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no matter what happened, she would always stand by him, protect him, and help him. Father Zhang also calmed down and sighed again. Alas, blame me. It's my fault that I don't have the ability and I have to let Xiaoyang take the lead. If I were a warrior, I wouldn't be living like this. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go check on your mother first. Father Zhang walked into the intensive care unit first, and Zhang Yang followed closely behind, but was stopped by Bai Meng. Brother Yang, don't worry too much. I can help you find a way to deal with the money. Zhang Yang saw Bai Meng's sincere face and said slowly, I know your good intentions, but I have money, so you don't have to worry. Being a monster porter does pay well, but that job is too dangerous. I don't want you to keep doing it. I'll find another job for you later. The money you need during this period can be considered a loan to you, so don't stress yourself too much. Bai Meng continued. Zhang Yang looked at her with complicated eyes. It seemed that Bai Meng really knew nothing. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Meng frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. But don't be so impulsive next time. Uncle is right. That man is a warrior. He might not dare to attack you here. Who knows? He might go looking for trouble with you in private. But you don't have to worry about this matter. I will help you solve it. When she said this, there was an imperceptible hint of pride between her brows. Of course, Zhang Yang knew that she had the ability to handle it. After all, her father was not an ordinary person. However, if this matter really reached Bai's father, he might even wish to be bullied. I promise. Zhang Yang walked into the room to check on his mother. Zhang Yang's mother is named Li Lan. She is over 50 years old and has been fighting for him for many years. Her dream is to make Zhang Yang a warrior. At this time, Li Lan was lying on a hospital bed with a pale face, surrounded by instruments and 4 bottles. Your mother was in a hurry on her way to work and didn't pay attention to the passing vehicles and got hit. Although the other party slowed down in time, his head unfortunately hit the ground. Father Zhang didn't continue speaking. His voice was a little choked with anxiety. Zhang Yang clenched his fists slightly, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. What did the doctor say? There are a lot of bruises and bleeding spots on the head. Although he is out of danger for the time being, it is only temporary. Hemorrhages may occur again at any time. And even if you succeed in saving your life, it's probably a vegetative state, right? Zhang Yang's face turned pale. Father Zhang nodded heavily. It costs a lot of money every day here. Our family savings are almost gone. I didn't tell you in time because you had just entered society. I thought telling you would only make you worry. Plus, your mother was being rescued here, so I didn't have the energy to do anything else. That's why I'm letting you know now. Luckily, I met Xiao Meng in the hospital today. She helped us advance more than 10,000 yuan. You should make money quickly and pay her back. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but he felt even more grateful to Bai Meng in his heart. You're welcome, uncle. You can rest assured and receive your treatment. Zhang Yang will return the money to me. He has a way. Bai Meng smiled. Dad, Xiao Meng is right. Just take care of Mom and get treatment. I'm here for the money, don't worry. Father Zhang smiled bitterly. What kind of money can you have? A kid who dropped out of school and works part-time. I'll take care of the money issue. You can spend more time with your mother if you have nothing else to do. When you were working outside, your mother kept talking about you all day long, and even said she would make dumplings for you if something happened. Zhang Yang knew that his father still didn't believe him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a familiar voice from outside the door. It was the nurse from before. He heard the annoying voice before the door was even opened. Bed 623, please pay the hospitalization fee in time. If you don't pay the fee, you'll have to leave. Li Lily walked into the room holding a notebook and looked at several people with a proud smile. Hospital expenses? Didn't we just pay it today? I went there in person to pay 11,000 dragon coins, and I still have the transfer record here. Bai Meng said with some confusion. Li Lily sneered. You paid the 1,000 owed yesterday and the 10,000 dragon coins today. The hospital now has a rule that you have to pay more than 3 days in advance. Moreover, many of the drugs this patient needs need to be directly dispensed, which requires money first, so you still owe more than 20,000 yuan. Taking into account the 3 days of foresight and the drugs that will be dispensed in advance, you have to pay 80,000 dragon coins. But I can understand. If you really don't have money, you can leave early today, and you don't need to pay for the advance medication. She became more and more proud as she spoke, and at the end she looked at Zhang Yang with some joking. Poor guy, you caused me to get slapped, and I won't let you go even if you cry and beg. You're being unreasonable. How can such a large amount be advanced? This is the first time I've heard of it in my life. Bai Meng was stunned at first, then her face turned red with anger. It's not unreasonable. You said you would save the patient no matter what. So all our output costs are spent in advance on the premise of saving the patient. Is there a problem? This time Bai Meng was speechless. Father Zhang was so anxious that he was almost terribly worried, but he managed to force a smile. Can you wait 2 more days? I'll go back and raise the money now. Miss Nurse, you have seen the situation of our family. It is indeed a bit difficult. Whose family doesn't have difficulties? This is a hospital, not a charity organization, the nurse said proudly. If you can't pay, get out, you poor bastard. Chapter 17, Really Rich. She issued the final order to evict them. But the next second, she took 2 steps back in fright. Zhang Yang stood in front of him again and looked at him with the same eyes as last time. What? What are you going to do? Li Lily stared at him nervously, afraid that Zhang Yang would take action. Bang! Zhang Yang slapped the other person mercilessly, making her already red and swollen face even more red and swollen. Apologize. Li Lily was slapped again and went crazy. You dare to hit me? How dare you hit me? If you don't apologize, I will slap you until you apologize. Zhang Yang's eyes became colder and colder. Xiao Yang. What are you doing? Stop it immediately. Zhang's father finally reacted and quickly grabbed Zhang Yang. As he spoke, he smiled at the nurse and said, Miss Nurse, please don't bother with him. I will help you teach him a lesson. We were wrong in this matter. We will go and raise money right away. What money are you raising? Take it out now or get out of here. Li Lily screamed wildly with bloodshot eyes. After being slapped by Zhang Yang, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. This time she must make Zhang Yang pay the price. Oh, Zhang Yang sneered. The world is so big that there are so many things in it. People like you can also become medical staff. You are such a dog that looks down on others. Why don't you go and embarrass that warrior? People like you will harm more people sooner or later. Meeting me is like teaching you a lesson in advance. Isn't it just 80,000 yuan? Just pay it, but I need you to prove that this is the normal charge of the hospital. A cunning smile suddenly appeared on Li Lily's lips. Good. You want a receipt, right? I've got it ready for you. I see you are so good at talking. Can you please give me the money? She actually took out a few bills and receipts from her pocket and handed them to Zhang Yang. There was a clear record of every item on the bill receipt. Zhang Yang checked it and found that there was indeed no problem. Seeing that he was reluctant to speak, Li Lily became more and more proud. Have you checked it out? Look carefully. Everything has the hospital seal. It can't be fake. If you can't come up with 80,000, get out now. Bai Meng, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't help it anymore and immediately stood up and said, What's your attitude? We didn't say we wouldn't take it. She turned around and pulled Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, don't worry. I'll call home right away. You and I grew up together, and my family will definitely help. Although Bai Meng said this, there was a hint of worry between her brows. Forget it, Xiao Ming. I know you are a good child, but this is your uncle's family's own business. I can't let your family be dragged down because of your relationship with Xiao Yang. Father Zhang sighed, his eyes red. Uncle, you're welcome. Brother Yang will return these to me later. He is still young and will definitely achieve something in the future. Zhang Yang heard the conversation between the two and smiled helplessly. It seems that these two people don't believe that he has this ability at all, but this is normal. After all, he dropped out of school to work, so it's normal for them not to believe in him. Okay, stop arguing. Zhang Yang spoke up to stop everyone from talking. Let's go. Oomph. I thought you were so strong-willed, but you still want to leave obediently. Li Lily smiled. She knew that Zhang Yang couldn't come up with the money. After all, Zhang Yang's father would postpone the payment every time. She even heard about Zhang Yang's family situation when she was changing the medicine. Now, she has spent all her savings. If it weren't for the little girl over there helping to pay, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pay today's medical bills. Brother Yang, don't be so impulsive. Aunt's injury is the most important. We can't leave now. I'll call home right now. Bai Meng anxiously took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. But the next second, her hand was held down by Zhang Yang. Bai Meng was stunned and looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. Zhang Yang raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a confident smile. Did you misunderstand something? I'm talking about paying the fees. Don't you need to go to the payment office to pay the fees? Seeing his extremely serious expression, Bai Meng was slightly stunned. Could it be that? Really? Brother Yang, do you really have it? Yes, I was lucky this time. 80,000 is enough. Zhang Yang nodded sleekly. Bai Meng hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, I believe you, Brother Yang. But if you really have difficulties, just tell me, and I will communicate with my family now. Zhang Yang patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry, and then walked out the door. Snort, what are you pretending for? I don't believe you really have so much. Li Lily folded her arms and followed Zhang Yang out of the room. Bai Meng followed him worriedly after all, and whispered beside Zhang Yang to, Brother Yang, do you really have it? Don't be stubborn. Auntie will need a long time of treatment in the future. If you use online loans now. Online loans? He's so poor that he can't even get a loan online. You really overestimate him. Li Lily, who was following them, sneered. Bai Meng's cheeks turned red with anger when he heard her words, and he glared at her viciously. Bitch! Li Lily's face turned ugly for a moment, but she immediately burst into a cold sneer. Because they were about to reach the payment office, Zhang Yang could no longer pretend. She became excited when she thought of the scene of Zhang Yang leaving in disgrace. Soon, they arrived at the payment counter. The payment counter was very crowded, with queues stretching one after another, and almost everyone in the queue was frowning. Just when Zhang Yang was about to queue up obediently, Li Lily suddenly ran up to him and pulled the men and women in the queue aside. Make way, everyone make way. This gentleman's family has been seriously injured and needs prompt, paid medical treatment. I hope everyone will not scramble for it. As soon as she said this, almost everyone's attention was on Zhang Yang. Those people had complicated expressions. After a brief silence, most of them gave up their seats and signaled Zhang Yang to pay first. What's wrong? Go quickly, little brother. These people are waiting for you to pay. Li Lily spoke again, with a sneer on her lips. For patients, paying fees is a matter of every second. So if he cuts in line and fails to pay the fees and wastes everyone's time, she has reason to believe that Zhang Yang will become the target of public criticism. At that time, she wants to see how Zhang Yang can still be so arrogant. Zhang Yang could tell from her expression that it was a trick, but he didn't expect that she would teach him a lesson in this way. It was really ridiculous. He walked to the payment window regardless of everyone's gaze, then slowly took out his mobile phone and said just 2 words to the staff inside. Pay the fees. Chapter 18, A Love Rival Appears. The staff asked about the payment method, then placed the payment QR code on it and asked Zhang Yang to pay. Zhang Yang picked up his phone, paid the bill, and completed the payment. The whole process took less than a minute without any delay. All right, the payment has been successful. Here is the receipt. The staff member handed the printed receipt to Zhang Yang, then looked up at the line behind him. Next one, next one, next one. Li Lily widened her eyes with a look of disbelief. She thought she had heard it wrong. Why is it the next one? Zhang Yang actually paid the fee successfully. He really has 80,000. Bai Meng was also shocked. She didn't expect that Zhang Yang could actually take out 80,000 dragon coins. Although she knew that the exotic beast porters made money, she was sure that they could not make so much money in one day. But the facts are right in front of us, and the hospital's payment staff would not make a mistake. So Zhang Yang did take out 80,000 yuan. 80,000? How does he have 80,000? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a possibility, and her expression became increasingly ugly. At this time, Zhang Yang had come to Li Lily's side and said in a cold voice, The hospital fees have been paid now. If you come to cause trouble again, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Hearing the bone-chilling chill in that voice, Li Lily didn't dare to say a word, but broke out in cold sweat. Now she has no bargaining chips left to negotiate with Zhang Yang's family. If she causes trouble again, given Zhang Yang's temper, he will definitely not show mercy to her. She was pale and was about to leave in shame, but at this moment she saw a familiar figure not far away. That was Zhao Wuja. At this moment, Zhao Wuja was nodding and bowing to a young man with an attentive smile on his face. Zhao Wuja was pointing his finger at Zhang Yang, who was not far away, and seemed to be saying something to the young man. Finally, the young man raised a smug smile and slowly followed. Li Lily, who saw everything, had a little more color on her pale face, and she seemed to be gloating. You deserve it. Let me see if you dare to hit someone this time. Outside the ward, Bai Meng cornered Zhang Yang in a corner, put her hands on her waist, and looked a little angry. Sang Yang, did I tell you not to borrow online loans? I know you're worried about your aunt, but didn't I tell you I could help you? You insist on being so stubborn. Can't you just trust me? Seeing her ugly expression, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. I really didn't borrow any online loans. Oh my god, did you borrow money at a loan shark? No. Naked loan? Zhang Yang held his forehead and smiled bitterly. I earned my own money. Didn't you introduce a job to me? I killed a Sanghu beast. Ba Meng's eyes widened. Sanghu beast? Your team actually killed a Sanghu beast. Are you injured? Let me take a look, she said as she was about to check Zhang Yang's body, but immediately felt something was wrong. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yang seriously. You mean, you killed one? Yes. I killed one and became a warrior. Bai Meng's face turned ugly again, and then she said angrily, Zhang Yang, you have changed. You have become a stranger to me. You never talked nonsense like this before. If you don't tell the truth, I'm really going to be angry. Zhang Yang becomes a warrior? It's not that she doesn't believe it, but she doesn't believe that one can become a warrior in such a short time. After all, Zhang Yang dropped out of school because his talent was too poor. Zhang Yang was a well-known figure in school at that time. He even set a legend of always ranking last in the test during his 2.5 years of study at school. So, how is it possible to become a warrior after dropping out of school? As for killing the Sanghu beast, that is even more impossible. She heard from her father that the Sanghu beast was equivalent to a 7th or 8th level warrior and was only stronger, not weaker, and only some martial artist level people could deal with it. Zhang Yang didn't know how to explain it. After all, this matter was really unbelievable and no one would believe it easily. Just when he was racking his brain over whether or not he should explain it clearly and how he could explain it clearly, he suddenly saw a man walking towards him not far away. The man looked to be in his early 20s, but his clothes were relatively mature. His face was filled with pride and confidence, and he was slowly walking towards them. The reason why Zhang Yang noticed him was because the other party seemed to be running towards them, his eyes staring at Zhang Yang, full of hostility. Who is this person? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, and his first reaction was that it was related to Li Lily. However, he immediately denied this guess because Li Lily was just an ordinary nurse. Since it's not Li Lily, then it must be the warrior named Zhao who had argued with him before. Bai Meng noticed his abnormality and subconsciously turned her head to look. When she saw the man, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Wang Li, what are you doing here? Wang Li? There was a hint of doubt in Zhang Yang's eyes. He and Bai Meng have known each other for so long, but this is the first time he has heard of this person. Brother Yang. He is the child of my father's friend. I've met him once, but my father always wants him to have more contact with me. Bai Meng's face didn't look good, and he spoke in a rather obscure way. Zhang Yang immediately understood what it meant. If he guessed correctly, it was Bai's father who intended to match Bai Meng with this man. Xiao Meng, I finally found you. I was originally going to have tea with my uncle, but he told me that you were visiting a friend here, so I came along. Wang Li had a seemingly warm smile on his face, but always gave people a strong sense of incongruity. He looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. His eyes were somewhat provocative, and then he slowly stretched out his hand. This is Brother Zhang Yang, right? I heard my uncle mention you. You are a very principled person. Since you are Xiao Meng's friend, you are also my friend. We are all friends from now on, right? Zhang Yang glanced at his palm indifferently. He was obviously a warrior. The joints seemed to be slightly bent, as if he was accumulating strength. He sneered his heart, with a look of disgust on his face. Sorry, I hate your dirty hands, so I can't shake your hand. Wang Li obviously did not expect Zhang Yang to say this. He was stunned at first, and then his expression gradually became gloomy. It seems that Brother Zhang Yang is not only a man of integrity, but also an impolite person. Stop talking nonsense. I hate you. Get out of here now. Zhang Yang waved his hand and directly confronted Wang Li. Wang Li's already gloomy face seemed to be dripping with water at this moment. He almost squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. I wanted to give you some face for Xiao Meng's sake, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Chapter 19, Who are you? Wang Li, what do you want to do? Bai Meng nervously stood between the two of them and shouted angrily. Seeing her standing in front of Zhang Yang, Wang Li's expression became even gloomier. Zhang Yang, you really have guts. Zhang Yang did not refute, but looked at the other person as if he was a fool. Do you really think this is a plot from a novel, where I have to fight him one-on-one or something. If a dog bites him, he can't bite the dog back, right? Wang Li feels very uncomfortable now. He had briefly heard about Zhang Yang's character from Bai's father and thought that he was a stupid guy who could be taught a lesson at any time. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case, and Bai Meng is still here to defend Zhang Yang. The idea of teaching Zhang Yang a lesson today is basically not feasible. He looked at the calm Zhang Yang, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother Zhang Yang, I heard that your mother was in a car accident. That's really unfortunate. I heard that the follow-up treatment for Aunt's condition is a bottomless pit. I wonder if Brother Zhang Yang is prepared. He paused here, and it showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if he remembered something. I forgot that you're not only a waste with no talent to become a warrior, but you have also dropped out of school. You can only hang around at the bottom of society. It is impossible for you to have such great financial preparation. How about I give you a solution? Do you have a solution? Zhang Yang pretended to be surprised, but he actually sneered in his heart. He really wanted to see what evil ideas this guy had. Certainly. As long as you promise not to appear in front of Xiao Meng from now on, I can pay for your subsequent treatment, and I can send you to the Warrior Guild to study. Even though you have poor talent, the Warrior Guild is professional, and there is still a chance for you to become a warrior, he said with a smile on his face, becoming more and more proud as he spoke. He didn't believe that Zhang Yang would refuse such conditions. After all, any ordinary person would agree to such conditions immediately without even thinking about it. Brother Yang, you don't have to fight with him. Bai Meng interrupted him and spoke quickly. Just focus on treating Annie. I will definitely get you the follow-up treatment costs. If you want to become a warrior, I will let my father teach you. You don't need him to worry about it. Wang Li suddenly laughed. He said helplessly, Xiao Meng, are you sure you can help Zhang Yang? I heard from my uncle that he stopped spending money on you. And he doesn't like Zhang Yang either, right? Shut up. Just shut up. What does this have to do with you? Bai Meng became excited. She looked at Zhang Yang nervously, obviously a little anxious. Because what Wang Li said is true. Just the day before yesterday, Bai's father had a big fight with her because of Zhang Yang. When Mr. Bai learned that Zhang Yang's mother was hospitalized, he immediately stopped spending money on her. He also told her clearly that she was still young and didn't understand anything, and asked her to stay away from Zhang Yang. But why arrange a marriage for her? Xiao Meng, you are my fiancé, so of course you have a relationship with me. Bam li spuka slowly. Zhang Yang was stunned. Fiancé? He looked at Bai Meng and saw her pale and ugly face, and his head buzzed. He admitted that he had never thought about it. He and Bai Meng have always been childhood sweethearts, and since they were still young, they had always been the best of friends. But when he heard about something like this, he felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. Fiancé. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and looked at Bai Meng. Is it true? It's true, but my marriage is my own decision. No one has the final say. Bai Meng was silent for a few seconds and looked at Zhang Yang with determination in his eyes. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to the past. In the small village that was once ignored, there was always a young man standing by her side all the time, helping her solve any problem. Although they were the same age, Zhang Yang was always like a brother and a father. Zhang Yang, did you see that? Xiao Meng can't help you. Your only hope is me. Do you still need to consider it? It's really not something you need to think about. You are right. A man of insight is a wise man. Now I'm the only one in the world who can save your mother. Bang li smilat prudli. Are you done? If you're done, you can go away. I still need to take care of my family. I don't have time to waste here with a self-righteous idiot like you. Zhang Yang spoke slowly with a look of disgust on his face. Wang Li was stunned. What did you say? Don't you understand? Then I'll explain it to you more clearly. I just don't like your self-righteous conditions. Besides, it's my freedom to meet whomever I want. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yang sneered again. Wang Liqui's expression was distorted, but he suddenly thought of something and calmed down again. Zhang Yang, you probably don't know that your mother's condition is terminal if treated with ordinary people's methods. No matter how much money you spend, it may not be possible to save her. From the perspective of the martial arts world, there is still a chance that one can be cured and become a normal person, but that is not something that ordinary people and ordinary martial artists can access. I might as well tell you that I was accepted by the Second Warrior Guild these few days and was directly admitted as a candidate for captain. You may not quite understand this concept, but I will definitely be trained to become a martial artist, no matter how much resources are spent. So, would you like me to use this identity to help you get treatment? Or would you like to offend a future martial artist? When he said this, his mouth was already smiling. Martial artist. Warriors have already achieved a very high status in society, and martial artists have gone even further. He just didn't believe that Zhang Yang would dare to offend a martial artist. However, Zhang Yang's expected shocked expression did not appear. Instead, he just raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm a little curious. How can you be so sure that I'm not a warrior? Zhang Yang's shocking words left Wang Li stunned. Puff. Wang Li couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you kidding me? You're just a loser who dropped out of school. A loser who dropped out of school to work and became a warrior? Don't make my teeth fall out with laughter. Zhang Yang looked at him, laughing so hard that he fell backwards, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not only am I a warrior, but I have also been warmly invited by your so-called Second Warrior Guild. Therefore, the so-called superior things you mentioned are easily available to me. Why should I trade with a self-righteous thing like you? As for offending you, Zhang Yang slowly showed his white teeth. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was calm and full of contempt. Who the hell are you? Chapter 20. Let's have a gamble. How dare you say that? If you're really a warrior and are invited by the Second Warrior Guild, then I will pay for your medical expenses for free. Wang Li felt very uncomfortable after being scolded by Zhang Yang. He really wanted to attack Zhang Yang, but because Bai Meng was there, he had no chance at all. She looked at Bai Meng, who was protecting Zhang Yang. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes revealed a hint of teasing. Zhang Yang, you said you have the ability. How about we make a bet? Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. Wang Li said, if you can prove that you're a warrior and that the Second Warrior Guild really invited you, no, as long as you can prove that a guild has invited you, I will take back what I said just now. Not only will I advance your medical expenses, I will also give you all my resources in the Warrior Guild. But if you can't prove it, you must leave Bai Meng completely from today, and you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and call me Grandpa. I was wrong. How about it? Wang Li smiled proudly and happily. He laughed at Zhang Yang for digging his own grave. If Zhang Yang agreed that he would definitely lose, Bai Meng would see his cowardly side. If he doesn't agree, it will prove that everything that happened just now was just impulsive. Bai Meng can still see the incompetence of this boy. In any case, his words were a blow. Okay, I'll do as you say. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang agreed immediately. Wang Li's smile became even more intense. He didn't expect that this idiot Zhang Yang would agree so easily. Xiao Meng is here. So is there any problem with her being a witness? No problem. What are you betting on? Bai Meng finally interrupted. She was very excited and pinched Zhang Yang hard, not caring at all about Wang Li's face, which had turned green. What are you betting on? How come I don't know when you became a warrior? Have you registered? Where do I register? The Second Warrior Guild also invited you. Do you know what kind of organization that is? The number of invitations they receive each year is limited, and they're basically the top talents in colleges and universities. No bet. No bet. Zhang Yang nodded seriously. I want to bet that a man's spit is like a nail stuck in the ground. Okay. Wang Li interrupted quickly, fearing that Bai Meng would continue to participate. You have guts. Now how are you going to prove that you are a warrior? What's your warrior badge number? I'll check the official website now. As long as I can find out, I will call the Second Warrior Guild right now and ask about the invitation. Other warrior guilds also have phone numbers. As long as they recognize you, you win. He kept talking, as if luring Zhang Yang into a trap. Zhang Yang really followed his thinking, but I have become a warrior, but I haven't registered yet. As long as I want to register, I just need to give the Second Warrior Guild a call, and they will come and pick me up in person. Haha, Wang Li laughed. Do you know that even the top talented elites in colleges and universities cannot be admitted? You are such a boaster. Okay, now you fulfill the bet. Kneel down and call me Daddy. Zhang Yang looked at me like an idiot and said slowly, Why are you so anxious? How can you confirm that what I said is false when I haven't even called you yet? Wang Li was confused. Bai Meng was also confused. The former was because he found Zhang Yang too jumpy. It's called a clown, but sometimes it seems real. It made him unable to tell what was true and what was false. The latter is because she thinks Zhang Yang is talking nonsense. But how? Some of them actually look real? But it can't be true. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Yang said about the Tsanghu beast. Could it be that, during this trip, Zhang Yang met a senior from the Second Warrior Guild? So the senior and Zhang Yang get along very well, and they are the opposite sex? If that were the case, then it all made sense. There are many people who have the ability to kill a Tsanghu beast. She has seen several of them around her father. It is not impossible to then give Zhang Yang some money and let him come back to Tree Bai's mother. And now, Zhang Yang wants to call that person for help. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed possible, and she felt uncomfortable for a moment. Zhang Yang ignored the two people who were thinking nonsense. At this moment, he had already taken out his cell phone and called Xiao Zhao. "Hello, Mr. Zhang? I finally got your call. Is there anything I can help you with?" The other party chuckled, and his voice was surprisingly damn sweet. I need to go to your union to register as a warrior, but I hope to feel your sincerity. Can you come to me now?" After a brief silence, a shy voice was heard from the other side. "What sincerity do you want? Don't go too far." Zhang Yang was stunned, and his face turned red instantly. He didn't expect Xiao Zhao to make such a joke. "Anyway, I'm at the first hospital in the city center. Come quickly." He hung up the phone and coughed awkwardly. He clearly saw that when Xiao Zhao was joking, Bai Meng suddenly looked at him. Bai Meng was standing aside angrily at this time, her hands clenched into fists, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes, which was no less than Zhang Yang's. "Zhang Yang, don't think you can get away with it by hiring a few actors. Martial artists at a higher level can identify martial artists at a lower level. Don't try to play tricks." He looked at Zhang Yang and sneered. That's right. He couldn't see any depth in Zhang Yang, which only proved that Zhang Yang was an ordinary person. He was obviously an ordinary person, and he pretended to be so convincing just now. If he wasn't a level 6 warrior, he would have been fooled. That's right, to be a level 6 warrior at his age is 1 in 1,000. Therefore, he is highly valued in the Second Warrior Guild and has some status. He was sure that Zhang Yang was not a warrior, and he was also sure that he had never heard of this matter in the Second Warrior Guild, so he was 100% confident that Zhang Yang was pretending. And so, the three of them waited quietly in the corridor. Time flies and 10 minutes have passed. "Zhang Yang, your actors haven't arrived yet? Is it because it's hard to find extras?" "Bum li snarat. We'll be there soon." Zhang Yang looked at the time and answered. Xiao Zhao had sent him a message a long time ago, telling him the approximate time. It should be almost time. Almost as soon as he finished answering, the sound of an elevator arriving at a floor was heard in the distance. Bite. The clear sound made several people subconsciously move their eyes, and the atmosphere started to get nervous. Chapter 21, Guild Heiress. The three of them stared at the end of the corridor. Wang Li had been observing Zhang Yang's expression. Seeing that he looked confident, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that? No, absolutely impossible. Why would the Warrior Guild come to my door and invite me? It must have been something I thought of. He comforted himself and sneered. "Zhang Yang, I want to see how this scene plays out." Just as Wang Li finished his words, a woman with an excellent figure appeared. Although she was wearing loose, casual clothes, her perfect figure could still be vaguely seen. Xiao Zhao entered the corridor and looked around. In an instant, he saw Zhang Yang and others, and then he showed an extremely excited smile. "Mr. Zhang." She waved her hand and quickly came to Zhang Yang and grabbed his hand. She was just as excited as last time, and it seemed like she wanted to eat Zhang Yang. "You finally contacted me. On behalf of the Second Warrior Guild, I promise you now that I will give you the most generous and sincere treatment. Once you become a registered warrior of our Warrior Guild, you will be directly appointed as the reserve captain." Xiao Zhao held him with both hands while speaking, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her whole body moved closer and closer. Zhang Yang could even smell the perfume on the other person and was a little at a loss for a moment. Even though he had experienced life and death, he was ultimately just a young man full of vigor and vitality. Is this sister the representative of the Warrior Guild? I didn't expect that what Brother Yang said was true. You can actually come here to register as a warrior. Bai Meng suddenly came in, standing between the two of them, with a bright smile on her face. But Zhang Yang always felt a little chilly from this smile. Xiao Zhao looked Bai Meng up and down, then looked at Zhang Yang's embarrassed expression, and understood something in an instant. She also coughed awkwardly, and then said seriously, "Of course not. Mr. Zhang is a special person." She took out a badge from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. This badge was very special. There were crossed swords on the back and a black shadow in front. This is a warrior badge. Although warrior badges come in many different forms, most of them look like this, with a weapon on the back and a dark figure ready to fight in the front. Congratulations, Emir Zhang Yang. From today on, you're a member of our warrior guild. After that, you only need to register with the warrior guild, and you can directly receive the warrior guild's monthly benefits. Zhang Yang took the badge with a complicated expression. He had not expected to become a warrior so quickly the day he dropped out of school, which even made him feel a little unreal. Just at this moment, applause broke out. Wang Li looked at the three people sarcastically and clapped his hands slowly. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. What an inspiring rendition. What a real invitation. He had a smile on his face, but it soon turned cold again and his voice was filled with anger. Zhang Yang, do you think I'm an idiot? You told me she was from the Second Warrior Guild. How come I've never seen her before? I've seen too many registrations in the Second Warrior Guild, but I've never seen a registration like this. When hiring an actor, why not find one that looks more like him? How dare you hire a supporting actor who is so common? Zhang Yang frowned. He had personally seen Xiao Zhao walk out of the reception desk of the Second Warrior Guild, so there was no doubt that he was there, as there were many staff members there at the time. Before he could speak, Xiao Zhao stood up. Are you also from the Second Warrior Guild? Since you are from the Second Warrior Guild, you should know the Second Guild's emblem. This thing is never fake. As for why you haven't seen this kind of service, maybe it's because you're not qualified enough. I'm Hao Zhao Zhao, the person in charge of direct invitations. I only invite potential talents who are qualified to become grandmasters or above. She said it very clearly, but Wang Li obviously didn't believe it and took out his cell phone. Pack, pretend again. I will call the Second Warrior Guild right now and have them investigate you thoroughly. Hao Zhao Zhao, if you're not a member of the Second Warrior Guild, then you'll be punished by the guild. And Zhang Yang, do you know what the consequences are of pretending to be a member of the Warrior Guild? You will all suffer the consequences. He said this without waiting for anyone to speak. He just dialed the number and turned on the speakerphone. As the phone rang, everyone fell silent tacitly. Bai Meng nervously pulled Zhang Yang's clothes and whispered, Brother Yang, are you really a warrior now? Is this woman trustworthy? She is very nervous now. If Zhang Yang really became a warrior, she would naturally be happier than anyone else. Only, is this really possible? After the conversation between Hao Zhao Zhao and Zhang Yang just now, she always thought that Hao Zhao Zhao was a good figure in the Warrior Guild, and he helped Zhang Yang because of his beauty. But now it seems she is a little unreliable. Don't worry. Zhang Yang gestured to her to be at ease. The call was finally connected at this time. Hello, this is the Second Warrior Guild in this city. How can I help you? A polite question came from the other end of the phone, which made Wang Li's mouth curl up involuntarily. Because he knew the person who answered the phone. Although they were not very familiar with this girl, they always greeted each other when they met in the guild, so there was absolutely no possibility of any problems. I am Wang Li, a warrior from the guild. I want to check and report someone who is impersonating the guild. Impersonation? The voice on the other end of the phone immediately became serious. Impersonating a guild member is a very serious matter. If it is true, I hope Mr. Wang Li will cooperate with me. The guild will be responsible for any casualties. No problem. I will naturally cooperate. The smile on Wang Li's face became more ferocious and complacent, and he stared at Zhang Yang and Hao Zhao Zhao. Now, these two people are his prey. However, facing this guy's naked gaze, both of them remained calm. Zhang Yang looked like he was enjoying the show, which made Wang Li angry. Oh shit, I'll let you pretend. Let me make you cry now. Hello, I have a woman named Hao Zhao Zhao here pretending to be a guild member. She claimed to be a direct recruit of the guild, and even forged our guild's emblem to recruit people privately. It was obviously a cheap scam, but I called to confirm just in case. As he said this, he began to approach Zhang Yang and Hao Zhao Zhao. He kept moving his body, and there were crackling sounds. Zhang Yang, even if Xiao Ming protects you this time, you can't escape. The Warrior Guild's sanctions are decided. Even if I don't punish you today, you can't escape. He was like a strange beast ready to explode, and it looked like he would attack any moment. But at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the phone. Hao Zhao, Wang Li, that's the guild president's daughter. Chapter 22, Hope of Getting Treatment. Mr. Wang Li, have you met Miss Hao Zhao Zhao? The corridor was suddenly silent. Dead silence. Wang Li, who was about to take action, looked stunned and shocked. What did you say? The president's daughter? Yes, there are indeed quotas for direct recruitment, but ordinary members of our guild do not have this qualification. Only the immediate family members of the president have this qualification. Wang Li was dumbfounded. He stood there, his head buzzing. That is to say, how Zhao Zhao didn't pretend to be someone else? What do you mean by impersonation? She is the president's daughter, so she has the right to recruit directly. Mr. Wang Li, as a member of the guild, please fully cooperate with the president's daughter to complete her mission when you meet her. Is there anything else you want to do? No more? Thank you. Wang Li hung up the phone, his expression uglier than if he had eaten shit. He never dreamed that Zhang Yang could climb to such a high position. He gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Yang. If looks could kill, he would have done it. Zhang Yang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hao Zhao Zhao had such a high status and position. Feeling the changes in the gazes of several people, Hao Zhao Zhao playfully covered his smooth forehead. Well, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in the end I was questioned. Forget it. I'm going to stop pretending. I'm going to show my cards. I'm the guild's daughter. Zhang Yang had a strange expression. No wonder Hao Zhao Zhao was so active in trying to get him to join the guild. Feelings are his family's property. No, this is impossible. Zhang Yang, how could you be directly admitted? You are obviously just a useless dropout. Wang Li shook his head frantically, unwilling to admit what was happening in front of him. He didn't understand. How could a good-for-nothing who dropped out of school and worked part-time suddenly become the genius in the eyes of the guild's daughter? And was directly recruited. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A good-for-nothing who dropped out of school? Hao Zhao Zhao was stunned. Wang Li, you're a member of the guild, right? I've heard of your name before, and you have great potential. But why is your character so bad? Can't you stand others being better than you? Zhang Yang led a team and killed a Sanghu beast all by himself. Can you do it? Her words went off like a bomb. Wang Li looked at Zhang Yang in shock, with an expression of disbelief. Sang tiger beast? Hey, how is it possible? Is he really a warrior, and does he really have that ability? After a brief shock, he seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted at Bai Meng, who was also shocked. Xiao Meng, didn't Zhang Yang just drop out of school a few days ago? Wasn't he always at the bottom of the class before? Yes, you absolutely know that he can't be a warrior. White Dream. Bai Meng was also a little confused at this time. Brother Yang, did you really do it? You really became a warrior? Really killed its Sanghu beast? Zhang Yang showed a helpless smile, and after a brief silence of a few seconds, he nodded slightly. Ever since I dropped out of school, I haven't given up on improving my chi and blood. After I saw the strange beast that day, I don't know why my chi and blood surged, and I became a warrior. Impossible. All these are just excuses. Wang Li interrupted Zhang Yang again, and this time he actually rushed over. You are just pretending here by relying on Miss Hao's relationship. You want to humiliate me in front of Xiao Meng, right? You are looking for death. Wang Li finally couldn't help but take action. He had to teach Zhang Yang a lesson to make him feel better. Zhang Yang is a guy who has difficulty raising medical expenses, but he is outshined by him in every way. He must not be let off. As a 6th-level warrior, his reaction was extremely fast. Before the two girls could react, he was only 1 or 2 steps away from Zhang Yang. He even raised his fist and smashed it towards Zhang Yang's face. He must smash this pretty boy's face today. He could already imagine Zhang Yang's miserable appearance with blood all over his face. But, bang, a faster fist hit his face, and with a huge force he flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yang shook the blood from his nose off his fist, his face expressionless. Wang Li tried hard to get up from the ground, but he felt dizzy and failed several times. High-level warrior. He looked at Zhang Yang in shock, as if struck by lightning. The so-called high-level warriors are warriors above level 7. By the same token, a level 7 warrior is also called a high-level warrior. Because no matter which realm you are in, there will be a leap forward after level 7. Zhang Yang looked down at him with a cold expression. What else? Wang Li, you have to admit defeat and fulfill your promise. Wang Li shuddered and looked a little ugly. What bet? What do you think? Zhang Yang's expression suddenly turned cold, and he slowly approached him. I have no other choice. I don't even have access to the medicine to treat your mother. Not only me, but even the warrior guild may not have access to it. I'll give you the medical expenses. I'll give it to you. Wang Li shouted when he saw him approaching. He is scared. He was really scared. Zhang Yang's eyes were so scary, just like a wild beast. Those were definitely murderous eyes. Zhang Yang felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw that he didn't seem to be talking. This damn thing actually lied to him. Who wants your filthy money? Roll. Get out of here now, and don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Wang Li was scolded so much that his face kept changing. But he knew that he was no match for Zhang Yang, and finally prepared to leave in disgrace. However, at the end of the corridor, he turned back and glared at Zhang Yang fiercely with a cold look in his eyes. Zhang Yang didn't see this scene, and it wouldn't matter even if he did. Since he dared to take action, he was not afraid of retaliation or threats from others. Now that he has a golden finger, he no longer has to worry about lack of power and resources. Only, I'm afraid I'll need to ask the Warrior Guild for the resources to save my mother. Thinking of this, he looked up at Hao Zhao Zhao, only to find that the other party was also staring at him. Hao Zhao Zhao was shocked. Although she had some guesses because of the incident with the Tsanghu beast, she estimated that Zhang Yang was only at a level of 3 to 5. But no one expected that Zhang Yang was actually a high-level warrior. Zhang Yang didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that I underestimated you. I originally wanted to let you join the guild to hone your skills, but now it seems like you can just lead the newbies to hunt exotic beasts. She paused and said excitedly, "How about this? To express my welcome to you, I can apply for some special benefits from the guild. Do you have a friend who is injured in the inpatient department? The guild is willing to help you pay for the treatment." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Mother is saved. Chapter 23. Officially join the Warrior Guild. In the intensive care unit, Father Zhang carefully placed a cup of water next to Hao Zhao Zhao, and then stepped aside. He looked with complicated eyes at Zhang Yang, who was standing there and whispering something with Hao Zhao Zhao, appearing particularly nervous. Uncle Zhang, don't be too nervous. Brother Yang is a warrior now, and he will definitely cure Aunt's illness. Bai Meng calmed him down with a beautiful smile. Father Zhang sat in his seat, looking a little dazed. He still hasn't recovered from the shock. Zhang Yang, how did you become a warrior? Xiao Meng, Uncle wants to ask you for help with something. Bai Meng's gaze was on Zhang Yang and Hao Zhao Zhao at this time. The two of them were too close to each other, which made her a little unhappy. She was slightly stunned when she heard what Zhang's father said. Uncle, you say? Xiao Meng. Zhang Yang heard Bai Meng and his father whispering something not far away, but he didn't want to go in because Auntie's condition requires a very advanced medicine. Each ingredient is something that can only be found by chance. The Warrior Guild can provide you with clues and channels, but if you really want to obtain it, you can only rely on yourself. There happens to be a mission out of the city tomorrow. There's a medicinal herb called blood and flesh flower at that location. It can be used to make a potion to treat Auntie. Do you want to give it a try? Zhang Yang nodded with a serious expression. Go. But Zhang Yang, I have to tell you in advance that I only said it might appear. You can't blame me if you can't find it. And there may be martial artist level beasts there. I can arrange a team with martial artists for you. But this trip is still very dangerous, as you should know. Don't worry. I'll report to the Second Warrior Guild tomorrow morning. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Hao Zhao Zhao is gone. Zhang's father stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Son, what does your guild say? Mom's condition is a bit complicated and may take some time, but don't worry. I am a warrior now and can handle the problem. You just stay with Mom, and I will figure out the money issue. Father Zhang wanted to say something, but after hesitation, he nodded. You're grown up now. Just make your own decisions. Don't force yourself. As he spoke, he groped under the bed and pulled out 2 pairs of insoles. Your mother bought this for you when something happened to her. She knows that you young people usually prefer elegance to temperature, so she prepared this for you, as the weather is getting cold. Zhang Yang looked at the woman lying on the bed and felt uncomfortable. He gave the remaining money to Zhang's father, and then walked out of the ward under Bai Meng's gaze. Brother Yang, how long have you and her known each other? As soon as he went out, Bai Meng looked at him pitifully, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Yang didn't react for a moment. She? Who is she? Hao Zhao Zhao, are you two in love? It turns out that young boys who have just entered society can't resist the temptation of mature women. Zhang Yang blushed. What are you talking about? I just met her today. We are just acquaintances. Even if I join the Warrior Guild tomorrow, I'll just be a colleague at best. You must be in a relationship with her. Otherwise, how could you become a high-level warrior so quickly? Bai Meng had a look of disbelief on his face and became angrier and angrier as he spoke. Zhang Yang didn't know how to answer. Indeed, it was incredible that he directly became a 7th-level warrior. Brother Yang, Actually, I can also help you become a warrior. I can. Bai Meng suddenly became serious and even raised his little hand as if to swear. Zhang Yang couldn't help laughing. I believe you, but I just met her, and I didn't become a warrior with her help. Real. Real. Bai Meng saw that he didn't seem to be joking, so she smiled again. But she immediately frowned again. Brother Yang, you have to be careful of Wang Li. Wang Li's family seems to be in the warrior weapons business, and they have a wide network of contacts. Although not as good as the Warrior Guild, it's not far behind. He is so vindictive, I don't like him at all. If my dad didn't have connections with his family, I wouldn't even bother to look at him. Zhang Yang was silent. It wasn't because of Wang Li's matter, but because of Bai's father's matter. Whenever I think about how I almost died in their last time, I feel so angry. But when he thought about the help Bai Meng had given to him and his mother, he felt a little overwhelmed. Brother Yang, don't worry. I know he and you are in the same guild now. I will find a way to stop him from bothering you. It's getting late. I should go back now. I won't accompany you and Uncle anymore. She slowly stood up and seemed to suddenly remember something, and continued. By the way, our class will be participating in a practical training course these days. The teacher will take us to the edge of the city ruins to watch the hunting of exotic beasts with our own eyes. Who knows? We might even meet each other. Those people looked down on you so much back then. I wonder what their expressions were like when they saw you. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned and fell into a brief memory. Because he had very poor talent during his school years, he was disliked by all the teachers. In addition, with the presence of a beauty like Bai Meng by his side, he attracts even more attention. He is one of the most famous students in the school and is known as the loser brother. He dropped out of school, partly because he really did not have the potential and talent to become a warrior, and partly because of the verbal violence of these people. After all, no one can stand hearing others talking about them every day, and the words are so harsh. It is basically a form of cyber violence. He smiled slightly and said with relief, in the eyes of warriors, there are no ordinary people. What they say has nothing to do with me. Bai Meng nodded, not quite understanding. The two didn't say anything more. After a simple goodbye, Zhang Yang went back to take care of his mother. My father hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days, and he needs a replacement. At night, Hao Zhao pulled him into a group chat. There were 7 people in the group chat, including him, and 5 more people excluding him and Hao Zhao. The itinerary for tomorrow was posted in the group, and everyone in the group was told that, except for Hao Zhao, they were a team. They hoped that they could familiarize themselves with each other in advance, so that they could complete the task smoothly tomorrow. The location of the mission is District 13. The area outside the city where strange beasts move around is divided into 39 areas, and Area 13 is one of them. Just when I was preparing to take a closer look at the specific situation in District 13 and make early plans, his FAXN notification sounded again, and he found that the sender was Bai Meng. This kind of information is a pop-up function, so Zhang Yang can see part of the content she sent in an instant. The words written on the content instantly caught his attention. Brother Yang, it's District 13. Chapter 24 team members. Is it such a coincidence? Zhang Yang subconsciously clicked on the message and felt helpless after seeing the full content. Bai Meng, Brother Yang, District 13, our practical class is scheduled for District 13. We will all go to District 13 at a fixed time in the next week. I wonder if I can run into you. Zhang Yang didn't expect that they would actually meet each other. There are such coincidences in the world. This moment reminded him of some bad things that happened during his time in school, but he quickly put them aside. He is already a warrior and has no intention of getting entangled in the grudges in school. People should look forward, look far, and look high. However, he still managed to open a Feishan group, and the note on it was Senior Year 3, Class 1. The chat history was scrolling inside. Zhang Yang just wanted to take a look and actually saw his own name. The head teacher at everyone. Everyone should be well prepared for protection tomorrow, and everyone should not be late. Especially students with weaker blood and chi. Please be careful and don't act on your own. Haha, Dachuan, did you hear that? You must prepare well and don't fall behind. I wonder if the most talented people in our class can handle a low-level monster if we really encounter one. The class beauty can. She's going to become a warrior soon. Luckily, Zhang Yang is not here. Otherwise, he would be in danger. I heard that the monsters in District 13 are still quite active, and they like weaklings who are alone. Why are you still mentioning him? He's been out of school for almost a month. Now I don't even know which factory to work in. Looking at the lines of text, Zhang Yang turned off his phone and gradually fell into a dream. Early the next morning, he went to the Second Warrior Guild early. The Second Warrior Guild has its own building in the city center. There are people coming and going inside, and it looks extremely luxurious. After communicating with a guide, he was immediately taken to a room. Miss Hao has something to deal with today, so she can't come and take you personally. But don't worry, Mr. Zhang. The relevant personnel have already informed you of your situation. Just go through the registration procedures normally. Your teammates will come find you later. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and pushed open the door. This is a large room of nearly 200 square meters, which is filled with many tables, chairs, benches, and some counters. The registration process was very quick, and it was completed in less than 10 minutes, and some resources and items were also provided. 5 bottles of hemostatic and healing potions, a bottle of nutritional potion to restore physical strength, and a set of soft armor. The soft armor is very finely crafted. It is pure black soft armor. It feels very textured and looks very beautiful, but he didn't feel as safe as the soft armor he got from Captain Liu last time. It seemed that the old soft armor was not an ordinary soft armor, but it was damaged. Just as he was about to leave, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. He was a man of about 23 or 24 years old, with a buzz cut and some inexplicable tattoos on his arms. Boy, hand over your potions and soft armor, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yang frowned. He glanced around subconsciously and found that everyone around him was avoiding him. It seemed that this was not the first time such a thing happened here. When a man saw that Zhang Yang didn't say anything, a hint of impatience appeared between his brows. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his face changed. Bang! He collided fists with Zhang Yang and took 3 or 4 steps back. Your grandma. So cruel. He swung his painful fists wildly, unable to hold back his complaints, but heard a low whistling roar. He subconsciously raised his head and saw the fist getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Yang's punch was extremely powerful and obviously not an ordinary punch. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he used martial arts, and not ordinary martial arts. There was a sudden burst of exclamations from all around, with expressions of both admiration and fear. If this punch came down, the man would be seriously injured even if he caught it, because Zhang Yang obviously did not hold back. Bang! A big hand firmly caught Zhang Yang's fist and pressed him down on the spot. The hand didn't even tremble. Zhang Yang's face changed, and he subconsciously wanted to pull his hand away, but was held tightly by the other party's iron-like hand. He was a sturdy man about 1.9 meters tall, with an untidy beard, looking like a sloppy old man who had no family. You're Zhang Yang, right? This kid is a ruthless master. He is indeed not an ordinary person. My name is Zhou Faken, and I'm your captain. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, and only after he felt that the other party did not seem to be lying did he release his strength. This is Tianyi. You can just call him Xiaoyi. If you insist on testing me, you deserve the beating. Zhou Faken pointed at the yellow-haired man with a mocking look on his face. Tianyi coughed awkwardly, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. If I had known you were so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have fought you. Zhang Yang put away his hostility, but kept thinking about the opponent's strength just now. He had already tried his best, but Zhou Faken was still able to block it with ease. It seems that the gap between a martial artist and a warrior is not small. Does he have a chance to kill a strange beast at the martial artist level? He considered this issue very seriously, because he wanted to advance his LV3 ability, and the condition for achieving this ability was to kill a monster of a higher level. The ability to advance is the ability to obtain the blood of exotic beasts. You must know that the reason why exotic beasts have strong physical abilities is that their blood is so strange. The species of exotic beasts he had encountered before were not very strong, so humans were stronger than exotic beasts at the same level, but this was only limited to low levels. Once the exotic beast level reached a martial artist or above, it would only be stronger than human warriors. Like lightning and thunder. Like the energy that moves mountains. Such as toxins. If he could obtain the blood power of the exotic beast, he would become truly invincible in the same realm. Hunting ability can double my combat power when fighting against strange beasts. If I reach level 10 as a warrior, I might be able to fight. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the 2 people who were talking to him. The 2 looked at each other and called out several times before Zhang Yang reacted. Zhou Faken looked at the young man in front of him with a headache. His intuition told him that Zhang Yang in front of him might be a difficult guy. Zhang Yang, I heard that your main purpose of this mission is to find something, right? Yes, I really need it. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, I know, but I want to tell you in advance that our team's mission is mainly to hunt exotic beasts. So, there won't be anyone to go with you to look for it. Do you understand? It's okay. I'll handle it myself and won't delay your trip. Good. In that case, let's set off now. Chapter 25, Warrior Guild Representative. District 13. As an area where exotic beasts are active and bordering the city's safe area. This area is somewhat different from other areas. Most of the other areas where alien beasts are active and border the safe areas of the city are very short, and the realms of the alien beasts active there are relatively average and relatively low. District 13 is also relatively low level, but occasionally there are some exotic beasts at the martial artist level, and there are also quite a few exotic beasts at the higher martial artist level. The area here is farther and the environment is more complex. Relatively speaking, it is a more challenging place for those warriors who have already surpassed level 4. At this time, a modified van was driving slowly on the road. There were 6 people in total in the van. 4 boys and 2 girls. A girl with a high ponytail suddenly spoke up, her voice somewhat serious. In another hour's journey, we will completely enter the area where the exotic beasts are active. There will be teachers from colleges and universities in the city leading the team to have a brief conversation with us. If possible, it would be best to help them kill the alien beast once before leaving. As she spoke, she looked towards Zhang Yang in the corner. Zhang Yang, did you hear that? What? Zhang Yang looked at Tian Tian. That's right, the girl in front of me is called Tian Tian, and she was the one who was talking about the itinerary and mission throughout the journey. But he really couldn't understand. He was supposed to go hunt exotic beasts, but he had to do this kind of work for others for free. Tian Tian was just like her name. Although she was not outstanding in appearance, she was a sweet girl. When she heard his question, she immediately responded, because we want to build up a good reputation for our guild. Over the years, our warrior's second guild has been suppressed by the first guild and is increasingly unable to raise its head. Only by continuously absorbing talents from colleges and universities can our second guild have a chance to turn things around. That's not right. Talented people don't necessarily appear in colleges and universities. For example, Zhang Yang dropped out of school to become a warrior. Tian Yi suddenly interrupted. That's a low probability event. Anyway, this is the arrangement and you have to obey. Especially Zhang Yang, you are a newcomer, so you must cooperate with the team's actions in order to integrate into the team faster. Today you must lead the team to help those classes kill a strange beast, and if possible, hook up with a few schoolgirls. You look good. I believe you have the ability. There was laughter in the car. Zhang Yang looked helpless, but couldn't help muttering in his heart. It can't be a coincidence that I was assigned to Class 3 of Grade 1 by accident, right? No. I heard that there are several schools and so many classes. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? He stopped talking nonsense and chose to close his eyes and rest. The car bumped along the road for a while, and it wasn't known how long it took before it finally started to stabilize. The car door was opened, and he could already hear the noise outside that was only heard in the school playground. We are in charge of the senior year of the number 1 middle school in the city. There are 8 classes in the senior year. The captain and I will each lead 2 classes, and the rest of the people will each lead 1 class. Zhang Yang, you lead the first group, and the rest will follow suit. Zhang Yang, who had just got off the car, heard Tian Tian's voice. He held his forehead helplessly. He really didn't want to go back to that class to fill the cup, but now it seems that he has to fill this cup whether he wants or not. I just wonder what expressions those teachers and classmates who once taught him would have when they see him. It's all about time. Let's gather back together in 2 hours. No one is allowed to be late. Tian Tian spoke again, and then everyone dispersed. Zhang Yang identified the direction and walked towards the number 1 middle school in the city. Only then did he realize how lively this place was. Students from various schools gathered together and planned out an area. The classes in the school are divided into different parts and occupy different positions. Most of these students looked excited and eager to try. They chatted with each other and looked at the dense forest in the distance, where they could vaguely see the shadows of some strange beasts. However, there were too many humans here, and those in the first realm did not dare to come out at will. They could only hide in the forest and the ruins in the distance. Suddenly, he stopped and looked toward a certain location. Oh shit, you big fool. I asked you to take out all the money in the house, and you only took out this little to send away a beggar? I saw a fat boy and a few others beating and kicking a curly-haired classmate. Chuhu. He is the bully in their class. He has good physical fitness and is always among the top 3 in the class in chi and blood tests. It is said that he has many brothers under him. Not only is he a bully in the class, he is also well known in the school. He had been in trouble many times and had even been sent to the infirmary twice. Later, because Bai Meng was quite skilled and had always taken good care of him, this guy began to change his strategy and brought people to ridicule him all day long. All in all, in this guy's eyes, he is someone who can be bullied at any time when he is in a bad mood. The classmate who was beaten by him was named Dachuan. He was a little stupid, so he was always bullied. Unexpectedly, after he left, these people focused all their firepower on Dachuan. He sighed and walked forward slowly. At this moment, Dachuan's face was covered in blood. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that I won't be able to go along and watch the hunting of animals. But even so, Chu had no intention of letting him go, and his fists became more and more fierce. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The surroundings seemed to have quieted down. He shuddered, and his first reaction was that the teacher had arrived. He quickly stood up and looked around, and found that everyone around was looking at them, which made him even more terrified. But where's the teacher? He didn't see the teacher, but he saw a familiar figure. When he saw the familiar face, he was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes quickly, and confirmed several times before calling out a name with a strange expression. Zhang Yang. It was indeed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was standing a few steps away from him, watching them quietly. I'll only say this once. You can go now. Chu was originally full of questions, wondering why Zhang Yang appeared here, but when he heard his words, he immediately hesitated. What the hell did you say? Say it again to me. I was wondering why you didn't study anymore. Turns out you transferred to another school. That's right. He thought Zhang Yang had transferred to another school because he was standing in front of the team from another school. My original intention was to prevent other students from telling tales, but I didn't expect to run into Zhang Yang here. He rolled up his sleeves and motioned the people around him to follow him, and approached Zhang Yang step by step. The men and women who saw this scene, not far away, shook their heads and sighed, as if they were sighing for Zhang Yang. After all, those guys looked ferocious and looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. On the contrary, Zhang Yang looked handsome and was completely on a different level. At this moment, someone in the crowd, watching the excitement, suddenly said something. Am I dazzled? That kid seems to be wearing a warrior badge. Chapter 26. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The smiles of the men and women who were originally watching the fun froze, and they quickly looked over. When they looked carefully, they found that there was indeed a warrior badge on Zhang Yang's chest. Such a young warrior. Am I seeing things? He is about the same age as us. Yes, I read that correctly. Damn it, this guy actually dared to attack a warrior. These people were still some distance away from Chu Hu and his companions, and since they were not discussing loudly, Chu Hu and his companions could not hear clearly what they were saying. Chu Hu is very angry now. He has wanted to deal with Zhang Yang for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now that Zhang Yang has transferred to another school, it means that no one can protect him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but he never expected it to come true today. I don't think Bai Meng is by your side. Who else can save you? Be prepared to bear my long-accumulated anger. Brothers, fight to the death. As long as you survive, I will take the responsibility if anything goes wrong. He waved his hand to signal his followers to take action, and several people rushed forward to surround Zhang Yang. The male student who was in the lead was also in the same class as Zhang Yang. Whenever Chu Hu caused trouble, this guy was always the first to rush forward, and he would kill him every time. It was estimated that Dachuan's head was also injured by this guy just now. If it were at school, Zhang Yang would definitely have run away at this time. It's not that he was afraid, but a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. After all, his energy and blood were relatively low, and he was no match for these people. But this time it was different. He stood there motionless, watching the leader rush up. The other party was also a little confused, wondering how Zhang Yang could be so tough after transferring to another school. While thinking, he saw the warrior badge on Zhang Yang's chest, and his eyes widened instantly. He suddenly stood still, looking at Zhang Yang with a pale face, unable to say anything for a moment. The few people who followed behind were ready to take action, but when they saw him suddenly standing there, they were immediately confused. They stood together, looking at their pale-faced classmate blankly, with a look of confusion on their faces. What's wrong? Why did you stop suddenly? The man pointed at Zhang Yang with a trembling finger and said in a fearful voice, Chest. Chest, look at his chest. The other few people looked at him in confusion, wondering what was wrong with his chest. It's only been a few days since I last saw Zhang Yang. How could he be so scared? But when they all saw the warrior badge on Zhang Yang's chest, they were stunned. One of them even rubbed his eyes desperately to make sure he was not having presbyopia. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For 6 or 7 seconds, the three people stood there without moving. Of course, he didn't say a word. They stood there numbly, feeling Zhang Yang's cold eyes and ears, their scalps tingling. Are you guys fucking killing people? Why are you just standing there when I told you to take action? Chu became immediately angry when he saw that several people did not take action. He walked up to a few people angrily, only to find that their faces looked strange, as if, I am scared. Fear? What are you afraid of? There is only Zhang Yang here. Are you afraid of Zhang Yang? Ridiculous. What is there for Zhang Yang to be afraid of? He is a useless person with substandard energy and blood, the last in the whole school. Zhang Yang. No. Zhang the warrior. Zhang warrior. We were bewildered for a moment. Please forgive us and don't take it personally. Finally, several students couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts and spoke tremblingly. They looked at Zhang Yang with pleading eyes and smiles that were uglier than crying. Warrior. That's a warrior. Or come and lead the team. Not to mention that they will suffer the consequences of offending warriors. The school will not forgive them. Is there any school that doesn't want to be on good terms with a warrior guild? If the school knew that they had offended a warrior from an organization, the school would be furious. Plus, they usually got into a lot of trouble, so it was very likely that they would be expelled directly. What? What the hell are you guys talking about? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Can he be a warrior? If he were a warrior, I would be his father. Chu laughed at first, but he couldn't laugh halfway through. Because he also saw the warrior badge on Zhang Yang's chest, it was absolutely real and definitely not fake. Warrior. He stared at the warrior badge on Zhang Yang's chest and couldn't say the next sentence for a long time. Chu's expression kept changing and he looked very emotional. There was fear, panic, and more of disbelief, which eventually turned into a joke. Zhang Yang, are you mentally retarded? Do you really think that you can become a true warrior just by finding a badge that looks real? Let me guess. You're not taking this opportunity to make a fake badge in order to show off in front of your former classmates because you're still upset about what happened in your previous school after transferring to that school. Seeing how wise this guy was, Zhang Yang really wanted to praise him for being so smart. I'm not pretending, I'm a warrior. And it's really unfortunate that the class I'm going to is the same class as before. Hearing this, Chu laughed again. Looking at his expression, it was as if he had guessed everything. As expected, a waste like you is waste wherever you go. I'm going to beat you up right now and then hand you over to the Warrior Guild for punishment. Who knows, if the Warrior Guild is happy, they might make an exception and accept me directly into the guild. He said without further ado, raised his fist, and hit Zhang Yang hard in the chest. But in Zhang Yang's opinion, this punch was really weak. Bang! He just swung his hand lightly and easily blocked the opponent's fist, then slapped the opponent hard in the face. The slap was so loud and crisp that the red palm print was also imprinted on the other person's face, and even, my teeth. Give me back my teeth. He wanted to attack again, but was kicked to the ground by Zhang Yang. The kick was not light, and it made Chu lie on the ground, screaming in pain. The other students who did not take action were trembling all over, with fear on their faces. Even if you're like this, you're still not a warrior? Whichever idiot wants to question it, whoever idiot wants to question it, these few people will never question it. Take them back to the classroom. Zhang Yang looked at Chu, who could no longer get up, and spoke coldly to several male classmates. Several people looked at each other, hurriedly picked up Chu and Dachuan, and followed Zhang Yang towards the classroom. As they walked, they buried Zhang Yang secretly. They all knew that this time when they returned, Class 1 of Grade 3 would completely explode. Zhang Yang, become a warrior. Chapter 27, Feeling Proud. Class 1, Grade 3. The students were chattering at this time. The head teacher was a fat man with a bloated body. He wore black plastic-rimmed glasses and had a frown on his face. The warriors who were scheduled to lead the teams of other classes had all arrived, except their class. He had never encountered such a situation before. You must know that normally no matter how the assignment is made, Class 1 should be the one that the leading warrior faces. He hesitated for a moment and called Tion Tion from the Second Warrior Guild. Hello. I want to ask why our leader from the Warrior Guild hasn't arrived yet. Oh, okay. Then I'll wait patiently for a while. What's your name? What's your name? He suddenly asked in surprise. Sang Yang. Is there any problem? Tion Tion's impatient voice came from the phone. No, nothing. After hanging up the phone, a layer of sweat appeared on Teacher Chen's forehead. It's just a coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. How can that kid become a warrior? He is nothing but a waste. That's right. His first reaction when he heard this name was Zhang Yang, who had just dropped out of school not long ago. He has been quite sarcastic about this school. He even advised Zhang Yang to drop out of school many times because if Zhang Yang stayed in his class, it would definitely affect the graduation rate of his class. When he successfully persuaded Zhang Yang to quit, he couldn't help but have a drink in the evening to celebrate. Teacher Li, why hasn't the leader of our class arrived yet? That's right. I saw that some classes have already started preparing to hunt exotic beasts. Yes, my sword is thirsty. Don't worry, students. I have just contacted the Warrior Guild. They said that the leader of the team will be back soon. He calmed everyone down and forced a smile. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard someone in his class utter a sound of surprise. That person seems to be Zhang Yang. This question actually caused a burst of laughter. Sang Yang. Zhang Yang dropped out of school a long time ago. How come he is here? Yes, they're making money in the factory now. Why would they waste so much time here? That's right, are you dazzled? Director Li was already sweating profusely. If the same name is just a coincidence, then it is hard to say whether someone saw Zhang Yang here. Really, it's right there. Everyone looked in the direction the girl pointed and found that there were indeed a few people walking towards them from a long distance. The figure in the front really looked a bit like Zhang Yang, but the distance was too far to see clearly. Everyone, stop discussing this nonsense. Classmates should be friendly with each other. Zhang Yang has already dropped out of school, so we shouldn't discuss it casually. He spoke quickly, his voice becoming more serious. The reason why Teacher Chen suddenly acted like this was because he saw Bai Meng's expression. Everyone in the school knows how good the relationship between Bai Meng and Zhang Yang is. He had just observed that when these people were discussing Zhang Yang, this girl had a look of dissatisfaction on her face, and when she looked at the figure in the distance, she was even looking forward to it. Could it be that? Is it really Zhang Yang? He turned his head and stared at the figures not far away, waiting for them to gradually come into his field of vision. As the faces of those dark shadows became clearer and clearer, Teacher Li's expression became more and more ugly. It's really Zhang Yang. It was really Zhang Yang who was persuaded to quit by him personally. Zhang Yang's sudden appearance made the originally noisy class quiet down instantly. Everyone stared at Zhang Yang and started talking. Why is he here? Did you run into trouble when you went out to work, so you came back? I think so. Look at our class beauty's mouth. It's almost reaching her ears. How could the class beauty, who has such good conditions, choose a loser? Faced with everyone's chattering, Teacher Li's face suddenly turned serious and he shouted, "Be quiet. Didn't you hear what I just said? Stop talking about your classmates behind their backs. Even if you're a dropout, it won't work. Have you learned all the books you've read over the years?" He seemed unusually serious, and everyone was stunned by his scolding. They rarely heard their head teacher speak so righteously and were a little confused for a moment. Weren't you the most cheerful one in the discussion when Zhang Yang was here? If I remember correctly, you once used Zhang Yang as a negative example in front of everyone. Someone in the crowd refuted Teacher Li, which made his face even uglier, and he was obviously a little embarrassed. However, it was difficult for him to refute at this time, because Zhang Yang was already very close. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to hear their discussions immediately. Zhang Yang jamais closer. But before Zhang Yang could speak, Chu Hu spoke. Teacher Li, you have to make the decision for me. I don't know what trick Zhang Yang used, but his chi and blood increase a lot, and he beat me up. Chu Hu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, standing aside and attacking Zhang Yang. That's right. Until now, he didn't think Zhang Yang was a warrior. In his mind, Zhang Yang couldn't possibly be a warrior. He must have used some means to increase his energy and blood, and then got a fake warrior badge to show off. It's not that he is stupid, but it's really hard to believe that Zhang Yang, who is someone he is relatively familiar with, suddenly rebounded from the bottom and reached an unattainable height one day. This is the case with many things in the world. As long as you don't want to believe it in your heart, no matter how much evidence is placed in front of you, it will be useless. Sangyang, I will ask your class teacher to take you to find your new class teacher. I will see how your school will punish you. Shut up, Teacher Lee suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with obvious anger, which scared the classmates. Although they often saw Teacher Lee get angry, this was the first time he got so angry. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. He looked at Teacher Lee blankly, with a look of fear on his face. The same thing happened to other students. They didn't know why the head teacher went crazy today. Under everyone's gaze, Teacher Lee coughed. Let me formally introduce you all. Zhang Yang is the representative of the Second Warrior Guild this time, and he is also the leader of our event. Everyone, give him a warm round of applause. Silence. After he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the class. Everyone looked at Zhang Yang in shock with their mouths wide open. Bai Meng was the only one standing in the team with a smile on his face, and he looked really happy. When Teacher Lee saw that no one else was clapping, he quickly took the lead in applauding. This time the students also reacted and finally started applauding. Zhang Yang listened to the warm applause and the fawning faces of the crowd, and sighed jokingly in his heart. Soon, Teacher Lee came over. Zhang Yang, oh no, Zhang Wuzhe, I knew you were not an ordinary person. The knowledge you learned in school is too shallow, and it is indeed not suitable for you. Today I saw that it was indeed the case. He smiled attentively, and then his eyes fell on Chu Hu, who was pale beside him. Chu Hu, did you contradict the leader of the team? I see you don't want to continue studying, right? Chu was so nervous that he trembled and his whole body went limp. Teacher Lee, I was wrong. Zhang Yang, I was wrong. I will never get into trouble again, and don't tell the school. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but glanced at Dachuan, who was injured beside him. With just one glance, Teacher Lee understood what Zhang Yang meant. Chu Hu, you actually beat up your classmates. You are now disqualified from the internship, and Dachuan must be sent to the ambulance for care. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me, and I will tell the principal directly. Chu Hu looked as pale as death. After doing all this, Teacher Lee looked at Zhang Yang again. Zhang Wuzhe, everyone is here, how about starting this practical training? Zhang Yang glanced at the forest in the distance and nodded slightly. Start. Chapter 28 Target, Ice and Fire Wolf Beast. Bang! In the forest, Zhang Yang flashed among the trees like lightning. The wind from his fist roared like Mount Tai. The chest of a black bear that was more than 2 meters tall collapsed instantly, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Under the shocked gazes of his classmates, he began to dissect the strange beast. So shocking. The beast that seemed extremely dangerous to them turned out to be helpless toys in front of Zhang Yang. No matter how terrifying the beast looked, Zhang Yang would lean forward and rush forward, then blow up the opponent's heart with one punch. The forest was completely silent, with only the sound of Zhang Yang silently decomposing the corpse. The majestic figure, the cold face, and the blood-spattered corpse made everyone shudder. Most people in the class have insulted Zhang Yang before, from not participating in the beginning to later treating Zhang Yang as an after-class chat. Many people have made a habit. But now, seeing that Zhang Yang has not said a word since he appeared in the class, it is really chilling. That's right, Zhang Yang didn't say a word the whole way, and was also very clean and neat when he encountered the strange beast. Brother Yang, you are so awesome. Bai Meng couldn't help but cheering on the side, his face full of excitement. Her voice seemed inferior in the silent environment, but it made Zhang Yang smile. In this class, everyone has changed, except Bai Meng's attitude towards him. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. He glanced at the time, slowly stood up and walked to Teacher Lee, his expression returning to that cold one. I killed all these strange beasts. Is it okay to attribute them to Bai Meng? I remember these were rewards, and they could be given away at will. No problem. Teacher Lee forced a smile. He was afraid of people like Zhang Yang. He hadn't mentioned the past since he came back. It was chilling to see him here as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yang didn't say any more nonsense, but simply said a few words to Bai Meng, and then left in a hurry. He's going to look for the flesh and blood flower. He was the last one to return to the car, and Tian smiled with satisfaction when she saw him come back. Very good. Zhang Yang is back too. Then I will tell you about our specific mission when we enter the activity area. The target we are hunting this time is called the Ice and Fire Wolf-Headed Beast. It is a mutated martial artist level beast with a special bloodline that can use a trace of fire and ice power. Its IQ is estimated to be around that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and its physical fitness is estimated to be at the bottom of the martial artist level, or at the maximum martial artist level. Its overall strength is probably at the level of a second or third level martial artist. If we confront it head-on, it is no match for the captain, a fourth level martial artist. When Tian said this, her face became a little serious. But the most difficult thing is that this guy seems to be leading more than a dozen alien beasts. These alien beasts are all high-level warriors and have a certain sense of unity. So, the most important thing for this mission is to never be alone and to fight together. Hearing her words, everyone looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned. I must go look for medicinal herbs. Zhang Yang, what Tian means is that if you've already entered the opponent's territory and started to act, you should not act alone anymore. Tian Yi said seriously. As long as I don't find any clues, I won't act alone. Why are you so stubborn? You are indeed quite capable, but I know this. You have only been to an area where exotic beasts are active once. You are still too inexperienced. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm going to look for it. If there are no clues, I will help you hunt the strange beasts. There was a brief silence in the car. A few people looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Tian spoke again. No problem. That's your own choice. But when we need you, you must obey orders. I promise. I will complete the tasks you assign to me. Tian didn't say anything else, and neither did the others. In silence, it gradually went deeper. I found a relatively secluded place, hid myself completely, and then started walking. This is an abandoned town with a rotten smell everywhere. Hundreds of years ago, strange beasts suddenly appeared, and many cities had already fallen. These small towns and the original city ruins are the remaining products. Almost as soon as they stepped into the town, they heard a noise coming from not far away, followed by a few roars. About 7 or 8 strange beasts ran out from the ruins, their eyes red, and they attacked quickly. They were like wild beasts that had been hungry for more than 10 days, and the only thing in their eyes was the food they saw. Zhang Yang saw with his own eyes that a black bear could have avoided the earth wall in front of it and ran towards it, but it was like a madman and crashed into it without any avoidance. With a loud bang and flying dust, it rushed over like an armored vehicle. This strange beast, even if it's not as good as the Sanghu beast, it's definitely almost as good. The target of this strange beast is none other than Zhang Yang. Feeling the pressure from the opponent, Zhang Yang clenched his fists and rushed forward. Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. When Tian saw Zhang Yang preparing to fight the black bear, she immediately shouted anxiously. But everything happened so fast that before she finished her voice, Zhang Yang had already collided with the black bear. Bang! The black bear's claws hit Zhang Yang's fist hard, and after a brief stalemate of a few seconds, it was actually repelled. That's right, it was repelled. Zhang Yang felt his arm numbing and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It works. With hunting abilities, all his abilities are doubled when he fights against strange beasts. Although he is only at the 7th level of warrior now, he can exert the power of the 8th or even 9th level. This level of skill is enough to deal with a real Sanghu beast, not to mention the black bear, which is inferior to it. The black bear was knocked back by a punch and was obviously enraged. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it let out a terrifying roar, as if all the strong winds around it were swept up. The cold wind carried the stench from its mouth. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but close them. It stinks. Why is it so stinky that it hurts my eyes? This is not just an adjective, it is a physical eye soreness. After holding on for 1 second, Zhang Yang finally couldn't hold on anymore and closed his eyes. But the moment he closed his eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He stepped back and tried to open his eyes, but found that he couldn't open them at all. But when he was stepping back, he stepped on something, his foot slipped, and he fell backwards. Zhang Yang now has only one thought in his mind, that is, Chapter 29, it's smarter than you think. Phew! The sound of flesh and blood bursting was clearly audible. Zhang Yang was covered in blood. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a black bear only 1 step away from him. It looked at Zhang Yang with unwilling eyes, and its heart and its chest had been pierced by a thick fist. Zhou Feiken put away his fist and said slowly, not all exotic beasts are like the monsters in the game, with a single attack mode. They are smarter than you think, and it is possible that the beasts at the warrior level also have special bloodlines. Zhang Yang looked a little ugly. It wasn't because he was almost killed by the strange beast this time, but because he saw clearly the gap between a martial artist and a warrior. Zhou Feiken was able to kill this black bear in seconds. From his point of view, it would be extremely difficult for him to complete the advanced task. He was pulled up by Zhou Feiken, and the roars around him gradually disappeared. Zhang Yang looked at the strange beast lying in a pool of blood not far away in astonishment, and gradually realized a problem, which was, this team is stronger than he imagined. Although the remaining strange beasts were not as good as the black bear, they were definitely able to reach the level of warriors at level 5 or 6. They were all killed in less than a minute, which really surprised Zhang Yang. Compared with Captain Lu's team, this team is like heaven and earth. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates. Only by cooperating with each other can you defeat more powerful beasts. Sometimes you may just need to call out to gain an infinite sense of security. Otherwise, if a situation like just now happens, you will definitely die. Zhou Feiken patted Zhang Yang's shoulder with a smile, and then shouted loudly to everyone. These exotic animals are still valuable. If you need them, you can simply dissect some of their small organs and take them away. But hurry up, we only have 3 minutes. Let's keep moving forward. Zhang Yang, I'll leave this black bear's body to you. You are quite capable. I hope you can help others as much as possible in the future. Zhang Yang looked at the black hole and felt much more favorable towards the captain. He saved his life and gave him his body. He asked himself if there were many captains who could do that. Zhang Yang didn't waste any time and started dissecting. As he performed more and more dissections, he became more and more skilled and even had a complete understanding of the structure of some types of exotic animals. In addition, he became very strong after becoming a warrior, so he could easily dissect even such a large beast. You successfully decomposed the liver of the black heart bear, chi and blood plus 6 points, plus 6 points. You successfully decomposed the black heart bear's ear, HP plus 4 points, plus 4 points. You successfully decomposed the black-hearted bear's paw, HP plus 7 points, plus 7 points. This black bear directly gave him 80 points of health, allowing him to break through to the 8th level warrior. If this continues, he will most likely reach level 10 as a warrior before meeting the ice and fire wolf. Level 10 warrior. Will there be a chance? He shook his head slightly. Judging from the level of the fight just now, even if he was at level 10, plus the ability to hunt, he would not be able to deal with a martial artist in his prime. It seems that we may not be able to complete this task this time. Since there was no way to complete this task, he began to shift his target this time. Following the team, he began to observe the environment, looking for the so-called blood and flesh flower mentioned in the intelligence. The so-called blood and flesh flower is not blood-colored, but flesh-colored. It is like a flower condensed from human flesh and blood, formed on the corpses of strange beasts or humans. As long as it is cut, a large amount of blood will flow out, which has the effect of restoring cells. As for how it was formed, according to the explanation of professional scientific researchers, chi and blood are things with form and power. Although a person dies, the chi and blood still exist, so it is possible that this thing is formed by the chi and blood around it. Therefore, Zhang Yang observed all the corpses and rotten meat very carefully. Hello, Zhang Yang, stop looking around. You're making me nervous. Tianyi complained, looking helpless. Why are you focusing on me? I'm not gay. Zhang Yang continued to observe his surroundings and spoke without turning his head. Depend on. You think I'm gay? I'm going to marry Tian in the future. Don't you think Tian is cute when she's serious? It's completely opposite to her personality, hee. Zhang Yang stopped and looked at him in surprise. Shouldn't you like that kind of queen? Sister, sexiness is nothing compared to cuteness. Tianyi curled his lips. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. He wanted to end this conversation and focus his attention back on the corpses and wreckage around him, but he was interrupted by Zhou Feiken's low shout. Careful! Everyone be careful! His voice was tense and particularly serious. Zhang Yang even heard a hint of panic in it. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked up. He wanted to see what the situation was that made the captain so nervous. At the very front, on a collapsed house about 10 steps away from Zhou Feiken, a giant wolf with a body length of 2 meters was lying there. The hair all over its body is brown, but it is white and red above the neck. There are 2 spots on its neck. Although its face is delicate like a dog, the proportions of its facial features are too huge, giving people a creepy feeling. The most terrifying thing was that this strange beast just lay there quietly and motionless, looking at the group of people lazily, as if full of wisdom, full of oppression. This was Zhang Yang's first impression of it. Quiet. This was Zhang Yang's second impression of it. Since he had come into contact with exotic beasts, he had never seen one that could be so quiet. The silence is too scary, just like this strange beast had known that they would come here, and had been lying here quietly waiting for them. A martial artist-level beast. Even more terrifying than he had imagined. What about the Grandmaster level? What about above Grandmaster? Zhang Yang didn't dare to think about it, and prepared himself for fighting. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the top of the beast's head. There is a flower of flesh and blood. Bloody flesh flower. Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. But he quickly calmed down, knowing that it was not something he could get involved with right now. Something's wrong. This guy is too smart. It seems that he is different from the intelligence. Tian couldn't help but speak, deliberately lowering her voice, as if she was afraid of alarming the other party. There are strange beasts around. Zhang Yang couldn't help but speak. Since he has been observing his surroundings all the time, he becomes familiar with them in a short period of time. Just a few seconds ago, he noticed something moving slowly in various locations. It's a strange beast. He saw the same black-hearted bear beast as before, but it was obviously larger and stronger than the one he had just killed. He also saw a blue tiger beast slowly approaching and blocking their way. There are other strange beasts, all of which are very terrifying. There are nearly 10 of them in total, and each one is a high-level strange beast. The scariest thing is, they were all just like the ice and fire wolf beast. They surrounded them quietly without making a roar. Cold sweat flowed down Zhang Yang's forehead. The situation seems to have exceeded expectations. Captain, what should we do now? Tian Yu was a little nervous, and his voice trembled a little. Even if they are experienced in battle, they have absolutely no chance of winning against monsters of such numbers and strength. Someone might die. No, someone will definitely die. Realizing this problem, everyone was a little panicked. Zhou Kunfa took a deep breath, and his face looked a little solemn. These strange beasts are all led by that wolf. If we kill that wolf, we will have a chance to get out. I will take the lead in killing the wolf. Everyone work together. As for the other strange beasts, ignore them for now. Jiang Yiming and Zhang Yang, you two are both very capable fighters. Help me attack together. Now we can only fight with our backs against the wall. It's life or death. Zhang Yang and a man in the team nodded at the same time, their expressions extremely solemn. Everyone's breathing began to quicken and their muscles tensed. The battle between the monster and the team is about to ignite. Chapter 30, Captain's Death. In the dim sky, everyone was sweating and Zhang Yang frowned tightly. Who could have imagined that the first time I went on a mission with the team, I would encounter such a hellish start? Not to mention the number of people, just the team members who can deal with high-level warriors and monsters are only the team leader Zhou Faken, Jiang Yiming, and him. Jiang Yiming is in his early 30s, and his strength is at level 10 as a warrior. Apart from the team leader Zhou Faken, he is the strongest one, but he doesn't like to talk and doesn't have much of a presence. Zhang Yang had never seen him take action, but when he first encountered the strange beast, Zhou Faken was helping him. It is estimated that he was the one who dealt with the strange beast at that time, so his fighting ability should be very strong. The key is to kill the ice and fire wolf first. Zhang Yang calculated the ability of the 3 people to kill this strange beast in a short time, and he was unsure. Judging from the level of martial artists he has come into contact with so far, he and Jiang Yiming can't play a big role in a 3-on-1 battle. So, it seems like 3-to-1, but actually it's still 1-to-1. Only if Zhou Faken can gain an absolute advantage in a duel can he and Jiang Yiming help speed up the battle process. Otherwise, not only will they fail to hurt the strange beast, they may also be killed by the way. But if he didn't help in the battle, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, scanned the surrounding environment, and finally stopped his gaze on a gap. There are strange beasts on both sides of this gap, but the 2 beasts are quite far apart. If we can kill one of them in a short period of time, get started. The battle did not give him much time to think and prepare, as the Captain Zhou Faken had already issued the battle signal. He immediately rushed towards the ice and fire wolf, and Jiang Yiming beside him also rushed forward with the spear in his hand. Because Zhang Yang was thinking about something, his movements were obviously a beat slower. He saw that Zhou Faken, who was rushing in the front, was running very fast. It only took Zhou Feiken 3 to 5 seconds to approach the ice and fire wolf. Zhou Kunfa slid up from the ground in an instant with the big knife in his hand and chopped down fiercely at the ice and fire wolf with the knife in his hand. It is said to be sliding because he was dragging the knife with him the whole time. When he jumped, the blade slid out a strange arc, driving the soil in the air like water flowing upstream. The strong visual impact gave people the illusion that the man and the knife were sliding into the sky together. Beautiful, powerful. It's completely different from the realm of warriors. If this knife could really hit the wolf, it might be possible to kill it before the other beasts could react. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene had the same thought. The captain can win. Zhang Yang thought so too, but only at this moment because he saw the actions of the ice and fire wolf. The moment Zhou Feiken jumped up, Zhang Yang, who was keenly aware of the surrounding situation, saw clearly that the ice and fire wolf also jumped up. This beast moved very quickly. Even though it was just the simplest movement, it was as fast as lightning. Little Zhang Yang immediately felt something was wrong and was ready to give a hint right away. Phew! Before Zhang Yang could even utter the word heart, he heard the sound of blood splattering. So under the incredulous gazes of him and Jiang Yiming, Zhou Feiken chopped off one of his arms. The gushing blood gushed out desperately, and the ice and fire wolf bit Zhou Feiken's arm and began to chew it directly. He did not take action immediately, but looked at Zhou Kunfa, who had lost one arm, with interest. Team leader, don't come over. Zhou Feiken stopped Jiang Yiming, who was about to rescue him. Zhou Feiken's face turned pale because his arm was broken. The arm holding the sword had disappeared without a trace, having been lost in the blink of an eye. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He looked at the two people nervously and said, "I was careless. You'll never know how deep this guy is unless you really face him. It was my negligence this time that caused you and everyone else to fall into such a miserable situation. I'm going to stop them now. You two should lead your men to break out as quickly as possible. This is an order." As he said this, he immediately rushed towards the ice and fire wolf, bursting out with a momentum that Zhang Yang had never seen before. The moment he felt this momentum, Zhang Yang made a decision. I saw him stomping 1 foot hard on the ground, then using the force to change direction and look towards the gap he had seen a long time ago. He knew very well that it was impossible for them all to get out alive, and now his and Jiang Yiming's mission was changing. The plan to kill the wolf was obviously impossible to succeed. Well, since it is impossible to kill him, the only other option left is to break through the encirclement and escape. Only in this way will they not all die here, and Zhou Feiken's sacrifice will not be in vain. At this time, veins bulged on one of Zhou Feiken's hands, and a long sword in his hand kept flying in an extremely tricky angle, with each sword aimed at the opponent's vital points. But in the face of such a fierce attack, the ice and fire wolf actually dodged calmly. It looked like it was moving very slowly, but in reality, it was so fast that it made one's scalp numb. Looking at Zhou Feiken, who was already in a completely disadvantageous position, Zhang Yang knew that he could not hold on for much longer. 30 seconds at most. If they fail to break out within 30 seconds, everyone will die here. After realizing this problem, Zhang Yang's originally hesitant actions began to become firm. Follow me. This is the last chance the captain gave us. Zhang Yang knew that he could not let the captain down, so he took the lead and headed towards the gap. He had observed long ago that the beast closest to the gap was the Tsanghu beast, so it could be said that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Zhang Yang exerted force with his legs, and his whole body was as fast as lightning. Before he had even finished his roar, the person was already within the attack range. The muscles in his arms were tense, veins popped out on his forehead, and his waist and body moved to swing his arms in a half-moon shape. Doi Man Gist. With the strength of an 8th-level warrior plus martial arts, coupled with the double attributes of hunting, he is absolutely confident that he can hurt this guy. This wasn't luck, it was because he had come into contact with this strange beast once before, and it was too arrogant. So it would never believe that he, as a human being, would take the initiative to attack. When it came to its senses, Zhang Yang's fist had already hit the opponent's head. Boom! The terrifying force directly hit the opponent's skull, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, a crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Snap! This sound awakened all the team members and other strange beasts present. Zhang Yang used his body to knock the Tsanghu beast down hard, and the roar made everyone wake up. Run! Chapter 31. Only Zhang Yang died. Zhang Yang instantly defeated the Tsanghu beast. The scene was so shocking that the players present were shocked and woken up by Zhang Yang, and they ran out immediately. The other strange beasts roared angrily and began to encircle them. But because there was a gap here, they were unable to completely surround the team members and could only watch them run. This brat is really capable. Zhou Feiken looked at the back, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Puff! The bloody mouth bit his neck and blood spurted out. His eyes gradually dimmed, and finally he lost his life. While running, Zhang Yang seemed to sense something and subconsciously turned his head to look at the battlefield in the distance. Vaguely, he saw the tall figure falling to the ground. Team leader. Zhang Yang felt like something was blocking his throat, which was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The last time, the warrior he met wanted to kill him by any means necessary. This time, the person he met actually gave his life so that he could survive. Although he was facing strange beasts each time, the mood he felt was completely different each time. Staring at the ice and fire wolf in the distance, Zhang Yang's heart was burning with raging fire. He wanted to kill the wolf. Even if there was no so-called blood and flesh flower, he would never let this beast go. Spread, scatter, and run. We will definitely be caught up if we continue like this. Dispersing is the only way to escape. Everyone gather at the hiding place. In a panic, Tian began to command the battlefield. Zhang Yang finally understood why all the orders within the team were given by Tian. Tian is a girl who remains calm in the face of danger. Only a girl like her can make the most correct choice between life and death and lead the team to survive. Now Tian is doing just that. Although everyone was in a panic, they felt relieved when they heard Tian's voice and actually began to disperse. However, although the 5 of them dispersed immediately, their number was far less than the number of the strange beasts. Basically, one person had to deal with 2 high-level strange beasts. This seems to have a high success rate for escape, but in fact the possibility of survival is also low. Zhang Yang, can you help attract more attention? Tian watched things go in the worst direction and was sweating anxiously. She was so nervous. She knew very well that only Zhang Yang and Jiang Yiming could change the situation at this time. The 2 of them are considered the top combat power in the team, and they may even be able to kill high-level monsters in a one-on-one situation. But this is a matter of life and death. Will these 2 people really make a decision in such a difficult time? Jiang Yiming did not answer her question, but his running speed slowed down a little, but then he quickly sped up again. It really doesn't work. Tian smiled bitterly helplessly. She wasn't surprised at all, because with Jiang Yiming's skills, as long as he doesn't stop, he still has a great chance of leaving here. The ones who were truly affected were those of them who were unable to deal with high-level monsters alone, so she was the only one they could ask for help. Not everyone in the world is like Captain Zhou, who will lend a helping hand to everyone. Her eyes dimmed a little, and just when she thought everything was settled, a low muffled sound accompanied by the roar of a strange beast was heard. Boom! Zhang Yang knocked over a sturdy bull monster with 1 punch and stopped. 2. I can help you lure away 2 more at most. When Zhang Yang said this, he felt like there must be something wrong with his brain. Even if he had the ability to hunt, taking on 4 at once would be life-threatening, and a very serious one at that. Reason told him so, but he did not believe reason. For some reason, Zhou Feiken's voice echoed in his ears like the Bible. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates. Only by cooperating with each other can you defeat more powerful beasts. Sometimes you may just need to call out to gain an infinite sense of security. Sometimes you just need to call out to gain an infinite sense of security. Just consider it as a favor to you. Zhang Yang clenched his fists slightly, looked at the 4 strange beasts rushing towards him, slowly began to retreat, and then started to run. 4 strange beasts were led away by Zhang Yang, leaving only 4 strange beasts chasing Tian and the other 2. Tian jumped out to lead 2 away, and the remaining 2 chased Tian and the last girl. The girl's name was Lu Bing. She was about the same age as Tian and didn't talk much along the way. Under Tian's assignment, she ran towards another location. She ran around in the woods with a look of fear on her face, looking very stressed. The strange beast chasing her was screaming wildly, as if it wanted to eat it up immediately. You can't die. I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. The car is not far away. As long as I get on it, I can survive. That's right, as long as I can get on the bus safely, I will definitely survive. She murmured to herself, her eyes gradually brightening. At the same time, Zhang Yang swallowed a bottle of potion to restore his strength in one gulp, then threw the bottle aside. There were 4 strange beasts behind him. The closest one was a black bear, and the farthest one was the blue tiger beast whose skull he had smashed. That guy's physical condition is really good. Even though his skull was broken, he was still alive and well. Fortunately, it was still affected to some extent, and its speed became slower and slower. After just a few minutes, Zhang Yang could no longer see it. Although the black bear chasing him was faster than the other 2 strange beasts, it obviously lacked stamina and began to fall behind, and finally stopped chasing him. There are only 2 strange beasts left. One is a sheep covered with black spots, and the other is a python covered with the color of dead leaves. The black spotted sheep is called the lost sheep beast. Legend has it that this guy has a very hard head. His emotions will not be affected by any external factors, and he has little sense of pain. His realm is probably around level 7 or 8, and he is very easy to deal with. The dead leaf color python is just like its appearance. It is called the dead leaf python beast. This guy is very powerful, but does not have any poison. His realm is probably above level 9 warrior. They followed Zhang Yang leisurely, obviously waiting for Zhang Yang to become exhausted. Once Zhang Yang's physical strength is exhausted, they can easily take him down. Zhang Yang saw this, so he found a small path with complex terrain and went in. The moment he got in, he took the scalpel in his hand and turned it over. The scalpel turned a few circles on the back of his hand and then was held steadily in his hand. The cold light flickered and merged with the cold reflection in his eyes. At this moment, he was like a sword ready to be unsheathed at any time, ready to kill with one strike. Here it comes. Zhang Yang. Hear the sound of tracking. Chapter 32. Desperate situation abandoned. Can Zhang Yang fight a high-level beast alone? Obviously, he can, so he is ready to fight back instead of running away. Because he had to consider whether the bloody and fleshy flower on the head of the ice and fire wolf was the only one he would encounter in a short period of time. Once he missed it, it would most likely be difficult to find again. Not only was he not planning to escape, he was also planning to go back and kill the ice and fire wolf. Veins bulged on his arms, and when he heard a rustling sound not far away, he knew his opportunity had come. It's a dead leaf python. It tracks its prey based on temperature and smell. So after losing Zhang Yang's sight, its tracking speed was obviously faster than that of other sheep-lost beasts. But it didn't expect Zhang Yang to stop and run towards it. Surprise and self-confidence made it misjudge Zhang Yang's fighting ability, and it was knocked unconscious on the head in the first moment, and then killed by a knife in the vital area. Zhang Yang walked out from his secret place with a menacing look, quietly waiting for the dead beast. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yang began to decompose the corpses of the strange beasts, quietly waiting for the black bear and the injured Sanghu beast at the back. You successfully decomposed the liver of the dead leaf python. Qi and blood plus 7 points, plus 7 points. You successfully decomposed the skin and bones of the dead leaf python. Qi and blood plus 11 points, plus 11 points. You successfully decomposed the horns of the lost sheep beast. HP plus 8 points, plus 8 points. You successfully decomposed the heart of the lost sheep beast. HP plus 7 points, plus 7 points. He skillfully broke it down piece by piece, while increasing his chi and blood at the same time. If someone found him here, they would be shocked. This man's movements were so skillful and advanced that every cut of his sword could clearly separate the flesh and bones of an alien beast, just like a butcher cutting up an ox. Snap! As the ruins just entered the middle of the forest, the sound of branches being broken by being stepped on could be heard. The huge black-hearted bear ran frantically, constantly catching the surrounding scents with its huge nose while tracking. This is the guy. This guy was the one who killed his playmate. He is nearby and must be torn to pieces. That's right, at this moment, the black-hearted bear's mind was filled with thoughts of tearing Zhang Yang to pieces. In its opinion, this food was the worst food it had ever seen. Not only is it difficult to catch, but it also kills its companions, so it must be caught and made to die in pain. It has decided that it will not let the opponent die before completely eating up his flesh and skin. Almost there. I can smell him already. It's right here. It rushed into the trail as soon as it could and saw a figure not far away. It rushed forward excitedly, but suddenly realized something was wrong. This food seems to be gnawing on the corpses of other strange beasts. The object in his hand that reflected cold light gave it a huge sense of danger and even made it feel a little afraid. The Blackheart bear subconsciously looked at the human in front of it, but it saw an extremely cold pair of eyes with a strong sense of hostility. It had only felt this hostility in the ice and firewolf. Phew! Bang! Blackheart bear fell heavily to the ground, feeling his life slipping away, with only one thought in his head. Food! Why is it so dangerous? At this moment, Zhang Yang's whole body was stained red with the blood of the strange beast. He clenched his fists, felt the surging power, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood is hot. The dissection of the three strange beasts directly increased his chi and blood by nearly 300 points. Chi and blood reached 1050 points. He successfully reached the 10th level of warrior. The goal of the next level is to become a martial artist. The chi and blood of a first-level martial artist is twice that of a 10th level martial artist, which is 2,000 points of chi and blood. Each level requires an increase of 2,000 points of chi and health. Zhang Yang felt the terrifying power coming from his body and actually had the illusion that he was invincible. He knew that this was the confidence that came from a sense of strength, and he took a few breaths to calm himself down. Now is not the time to fight the ice and firewolf alone. At least he cannot go alone. He needs to bring Jiang Yiming, who also has amazing fighting power, and Tian Tian, who has a plan. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the place where he had hidden the car. I hope everyone is okay. A place to hide cars. Lu Bing sat in the driving seat, looking extremely nervous. She kept scanning the scene outside, her eyes bloodshot. It was extremely quiet outside, and there was no sign of any strange beasts, but for some reason, she always felt that in an invisible corner, a high-level strange beast would appear at any time and pounce on the car. Her expression became more and more confused, and her eyes became more and more bloodshot. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a decision, and her hands kept groping around the car. Hurry up, we'll be there soon. Suddenly, she heard a sound not far away and shuddered. Tian Tian and Tian Yi were seen running towards the car, looking back from time to time with nervous expressions. Tian Tian's eyes were always looking at the place where the car was hidden, so she looked into her eyes the first time. The former showed a happy expression and waved at her. Help me open the door. Get ready to go. Tian Tian called out happily, and her pace quickened. Roar! Almost at the moment she screamed, an angry roar was heard from afar. That's the Tsanghu beast. Lu Bing, who was about to open the door, shuddered and his face turned pale. He even began to mutter to himself, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. As she spoke, she directly pressed the start button, then stepped on the accelerator and started steering frantically. The car had no intention of picking anyone up. Instead, it turned around and headed in another direction. Under Tian Tian's astonished and horrified gaze, it completely turned around and was getting farther and farther away from the two of them. Lu Bing, what are you doing? Tian Tian looked grim and screamed in horror. If you get in the car too, the monster will eat us all. I can only leave if you stay and be eaten by the monsters. Lu Bing shouted, his voice trembling with self-blame, but he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With a buzzing sound, the car flew out in an instant. Looking at the car going away, Tian Tian stood there in despair. She and Tianya's strength had reached their limits, and it was impossible for them to run anymore. Besides, they made such a loud noise that the other party had already caught up with them. That's right, already caught up. A huge figure walked out of the forest. It was a monkey covered with messy hair, more than 2 meters tall, and full of muscles. Warrior, level 10. Monkey King Beast. It ran and jumped for dozens of meters and approached in the blink of an eye. Its huge and majestic body made terrifying roars while jumping, and finally landed steadily in front of the two of them, blocking the light from all around. Its pair of blood-red eyes stared at Tian Tian with extreme primitive greed. Chapter 33 asked the strange beasts if they are afraid of me. Tian Tian felt the gaze of the Monkey King and smiled miserably. If we talk about the most famous strange beast at the warrior level, it is definitely the Tsanghu beast. After all, strength and ferocity coexist, and the threats and harms to warriors are also among the top. But when it comes to the strongest beast in the realm of warriors, at least on the edge of the urban area, it is the Monkey King. The Monkey King not only possesses the same strong physique as other strange beasts, but also has flexible limbs and a smart mind. They will set traps to deal with humans, and can even use various tools and terrain to launch sneak attacks on humans. What they like most is to capture human females and force them to mate with them, satisfying the absolute darkness in their hearts. Tion, run. Here, I'll drag it. Tion stood in front of her with an equally ugly expression. His realm is only that of a level 6 warrior, while the Monkey King beast in front of him is at level 10 and also possesses the special physique that all exotic beasts possess. The outcome of the battle between the two is obvious. Today I will fight you. Bang! The sturdy arm hit Tianye's body, and with a huge force, Tianye's whole body flew to the right, and was swept by the Monkey King's sturdy arm and flew onto a tree trunk a few meters away. Tianye's head hit it directly, and he immediately lost consciousness with blood coming out his head. Tian sat down on the ground, having completely lost the desire to fight, and mist finally appeared in her desperate eyes. Save me! Someone can save me! She screamed like crazy, but was grabbed tightly by a pair of big hands. The next second, swish! The collar of his clothes was torn into pieces, and a large area of white was exposed to the air. The Monkey King beast actually let out an unpleasant laugh. It pressed Tian directly to the ground, and the brutal force caused a large amount of blood to appear on her snow-white skin. Tian struggled in fear, but found that it was impossible. Her screams of fear became louder and louder, and the expression of the Monkey King beast became more and more ferocious and excited. Suddenly, it stopped moving, because it felt a cool touch on its back. It subconsciously touched its back and found a sticky liquid. That's blood. Along with the blood, there was also a sharp pain in the chest, as if something had penetrated the back and entered the chest cavity. It subconsciously turned its head and saw a fist that was gradually getting bigger. Boom! Zhang Yang's fist hit its cheek. Due to the terrifying force and inertia, it stayed on its cheek for a brief 3 seconds before the force smashed its head directly to the ground. Boom! The huge force made the ground shake, and Zhang Yang rode on the opponent's head and swung his fist again. Boom! There was still a loud noise, and this time the Ape Kingman's entire body twitched. It finally reacted and wanted to reach out and grab Zhang Yang the first moment. But Zhang Yang's fist kept falling, giving it no chance at all, and each punch was faster than the last. Tian, lying on the ground, stared with her eyes wide open at Zhang Yang riding on the Monkey King, her mind going blank. Are you dazzled? Zhang Yang is unilaterally beating up the Monkey King beast? Even Jiang Yiming, who is also a top warrior, can't do it. Zhang Yang is more powerful than Jiang Yiming? At this moment, she suddenly realized that everyone present did not know Zhang Yang's true strength. They only knew that he had killed the Tsanghu beast. Boom! With the last punch, the hard skull was smashed to pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere until the head was completely shattered. Zhang Yang stood up and threw his clothes, which landed accurately on Tian. She thought Zhang Yang would come up and ask about her situation and the team's situation, but the first sentence Zhang Yang said made her stunned. I'm going to kill that ice and fire wolf, and I need your help. Tian. I stood there in shock for a moment. From a moment Liu Bing drove away, she knew that their team was completely finished. What they will face next will be the pursuit of strange beasts and the escape into the forest. If they are lucky, they may be able to escape, but she never wants to come here to hunt strange beasts again. No, it's not just her. I'm afraid everyone in the entire team should be thinking about escaping, but Zhang Yang is the complete opposite. Her first reaction was that Zhang Yang must be crazy. How could he possibly kill that strange beast? It was so terrifying that it could kill even a captain. Are you crazy? That's a strange beast that even the captain couldn't deal with. How could you possibly deal with it? Tian, who had just experienced death, was a little excited. Zhang Yang verwundert sleekly. I just heard the sound of a car starting. Did someone abandon us? If we didn't have a car, we would definitely be caught up if we left on foot. That guy wouldn't let us go. Tian was stunned and looked unhappy. That's right. Without the car, the chances of survival for them running back in the woods would be very low. What's more, that martial artist level monster will definitely not let them go and will definitely catch up with them. But kill that martial artist? She smiled in despair. It's impossible. The gap between a martial artist and a warrior is too big. You can't possibly deal with it. We are dead. So I need your and Jiang Yiming's help. Since you don't have the ability to fight, I will help you. Zhang Yang interrupted her with a serious expression. No matter what, I will not sit still and wait for death, and I will not die here. I'm going to kill it. If you decide to run, I respect your choice, but I will definitely turn back. I am a man, and I will die with dignity. Zhang Yang's words touched Tian Tian. She knew that every word Zhang Yang said was the right choice, and they had no other way to go. Looking at Zhang Yang's serious face, she suddenly asked curiously, Zhang Yang, aren't you afraid? I was scared to death just now, but when I saw you fighting the monster, you weren't afraid at all. It seemed like you weren't afraid of it hurting you at all. Are you a battle maniac? Afraid? Zhang Yang smiled confidently. Why should I be afraid? They have strength, and I have strength. They have legs, and I have legs too. Why don't you ask them if they're afraid of me? Tian Tian opened her eyes wide, feeling extremely shocked. Like, they have always been afraid of strange beasts, but she has never thought that strange beasts would be afraid of humans. Is it because they are too smart? She looked at Zhang Yang's confident face and shook her head slightly. No, they just think they are smart. Okay, I promise. Since we can't run away anyway, let's just do it. Avenge the captain. Tian Tian was a little excited and seemed to be influenced by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly heard noise. He shook his head violently and stared at the darkness not far away. Anything else? Could it be that the ice and fire wolf has caught up with us? Chapter 34, Prey and Hunter. Zhang Yang and the other person felt very depressed. Although they were full of ambition just now, if they faced the strange beast without any preparation, they would only die here. Very good. You are all alive. Jiang Yiming came out of the woods with an excited look on his face. Zhang Yang's tense nerves relaxed, and he felt even happier. Jiang Yiming is safe and sound, so their chances of defeating the strange beast have increased a bit. But before he could be surprised, Jiang Yiming's words made him silent. Where's the car? Where is our car? Jiang Yiming looked at the place where the car was hidden with a grim expression and found it empty. The car was driven away by Lu Bing. Tian Tian looked gloomy. If we want to go back now, we can only walk back. Are you kidding? Walking back will be seeking death. Jiang Yiming's face turned pale. That's right. If we go back now, we will still be chased by the strange beast. It's better to fight here and kill it. Zhang Yang stood up again with a serious look on his face. Jiang Yiming's face became even uglier, and he stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't you see that the captain died at the hands of that beast? If the captain couldn't match it, how could we be its opponent? What's more, it can guide so many high-level beasts. He shook his head desperately, his voice serious. If that's the case, I might as well try to walk back. Although the dangers along the way are not small, at least there is a possibility of returning. Even if we all go back together, that guy will still attack us by surprise. If that happens, we won't have the initiative, and the possibility of winning is even lower. Jiang Yiming shook his head. Zhang Yang, don't you just want that bloody flower? If you want to die, don't drag us along. Zhang Yang was stunned. What did you say? Jiang Yiming continued. I made it very clear. Everyone knows that you are here to look for something. I saw it during the battle. The way you stared at that bloody flower was completely different. I'm leaving anyway. You guys can do whatever you want. Jiang Yiming didn't say any more nonsense, turned around, and left looking for the tire marks. Zhang Yang, I think Jiang Yiming is right. Your actions were too impulsive. No matter how you think about it, it's better to leave here first. Let's follow Jiang Yiming. Tian Tian was also persuaded and looked embarrassed. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, take Tian Yi with you. That's right. He will never leave. Without Jiang Yiming's help, his chances of defeating the Ice and Fire Wolf were indeed much lower, but it was not impossible. With the two abilities he obtained, he has a good chance of killing the strange beast. When Tian Tian heard his words, she looked embarrassed and hesitant and stood there without saying a word. After a while, she took out a bottle of medicine from her bosom and put it in his hand. This is a potion to restore your physical strength. It can restore half of your physical strength in a short period of time. You saved my life, so I'll consider it as repaying you for this favor. Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I can't die here with you. Tian gritted her teeth and walked past Zhang Yang, taking the unconscious Tian Yi away. When they caught up with Jiang Yiming saw that Zhang Yang was not there and sneered. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with good words. Zhang Yang is too arrogant and wants to die just for a little money. Given his current level, he can only talk about it when he can see the strange beast. Tian followed behind him, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her mind was filled with the scene of Zhang Yang killing the Monkey King beast. Zhang Yang easily killed the terrifying beast. Was there really no chance for him to kill the ice and firewolf? Did she really make the right choice by following Jiang Yiming? Gradually, there was no sound at the end of the path. The ruins and wilderness fell silent, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Yang got up from the body of the Monkey King beast and stretched his muscles, which caused a crackling sound. Without Tian and others around him, he was not so anxious. After dissecting the corpse with all my strength, my chi and blood reached 1,100 points. Zhang Yang looked at the sky, which was about to get dark, his expression slightly serious. Night is when the exotic beasts are active. If I'm not mistaken, it's also when the ice and fire wolf and other exotic beasts actually hunt. Maybe now is an opportunity. That's right. Now might be the best opportunity. There will be a lot of vacancies among the exotic beasts around the ice and fire wolf. Even if we really face this guy at this time, there won't be so many exotic beasts guarding it. Realizing this, he slowly stood up and walked towards the place where he escaped from. It's time to switch the game of hide and seek. Around a completely abandoned and collapsed house, the Tsanghu beast whose skull was smashed by Zhang Yang was lying in the atom, its breath getting weaker and weaker. Although it was not killed by Zhang Yang immediately, it could not survive with its head in this state. In its last moments, it just wanted to have a good rest. Perhaps tomorrow morning, its injuries would be healed and it would not die. As a strange beast, its simple thinking made it feel at ease and prepare to fall asleep. But just as it was about to close its eyes, it suddenly heard a sound. It slowly looked up and found that there was a black hole that had flipped over from the wall. The other party was approaching its position little by little. The Tsanghu beast felt that the other party was getting closer and closer and began to become alert. Just as it was wondering who was so bold as to enter its territory, it finally saw the face of the black shadow clearly. Yes, human? The moment it saw that the other person was a human, it was stunned for a moment. It couldn't understand why a human appeared in its territory until it recognized that the figure was Zhang Yang. It is the culprit that caused it to suffer such harm. It was ready to pounce angrily, but before it could do anything, Zhang Yang took the first step. Roar! In the dark night, the roar of an angry tiger echoed in the abandoned town. The other strange beasts in the abandoned town heard the tiger's roar, and they all looked over here, then roared as if in response. Amidst the roars, Zhang Yang had already killed the Tsanghu beast. He skillfully dissected the strange beast in front of him, constantly determining the location of the roaring sounds around him, with his eyes slightly narrowed. There are about a dozen of them, half of which are high-level monsters. If we kill them all, as he thought about the possible increase in his chi and blood, Zhang Yang's eyes became even colder. He has completely adapted to the rhythm of fighting with the strange beasts, and tonight is the night for him to go on a killing spree. He slowly stood up, thought about the direction he wanted to go, and then slowly disappeared into the darkness. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, but this time the identities of the prey and the hunter will be reversed. He, Zhang Yang, is the real hunter in the dark. Chapter 35, God's Reward to the Brave. In the dark night, the roars of strange beasts continued to be heard from the abandoned town, one after another. It's always like this here at night, but something's wrong tonight. Zhang Yang was sitting on a rock, yawning, eating a pack of compressed biscuits, and then stretching his muscles. His clothes were badly torn, and blood was seeping out from some places. If he were to stand here naked now, you would find that he had many wounds of varying sizes on his body. Including the first time he joined the team and became a warrior, he now had at least close to 20 wounds on his body. Fortunately, these wounds were only superficial, and they scabbed over quickly after he drank 2 bottles of hemostatic potion. In addition, a warrior's body recovers many times faster than that of an ordinary person, so it didn't affect anything. It's almost time to rest. It's time to take action. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, staring at the system panel in front of him with shining eyes. Host, Zhang Yang. Chi in Blood. 1,880 points, Warrior level 10. Mastered ability, Hunting, LV2. The host currently has the following abilities: Dissection Cashback, LV1, Hunting, LV2. Currently available skills: Beast Killer, LV3. Conditions for achievement: Kill and dissect 100 strange beasts. Cross level, LV3. Conditions for achievement: Hunt and kill a strange beast across levels alone. Beast Crusher, LV3. Completed by killing 100 different kinds of beasts. Chi and Blood have reached 1880 points. By combining my own hunting abilities, it is still possible to deal with a first-level martial artist. As for why he didn't continue waiting to increase his Chi and Blood, it was because he didn't have enough physical strength. A day of running around had consumed too much of his physical strength, and he couldn't recover in a short time. Although he still had a bottle of physical strength potion in his hand, he had to use it to deal with the ice and fire wolf. Also, he had been making trouble here for so long that the strange beasts in the surrounding area had been almost all cleared out. He speculated that the ice and fire wolf had also discovered his whereabouts. Originally, his realm was relatively low, so he would only succeed if he took the initiative to attack at this time. However, the real reason that made him determined to take action was he felt threatened. Who wouldn't want to procrastinate? But his instinct told him that he had to give it a try. After all this commotion, the ice and fire wolf hasn't shown up yet. What is it doing? Zhang Yang didn't know, as he didn't have enough experience in dealing with this kind of strange beast. But he knew it must be related to the bloody flesh flower. Or the flesh and blood flower brought about some kind of change, causing the strange beast to undergo some kind of transformation and become a stronger being. After all, this ice and fire wolf is originally a strange beast with mutated bloodline, and it is most likely because of the blood and flesh flower. Or, this guy is in very bad shape. He's my best chance. That's right. How Zhao Zhao had told him in detail about the blood and flesh flower. It was something that usually only appeared on dead beasts. Now it was growing on a living thing. What good could it do? Absolutely not. This was one of the reasons why he decided to stay. He picked up the stone and drew a sketch on the ground, and soon outlined what the town would look like. Zhang Yang didn't want to die here, so he didn't do things as recklessly as it seemed. In order to get the flesh and blood flower, and to achieve the goal of crossing levels, the moment he saw the ice and fire wolf beast, he was thinking about how to win. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang marked several locations on the map with a smile on his face. No matter where you hide, I will find you. That's right. After Zhang Yang finished drawing the map, he became more certain that the strange beast was hiding. As for why I hid, this is most likely the best-case scenario for him, which means that the ice and fire wolf beast is now having health problems. He hurried out into the night, thinking about the 3 locations he had found on the map as he walked. The first place is the location they see today. There were the ruins of several large houses there, making the terrain look even wider. In addition, the rapid gathering of those strange beasts before proved that the location was well connected. The second place is the corner of the town, where it borders the town and leads to a deeper location. The third place is also the location that Zhang Yang thinks is most likely. It was an area of bungalows here, and the bungalows there had hardly collapsed. He had passed by there before. The reason why he thought so was that when he was slaughtering the alien beast just now, no alien beast approached that location, and he could not hear any alien beast cries there. The exotic beasts in this area are all at the warrior level, and the only exotic beast at the martial artist level is the wolf, so there's a high probability that it is in that location. After thinking about this problem clearly, Zhang Yang stopped and turned around to run towards that direction. He now had to race against time, and even regretted not running over earlier. If something really went wrong within just a few minutes, he would never accept it. Bungalow area. Because of years of abandonment, there are weeds more than half a person's height on the ground. Zhang Yang held the scalpel in his hand and cut quickly, then stopped in front of an old courtyard. The wild grass here clearly showed signs of being crushed, and it looked like it wasn't just once tonight, but that the strange beast had come in and out many times. Zhang Yang looked inside along the moonlight and saw the ice and fire wolf at first glance. It lay on the ground and seemed to be sleeping soundly, and the blood and flesh flower on its head was actually emitting a faint red light. The ice and fire wolf seemed to sense his presence and looked up at him slightly. Its 2 heads and 4 eyes seemed unable to open completely, staring at him with tiredness. Zhang Yang could see that it really wanted to open its eyes, but its condition was like that of sleep paralysis, and it couldn't get up at all. Snap! The sound of bones came from its body, and the skin and flesh began to slowly wriggle, as if the bones and flesh inside the body had minds of their own and were trying desperately to get out. The hair on its body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, popping out little by little. There was only one thought in Zhang Yang's mind, and that was the knowledge point he saw in the textbook. Evolution. Alien beasts absorb chi and blood faster than humans, so they have the so-called evolutionary ability, which, to put it bluntly, is some kind of atavism. Once evolved, their strength and abilities will increase by leaps and bounds, but most of the time, they are very vulnerable, so they have to hide. That might be the reason why it took the initiative to attack and kill their team during the day in an attempt to drive them away. Pity, it never dreamed that among this group of food, there would actually be a human being who dared to return. It never expected that this human would not leave after walking around the town for so many times, but would come to its door quietly. Zhang Yang weighed the scalpel in his hand and walked into the yard without saying a word. Chapter 36. Kill and Gain New Abilities. Zhang Yang knew this was the best opportunity and walked towards the ice and fire wolf. Roar! One of the ice and fire wolf's heads finally raised up, and a threatening and brutal roar came from its throat. In the past, it would do this whenever it encountered other humans and strange beasts, and usually the opponents would be hesitant, so it could at least delay time. But this time it found that this trick was ineffective. The human in front of it did not hesitate for a moment, but instead quickened its pace. Zhang Yang is a self-aware man and a man of conviction. He knows that any opportunity in the world is fleeting, so he will never let other factors affect his original purpose. Before he found the ice and fire wolf, his goal was to find it, kill it, and get the blood and flesh flower. Now that we have found it, we must kill it while it is still ill. Woo! Woo woo! Seeing that Zhang Yang was not affected, the other head of the ice and fire wolf actually howled. Tears flowed from its eyes, and the other wolf head that was originally roaring also changed from ferocious to miserable and began to howl with tears. The voice was pleading and very sad. Zhang Yang even saw its body begin to twitch, which was obviously caused by physical fear. The strange beast became afraid after feeling the threat to its life. He clenched his fists and picked up the scalpel. After many battles, this knife has completely become his weapon. He can accurately identify which blood vessels are vital and can kill with precision. The next second, Zhang Yang moved. He crossed his hands. One arm was bulging with veins, ready to perform Taishan boxing at any time, and the other arm was tightly grasping the scalpel, ready to cut the opponent's trachea immediately. Seeing that he couldn't deceive the human in front of him, the ice and fire wolf decided to stop pretending. It let out a howl and pounced toward Zhang Yang. But this time its speed was very slow, even slower than some high-level warriors and exotic beasts. Zhang Yang swung his arms and performed Taishan fist, and with a loud roar, he opened the opponent's head to prevent the foul-smelling, bloody mouth from biting him. The planer in his other hand rolled and circled in his hand, and then turned the knife around and cut the opponent's throat directly. Kill with one blow. The smelly blood splashed all over his face, but Zhang Yang did not hesitate to continue to kill him. After a moment, he stopped. You have successfully killed a beast by leaping levels. You can learn leaping level LV3 ability. Do you want to learn it? Study. Zhang Yang chose to study without hesitation. As the panel glowed with golden light, a new prompt appeared on the panel in front of him. You have successfully mastered the ability to leap level LV3. Crossing level LV3 can absorb the power of a strange beast's bloodline and inherit it perfectly. Currently absorbable blood detected. Mutant blood. Mutants will have unlimited possibilities. When the concentration of mutant blood increases, you will randomly gain improvements in physical fitness, including but not limited to physical healing ability, physical strength, mental strength. Tip: bloodline cannot be replaced, but it can be supplemented and absorbed by other bloodlines and transformed into this bloodline, and the bloodline ability will be strengthened and improved. Absorb. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zhang Yang hesitated. The characteristics of this bloodline absorption and ability upgrade are the same, unique, and can only be selected once. For long-term considerations, it is necessary to absorb the stronger bloodline as possible, and it would be best if you can absorb the bloodline of the legendary holy beast. How long will that take? Although the mutant is not that powerful, it has infinite possibilities. The most important point is that the blood power he has access to so far is already the upper limit. Absorbing saint-level blood is not my style. Making my blood become saint-level blood is my style. Zangyang chose to absorb. He saw a streak of colorful blood gushing out from the body of the ice and fire wolf, and then instantly flowed into his forehead. The next second, he felt a crackling sound from the bones in his body, and his muscles tightened, as if he had grown a lot taller. Is muscle strength the first thing that the mutated bloodline increases? Zhang Yang rubbed his fists and felt that his strength had doubled. In other words, if he used his hunting ability to deal with strange beasts, his physical strength would be 4 times that of an ordinary level 10 warrior. His current ability with bare hands can be said to be extremely abnormal, but unfortunately, he only has a worn-out scalpel in his hand. Zhang Yang was sighing when the panel in front of him started jumping again. Once again, get the learning ability reward. Random draw in progress. Fight. Get a high-level weapon scalpel as a reward. Advanced weapons? Zhang Yang was stunned and his face turned red. Advanced weapons. The software he was wearing was of low level and had limited protection against warrior-level monsters. What level can advanced weapons reach? He had heard that it was able to harm martial artists and above. As for the top-grade weapons, he had never even heard of them. He heard that they were not made of metals commonly seen on the market, but were made of some rare metals. The light faded, and in front of him appeared an exotic beast scalpel. This knife is about 40 centimeters long, which is neither long nor short. The entire blade is about 4 centimeters wide and is green in color. The overall style is simple and looks quite cool. However, although it is called a scalpel, it also looks somewhat similar to a knife. In any case, this is good news for him. After this battle, he also realized that he cannot rely solely on physical strength to deal with high-level monsters. He drilled the knife in his hand with satisfaction and glanced at his latest panel again. Host, Sangyang, Qi, and Blood. 1,900 points, Warrior level 10. Current abilities, Dissection Rebate, LV1. Hunting, LV2, Cross level, LV3. Currently available skills. Demon King. LV for all abilities gained have their effects doubled. Conditions for achievement. Kill 100 monsters of the same level. Become a king. LV for you can obtain the state of mind of slaughtering alien beasts and can instantly kill alien beasts below the same level. For alien beasts higher than yourself, the effect is converted into doubling of ability. Conditions for achievement. Challenge and kill 100 beasts of the same level but with different bloodlines. Super God. LV for the beast will gain some of your abilities, and you'll have a certain degree of deterrence when facing the beast. The deterrence effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Completion conditions. Tame a strange beast. Looking at the latest, LV4, level ability, Zhang Yangdao took a breath. Not to mention how powerful these abilities are, it is not easy to accomplish them. And these abilities are no longer as simple as they were at the beginning, and there are upper and lower limits now. Yes, it seems that he has more choices. It seems that choosing abilities based solely on difficulty no longer works. Never mind. Let's not consider this question for now. Let's dissect the body first. Soon, I will be able to break through to the martial master level. Chapter 37, Reinforcements, or Robbers. The scalpel in Zhang Yang's hand only needs a slight slide to separate the flesh and bones. You have successfully decomposed the mutant two-headed wolf's ears. HP plus 15 points, plus 15 points. You have successfully decomposed the liver of the mutant two-headed wolf. Qi and blood plus 18 points, plus 18 points. You have successfully decomposed the mutant two-headed wolf's hind legs. HP plus 21 points, plus 21 points. Every time a part was decomposed, Zhang Yang felt the blood in his body churning. This strange beast brought him more than 500 points of qi and blood, allowing his qi and blood to break through to 2,550 points, successfully breaking through to the martial artist level. Breakthrough martial artist Zhang Yang was not very excited, but instead fixed his gaze on the forehead of the corpse, where there was a flower made of flesh and blood. Since the death of the beast, the blood and flesh flower has become more and more red, and has been wriggling constantly, as if it was desperately trying to break free from the corpse. Zhang Yang carefully cut it off, and blood continued to flow from the root. With the sound of dripping blood, it gradually changed from bright red to normal skin color, and finally to pale white. Zhang Yang looked at it, and put it away after making sure there was no problem. Then they began to pack up the body of the ice and fire wolf. This was a mutated beast at the martial artist level, and its body was full of treasures. It could be sold for at least tens of thousands of dollars. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of human conversation coming from afar. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. After all, it is already dark at this time, and basically no one will be in the area where the strange beasts are active. Even if there's a team that really plans to spend the night in the area where the strange beasts are active, they will not wander around. Anyone there? A voice came from a distance, this time clearer, and Zhang Yang was sure it was the voice of the first man. Why is there someone here? From the sound of it, the other party is even more blatant, not afraid of the strange beasts around at all. Sang Yang. Zhang Yang, are you there? The voice came from the distance again, but this time it was a voice Zhang Yang was familiar with. Tian. Zhang Yang was a little confused. That's right. The voice was none other than Tian, who was leaving. Didn't she leave? Why is she still here? Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then slowly stood up and walked to the front of the yard, wanting to hear more clearly. Sang Yang, where are you? Are you still alive? I brought people to rescue you. Tian's voice was getting closer and closer, and Zhang Yang finally heard the other party's purpose clearly. It seems that Tian has come back to save people. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and then called out in the direction of Tian. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Zhang Yang saw a familiar face. Tian appeared in front of him with two men, one in front and two behind. Very good. Sang Yang, you are okay. I knew you'd be fine. Tian ran to his side excitedly and kept checking the wounds on his body, fearing that he might have a fatal injury. Why are you back? Who are these two? Zhang Yang looked at the two men with a serious voice. One of the two men was older, probably around 33 or 34, and a bit overweight. The other was in his early 20s and looked a bit introverted. Both of them were wearing the same clothes. The clothes looked somewhat similar to theirs, but not quite the same, and looked more flamboyant. On my way back, I happened to meet people from the Warrior Guild, which is the first warrior guild I told you about, so I brought their people to rescue you. The number 1 guild of warriors. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this clearly because their guild was the second largest warrior guild in the city. I heard that the first warrior guild was created a little longer, has more resources, and has been squeezing out the second warrior guild. Normally, we are in competition with their guild, so we didn't expect them to come and help us this time. Ah. You're lucky, kid. I thought you'd been torn to pieces by the monster. The bloated man suddenly laughed, but for some reason Zhang Yang always felt that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. There's a kind of inexplicable contempt. Don't worry, Brother Chu. Even if I don't make a move, I will still fulfill your conditions. Tian on the side spoke quickly. That's a must. After all, I came here. Although I didn't encounter any strange beasts, I still took the risk. The man nodded slightly. Zhang Yang also understood at this time. He said these guys wouldn't be so kind to come and help. It turned out that Tian had made a deal with these two men. He looked at Tian meaningfully, with some gratitude. Thank you very much. I didn't expect you would call for help to save me. He said this from the bottom of his heart. After all, several teammates had returned, and the others did not want to come and rescue them. It's okay, as long as you're safe. Didn't you save me once? Tian waved her hand nonchalantly. Leave here first, it's not safe here. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and turned back to tidy up the corpse. The two men behind him also approached the yard and saw him sorting out the bodies. The introverted man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke with some surprise. Brother, it looks like that wolf. Zhang Yang, who was packing the corpse, frowned and thought to himself that something was wrong. Brother, it really is that wolf. There's no mistaking that hair. It's the wolf with the bloody flesh flower. This kid actually killed the wolf. The introverted man became more and more excited as he spoke, and from his tone, he almost jumped up. The man surnamed Chu also took 2 steps closer, and after observing carefully, he suddenly laughed excitedly. It is indeed. Boy, did you kill this wolf. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and looked at the man in front of him again. This man gave people a strong sense of oppression. He should be similar to the Captain Joe Fakin, perhaps a little weaker, but definitely at the martial artist level. At this moment, his eyes were full of greed and ill intentions, and even when he spoke, his eyes were always fixed on the corpse in his hands. Zhang Yang hesitated. No, it's not me. It was dead when I got here, but I found it. His meaning was very clear. This strange beast was discovered by him, Zhang Yang, so it belonged to him, Zhang Yang. However, the other party didn't seem to care about what he said at all. He smiled and said, "Since you didn't kill this thing, it is ownerless. We two brothers have risked our lives to save you, and we will send you back soon. I accept this with reluctance." What? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect this man to be so shameless. No, this is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to speak, the man actually waved and called the introverted man. "Quick, put our things away. It's so dangerous here. Let's leave early." Chapter 38 apologized to him. Judging from what this man said, he has completely regarded the corpse as their own. "Chugu, this is Zhang Yang's thing. I have already promised to give you the reward you asked for." Tian couldn't help but stand up. "What do you mean, give it to me?" The new brother frowned, obviously unhappy. "That's what you promised me, not this kid. I came to save him. I took such a big risk. Should he express his gratitude?" When Tian heard him say that, her face became even uglier, and she couldn't say a word for a while. Puff! Zhang Yang suddenly laughed. He was amused by this divine logic. Tian, where did you come from, bandit? This is not just taking advantage of someone's misfortune, it's blatant robbery. What else can this be but robbery? He didn't expect that the people from the First Warrior Guild would be so shameless. When they saw good things, they wanted to take them for themselves. They were so despicable. Tian was shocked and quickly covered his mouth. "Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Brother Chu is a martial artist, as strong as our captain. It's already a great honor for you that they are willing to come and save us. Do you know how to respect your elders? Apologize quickly." As she spoke, she winked at Zhang Yang, looking a little anxious. Before Zhang Yang could speak, the man who followed Chu Gu interrupted with an unhappy look on his face. "Robber, we came to rescue you out of kindness, so you should be grateful and repay our kindness. Do you hear me?" "I'm listening." Zhang Yang sneered at, "What? You dare to swear?" The man looked at him in shock, then rolled up his sleeves, walked up and slapped Zhang Yang in the face. The speed and strength showed that he was using all his strength and had no intention of stopping. With just this one move, Zhang Yang could sense his approximate level, which was only that of a 7th or 8th level warrior, like shit. Zhang Yang pulled back his hand, forcibly pushed away the opponent's palm, and slapped him hard in the face. The slap made the opponent's body shake, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Without waiting for the other party to react, Zhang Yang raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, knocking him over. Bang! Ouch! It hurts so much. He hit me, Chuga. He lay on the ground, screaming in pain, looking extremely miserable. The new brother was furious. "How dare you hit my people? I think you are looking for death. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be out of the guild." Tian panicked. She was very clear about the strength of the man in front of her. It was easy for him to kill an ordinary martial artist level monster. Where is Zhang Yang? Although Zhang Yang is a level 10 warrior and looks very strong at this level, he is not a martial artist after all. If a fight really breaks out and the other party seriously injures them both, there will be no possibility of recovery. As for the corpse of the martial artist level beast, anyway, these were all picked up by Zhang Yang, so there's nothing to regret. She quickly showed a flattering smile and rotted the other party. Chuga, don't try to get acquainted with him. He is just a newcomer, young and hot-tempered and ignorant. Take these things if you like them. I'll talk to him. Chu Ji's expression was originally ferocious, but after hearing her say that, his face looked a little better. He raised a smug smile and said sarcastically, "That's more like it, but this kid beat up my people, so he must give me an explanation." Tian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when she didn't expect Zhang Yang to speak first. "Give you an explanation? Do you want me to slap you?" Zhang Yang looked at him with the same sarcasm. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. How can you be here to save people? You are here to bully people. If I am not mistaken, you would not fight back if you really encountered a martial artist level beast today. You are just trying to cheat people under the guise of saving people. Zhang Yang, please say less." Do you want to piss me off to death? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come back to save you. Tian was so anxious that her face turned red and she couldn't help but scream. She saw that Chu Ji's face was becoming more and more ugly, and she even saw coldness in his eyes. If this continues, there is a high possibility that the two of them will not be able to get out today. She thought that after she was so angry, Zhang Yang would sober up and restrain himself, but to her despair, Zhang Yang showed no attitude of admitting his mistakes. Not only that, he even took 2 steps forward and pointed at Chu Ji's nose. Roll. Get out of here right now, so I can pretend that what just happened never happened. Tian was completely desperate. She never thought that she would encounter such a situation because of coming back to save Zhang Yang. Now she only hopes for one thing. That is, Chu Gu is a martial artist with a bottom line. At least, a martial artist who will not kill people and dump their bodies. But, is it possible? She smiled helplessly. Zhang Yang, I don't care about you anymore. Just consider it as giving you back your life. Zhang Yang knew very well that Tian meant well, so he didn't take her words seriously. He glanced at the rookie not far away whose face had turned red with anger, and his voice became a little colder. I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I really gave you face, and you dare to count first. Zhang Yang's behavior completely angered Chu Gu, and Chu Gu stomped his feet and rushed toward Zhang Yang. He moved quickly and punched Zhang Yang on the temple. You can see that it's a killer move. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and placed his hands on his waist. There was his latest scalpel, securely fastened to his waist. The new brother roared and waved his fists fiercely. This move was clean and neat, without any fancy moves, only strength. Because in his opinion, the gap between his realm and Zhang Yang's was huge, so he didn't need to use anything at all. He could knock the opponent down with just 1 punch. Following Tian's exclamation, he took a step back. Accompanied by the cheers of the follower man, he shouted excitedly. As Chu Gu looked at Zhang Yang with disdain, he increased the strength of his arms. Zhang Yang, pull out that scalpel instantly. The color and gloss on the scalpel were both top-notch. The moment it was taken out, everyone felt a flash of reflected cold light before their eyes. Everyone's brain froze for a moment when they saw the knife. There are 2 reasons for this dullness. One is that the knife itself is obviously not an ordinary weapon, but more like an object in the hands of some upper-class elites. The second is, Zhang Yang actually took out a knife. What is he going to do? Kill someone? At this moment, everyone present felt their throats dry and a chill ran down their spines. Phew! Along with the sound of flesh being cut, a human scream was heard in the night. Chapter 39, Are You a Martial Artist? The new brother screamed and covered his arm with a distorted expression. No one expected that Zhang Yang would be so decisive and draw his weapon at the very beginning of the battle. You wanted to kill me just now, right? Zhang Yang's face was cold, and he shook the knife in his hand. That's right, if that blow just now had really hit his temple, he would have definitely killed him on the spot. That was a full-strength punch from a martial artist, and he was not stupid enough to think he could withstand it. It seems like the other party was simply so angry and humiliated that he went from robbing to killing people for treasure. Chu didn't know why Zhang Yang's aura suddenly changed. He suddenly became crazy, giving people a sense of crisis that there was no way to communicate. It seems that once you provoke this person, you will have the illusion of fighting to the end. No, he knew this feeling and would always encounter it. That is a strange beast? That's right. It's the sense of crisis that you only feel when fighting against strange beasts. The feeling of danger that once you have the intention to kill, the strange beast will never let you go. It's just that he couldn't feel it in most of the normal battles. After all, the alien beasts were always the ones being besieged, but this time he definitely felt it. A sense of fear that he couldn't even explain arose, causing him to subconsciously take a step back. But the pain and numbness in his arm brought him back to consciousness immediately, and his fear turned into pain. This kid chopped off one of his hands. He must die. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced and got into Su Tian's arms to shorten the distance between them. At this distance, the knife in Zhang Yang's hand is completely ineffective. The only thing he can do is to fight it head-on with his own body. With his physique at the martial artist level, he could definitely knock Zhang Yang unconscious with 1 punch and cut him into pieces. The next second, he successfully closed the distance, and Zhang Yang did not pull back the knife in his hand. Oh shit. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. There was a hint of anticipation on Chu Ji's face, and he punched Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang used his other hand to block with an expressionless face, without even moving back. It seemed like he wanted to block with this hand. Ha ha ha. Stupid. How dare you block the attack of a beginner with one hand? Do you think you're a martial artist? The seemingly introverted man had recovered by now and happened to see this scene and burst out laughing. Tian, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, also looked unhappy. She knew very well that there was no turning back once Zhang Yang took action, and now it was a life-and-death situation. If Zhang Yang could keep his distance and use weapons to fight, he would still have a chance. After all, the opponent was already seriously injured. But at this moment, I have to resist with my body. Isn't this just destroying my own life? No one is optimistic about Zhang Yang, but bang, 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 bang. Zhang Yang took the first punch, and then followed it up with several more in just a few seconds. He seemed to be taking it lightly, and didn't seem to be unable to take it. The newbie who made the move was also confused. For a moment, he suspected that it was because he lost a hand that he lost too much blood and had no strength. Just as he was about to attack again, he heard a low whistling sound, and then he felt as if a small mountain had hit him in the face. He flew out, and his head hit the stone on the ground heavily, and blood gushed out. You are a martial artist. His voice trembled with fear and unwillingness. The new brother was struggling to crawl on the ground, his vitality rapidly fading away. Half of his face was deformed, and it looked like he wouldn't live long. Martial master. Chu Ji's followers were dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Chu Gu, who was lying on the ground, then glanced at Zhang Yang, who was unharmed, and his expression gradually became terrified. Then a foul smell wafted out from his pants, and his voice was extremely terrified. Don't kill me. It was him. He forced me to do everything. I didn't want to stay with him at all. He forced me to find lone warriors and kill them. I told him that I would suffer retribution, but he didn't believe me. He just wouldn't believe it. He screamed in horror, obviously frightened. Tian, who was not far from him, looked shocked. She had not yet recovered from the shock of knowing that Zhang Yang was a martial artist and had defeated the beginner. This person gave her such a shock again. Turned out to be, you two did this on purpose. It turns out that you not only had bad intentions towards me and Zhang Yang, but you also did it so many times. How many people did you kill? Tian's voice trembled. She was indeed a warrior and had witnessed life and death, but she was still a young girl. She could accept monsters killing people, and she could accept people killing each other in fights, but she really couldn't accept this kind of murder by deception. She was pale and could no longer speak. Let this kind of person fend for himself here. Let's go. Zhang Yang had already searched the other person's body for the medicine and slowly stood up. The potions brought by martial artists are better than theirs. Several bottles of stamina potions and hemostatic potions are all high-end stuff. He glanced at the follower coldly, took away the potion from his body, and then ignored him. The place is already filled with blood, and strange beasts will soon surround us. If that martial artist level beast was not dead, it could still be used to intimidate the enemy. But now that it is dead, a second beast lord will soon appear here. The level of the novice's follower is average, and he definitely won't be able to escape. Tian had also calmed down by now and followed him. Etc. Wait for me. Take one of you with you. I'll do anything you ask me to do. The man woke up from his dream when he saw the two people were about to leave. He tried desperately to pounce on Zhang Yang, but was kicked away. Roll. Come up here again, and I'll kill you. There was still a smell of blood on Zhang Yang's body. This time, the other party really didn't dare to move and just watched Zhang Yang disappear into the night. He stood there blankly, trembling all over. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and he shivered. I don't know how many seconds he was in a daze, but suddenly a ferocious look appeared on his face. Oh shit, what's so great about this? You are all going to die. Why get back to the city? None of you will be able to escape. As he spoke, he ran to the place where he had just been, picked up a bottle of medicine from the ground, ran to the dying newcomer, and gave him the medicine. After taking the medicine, Chu Gu actually slowly opened his eyes. New brother. Brother Chu, you finally woke up. Great. I'll take you to a safe place to rest now, and we'll leave once you recover. Before he could finish his words, his smile froze on his face. He saw many pairs of cold eyes appearing in the darkness, and then a series of dark shadows slowly walked out from it. Chapter 40, I will take good care of our parents. Until miserable cries were heard in the town. Zhang Yankai and Tian Tian left. On the way back, Tian Tian suddenly stopped. A lot of people saw me and Chu Gu together. Now that they are dead outside, the First Warrior Guild will definitely find out about us. The guild will never protect you and me. We are doomed. She was pale and trembling all over. Zhang Yang frowned. Not really? Fighting between warriors is common, right? Otherwise, why would that guy called Chu Gu be so unscrupulous? Tian Tian shook her head. No, it's that serious. They are habitual offenders and will be punished sooner or later. They are not afraid of punishment at all. Zhang Yang realized the seriousness of the matter. What will be the consequences if I'm discovered? You'll be stripped of all warrior benefits and rights, and the Warrior Guild will have to return all the money and resources it has spent on you. Your family and loved ones will also be implicated, and they will never be able to touch anything related to warriors again. So serious? Zhang Yang frowned it. How Zhao Zhao personally recruited me. Can't this protect me? Tian Tian smiled bitterly. Unless you can become a grandmaster, but how many grandmasters are there in a city? That's harder than climbing to the sky. The youngest grandmaster I've seen so far is over 40 years old. If we don't have that ability, then we can only gamble that the two of us can deceive everyone. Zhang Yin felt a little headache. He didn't expect things to get so serious. He thought fighting between warriors was normal behavior, but now it seems not. This is true. After all, if this rule is not so strict, then fighting among warriors will become the norm, which is definitely something that society does not want to see. It seems that I was lucky the first time. I killed someone without being discovered. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. That's right. If he had been discovered the first time, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to become a warrior. Zhang Yang, think of a solution quickly. We must think of a complete lie, otherwise it will be easily exposed when we go back. Tian Tian was so anxious that a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she stamped her feet in anxiety. This girl is really anxious. After all, considering her age and level, it's just the beginning, and she doesn't want it to end here. Puff! Zhang Yang thought of something and laughed out loud. Zhang Yang, it's already this hour, and you're still laughing. We are both finished, you and I, our lives are finished. I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. Everyone else wanted to leave, but you insisted on staying here. What are you going to do now that things have turned out like this? She became more and more anxious as she spoke. Her little face turned red with anxiety, and even tears appeared in her eyes. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. I laughed because I didn't think this question was a problem at all, but it made you so anxious that you were sweating. Zhang Yang smiled and shook his hands. Tian Tian was stunned. What did you say? Not a problem? Have you thought of the perfect lie? She looked questioning. In her heart, Zhang Yang is a reliable teammate, but not a smart person. Well, at least not as smart as her. Need not. Why would you want to lie? Once you tell a lie about something, you will need countless lies to cover it up. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. This is not a good idea. The best way is for me to become a master. As long as I become a grandmaster, the Warrior Guild will protect me, right? Tian Tian stared at him in astonishment. After being silent for several seconds, she reached out her hand and touched his forehead. Are you poisoned? Let's not talk about whether you have the potential to become a master. It won't be long before you are questioned when you return. How long can you hide this matter? And don't you naturally have to come up with a lie first so that you have the opportunity and time to improve yourself? Zhang Yang shook his head again. I said there's no need to lie. I just need to practice in the area where the strange beasts are active, and then I can return to the city when I become a grandmaster. Tian, what did you say? You're going to stay here until you reach the grandmaster level? Tian was dumbfounded. She seriously suspected that she had heard it wrong. Is this realistic? This is so unrealistic. Are you kidding me? No, like you said, it's impossible to lie and hide it. I don't have the time to wait until I become a grandmaster. The best way is for me to stay here and become a grandmaster. Tian thought Zhang Yang must be crazy. Do you know how long it takes for a martial artist to become a master? Even if you're a genius and can advance 3 to 4 levels a year, it will still take nearly 3 years. This is assuming you are a genius. I know that many masters around me took 5 or 6 years, or even longer to achieve a breakthrough. Do you think we can survive that long in the alien beast area? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. It's not us, it's me. Your level is not high enough. If you stay here, you will die. And like you said, this is a long process. I need your help with something. Zhang Yang took out the bloody flower from his arms and handed it to Tian Tian, then weighed the body of the ice and fire wolf. My mother is lying in bed right now. I need the material of the flesh and blood flower. Please keep it for me and help me visit my parents from time to time. If it's 3 months at the shortest, or half a year at the longest, I will definitely become a master when I return. If anyone asks you about what happened today, you can just say that you got separated and ran back on your own. That way you can be sure of success. Tian Tian was extremely shocked. She never dreamed that someone would solve the problem in this way. No, this is not a solution, but Zhang Yang wants to sacrifice himself to let her live. Yes. How could he survive in the area where strange beasts are active? Tian Tian's tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. In the end, she just grabbed Zhang Yang's hands with both hands. She said seriously, Zhang Yang, don't worry. Your mom is my mom, and your dad is my dad from now on. I will take good care of our parents. Zhang Yang's eyes were dull, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Well, etc. Why does it seem like something is wrong? Chapter 41, Brother Yang. I'll save you. The edge of the exotic beast activity area. A modified car drove into the inspection point at high speed. Hao Zhao Zhao rushed into the lounge immediately and saw Tian Tian, who was covered in wounds, in the crowd. Why did you come back alone? Where are Zhang Yang and Captain Zhou? Tian Tian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she lowered her head. Captain Zhou has been confirmed dead. As for Zhang Yang, I didn't find Zhang Yang. Hao Zhao Zhao's expression became even uglier. Not in time, huh? Tian Tian nodded again, then shook her head slightly. It's not that I didn't make it in time. It was when I was leading people there that they were attacked by strange beasts, and Chu Gu and the others got separated. I was stuck in there for hours before I finally left. Hao Zhao Zhao clenched his fists, looking remorseful. It's all my fault. I arranged for you to go there when there was insufficient intelligence. I didn't expect to lose so many talented people. There are strange beasts there that even 3- or 4-star martial artists can't deal with. I'm afraid they won't even leave their corpses. Tian Tian also had a sad face and murmured to herself, yeah, not even the body can be left behind. She looked up at the strange beast area, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. Downtown center, Villaria. In the luxurious living room, Bai Meng sat on the sofa with a frown on her face. But she immediately relaxed and said to Father Bai with a smile, you shouldn't look down on Brother Yang. Brother Yang is already a warrior, and he has earned enough money to pay for the family's medical expenses. The so-called poor boy you mentioned is not from the same world. This is far beyond your expectation. Don't bully the poor young. You should understand this principle better than a little girl like me. Father Bai was slightly stunned, then laughed. Even if you are angry with me, you should find a good reason. I heard that Wang Li went to the hospital. He and Zhang Yang should have met, right? Bai Meng raised a nice smile and nodded slightly, saying, of course we met, but Wang Li didn't get any advantage. Although they are both warriors, it is obvious that Brother Yang is better. Father Bai was stunned for a moment when he saw that Bai Meng didn't seem to be lying. Impossible. I know the boy's family situation best. I also saw his talent when he was a child. You said that he is about right for him to become a warrior by the age of 30. Father Bai didn't believe it at all, but when he saw Bai Meng's confident look, he frowned slightly. No one knows his daughter better than him. At least when it comes to Zhang Yang, this cheap daughter never lies. Could it be that? Is it true? He was shocked and immediately took out his cell phone to call Wang Li. Wang Li, what's going on with Zhang Yang? I heard that you suffered a loss the last time you clashed with him. There was a brief silence on the phone, followed by Wang Li's embarrassed voice. Uncle Bai, that's true. I'm investigating. I suspect he took some illegal drugs, so I've been investigating the truth of the matter these days. Did he take any illegal drugs? Bai's father asked immediately. Forehead. There is no record of this yet. I'm still working on it. Mr. Bai, who was holding the phone, was stunned. He knew very well that with Wang Li's family background, it would be very easy to find out whether a person had taken banned drugs in the short term. If even he couldn't find it, then no, I just didn't take any illegal drugs. How is this possible? He asked himself. I've been working in the martial arts industry for so many years. What kind of people have I not seen? He has come into contact with too many geniuses, trash, and mediocre people. This is the first time I have seen a young man like Zhang Yang. A gradual process of accumulation? Can a person achieve this through accumulation of experience? No, maybe hidden. But what reason is there to hide? No reason. Given Zhang Yang's family situation, the only way for him to succeed is to show his talents and enter better schools and organizations to get resources. When he thought about the way Zhang Yang had argued with him that day, he felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this a slap in his face? What do you think? I told you that your eyes are blurry due to old age. Bai Meng chuckled. The girl's cheeks were filled with pride, as if she was showing off her most beloved thing. When Mr. Bai saw her smug look, his expression became even uglier, and his voice sounded a little more displeased. Wang Li, I have something to do here, so I won't talk to you anymore. Father Bai almost gritted his teeth and was ready to hang up the phone. But at this moment, an anxious voice came from the phone. Uncle Bai, wait. I have something very important to tell you. If Bai Meng is with you, right, if possible, I want her to hear it too. After all, this matter should be very important to her. His voice was very serious, and there's also a bit of joy and anticipation in it. Father Bai didn't know what he was going to do, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned on the speakerphone. When the hands-free voice was turned on, Bai Meng was slightly stunned and frowned. Uncle Bai, it's like this. I just heard a piece of news in the guild. That is, because of incorrect intelligence, the warrior team Zhang Yang was encountered a beast that was stronger than the team itself. Zhou Faken, the team leader, died tragically. As for Zhang Yang, and another warrior who went to rescue them, their whereabouts are unknown and they haven't returned yet. Bai Meng stood up with a bang. What did you say? Wang Li, what are you talking about? Wang Li sighed regretfully. Xiao Meng, there's no need for me to lie to you, because this matter is quite sensational, so almost everyone in the guild knows about it at the same time. If you don't believe me, come and ask yourself. Zhang Yang is indeed a talented person. I feel sorry for him. Wang Li expressed regret and pretended to be regretful, but anyone who knew him could hear the pride and joy in his tone. He was indeed proud and happy. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang would get his lunchbox like this. This is all so cool. Oh, Father Bai raised his eyebrows, his expression calm. To think there is such a thing. Zhang Yang is a bit impulsive. I tried to persuade him last time we met, but I didn't expect that he would end up in trouble. Bai Meng heard his father's words with a bit of gloating and stood up angrily. Stop pretending to be a good guy here. You know how to pretend to be a good person here now. But where were you when I was hurt? Where were you when I was bullied? Since I was a child, everyone has treated me like trash. Only Brother Yang holds me in his hands. You don't deserve to talk about him. Bang! Father Bai smashed the phone with a slap. I don't deserve it. I'm your father. What is he? Why should a person who can't even protect his own life stay with you? How old are you? Bai Meng's chest was heaving with anger, and her cheeks were flushed. She turned around abruptly and slammed the door. Loud crying could be heard from outside, gradually becoming fainter as the sound of the tsunami. Whoa, Brother Yang. Brother Yang, I'll come find you right away. Wait for me. I'm going to rescue you right now. Chapter 42. I saw a naked man. In an abandoned city, a wisp of fireworks slowly rose. Zhang Yang skillfully dissected the corpse of the strange beast, and then placed it in front of the campfire to burn. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the flesh and blood of the strange beast in front of him. Counting the time, Tian Tian has been back for a week. Everyone who knew him now thinks he is dead, right? Grandmaster Realm. It's really not easy to get there. He sighed and slowly opened his panel. Host, Sang Yang. Chi and blood. 4,200 points. Martial Master Level 2. Current abilities. Dissection Rebate. LV1. Hunting. LV2. Cross Level. LV3. Currently available skills. Demon King. LV for all abilities gained have their effects doubled. Conditions for achievement. Kill 100 monsters of the same level. Become a King LV4. You can obtain the state of mind of slaughtering alien beasts and can instantly kill alien beasts below the same level. For alien beasts higher than yourself, the effect is converted into doubling of ability. Conditions for achievement. Challenge and kill 100 beasts of the same level but with different bloodlines. Super God. LV for the beast will gain some of your abilities, and you will have a certain degree of deterrence when facing the beast. The deterrence effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Completion conditions. Tame a strange beast. After a week of fighting, he only reached the second level of martial artist. Only when he actually lived in this ruined area full of strange beasts did he realize how difficult it was. First of all, he must be vigilant enough. Although this is the most marginal area of exotic beast activity close to the city, there's still many martial artist level exotic beasts active here. With the experience of the ice and fire head wolf beast last time, he didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out the surrounding environment and the distribution of the strange beasts, and he also had to guard against the attacks of these strange beasts. Secondly, he had to maintain his physical strength at all times. After all, this was an area where strange beasts were active, and he had to hang his head around his waist even when resting. Taking all these factors into consideration, he has no way to easily upgrade by hunting exotic beasts for a long time. So he spent most of this week adapting to life here. He could advance 1 level per week. Although this speed seemed incredible to others, he thought it was too slow. He knew very well that the people who cared about him must be worried and heartbroken about him at this moment. So he wanted to return to the city as soon as possible, no matter what. Unfortunately, since I killed the ice and fire wolf, I have only encountered 1 exotic beast with blood. Otherwise, if the blood ability was enhanced, I would be able to kill the exotic beast more easily. That's right. After he obtained the advanced LV3 ability, his absorption ability can improve a random physical quality every time he absorbs the blood of an alien beast. The last time he strengthened his muscles, this ability also made him stronger than martial artists of the same level, giving him an advantage when dealing with strange beasts of the same level. He thought that with this ability, he could kill more exotic beasts with bloodlines, improve his own strength, and complete the conditions for becoming a king, LV4. However, he found that the number of exotic beasts with bloodlines here was too small. This week he only killed a bloodline beast, and the random boost he gained was still strength. His current strength is 3 times that of a martial artist of the same level. It is exactly the muscular strength of a monster at the same level. It is not wrong to say that he is a human-shaped monster. However, improving muscle strength is not always a good thing because Zhang Yang put the roasted flesh of the exotic beast in his mouth, chewed it, and then swallowed it voraciously, revealing a wry smile. The strength is increased 3 times, and the energy consumed by using the strength is also 3 times that of others. No wonder the beasts are either hunting or on their way to hunt. It would be great if the next bloodline upgrade could increase my physical strength. He knew that this was not a solution, so he decided to take the risk and go deeper into the area where the strange beasts were active. He was now in District 13, which was still connected to the city safe zone. He wanted to go deeper, which was District 21. There are more martial artist level beasts active there, and even the warrior level beasts are mostly high-level warriors, equivalent to warriors above level 7. There you can collect more chi and blood. After all, he is only 1% away from achieving the ability of becoming a king, LV4. If I can obtain Cheng Wang's ability to kill instantly, then wouldn't my energy and blood be free? He was full of anticipation when he thought about the effect of Cheng Wang's ability. Kill all monsters of the same level instantly. If he really acquires that ability, his future realm will advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to achieve financial freedom. Just imagine, at that time he could stand in the area where the strange beasts were active and dissect the chi and blood frantically, dissecting until his hands cramped and he couldn't finish. Thinking of this, he swallowed the roasted flesh and blood in front of him in big mouthfuls, then stepped out the fire and slowly stood up. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. That was the sound of humans fighting, happening on another street, probably less than 100 meters away from him. He frowned slightly. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, and finally walked towards that direction. He didn't consider himself a saint, but he wanted to find out something about him anyway. Even if he couldn't find out, he could still exchange for some supplies. The environment here was too harsh. Now he was truly a savage. His clothes and pants had long been torn to pieces by the strange beasts. No, there was only a piece of his pants left, a bit like a loose pair of shorts, which could not resist the bites of mosquitoes and was really uncomfortable. The other side of the street. 2 men and a woman are surrounded by a pack of spotted hounds. The 2 men were in their mid-20s, and the girl was still a young girl, about 13 or 14 years old. At this time, they were covered with scars and looked exhausted, while the spotted hound beasts surrounding them were full of energy and looked eager to fight, as if they would pounce on them and tear them to pieces at any time. The spotted hound is the most typical social animal in this area. Even ordinary warriors and high-level exotic beasts will become their food. It can be said that they are extremely cruel, and few of the prey they target can escape successfully. Oh shit, This dog's nose is so good that they can find this. I'm so impressed. One of the two men was tall and couldn't help cursing when he saw these strange beasts. Another man wearing glasses pushed his glasses up, revealing a bitter and desperate smile on his face. His already pale face became even paler. Hey, guess what? I feel like I'm too titty seeing as I'm too titty. While the two of them were still able to maintain their fighting stance, the other girl completely collapsed. Her whole body was shaking, tears were streaming down her face, and she looked terrified. However, after hearing what the two men said, she forced herself to calm down. She suddenly closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, then slowly opened them. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she saw something incredible. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and made sure that she had not seen it wrong. Then she pulled the man with glasses and revealed a desperate smile that made her laugh and cry. Brother, I'm a naked man running. Chapter 43, Take Off Your Clothes. Lao Jian, what? Man, naked man. Xiaoyu. I actually saw a naked man. He's running, he's jumping, he's dodging. Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes hard to make sure it was not an illusion. It really was a man, with disheveled hair and a dirty face like a savage, and his nearly naked body was particularly white and tender under the reflection of the moonlight. She looked into the distance in confusion, and for a moment she forgot about the strange beasts surrounding them. Roar! Be careful, they are coming. Accompanied by the roars and shouts around, Xiaoyu was awakened from her daze. She trembled all over and quickly drew a dagger to face the spotted hound that was pouncing on her. But she was still a beat too slow to react. At this moment, 3 huge spotted hounds came to her and pounced on her at the same time. In panic, she chopped the spotted hound on the head with her sword, but the force was not enough, and although the hound's head was cut, it was not fatal. The spotted hound that was slashed by a sword smelled blood and immediately became beastly. It let out a low roar from its throat and pounced on her and bit her like a demon. 3 brutal beasts pressed her to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The panicked Xiaoyu couldn't break free at all and could only protect her cheeks and vital parts of the first moment. The software on the body was torn to pieces immediately, revealing the snow-white skin. But in front of the man-eating beast, these were just delicious food. Help! I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. Xiaoyu. When Lao Jiang heard the scream, his face turned pale and he wanted to rescue her immediately, but he was surrounded by the Dalmatians around him. The other man was also unable to take care of himself, and the two of them could only watch the girl being ruthlessly torn apart. Phew! The next second, a cold light flashed. 3 dog heads fell to the ground, and blood spurted out like a fountain, soaking the girl's body. Xiaoyu felt severe pain all over her body in the last second, and in the next second, she found that the strange beast was no longer attacking her. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a naked and muscular upper body. She stared at the man in front of her blankly, her brain unable to process for a moment. The sharp cry echoed throughout the street, instantly attracting the attention of Lao Jiang and his companions, as well as the group of strange beasts. For a moment, the strange beasts and humans all looked at Xiaoyu tacitly, and finally their eyes were fixed on Zhang Yang. Fuck, they're a fucking naked man. Old Jiang, have we triggered some hidden copy of this world? The tall man muttered to himself with a look of shock on his face. Just as the man with glasses was about to say something, he felt a cold light flying towards him. The cold light flashed across his sight, flew past his neck, and brought up a gust of cold wind. Phew! A spotted hound behind him was shot directly through the brain and died on the spot. Zhang Yang walked slowly towards the 2 people, stretching his muscles and bones, giving people a sense of oppression like a giant. Roar! A spotted hound pounced on it at the first opportunity with great momentum. It was obviously larger than other spotted hounds, nearly 2 meters long, with eyes flashing red like a special effect in a movie, and its open, bloody mouth filled with fishy mucus and smell, very pungent. Zhang Yang quickened his pace and went directly into the opponent's attack range. He clenched his right fist and raised it suddenly. His body also leaned back following his fist, and he smashed it hard the next second. Taishan fist. Boom! The low sonic boom seemed to explode the air, and the triple force left an afterimage of the arm, which hit the opponent's chest heavily at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Puff! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zhang Yang's fist went straight through the opponent's body. accompanied by the sound of blood gushing out. Zhang Yang swung his arm expressionlessly and easily threw the strange beast off his arm. It slammed heavily on the ground beside him, also making a loud, muffled sound. Dead silence. The three people present, including the remaining strange beasts, did not make any sound. All the creatures present widened their eyes, and their pupils trembled. Woo woo woo. The remaining spotted hounds immediately let out screams of terror and fled in all directions. This human is so scary. The king among them was killed so easily. He is simply a demon. The presence of blood is detected. Do you want to extract and fuse it into the mutant blood? Extract. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, not expecting such an unexpected surprise. The host's bloodline is improved, and physical strength is improved. Gain strength. Zhang Yang was even more delighted. This is the improvement he needs most right now. He closed his eyes slightly, excitedly feeling the obvious increase in spirit, feeling that every muscle in his body was cheering. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile unconsciously. Forehead. Hello. Can you understand what we are saying? Hearing the nervous questioning, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two men in front of him. No, to be more precise, it was Chiang Kai-shek. Lao Jiang subconsciously pushed up his glasses, looked at him nervously, and gave him a friendly and timid smile. My name is Jiang Wenming. These two are my teammates. Are you from the city? Zhang Yang did not answer, but stared at him intently. Take off your clothes. Oh. Jiang Wenming was stunned, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Take it off. Zhang Yang's eyes were cold. Jiang Wenming's brain was buzzing, and he couldn't help but clamp his legs together. He looked at the tall man beside him for help, but the tall man turned his head away, looking as if he could only let him suffer. Jiang Wenming smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother. No, Dad. I'll give you whatever you want, but not this kind of thing. Stop talking nonsense. I saved your lives, and you can't even give up your clothes? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and spoke with a hint of anger. Jiang Wenming was frightened by his aura, but he immediately realized something and smiled attentively. Here. So you want clothes? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't I say that? Zhang Yang was furious. He really didn't know what was going on in the minds of today's young people. Jiang Wenming chuckled, quickly took off all his clothes and pants, revealing the soft armor underneath, and then handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate and felt a lot more comfortable after putting on the clothes. He walked up to the corpse, took his scalpel back in his hand, and then walked in one direction. If you don't want to die, come with me. I have something to ask you. It's not safe here. When a few people saw Zhang Yang preparing to leave without looking back, they looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. Here it comes. Chapter 44, District 21. On the ruined streets, the three people following Zhang Yang were talking in low voices. Jiang Wenming nudged the tall man and winked. Xiao Ye, who do you think he is? Your father's name is Yu Wei. Don't call me that in such a disgusting way. The tall man cursed. How would I know who he is? Anyway, he is not someone we can afford to offend. We should just follow him. That's right, he is the most powerful among the three, but he is only a level 7 warrior. Jiang Wenming is a level 6 warrior, and the girl Jiang Yucai is a level 1 warrior. The three of them together probably wouldn't be enough to withstand a punch from that naked man. I think he's a bit dangerous. What kind of good person wouldn't go back to the safe zone when it's dark and wander around here? It is very likely that he is the legendary person doing illegal business outside. This kind of person cannot return to the safe zone, so he stays in the alien beast activity area for a long time and robs other criminals. So we must not make him unhappy. Jiang Wenming said cautiously, indicating that the two people must not act recklessly. After hearing his guess, the two people's faces changed slightly and they became obviously nervous. Okay, we're here. Come and sit down. Zhang Yang had already brought them to the campfire site, where there was some barbecue. He was very familiar with the surrounding terrain, and the strange beasts had been cleared out, so there shouldn't be any big problems. The three of them sat obediently aside, keeping a certain distance from Zhang Yang, and were obviously quite nervous. Zhang Yang sat on the stone and wanted to speak, but hesitated, because he didn't know how to ask about his situation. Directly asking about such an obvious action would surely let the other party find out. If a wanted warrant for him has already been issued in the city, wouldn't that mean he would be walking into a trap? Although he can deal with these people, he is not a murderer. He can't kill these people just because his identity is exposed, right? As for a little bit of cliches, that's even more troublesome. He is not a troublemaker either. After thinking it over, he sighed and said helplessly, "With the skills of the few of you, why don't you return to the safe zone before dark?" Jiang Wenming rubbed his hands nervously. What's your name, big brother?" "Zhang Li." Zhang Yang spoke without hesitation, without saying his real name. "Brother Zhang, we came here because of the incident in Luoyang town. We didn't expect to encounter ferocious beasts there. When we were escaping, our teammates drove first, so we had to walk back." Luoyang town. Zhang Yang was stunned. He was very familiar with this name. Wasn't this the town where they went on the mission? He had only glanced at the mission information at first, but he had never expected to match it up by accident. "Yes, Brother Zhang. Haven't you heard of it?" "No, tell me." When Jiang Wenming heard him say this, he actually showed some excitement. He kept rubbing his hands and said, "It is said that a talented warrior from the Second Warrior Guild went missing there. His family and relatives have joined the guild to pay a high fee. As long as you can find this warrior, you can get the fee. 300,000 dead, 600,000 living people. This is all paid by their families themselves, not the guild. This is also a considerable expense for a warrior." Zhang Yang felt uncomfortable when he heard this. He knew very well that his parents couldn't come up with so much money and should sell the house. "This is still not enough. I probably need to borrow a lot more." He subconsciously touched his chest and felt some discomfort there. Obviously, this is the most difficult time for the family, but as a warrior, he is not only unable to help, but also makes them worry. Zhang Yang made up his mind that he must return as soon as possible. So that's a matter. I've heard about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. If he disappeared in an area where strange beasts live, what else could it be except death? I guess his body has already become the beast's excrement." Jiang Wenming nodded in agreement. "We all think so, but, Brother Zhang, people always like to try their luck, just like knowing that the chances of winning the lottery are slim, but still like to try. I just didn't expect to meet such a group of teammates. If it weren't for your help, Brother Zhang, we might not be able to go back today." That's right. "Thank you so much, Brother Zhang. If there's anything we can do to help you, just let me know. My name is Yu Wei, and you can just call me Xiao Wei." "Yu Fei." Zhang Yang had a strange expression on his face. "Brother Zhang, this time, thank you so much." Xiao Yu, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up and spoke to him with great respect. "You're welcome. It's just a fair trade. Didn't I take your clothes, too? I have almost wiped out all the strange beasts here. You can recover some strength here before leaving." Zhang Yang slowly stood up and walked towards the depths without waiting for others to speak. "Brother Zhang, where are you going?" Seeing that he was about to leave, Jiang Yu spoke hesitantly. "Can we follow you?" The girl looked pitiful, and the other two were not much better. They looked pale and were obviously exhausted and frightened. "But I'm going to District 21. You guys want to go too?" Jiang Yu shuddered and almost thought he had heard it wrong. "Xiao Yu, don't be rude there. Several of us are just a burden following Brother Zhang. Come back quickly." Jiang Wenming called her, pulled her back, and then gave Zhang Yang a smile that said, "Don't disturb me." Zhang Yang didn't say much and just turned and left. He had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no need to continue to tangle with these three people. This time the bloodline enhancement gave him double the physical strength, so he didn't feel any more tired when traveling, and his speed also increased. The next morning, at daybreak, Zhang Yang entered Area 21. As soon as he stepped into Area 21, he saw several gray wolf beasts not far away. However, these gray wolf beasts were obviously larger than the ones he saw for the first time. They all looked strong and powerful, and were probably at least as strong as level 5 or 6 warriors. With his strength, he would be one of the best among the wolves in District 13. I didn't expect to see him everywhere here. He stretched his muscles excitedly, his eyes glowing as he stared at the wolves. The wolves in the distance also discovered the presence of humans at this time. The early morning delicacies were particularly tempting to them, and they surrounded Zhang Yang without any doubt. But something seemed wrong today because they found that the humans in front of them were not afraid of them at all. The next second, Zhang Yang rushed into the wolf pack, the scalpel in his hand flying nonstop. For a while, there were ghosts crying and wolves howling here, and Zhang Yang also saw that his energy and blood were rising wildly. "Many. More. I want more blood. District 21. I, Zhang Yang, am here." Chapter 45 Chain Effect. Early morning. The strange beasts living on the edge of Area 21 smelled blood early in the morning. The fragrance from the air makes them extremely obsessed. Thinking that the early bird catches the worm, the strange beasts broke free from their hazy sleepiness and headed towards the smell of blood. They came to the edge of Area 21, but when they saw the scenery in front of them, they all stood still and trembled. An aura of death enveloped them, making the beasts despair. There were at least 20 or 30 corpses of strange beasts on the ground, and all of them had been chopped into pieces. Every organ had been precisely separated, and it looked as if they had been carefully designed by someone. Although these strange beasts have no intelligence and live in fighting and blood every day, they have never seen such a hellish scene. Some strange beasts turned around and ran away, howling loudly. Some strange beasts stood there in a daze, unable to move for a long time. Of course, some exotic beasts are brave enough to rush in directly to enjoy their food. The smell of blood here continued to spread, even attracting strange beasts from the edge of District 13. The smell of blood in the air drifted far away, all the way to the blue sky and white clouds. Seeing the scenery in the sky gradually becoming clearer and feeling the appearance of the sun, Zhang Yang, who was squatting beside the stream, wiped his face and looked down at himself in the stream. The immaturity on his angular face has gradually faded, and he has become more resolute. Although he is not particularly handsome, he still has some unique characteristics. He has dimples, 2 of them, and when he smiles, he has a unique, youthful look. The smell of blood has finally been washed away. This time I killed a bloodline beast, and my physical strength has been strengthened again. I can perfectly control triple the strength. Qi and blood have reached 6,028 points, reaching the 3-star martial artist level. Sure enough, coming to District 21 is the wisest choice. This is just the beginning. I believe I can become a master soon. He muttered to himself, then straightened his clothes and hair and prepared to find a place to rest. Although he could gain a large amount of energy and blood in every battle, recovering his physical strength was also an extremely troublesome task. Unfortunately, the improvement gained from absorbing blood was random. Otherwise, he would have put some points in physical strength first. There are not many places where you can rest in peace in an area full of exotic beasts. The best resting place is naturally a hidden cave. However, places like caves are hard to come by, so Zhang Yang could only settle for the next best thing and look for a tall tree, preferably one with a tree hole. He found a tree that was about 6 or 7 meters tall, climbed up it nimbly, made a simple hole with a knife, and then laid down in it. Of course, although he was resting, he was still alert and was in a state of light sleep. From time to time, the roars of strange beasts could be heard around, but for Zhang Yang, who had long been accustomed to it, he could easily distinguish the approximate distance of the strange beasts. About 20 minutes of rest? Or an hour? In short, Zhang Yang didn't have a clear idea, and something unusual happened around him. He could clearly feel that the roars of strange beasts in the area were becoming more and more frequent. Why are there so many strange beasts? Zhang Yang sat up with a serious expression. Judging from the sounds, there are at least 20 or 30 strange beasts within a kilometer radius. You should know that normally 6 or 7 within a kilometer is already a lot. He had been a warrior for so long, and had only encountered such a situation twice. The first time was when Captain Lu's team attracted a small tide of beasts to gather, and the second time was when they faced the ice and fire deer. You have to know that this is Area 21. It would be troublesome if a large number of high-level exotic beasts really gathered here. He is still in this area. If he is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Yang felt that he had become much stronger, but he was not that arrogant. With his current level, it was difficult for him to deal with 2 people at the same level. Of course, this was just his own thought. If other martial artists heard this idea, they would definitely widen their eyes. After all, as long as they have not reached the Grandmaster level, the monsters at the same level are more powerful. No, we can't rest here. Zhang Yang jumped down from the tree and prepared to grope his way away. But at this moment, he heard a deafening roar. The sound was rumbling, and he couldn't tell what species it was, but he could hear the momentum and anger in it. The owner of this voice is definitely a powerful beast at the level of a martial artist, at least a 5th or 6th level martial artist. Zhang Yang didn't expect that he would run into such a big trouble just after arriving in District 21. For a moment, he hesitated whether to return to District 13. After thinking it over, he headed towards the depths of District 21, the deepest part of Area 21. On a cliff, There are many metal frames built around it, and the middle part is the entrance to a cave. The cave is surrounded by traces of artificial excavation and looks extremely flat. There's also a steel ladder connecting the ground to here. At the deepest part of the entrance is a modern hall, where except for the walls, which are in Syrian style, everything else has been carefully decorated. There were quite a few men sitting on the sofas in the hall, led by a man with a scar on his face, holding a walkie-talkie with a grim look on his face. "What did you say?" "Boss, that guy's been angered, and the monsters in Area 21 are now rioting. Many of our brothers were injured when we went out. Do you want to investigate the cause?" Scarface's face was icy cold. "It must have been done by those guys in the city. You don't want to arrest me and put me in jail this time, but you want me to die instead, right? Okay, since you guys are so desperate, don't blame me for being rude. Notify all the brothers to come back. If you see anyone on the road, rob them and kill them. Since they won't allow people like us to survive, let's fight them. You guys forced me to stay in a monster zone." He hung up the phone and looked at the others. Everyone had the same expression as him, full of anger. If there happen to be police officers here, they can just take out a random list of wanted fugitives from a unit and call out their names, and there will be no one absent. They are all extremely vicious warriors and wanted fugitives. Since they will be punished if they return to the city, they simply set up an organization here. Originally, the city had turned a blind eye to them, but recently, it has become increasingly strict. It seems that, just as Big Brother and the others said, it is time to initiate a reckoning with them. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to go to war. As for those warriors who were dragged in a battlefield, their lives are trembling. District 21 will become a complete battlefield. Chapter 46, the first initiative. Chapter 46. Zhang Yang's escape was not smooth, because there are too many strange beasts. These strange beasts are different from usual ones. They are running around everywhere as if they are crazy. There was no logic in their movements. He had obviously deliberately moved a long distance away, thinking he had gotten rid of them, but the strange beasts suddenly turned around and surrounded him again. He wanted to turn back and re-enter Area 13, but he found that he was getting further and further away and was heading deeper into the area. Right now, he stood in front of a mound and looked around to check the terrain. It's definitely not possible to go deeper. There are even high-level martial artists there. We can't deal with them now. We can only go to the adjacent area. He has to leave District 21 first. Although I don't know why the monsters are rioting, I absolutely cannot stay here any longer. Zhang Yang identified the direction and headed towards the nearest District 17. Check carefully, don't miss anyone. A sudden rough shout from the distance made his eyes light up. He saw a team of 6 warriors about 70 or 80 meters away from him. Each of them had a weapon in his hand and seemed to be very capable in fighting, especially from the roar just now. He sounded very confident and should be a martial artist. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yang would never have contacted the warrior team. After all, he didn't want to reveal his identity. But the situation is different now. Being able to be with a reliable team of warriors will greatly improve his safety. Zhang Yang took a step forward, ready to make friends for the first time since becoming a warrior. He ran straight to the front man in the warrior team, who was a bald man. Although he is bald, he looks like the strongest among the group and should be the team leader. The bald man is called Baldy. His real name is Xiao Chong. He became a warrior and killed more than a dozen ordinary people in 1 year, and also killed 3 or 4 fellow warriors. If such a crime were committed in the city, he would be caught and killed on the spot, and even any warrior related to him would be eliminated and thoroughly investigated. So, he ran to the area where the exotic animals were active and lived freely there. The most enjoyable thing for him here is you can kill people at will. If he doesn't like someone, he can kill him. If he thinks a girl is pretty, he can force her. In short, this is his paradise. As for fighting against strange beasts, what are those beasts? He is no different from them. My hands are so fucking itchy. I haven't seen anyone until now. My sword is thirsty for blood. The bald man was full of anger. The only thought now was to find someone to fight with, but because of the monster riot, most people had already fled and there was no one to be found. Just when he was itching to get going, he suddenly saw a person rushing down the hillside in the distance. The bald man thought his eyes were blurry, but after careful observation, he found that the other person was indeed a person, and he immediately showed an excited smile. The distance was dozens of meters, and it was close in the blink of an eye. "Hello, I'm lost. Can you take me with you?" Zhang Yang gave what he thought was a warm smile. Yes, of course. Little brother, we are a special rescue team in the city. I am Xiao Chong, the rescue team leader, and I'm a third-level martial artist. We are looking for lone warriors like you. Just follow us. Don't worry, with a strong man like me around, you will definitely get out safely. The bald man laughed and pretended to be serious. The others also laughed along and seemed very enthusiastic and happy. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Really? If that's the case, it would be great. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I'll leave as soon as we reach the bordering area. Zhang Yang also smiled, but his brows were slightly wrinkled, imperceptibly. He felt that there was something wrong with these people. The way they looked at him was not right. No one understood this look better than him. That was the way he looked at the strange beasts. No, to be more precise, it is the look in a warrior's eyes when he sees his target prey. They were like a group of hungry wolves, and in their eyes I was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Also, these people all smell of blood. That was not the smell of blood from killing strange beasts, but the smell of human blood. Don't ask him how he judges, because he is familiar with it. These people, definitely not a rescue team from the urban area. Zhang Yang remained calm on the surface, but he was on guard in his heart. In this team of warriors, there's only Xiao Chong who is at the level of martial artist, and a third-level martial artist at that. He is no match for him, even with his 3 abilities. So we're leaving now. That's right, let's go now and find other people together. Xiao Chong gave a look to the other people, and they surrounded Zhang Yang from the front and back. He walked in front with a ferocious smile on his face, and the others followed behind. You can see that they are in a very good mood. Zhang Yang naturally realized that these people were secretly surrounding him, probably to prevent him from escaping or to be able to take action at any time. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness, and he had only one thought in his mind. If you really dare to do it, everyone must die. However, now is not the time to take action. If they are really attacked by strange beasts, these people can help deal with them. Fortunately, these people also seemed to be worried about the appearance of strange beasts, and they kept moving closer to the edge of Area 21. Zhang Yang followed while trying to figure out the purpose and identity of these people. First of all, they are undoubtedly the same people as himself, living in the alien beast area. As for the purpose, Zhang Yang saw that their equipment were all kinds of strange. Some looked delicate, some were rough, and there was even a pink dagger in their hands, which looked like it was customized by a warrior with a girlish heart. These definitely do not belong to one person, which proves that these things originally belonged to many people, not just them. Robber, or murder and robbery. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing what these people would do next. Haha, are you guys going to escape from here? You all seem to be seriously injured. How about joining us? Xiao Chong's voice came from the front again, attracting the attention of several people. Su Tian raised his head slightly and saw Xiao Chong stopping 3 people. The 3 people consisted of 1 man and 2 women, all around 30 years old. The leading man had been scratched in the abdomen by a strange beast, and it looked like he was seriously injured. On his chest hung a 2-star martial artist badge, showing his strength and that familiar outfit. Someone from the First Warrior Guild? Zhang Yang frowned slightly and lowered his head slightly, trying his best not to let the other person see his appearance. Although there are no such coincidences in the world, who can be 100% sure that the First Warrior Guild did not pursue the matter of Chu Ge? And who can be sure that these 3 people did not know Chu Ge? I hope these people don't mess with me, otherwise. He doesn't mind killing people. Chapter 47, am I awesome? Which guild are you from? The man was very cautious. He protected the 2 women behind him, and his voice was full of vigilance. When questioned by the man, Xiao Chong was not nervous. Instead, he stroked his bald head, revealing his white teeth. Me? I'm Xiao Chong from the Self-Inspection Committee. Something happened here, and I happen to be organizing a rescue. Hey, have you ever heard of the self-examination meeting? The man's face revealed a hint of doubt. I'm in the First Warrior Guild. I've been a member for 3 years. I've heard of all the big and small martial arts organizations in the city, but how come I haven't heard of your organization? Xiao Chong continued. It's normal that you haven't heard of this organization, because it is responsible for supervising those warriors who have made mistakes. People in the organization would beat and kick the warriors who made mistakes every day, using them as punching bags, and even cut off the arms of those who refused to obey in front of everyone. They play with those women who have committed mistakes at will. Their expressions are so ecstatic. And more. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and seemed to be a little crazy. The man's expression became more and more ugly, and the other two women were ready for a fight. They all noticed that this guy seemed a little abnormal. Xiao Chong suddenly stopped talking at this time. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he became calm. Sorry, I forgot you weren't the ones who made the mistake. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. His attitude changed so quickly that it seemed unreal. However, just when everyone was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, his smile suddenly appeared again. That weird, cruel smile. But you're not the ones who made mistakes, but I am the one who made mistakes. Now, I also want to experience the happiness of the members of the Self-Examination Association. Can you satisfy me? He laughed as he spoke, then rushed directly towards the three men. Seeing him suddenly attack, the leading man was a little panicked, but he still fought back immediately. It's just that he was injured too badly, and the force of his sword swing was obviously a little slow. Bang! The two knives crossed each other, and the knife in the man's hand was directly knocked away more than 10 meters, and then fiercely inserted into the tree trunk next to him. Bang! The man was kicked to the ground, and the other two women were also pinned to the ground and subdued by him. The three men were subdued in an instant. Zhang Yang saw everything, staring at the metal steel knife that was already half sunk in the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. This person, very strong, at least twice as much as that of ordinary warriors. And this guy seems to know martial arts? Haha, good job, boss. The boss's power is the best in the world. Martial arts are awesome. The followers around him laughed and started to flatter him. Xiao Chong enjoyed this kind of flattery and looked very proud. Although this Yushan fist is the lowest level of martial arts, I have already practiced it to perfection. In this realm, I am invincible, he said as he squatted in front of the man and slapped him hard on the cheek with a cruel smile. How is it? Can you withstand this knife that has been used for more than 10 years? Am I awesome? Say. The man didn't say anything and seemed to be stunned. Perhaps Xiao Chong felt that it was meaningless, so he grabbed his hair and lifted him up, then forcibly held one of the women and asked the same question rudely. The woman knew she was walking into a tiger's mouth, so she just kept agreeing with him, making him laugh excitedly. He asked each one of them, as if he had taken some addictive drug and was getting more and more crazy. The other woman was just a second late in speaking and was slapped to the ground, with one of her teeth falling out. Not to mention the woman who was caught. Even his own men would be slapped hard in the face if they were a second slower. He asked questions along the way and finally set his sights on Zhang Yang. Not surprisingly, he asked the same question. Am I awesome? Zhang Yang's eyes were a little dull at this moment, because he was thinking about something. Just a few seconds ago, he started thinking about a problem and was quite absorbed in it. That's because Xiao Chong is too abnormal. Should we give up using them as a cover for escape? He is now far away from the core area and is moving towards the edge of other areas. He has also seen Xiao Chong's methods, so he can be said to know both himself and the enemy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chong interrupted him at this time, so he had such a reaction. When Xiao Chong saw his reaction, his laughter suddenly became louder and his smile became more and more ferocious. He suddenly changed his grip from the man's hand to the back of his neck, and veins began to bulge on his arms. It was obvious that this man had some mental problems because his rage was now becoming more violent and aggressive. The man who was grabbed by the neck felt that his neck was about to be broken, and his eyes revealed an expression of fear and surprise. Panic is the fear of the end of life. He was stunned because he saw Zhang Yang's face clearly. Haha, die, all dead, go to hell. Xiao Chong laughed angrily, pinched the man's hand and clamped the woman's arm, and began to exert force frantically. He wanted to strangle two people to death. After these two men died tragically and Zhang Yang was frightened out of his wits, they would torture him until he died in agony. The other followers were all perverts as well, or rather they dared not to be perverts, and they all cheered and shouted. But suddenly for a second, they couldn't laugh anymore, because everyone saw a flash of cold light as fast as lightning and as fast as a dragon. Zhang Yang pulled out the scalpel cleanly and neatly, holding it tightly in his backhand and stabbing towards Xiao Chong fiercely. Phew! The blade pierced through the opponent's arm, and blood spurted out. Zhang Yang frowned sleekly. He didn't expect that this guy would react faster than he thought. The opponent's fist whistled in the air, and Zhang Yang took a step back to create some distance. I didn't expect you were also a martial artist. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that you lost your only chance. From now on, I will crush you unilaterally. Xiao Chong let go of the two men, pulled out the scalpel from his arm, and threw it aside, then rushed forward like a tank. His ferocious expression was like a ghost, and his fist swung like a cannonball, heading straight for Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang gently swung his fist and collided with the man's fist in full view of everyone. Snap! Xiao Chong's wrist began to deform, and his pupils gradually shrank to the size of a pinhole. The fist in sight gradually enlarged, and Zhang Yang's swung fist actually produced a wave of air that was constantly being pushed away, and then it hit the opponent's face heavily. Boom! Xiao Qiangren flew backwards instantly, but the next second a hand firmly grabbed his clothes and then threw him to the ground with a 360-degree shoulder throw. Boom! The loud noise occurred again. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Zhang Yang rode on him, with afterimages of his fists appearing, and punched down again and again. Each time, the ground seemed to tremble. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 48. My name is Wang Li. By the time everyone came to their senses, Xiao Chong had already died. Zhang Yang slowly stood up from the ground, exuding a dangerous aura from his whole body. Bang! Xiao Chong's follower sat down on the ground, so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. They are not fools and can see that Zhang Yang is the same kind of person as them. No, they're not the same kind of people. Zhang Yang is stronger than them. If they're just bad, Zhang Yang is a devil. Not the one who sanctions them, but the one who stands above them. Perhaps. Only their boss can deal with this guy. You, who are you? Someone finally couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Zhang Yang looked up at the man who was speaking. He looked ordinary, but he was very close to Xiao Chong. Whenever Xiao Chong had any problems along the way, he would communicate with this man first. Does it have anything to do with you? The man felt the chill from Zhang Yang and couldn't help but tremble, but he still suppressed his fear and said, You are definitely not a faceless person. Since you dare to kill someone here, just tell me your name openly. Our boss is Black Tiger, the gangster boss of District 21. We've made a note of this. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Gangster boss? It seems that his guess was correct. These people are all desperate criminals. He had heard a long time ago that there were many people living in the monster zone. These people were responsible for human lives and were very difficult to deal with. Because they could help the city contain the monsters in the monster zone, many times the warriors in charge of management in the city turn a blind eye, not expecting that all this was true. Well, you are such an arrogant person, but now you don't even dare to say your name. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the man pressed on. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you too? The man waved his hand and said confidently, If we scatter and run away separately, even you won't be able to kill us all. Zhang Yang was ashamed and stunned. However, he doesn't like to hide things when doing things. He likes to be open and above board. How about telling a name? Very well. Since you ask so sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. I am Wang Li from the Second Warrior Guild, the genius Wang Li. Bang Li. The man nodded slightly, as if the name was deeply imprinted in his mind. Good. Bang Li. We have to admit defeat today. We are not done with this matter. We will look for you even if you return to the city, he said angrily, and finally ran away. He didn't care about other people at all, and many people didn't even react when he took a step forward. The remaining few people were also terrified and fled in a panic, fearing that Zhang Yang would catch up and kill them in the next second. The two captured women saw that Zhang Yang had no intention of chasing them, and subconsciously wanted to escape, but were stopped by a cold voice. You can't leave yet. The two women's faces turned pale instantly, and they could only stare at Zhang Yang and laugh dryly. The man was not very panicked. Instead, he slowly stood up with the help of the two women and looked at Zhang Yang with complicated eyes. Zhang Yang also stared at the man without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. Because just when Xiao Chong took action, he saw that the man looked at him with a strange look, one of surprise and astonishment. It was obvious that this person knew him. Perhaps. He knows what he looks like, and he knows who he is. Wang Li, I will never tell anyone about what happened today. We have no grudges against each other, and you saved my life. If you can let me go this time, I will definitely remember this favor. He kept coughing with a serious expression. Zhang Yang still didn't speak, but was thinking silently. The person in front of him was from the First Warrior Guild. Since he recognized him, he must know about him and Chu Ge. Was it because of the bounty given by his parents, Or was it because the First Warrior Guild felt that there was something unusual about Chu Ji's death and wanted to investigate, so they let the man know about him? Seeing that he was still hesitant, the man gritted his teeth and said, "I'll be frank. I know Tian Tian. Just after I came to District 21, Tian Tian and I had dinner together. We have a good relationship." Zhang Yang finally raised his head again and looked at the man in front of him seriously. This person looked a bit like a frail scholar. The look between his brows did not show that he would lie, and his character did not seem cunning or sinister. "No matter who you are, since you know Tian Tian, you are my friend." The man was visibly relieved and smiled warmly. "Wang Li, I can just call you Zhang Yisong. Thanks for your help this time. Is there anything I can do to help you?" This is an interesting statement. After all, he has already seen Zhang Yang's strength. He certainly cannot help Zhang Yang in this area where strange beasts are active, so he is talking about other things. Zhang Yang hesitated a little and said, "How is Tian Tian doing recently? I mean, what has she done recently? After all, there are outsiders here, so he can't say much." Zhang Yisong thought for a few seconds and said carefully, "Tian Tian has been going to a friend's house recently. There's another woman there, and they don't seem to have a good relationship. I have also advised her not to take this matter too seriously, but it seems that she doesn't listen." What he said was very vague, and the other two women were confused, but Zhang Yang understood it. He held his forehead helplessly and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Tian Tian really thought that he died in exchange for her life. Was she trying to repay his parents by taking care of them until their death? Was she even competing with Bai Meng? But if Bai Meng didn't know his current situation, he would probably be very sad. Zhang Yang's eyes were a little dim. This feeling is really uncomfortable. It makes all those who care about me worry about me. It is really uncomfortable. It seems we need to work harder. Yes, I understand. Although this place is far away from the core area of the alien beasts, it is still not safe. We should leave as soon as possible. I'm going to the next area. You can follow me for a while if you want. Zhang Yisong hesitated, but finally nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Wang Li. We will follow you for a while, and we will leave immediately once the situation improves. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, without saying anything more, and led a few people to a more marginal location. Night. Bang! Scarface punched the wall, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the rock, frightening the man next to him. "Boss!" Scarface's voice was chilling to the bone. "I want all the information about this man named Wang Li right now. Go find out for me." Chapter 49. Wang Li's Happy Event. Hospital. Inpatient department. "Uncle, what are you talking about? If you don't mind, I will be your daughter in the future. Fortunately, my parents passed away early." Tian Tian peeled the apple with a smile, and then forced it into Bai's father's hand. Father Bai took the apple, but his smile was bitter. This little bastard has never behaved properly. He just hangs out outside. His mother is in such a state, and he still doesn't come back. His wife was lying in bed, and his son had lost contact, basically dying outside. How could he not feel sad? Needless to say, that kind of sadness is overflowing from the body. Tian Tian felt a little uncomfortable seeing him like this. "Uncle, don't worry. Aren't we all looking for Zhang Yang? He is the genius of our guild. The guild will never give up on him." Genius. If you don't have that ability, then don't try to be a hero. His mother, and I would rather he be an ordinary person. Zhang's father smiled bitterly. Tian Tian wanted to say something, but suddenly turned her head to look. Outside was a slender girl as beautiful as a star, but her face was very haggard, and her condition concealed a lot of her beauty. Bai Meng looked at Tian Tian quietly, then walked out of the room, and the latter understood and walked out. The two women looked at each other in the corridor, and Bai Meng was the first to speak. "I don't care what your relationship with Brother Yang is, I just want to know where he is now. Is he really missing? Or something else? I know you warriors can be cruel sometimes, but I just want to hear the truth now." Tian Tian looked at the haggard Bai Meng and sighed. "I didn't lie to you." Zhang Yang disappeared there. "You are lying." Bai Meng's voice was a little excited. "I've had people search that area many times, but we couldn't find Brother Yang, let alone his body." "You're lying." Tian Tian looked at her with complicated eyes and sighed. They are all women, and she can see how important Zhang Yang is to the girl in front of her. Seeing Bai Meng's anxious look, she wanted to tell her the truth immediately, but she couldn't. Because she wasn't sure if Zhang Yang could survive, and once she let the girl know that she was partly responsible for Zhang Yang's failure to come back. "Calm down. At least Zhang Yang's body hasn't been found yet, right?" Bai Meng was also brought back to his senses by these words and realized his own gaffe. Indeed, there is still no confirmed news of Zhang Yang's death. After calming down for a while, she looked at Tian Tian in front of her again, and there was a hint of strangeness in her beautiful eyes. The girl in front of her is about the same age as her, maybe 1 or 2 years older, but her whole style is sweet and cute, and she speaks like a little adult. Coupled with her good looks, she is really likable. I have another question. When did you get together with Brother Yang? Tian Tian was stunned for a moment. This starlight girl in front of me is like a bomb complex whenever she mentions Zhang Yang. When she thought of the scene when she first came to see Zhang's father, her smile became a little awkward. She swore that it was the first time she saw a girl with an expression as if she wanted to eat someone, and also deep despair and sadness. When the girl came that day, her face was covered with tears in order to confirm Zhang Yang's condition. When the girl left that day, she also left with tears in her eyes, also to confirm Zhang Yang's condition. Zhang Yang, this mess you left me is too big. Please don't really die out here. Come back to me safely. Tian Tian complained in her heart with a serious expression. She said to Bai Meng seriously, "Sister, let me explain it to you carefully. There's really nothing between the two of us. We were just temporary teammates, but he saved my life when I was in danger. As for the relationship you mentioned, we definitely don't have one. Even if we take a step back and say that he is a little interested in me, I am not interested in him at all. It's correct to say this, right? After all, Zhang Yang risked his life to take the blame for her, so it must be a bit interesting, right? Are you really not interested at all?" Bai Meng calmed down a little and looked at her seriously. "Not at all," Tian Tian vowed. Bai Meng smiled. "That may be my misunderstanding, but thank you so much for taking care of Uncle Zhang. This gave me time to look for Brother Yang. It's okay, we are all friends." Tian Tian smiled. But she didn't know why, but she always felt guilty about what she had just said. Why? Maybe it's because I lied to Bai Meng. It must be because she lied to Bai Meng. She doesn't like lying to people, especially beautiful women. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Bai Meng walked into the house, visited Bai's father and mother, and then left. Just when she reached the stairwell, a voice with a hint of regret was heard. "Xiao Meng, why do you have to be obsessed with Zhang Yang? That useless guy, he's dead. He's dead. His family has nothing to do with you anymore. And that boy actually found another girl behind your back. Aren't you angry? You two are childhood sweethearts." Wang Li stood there with an expression of reluctance on her behalf, but his words clearly carried a hint of joy and a joke on her. Bai Meng glanced at him coldly, took a deep breath, and said, "Wang Li, this is my business. I know that my uncle and my father have a good relationship, and you're also good to me, but please don't make sarcastic remarks here. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Hearing her say this, Wang Li was not angry, but just nodded slightly. "You really misunderstood me. I'm here to tell you some good news. The cause of the riot in District 21 has been found. Someone deliberately slaughtered a large number of alien beasts, causing the alien beast lord there to become furious. I was sent by the guild to help suppress the strange beasts and capture the culprit at the same time. I have been promoted to team leader this time. I will lead a lot of people and can definitely help you search for Zhang Yang. Even if he becomes a corpse, I will definitely bring him back to you." Although he said so, when he mentioned the word corpse, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Bai Meng was obviously getting a little emotional, so she simply ignored him and walked into the elevator and left. "Xiao Meng, I'll take you there." Wang Li quickly ran into the elevator and closed it. But just before the elevator was about to close, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. "Hee, Zhang Yang, if you're not dead, don't let me touch you. Haha." Chapter 50, Ghost-Faced Lion. The Edge of District 20. Zhang Yang killed a martial artist-level monster with one punch, then slightly moved aside and saw a small path. "Is this the relatively safe path you mentioned? Let's separate here." Zhang Yisong nodded slightly, and slowly left with the help of the two women, stopping when he was about to leave. The cause of the riot in District 21 is that someone deliberately killed a large number of alien beasts, causing them to get out of control. Next, perhaps more warriors will flock to the first and second warrior guilds. So as long as you are careful, you can ensure your own safety. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and watched the three people leave. He understood that Zhang Yisong was reminding him not to always use the fake name Wang Li, otherwise he would be exposed if he met someone he knew. He calmed himself down and continued walking towards Area 20. For the next 3 days, he was active in this area. While getting familiar with the area, he also found that everything here was just as Zhang Yisong had said, with waves of warriors pouring in. To be on the safe side, he tried not to meet the warriors in the city. Although the influx of these people resulted in him having less time to kill alien beasts, it made him safer. After all, many powerful alien beasts had been eliminated, and the only ones left were some solitary and hidden alien beasts. On the 11th day of entering the exotic beast area, Zhang Yang's realm broke through to the 5-star martial artist. He killed 11 alien beasts with bloodlines, and his level LV3 ability increased his strength 5 times and his physical strength 6 times. His current physical strength is enough to deal with any strange beast below the level of a high-level martial artist. Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented powerful feeling. He was sure that if he met the ice and fire wolf again, he would kill it instantly. No, now he no longer takes ordinary strange beasts seriously, and even has a vague feeling of being invincible. Now that I have such power, I really don't know what it feels like to reach the Grandmaster level. Zhang Yang murmured to himself. He could already understand what Tian Tian had said. As long as he reaches the Grandmaster level, the First Warrior Guild will not cause him trouble, even if they know about what happened. Zhang Yang was squatting by the stream, wiping his face at this time. He came out to move around in the dark when there were no humans around. Thinking about the Grandmaster made him so excited that he clenched his fists and couldn't wait for that day to come. But when he raised his head, he froze in place. Because opposite him, on the other side of the stream, a strange beast appeared there at some point in time and happened to look up and see him. Is that a lion? No, there are no lions in Dragon Country. It should be some kind of feline that has mutated and increased in size. It is nearly 3 meters long, probably a circle larger than the Tsanghu beast. It has strong muscles all over its body and a circle of obviously thick hair on its neck. Its facial features are somewhat ferocious, but that's not its expression that's ferocious, but its face just looks like that. Under the reflection of the moonlight, it's like a ghost face. The man and the beast looked at each other, and the air above the stream froze instantly. The next second, the man and the beast shuddered at the same time. Fuck! Zhang Yang took off and ran, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Is this ghost-faced lion real? Isn't it a strange beast in the legend? When he was not yet a warrior, he always heard people talking about this strange beast in casual conversation. It can be said to be a household name. In the exotic beast activity area near the city's safe zone, there are some exotic beasts that are extremely famous because they are all exotic beast lords who own very large territories. They have all led a tide of alien beasts to attack urban areas and survived. So far, there are a total of 7 of them, and the ghost-faced lion is one of them. Legend has it that it has the strength of a peak martial artist, but because it is an exotic beast with special bloodline, even human masters are unwilling to encounter it in the exotic beast area. Zhang Yang didn't expect that he was so unlucky. Among the areas with so many exotic beasts, he only encountered 7 exotic beast lords. He dodged and jumped frantically, completely ignoring the noise made by running. Now, even if he attracted other strange beasts, he couldn't slow down. What's more, he is now subconsciously running toward the city. If it could encounter other warriors, perhaps they would be able to help it deal with this terrifying beast. Snap! Hearing the sound of breaking branches and the footsteps of a huge figure behind him, Zhang Yang felt his scalp tingling. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and he felt even more scared. This terrifying ghost-faced lion was now steadily landing on a branch. After exerting force with its legs, its huge body flew towards the tree trunk 3 or 4 meters away. Eat! Damn, can a horse actually fly on a tree? Zhang Yang felt his hands and feet were going numb. He knew he was no match for such a terrifying beast. I'm afraid. It's over. Snap! Just as despair was rising in his heart, the huge body couldn't keep its balance when it fell on the second branch. After a brief and funny stumble, the tree branch broke and the animal fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The fall was very heavy, and Zhang Yang felt pain just by the sound. The ghost-faced lion tried to get up several times, but failed several times and looked even more clumsy. Is this guy so stupid? Zhang Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong. This guy didn't seem as scary as imagined, and his movements looked extremely clumsy and uncoordinated. And when the ghost-faced lion saw him by the stream, it seemed to be frightened. This is the leader among the exotic beasts, the king of an area. How could he? Like this? For some reason, this familiar expression made Zhang Yang feel like he had seen it somewhere. Such stupidity, such incoordination. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Zhang Yang's head, and the appearance of a strange beast he had seen before in his memory kept overlapping with it. It's a blue tiger beast. But it was not this species of Sanghu beast, but the injured Sanghu beast he encountered for the first time. After being seriously injured, the Sanghu beast looked almost the same as the ghost-faced lion in front of it. This guy is injured. Zhang Yang was delighted. Yes, that's it. Only if the ghost-faced lion was injured could it have such a posture. Otherwise, with this guy's realm and combat power, he would have been caught and killed long ago. After realizing this problem, Zhang Yang felt much more relaxed. His mentality began to calm down, and his pace became faster and faster, almost as if he was flying in the woods. He has been in District 20 for a few days, and can be said to know this area like the back of his hand. With the help of the area, there's a chance to get rid of the opponent. He is very familiar with this plot. Isn't it a game from the Temple Run series? Catch up if you can. Chapter 51. What's the big deal about a cell phone? The sound behind Zhang Yang became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. He stood there panting and found that his entire clothes were completely wet. Zhang Yang, who escaped death, felt dizzy. This time he used all his skills. If he was a step later, he would become food. He didn't think he was a match for the ghost-faced lion. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The last time he faced the Sanghu beast was because he was at the warrior level. The gap between warrior levels is not as big as the gap between martial artists. He was confident but not conceited, so naturally he ran away first. There seems to be a sound over there. A man's voice suddenly came from a distance, and Zhang Yang's expression froze. Really? I didn't hear it. Absolutely. That big guy is smart. Now he's seriously injured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Another man spoke. So they're coming for the ghost-faced lion? Zhang Yang muttered to himself. It seems that the reason why the ghost-faced lion was frightened when he saw him was probably because it had been besieged before by a group of human warriors, so it was so sensitive. He looked around, then found a tall tree that hid him and jumped up. Soon, accompanied by a flash of lights, he saw 4 or 5 people gathered together. Each of these people was extremely alert and appeared to have good fighting qualities. They were wearing uniforms of the First Warrior Guild. For levels of martial artists. When Zhang Yang saw this personnel configuration, he became even more certain that these people were the culprits who caused the ghost-faced lion to be injured. The average level of these people is that of a 3rd-level martial artist. They are all on high alert and ready to take action at any time. After a brief search, no traces were found, and the leading man was a little confused. Strange, did I hear it wrong? It's not impossible. After all, this is not a safe area. There are snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere. It's possible that you heard it wrong. Another person nodded, but obviously felt a little regretful. This time, our 1st and 2nd guilds are working together to encircle and suppress the alien beasts. This can be said to be a good opportunity to make a fortune. If we can really capture the ghost-faced lion, we will make a fortune. That means that beast is close to Grandmaster level. The chi and blood content in its internal organs is extremely high. If you can eat its internal organs, you can even break through 2 levels in the martial master realm. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. A few people did not leave immediately, but continued to chat enthusiastically. Zhang Yang, who was hiding in the dark, heard the content of the conversation and his eyes lit up. He had heard that the flesh and blood of Grandmaster-level monsters had special effects, but he didn't expect the effects to be so good. Can taking it at the martial artist level increase it by 2 levels? This is a huge temptation. No wonder even such a terrifying beast as the ghost-faced lion is of concern to it. This is the principle. The simple chat between a few people had already piqued his interest deeply. He moved his body slightly to listen more carefully. At this time, one of them suddenly sighed, as if he was very regretful. Pity. If this strange beast didn't appear here, then it would most likely appear at the 2nd Warrior Guild. I heard that their vice president is leading the recently famous guy to siege him. I think they will capture him if they meet him. What's that guy's name? Yes, his name is Wang Li. It's Wang Li. I heard that guy has a lot of resources behind him and is talented, but he's not as good as the guy who disappeared a while ago. Are you talking about Zhang Yang? I've heard of that guy too. It seemed like he just dropped out of high school. When he registered, he was already a level 7 or 8 warrior. If it hadn't failed in the mission and disappeared, I'm afraid the future would have been limitless. Puff, one of the men, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed out loud. Several people looked at him curiously, as if asking why he was laughing. What mission is missing? I heard a rumor that Wang Li and Zhang Yang liked the same woman, and Wang Li secretly did something bad to make Zhang Yang disappear. And I have even more explosive news for you. Zhang Yang might not be dead. Zhang Yang in the dark became interested as soon as he heard the name Wang Li and listened carefully. The more he listened, the more he felt there was a problem, and his brows began to frown. Could it be that Zhou Feikin's death was related to Chu Gu and Wang Li? No, that's absolutely impossible. This should be false. After all, it was Hao Zhao who was helping when the selection task was arranged. But how did these people know he was still alive? He was puzzled and continued to listen. How do you know he's still alive? Of course I know. I joined a small group these past 2 days. That group was led by Wang Li. Guess why he organized such a small group? He wants us to find Zhang Yang. He said that if you find Zhang Yang, he will give you a generous reward, whether he's dead or alive. Of course, if you really meet Zhang Yang, it's best to contact him directly. He will give you hush money. When the man said this, his tone began to change. The tone of voice meant that anyone who understood would understand the hidden hatred between the two. Zhang Yang, who heard everything, clenched his fists slightly. He really didn't expect that Wang Li was such a cruel person. The meaning of those people's words was very clear. Wang Li wanted him to disappear forever in the true sense of the word. For Bai Meng? No, not all of them. This person is narrow-minded and vindictive. Or maybe he came from a wealthy family and was used to this kind of life, so he didn't take people like him, who had no family background, seriously. You're just as simple as that man. No wonder he introduced a bastard like you to Xiao Meng. Zhang Yang's voice was tinged with sarcasm, and his eyes became colder as he got older. He turned his head and looked at a few people not far away, and immediately locked his eyes on the person holding the phone. He stuck the knife into the tree trunk and squatted slightly, his protective muscles tense for a moment. He grabbed the tree trunk with both hands, and his whole body was like a stretched spring, ready to strike. The next second, he disappeared from the spot and was ejected like a hunting beast with ears. Whoosh! The 5 times muscle strength made Zhang Yang as agile as lightning, and he rushed into the crowd in an instant. At this time, several people were still looking down at their phones and seemed to be very interested in the so-called group chat. The people who heard the whistling noise looked up almost at the same time, and the man with the mobile phone saw that the fist as big as a sandbag was gradually getting bigger in his sight. Bang! He felt dizzy and then fell straight down. The other few people wanted to take action at the first moment, but were knocked to the ground in an instant. Before the man could react, Zhang Yang snatched the phone from him and walked away. The man who lost his cell phone stared blankly at the disappearing Zhang Yang. He covered his blue eyes. His lips trembled and his voice shook. Who the hell is this? You want the phone? Just tell me. I'll just give it to you. Is that necessary? Chapter 52. Hunter in the Dark. After Zhang Yang made sure that the people behind him were not chasing him, he turned on his cell phone. Sure enough, he found what he wanted to see in a group chat. This group chat does not have a name, but the group owner is Wang Li. The content inside is all about him and discussing where he is going. Occasionally, when someone asked about his situation, Wang Li always said it was a private chat. He opened the chat history between the phone owner and Wang Li and found that Wang Li had actually said something like he wanted to kill him. Very good. Wang Li, since you have such a plan, don't blame me for being rude. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to search for text messages on his phone. There's almost no signal in the area where the strange beasts are active, and there is only occasional signal. However, as long as you keep staring at your phone, there is still a chance that you can send information to update the network. So he saw a lot of team communication information and location information on this phone. Wang Li is in District 21 with the vice president. Zhang Yang Li. He didn't know what level the vice president was at, but he knew that the president of the second guild was at the grandmaster level. If these two people were together, there was really nothing he could do. Thinking of this, he tried to open his phone to look for Wang Li's number, but snap! The phone was locked because of his daze and could no longer be opened. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After careful consideration, he knew that it would be irrational to go directly to Wang Li now. He stared at the screen of his cell phone that had gone dark and rubbed his temples with a headache. If he were a master, he could settle the score with Wang Li right now. He really hoped to be promoted to the master level sooner. I still need to kill some powerful monsters, then I can feel at ease. Zhang Yang's voice stopped abruptly, staring at the mobile phone screen. On the screen of his cell phone, which had gone dark, was reflected the image of a gigantic creature. It was a huge ghost face, squatting on a tall tree less than 4 meters behind him, looking at him cautiously. Yes, ghost-faced lion. This guy. It turns out it has been hiding here all along. Zhang Yang felt that all the pores on his body were shrinking, and a feeling of fear instantly surged from his heart. The next second, he took a step and rushed out like lightning. But, roar! The low voice and the cold wind buzzed in Zhang Yang's ears. Even without turning back, he could feel the huge body approaching. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Zhang Yang bit his tooth crown, turned around, and punched the opponent. The air was filled with a muffled sound when the punch was thrown. Along with a low roar, Zhang Yang's muscles all over his body bulged high, as if a dragon was twisting. The terrifying power can be seen. The ghost-faced lion didn't seem to expect Zhang Yang to turn around, and in panic, it could only use its front paws to hit him, which was obviously a bit clumsy. Although it responded hastily, its eyes full of desire revealed its disdain for Zhang Yang. That is the hunter's disdain for his prey. It seemed as if everything Zhang Yang did was just a joke in its eyes. The completely disproportionate limbs touched each other, and Zhang Yang was instantly knocked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. However, the moment he fell, Zhang Yang got up and continued to run away. The ghost-faced lion wanted to chase after him immediately, but his body was frozen in place and unable to move. It subconsciously raised the claw that had just attacked Zhang Yang, and found that its entire foot was numb and it couldn't run normally at all. Its expression became more and more ferocious, as if it was really a ghost, staring at the place where Zhang Yang left. Ahem! Zhang Yang ran in the woods, holding his chest with his hands, his face looking pale. This ghost-faced lion is indeed a beast that is close to a master. Even with such injuries, it can still burst out such terrifying power. My current physical strength won't be so bad against a martial arts beast below level 7, which means it can at least perform at the level of a martial arts beast at level 7. When Zhang Yang said this, his expression suddenly showed a hint of confidence. Since you can't kill me instantly, don't blame me for being rude. I'll take your life, just think of it as a tonic for me. That's right. He originally thought that there was absolutely no way he could kill such a terrifying beast. Even if the ghost-faced lion didn't come to find him this time, he would have planned to go around it. But it was this attack that gave him confidence. Just when they collided, he saw the opponent's injuries very clearly. There were many bruises and blood on the body of the ghost-faced lion. Under normal circumstances, bruises and blood clots are not worth noting, but the ghost-faced lion had large areas of bruises on its body, which even the hair could not cover. There were blood-red bruises on the abdomen, chest, and inner legs, which looked extremely creepy. There were even some places that were obviously swollen and sunken. If I was not mistaken, they were injured by the huge force. All of its internal organs suffered minor damage. How serious is it? Zhang Yang held the scalpel tightly in his hand, looking confident. He had dissected so many exotic beasts that he could clearly judge the severity of their injuries. Now, every movement of the ghost-faced lion is accelerating the speed of its death. Perhaps if it rests quietly in one place, it still has a chance to survive. But this is an area where strange beasts are active, and there are other humans chasing it. So, it is absolutely impossible for it to rest. In other words, this strange beast will not survive no matter what. It just depends on who it will die of exhaustion in front of. Such a big pie has fallen on my head. If I give it to someone else, I deserve to run around for the rest of my life. I'm determined to eat this braised lion's head. Even Jesus can't stop it. Isn't it just a competition of endurance? I'm a real man. I'll wear you down to death. Zhang Yang coughed a few more times and stood where he was. After a moment's thought, he looked in one direction, where there were several people from the First Warrior Guild. These people are not good people either. They want to make a deal with Wang Li in private and set their own price. Since he wants this huge sum of money so badly, there shouldn't be any problem in doing him a small favor, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang carefully identified the road in the distance. When he saw that the ghost-faced lion finally caught up with him, he started running in the same direction. At the same time, the few people who were attacked by Zhang Yang just now were cursing loudly. Damn it! How dare you attack me? If this bastard hadn't run so fast, I would have wanted to see who was so arrogant that he even dared to rob people from our #1 warrior guild. If I find him here, I'll have to cut off one of his arms. Don't you know where this is? How dare you be so arrogant? The man suddenly paused and motioned for several people to look at the ground. There are the footprints left by Zhang Yang. Chapter 53. The Charm of That Knife. Chapter 53. Hee-ha! The man suddenly laughed, and the others also laughed. It seems that the person who robbed us is an idiot. Such a large footprint would not be hidden. It could be a newcomer. The other few people seem to agree. I feel so strong now that I can beat the shit out of him. Haha, better let him eat it. Brothers, let's go. Let him see how powerful our guilds for musketeers are. They shook the weapons in their hands handsomely. Each of them was full of vigor. Snap! The branches broke and a figure was running around. Several people looked at each other, with more teasing and anticipation in their eyes. So, this kid didn't go far and has been hiding there all this time. The leading man laughed and quickly followed. But when they rushed to the place where the figure was, they couldn't find anyone there. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the person is hiding nearby. After all, there are footprints everywhere. Oh shit, come out. If you come out now, I promise I won't kill you. If you were a few seconds late, don't blame us brothers for being rude to you. When we find you ourselves, you'll be in big trouble. Several people roared continuously. Just then, a sound was heard in the distance, like the sound of running. The man's mouth curled slightly, and he took off instantly. The movement was surprisingly mysterious and light. It should be some kind of martial arts. The long knife in his hand flashed with a cold light and fell to the ground with a swish. The weeds in front of him were easily cut off by him, revealing the scenery behind. Under the moonlight, he saw a huge monster in the distance, less than 10 meters away from them, and it was still charging. The huge body stumbled. The terrifying face looked as ferocious as a ghost, accompanied by gusts of fishy wind and a pair of green ghost eyes, instantly frightening several people out of their souls. Fear. So horrible. The alien beasts not only have an advantage in size over humans, but also in their bloodthirsty savagery. No matter who is in such a situation, the first reaction is that the brain goes blank. It's the ghost-faced lion. The fierce fighting and screaming continued. Zhang Yang, who was squatting on a tree branch dozens of meters away, narrowed his eyes slightly. The average strength of the four guys is at 3-star martial artist. In the heyday of Ghostface Lion, the strength could be 30 to 70. Well, several people were eaten 7 times in 3 minutes. But now, considering that the Ghostface Lion is injured, seriously injured, and his injuries will gradually worsen with the battle, he thinks it is a 50-50 chance. If 4 people can hold out for 5 minutes, there's a 50% chance that they will be killed. The remaining 50% probability? That means 1 or 2 people can still survive. No matter what, that's my last chance. If we let the ghost-faced lion go after fighting with these guys, it will definitely be captured next time. I have the ability to improve the attributes of both bodies of alien beasts hunting LV2 and crossing level LV3 to improve attributes, so my chances of winning are not too low. Zhang Yang muttered to himself and slowly closed his eyes to rest. Next is the waiting time. He calculated the time silently. After about 5 minutes, the sound of fighting in the distance gradually disappeared. Instead, there were screams of fear, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, his face revealing a hint of surprise. Those people actually ran towards him. That's right, about half a minute later, he saw 2 figures running toward him in panic. One in front and one behind. The one in front is the strongest man. His feet are very fast, and it feels like he's skating on ice. Both of them were covered in blood and looked seriously injured. Their faces were pale, and they kept backing away from time to time, their eyes filled with fear. Roar! With a roar, a huge black shadow knocked down the person behind it, followed by the horrific sound of flesh being torn. The bloody scene was extremely horrifying, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The man who was performing martial arts was frightened silly. He was already covered in wounds and bumped into a tree trunk, collapsing on the ground. He stared blankly at the hellish scene in the distance and tried to get up several times but failed. He was exhausted and extremely frightened, so his mind went blank. Of course, there was another emotion that prevented him from running away, and that was despair. He felt like he couldn't escape. The next second, he foamed at the mouth and twitched on the ground, losing consciousness. Zhang Yang squatted on the tree and shook his head helplessly. This man was really too flustered. If he calmed down, he would find that the ghost-faced lion was now exhausted. It was dazed several times when it bit the corpse and couldn't even eat the corpse. Really, the ghost-faced lion gradually stopped its movements, but remained lying on the ground without getting up, obviously having reached its limit. As for whether he would die immediately, Zhang Yang didn't dare to judge. But the current situation is enough for him to take action. He still held onto the branch with both hands, his whole body tensed like a folded spring, his eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, the ghost-faced lion was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. It felt severe pain all over its body, and its internal organs were completely numb, as if food had filled every part of its body. But it was different from the feeling of fullness I had experienced before. It was very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. My body has become weak, and I can feel my life slipping away. Roar! A low roar came from its throat as it recalled everything it had encountered in the past 2 days. Those humans are too cunning. They have designed so many traps for it that it cannot be confronted openly. Fortunately, all the hateful humans were killed by it, all torn to pieces. Only one person ran away. It's the human being we saw by the stream. It was obvious that when it was in good condition, humans were the most insignificant food, but it never expected that this most insignificant food would escape. Not only did he run away, he also challenged its majesty and launched an attack. Its eyes revealed the hatred and anger unique to strange beasts. It's going to tear that guy apart. Once I recover some strength, I will definitely tear that guy to pieces. Bang! There was an inexplicable sound, and it almost subconsciously looked up in the direction of the sound. Within sight, a familiar face was seen, with a cold light in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards its cheek. Puff! Zhang Yang's scalpel stabbed fiercely into the center of the ghost-faced beast's eyebrows. Chapter 54. Kill the Ghost-Faced Lion. Silver light dances in the darkness like a dragon, dancing with a bright red. Zhang Yang knew very well how tenacious the vitality of this scary guy was. The scalpel in his hand kept moving towards the vital points, and he rode on the opponent's head and attacked crazily. He used all his strength with each cut, but he could still feel the resistance. It felt like a knife inserted into a stone. It was only because of the extraordinary quality of his scalpel that the knife would have shattered into pieces. Of course, his strength is also very important. With the addition of the two abilities, his strength has reached more than 10 times that of the same level. Only this kind of power could possibly cause damage to the powerful ghost-faced lion. If it were someone else at this level, it would probably only injure the skin. The ghost-faced lion was already exhausted, and the sudden attack made it so horrible that it was at a loss for what to do. It could only shake its head frantically to try to throw Zhang Yang away. All living creatures behave the same when faced with such life-and-death fear. But the ghost-faced lion is not an ordinary beast, after all. After being attacked by Zhang Yang many times, it finally calmed down. It suddenly swung its claws towards Zhang Yang, as fast as lightning and with such great force that it seemed like thunder with destructive power. Zhang Yang was shocked. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he punched him with all his strength. Boom! A low sound came from the attacks from both sides, and Zhang Yang actually repelled the slap with one punch. After this attack, the ghost-faced lion seemed to be completely exhausted and fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. Zhang Yang stabbed him several more times, and after confirming that there was no hope, he gasped heavily. He looked at his already red and swollen arm with lingering fear. If this ghost-faced lion was in good physical condition and had not been injured, he would definitely not be able to block the previous attack. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. He won. He won. Blood absorption detected, automatically merging. The host's recovery ability has been improved. Recovery ability? Zhang Yang felt slightly delighted. This was the first improvement he had experienced after absorbing blood since he had attained the next level, LV3. All the previous times were about physical strength and muscle strength, but I finally gained some more practical strength. Although his physical strength is higher than that of ordinary people, the corresponding muscle strength consumption is also huge. Now that his recovery ability has improved, it means that he only needs to rest in half the time as before to recover his physical and mental strength, and can be more active in this exotic beast area. For example, this time, If he had enough physical strength, he could completely consume the physical strength of this ghost-faced lion by himself. As he was thinking, he could clearly feel that his fatigue had disappeared. Double the recovery ability, you can feel how obvious it is when it actually affects your body. He twirled the scalpel in his hand and cut off the Ghostface's ear. You successfully decomposed the Ghostface lion's ear. HP plus 50. 50 points. 100 points. It's worthy of being called the ghost-faced lion. There are 100 points in just one ear. This corpse will at least allow him to advance one level. Zhang Yang stopped talking nonsense and skillfully dissected the organs one by one. You successfully decomposed the fur of the ghost-faced lion. HP plus 80. 80 points. You successfully decomposed the ghost-faced lion's limbs. HP plus 120. 120 points. You successfully decomposed the heart of the ghost-faced lion. HP plus 150. 150 points. When the last heart was taken out, Zhang Yang's chi and blood had reached 12,200 points, which meant he was a 6th-level martial artist. And this heart? Zhang Yang looked at the thing in his hand and frowned slightly. According to conversations with several people from the First Warrior Guild, the energy and blood contained in this heart can at least raise a martial artist's realm by 2 levels. If that's the case, his realm can be raised to level 8 martial artist in an instant. 8th level martial artist. If I remember correctly, the vice president of the Second Warrior Guild is only a level 10 warrior. But how to use this thing? He subconsciously looked at the unconscious man, only to find that he was squinting at him. When he saw him turning back, he immediately closed his eyes again. Good man, it turns out this coward has woken up a long time ago. Zhang Yang then walked toward the other party step by step. There was an obvious layer of sweat on the man's forehead. As Zhang Yang approached, he finally couldn't help but open his eyes and kowtowed to Zhang Yang several times. Elder brother. Brother. Oh no, Grandpa. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me and spare my life. Don't you want a cell phone? I have money. I'll call you when I get back and ask you to buy the latest iPhone 16. He was really scared, because when he woke up just now, he happened to see Zhang Yang opening the ghost-faced lion's fist with one punch. Be good. How terrifying is this power? When he thought about how he actually wanted to give such a person a hard time, he wanted to slap himself twice. He kowtowed continuously, making loud clanging sounds. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, nor did he dare to look up. Until his head was broken and bleeding, Zhang Yang slowly said, "Tell me about the realm improvement of this strange beast heart. Don't give me any tricks." The man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Yang finally speak. He still didn't dare to look up and continued. "I'm not talking nonsense, it's true. When you reach the Grandmaster level, your chi and blood will completely flow into your heart to provide your body with even greater strength. You can think of it as your heart turning into an engine, with all the fuel in the heart. Once a Grandmaster dies, his blood and energy can be used by others, but each person can only eat a Grandmaster's heart once in their lifetime. The second time will not have the same effect. Although this ghost-faced lion has not yet reached the Grandmaster level, it is also close to reaching the Grandmaster level. Even if it does not have the effect of a Grandmaster heart, it will still have a good effect." Zhang Yang suddenly realized, how do you absorb this? Just a drop of blood will cause the chi and blood inside to surge out. Zhang Yang did as he was told without any further ado. A large amount of white smoke suddenly gushed out from above, as if it had life, constantly floating out and then covering his body. It has long been said that chi and blood will turn milky white when they enter the air. I never thought that it would really be the same as the legend said. It was like aromatherapy. The emerging white mist kept flowing into his body. The comfort was beyond words. Soon, Zhang Yang's cheeks turned red, and his whole body felt hot, and he felt like he was floating. This feeling is like being drunk, dizzy, but makes people feel very comfortable. He could clearly feel his body temperature rising continuously. If he had a thermometer now, his temperature would be at least 42 degrees. But, compared to the realm of advancement, what are these? Chapter 55 was discovered. Zhang Yang's skin was all red. Waves of heat appeared on his body, and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 seconds, or maybe a few minutes. When he came to his senses, he felt refreshed. His chi and blood reached 18,000 points, which is 18,000 points of chi and blood. 9th level martial artist. Who could have imagined this a month ago? He had been a warrior for less than a month. In the first half of the month, he broke through to the martial master level. In the second half of the month, he reached the 9th level martial master level. Who could have thought of that? Zhang Yang stretched his muscles and bones, looking at the man lying on the ground with a smile on his face. It seems like you don't know me. The man was slightly stunned and immediately looked up. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yang. Not to mention, although he hadn't looked at Zhang Yang carefully, he did feel that Zhang Yang looked somewhat familiar. I always feel like I've seen this face somewhere, but I can't remember where it is. Now that Zhang Yang had reminded him, he felt that Zhang Yang looked more and more familiar. His eyes showed thought, which then gradually turned into shock. You're that Zhang Yang? He looked at Zhang Yang in shock, his face full of disbelief. He had received information from Wang Li that Zhang Yang's realm was at most a 9th or 10th level warrior. But what about the person in front of me? He must be at least a martial artist at level 8 or 9. Is this a fucking person? But he immediately realized what was going on and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. Grandpa Zhang, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Wang Li who wanted to find you. He asked me to help, but I never thought of helping him. Have you ever thought about helping him kill me? Or have you ever thought about helping him find me? Zhang Yang interrupted him, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. The man felt that Zhang Yang's eyes were like a sharp steel knife on his neck, forcing him to breathe only secretly. After a few seconds, he seemed to have thought of something and took out a small notebook from his pocket. This is the martial arts I bought at high price. It is a method similar to Qigong, and its grade is considered outstanding among low-level martial arts. I'm just talking without thinking, Grandpa Zhang. Please don't take it personally. Zhang Yang thought about the man's appearance when he was running away, and that escape technique was indeed not an ordinary martial art, so he reached out to catch it. Just when he was about to touch the martial arts book, a flash of cold light suddenly flew out from the book and went straight to his eyebrows. Puff! The steel needle almost pierced Zhang Yang's arm, and the man swung the knife in his hand and slashed at him. Bang! Zhang Yang kicked the opponent hard in the chest, and a bone fractured with a cracking sound. Zhang Yang picked up the martial arts, pulled out the steel needle that almost pierced his arm, and threw it aside. He felt a little scared. He was clearly just a 3rd-level warrior, but the threat posed to him by the monster was greater than that posed by a peak martial artist. If he hadn't met many people who said one thing, but did another, he might not have been so defensive today. Zhang Yang looked at the man who fell to the ground and disappeared without any mercy. The darkness of the night gradually fades away, and the light that illuminates the earth gradually illuminates the earth. The bloody scene here was discovered by several people. Wang Li, go check if there are any traces left around. A man in his 40s spoke. He was wearing the uniform of the 2nd Warrior Guild, and his eyes showed fatigue, but the majesty between his brows gave people the temperament of someone who had been in a high position for many years. Wang Li was standing in front of the ghost-faced lion's corpse at this time, and his face was full of respect when he heard the man's words. Yes, Vice President. I'll check the surroundings right away. Although he agreed verbally, his attention was still on the corpse. Seeing the neatly dissected corpse, he felt a chill all over his body. He was sure that even the butchers who specialized in selling the flesh and blood of exotic beasts in the warrior market could not perform such a detailed dissection. Coupled with the large number of dissected corpses he saw in District 21, he had to suspect that the instigator was a pervert. He is also a pervert who can kill the ghost-faced lion. Such a perverted person would never appear in the urban area. He must be one of the desperate criminals in the area where strange beasts are active. He shuddered at the thought that he might encounter such a desperado at any time. But with such a terrifying guy around, Zhang Yang will definitely not survive. He hummed a little tune and began to check around. The vice president stood next to the dissected beast's body, staring at the corpse on the ground with a slightly frown on his face. The method of dissecting the corpses of strange beasts was obviously exactly the same as that in District 21. However, he had been in the 2nd Warrior Guild for so long and had never heard of such a person. That's right, not even among those desperados. What on earth does this man want to do? In any case, it is more likely that he is a desperado. If we encounter him, we must get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a potential threat to the warriors in the city. His eyes gradually became colder, and his expression became increasingly icy. He has been working for the 2nd Warrior Guild for 10 years, and his whole heart is devoted to the development of the Warrior Guild and the city's warriors. He must share the city's worries. Vice President. Wang Li ran back from a distance, panting. I found some footprints. If I'm not mistaken, they should be left by the person who killed the ghost-faced lion. Should we chase after them? Chase, the vice president said immediately. But he hesitated for a second and continued. But we can't chase them right away. We have to go find the people from the First Guild and the City Warrior Bureau. Wang Li was shocked. City Warrior Bureau. To put it simply, it is the same organization as the First and Second Warrior Guilds. The only difference is that they work for themselves, while the City Warrior Bureau eats public food and works for the city. Vice President, are you making a big fuss about nothing? It's just a small matter. Can we handle it ourselves? Why bother to call the other two companies? He said hesitantly. That's the City Warrior Bureau. If they came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If they really found Zhang Yang, he could only stare at them. No, you don't understand. The man who killed the beast is quite powerful. I may not be his opponent. I need help. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Who is the vice president? That's the pinnacle of martial arts, only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. If such people are said to be no match, then who exactly is the person who dissected the strange beast? Gather the men and leave. We should not stay here for long. If that person comes back and finds us now, we might be in trouble. Wang Li nodded. The shock just now has completely turned into surprise. If there really is such a terrifying guy, I'm afraid Zhang Yang wouldn't be able to survive without him, right? No, that guy might have died long ago, killed by that strange beast. No matter what, this time he could confirm that Zhang Yang was definitely dead. Zhang Yang, you really deserve it. Chapter 56. Martial Master Level 10. 3 days later. The ruins of the city in District 19. This was the old part of the city decades ago, but it was completely destroyed after an attack by alien beasts and became a complete ruin. At this moment, a black shadow flashed quickly in the old city. From a distance, it looks like it is sliding on the ice, and the speed is very fast. Just before Zhang Yang was about to collide with the huge rock in front of him, he easily dodged by gently tilting his body and jumped up to land on it. Although this sliding step is only a low-level martial art, it is very practical and easy to understand. It feels no worse than the intermediate martial arts. Zhang Yang was a little excited. He didn't expect that he would actually pick up a treasure by accident. When he first saw the learning steps and difficulty of sliding step, he found that although sliding step was a low-level martial art, its practicality was definitely not inferior to intermediate martial arts. He even thought it would take a week to become proficient in it. However, since his hunting ability allowed him to double his comprehension when dealing with exotic beasts, he did not expect that he had mastered it easily in just 4 days. He looked up at the ruins, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Is this the territory of the rhinoceros beetle beast? It looks much wider than I thought. Maybe I could show off my skills now. The rhinoceros beetle is one of the 7 exotic beast lords in the activity area. Just like the dead ghost-faced lion, his realm is at the peak of martial arts. Zhang Yang came to find it for 2 reasons. The first reason is because of his chi and blood. After 4 days of precipitation, he has become a 10th level martial artist. However, to go from level 10 martial artist to master, one needs to increase his chi and health by another 20,000 points. Ordinary martial artist level beasts could no longer meet his requirements for improving his chi and blood, so he prepared to attack the Lord. Of course, there is another reason, which is that he wants to measure the current level. During these 4 days, he not only improved his chi and blood by 1 level, but also improved his bloodline strength. One's own physical strength increases to 15 times, muscle strength increases 10 times, and recovery ability increases twice. This level of skill is unrivaled in the same realm, so he plans to test his own level. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he instantly slid and disappeared into the ruins. Just as he disappeared, a group of figures appeared from the end of the ruins. The vice president stopped with Wang Li and looked towards the center of the ruins. Vice President, is this the location of the rhinoceros beetle? Wang Li rubbed his hands excitedly. It is a rare opportunity to take part in the encirclement and suppression of the leader of the alien beasts. Since entering the exotic beast area, he has gained a lot of knowledge from following the vice president during this period of time, and he is very clear that this is an intentional cultivation. The vice president nodded slightly. I originally wanted to kill the ghost-faced lion, but I didn't expect someone to intercept me halfway. Now I can only change my target. But this unicorn beetle fairy beast is obviously more terrifying than the ghost-faced lion. You must be careful during this activity. Otherwise, if you die here, you can't blame anyone else." Wang Li nodded quickly. The others nodded along. As someone who has entered the martial arts world, the most direct response to gaining a status in the martial arts circle is naturally one's own realm. However, in addition to realm, there are other aspects that will be highly regarded by others, and that is naturally one's own combat effectiveness. For example, for martial artists at the same level, the difference between having participated in the rhinoceros beetle battle and not participating in it will naturally be different. "Then when do we start?" Wang Li spoke again. "No hurry. The fighting power of that rhinoceros beetle insect beast is extraordinary. Our small team will definitely suffer heavy losses if it goes over there. Wait for the people from the First Warrior Guild and the Warrior Bureau." The vice president paused when he said this. "I don't know how the two families are doing with the mysterious man and whether they can get here in time. Ever since he found the body of the ghost-faced lion last time, he immediately contacted the other two families to ask them to pay attention to this matter. However, although the other two families agreed to his request, they were obviously not so attentive. But this is also common sense. When a mysterious person does not really touch their respective interests, most people still prefer to deal with their own affairs first. For example, they also have target beasts that come to hunt them first. The rhinoceros beetle is not something that can be easily killed by a single organization. Let's wait here quietly for the other two helpers to arrive." The vice president waved his hand to signal everyone to rest, and then looked towards the deepest location. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he just arrived here, he seemed to see a figure rushing into the depths. When the vice president had this thought, he immediately shook his head and denied the idea. "No, absolutely not. Everyone here knows about the rhinoceros beetle beast, and no one would be stupid enough to enter it on their own. Of course, those at the Grandmaster level are an exception, but they are all well-known figures in the city, and he must be aware of any movement. It seems that I've been in the alien beast area for too long recently, and I have some mental problems." The vice president stopped thinking about it and began to close his eyes and rest. Now, Zhang Yang, who has already entered the ruins, is constantly moving back and forth. His physical strength has reached 15 times that of the ordinary level. Without using 10 times his muscle strength for high-intensity actions, he has plenty of physical strength to investigate the surrounding situation, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to exert his full strength in battle. He did not find the rhinoceros beetle insect beast in the ruins of the first time, but instead saw many other martial artist-level exotic beasts. They all seemed to be followers of the rhinoceros beetle, patrolling around constantly. After seeing Zhang Yang, they were all stunned, and then pounced on Zhang Yang immediately. But for Zhang Yang now, these strange beasts are just a piece of cake. 2 punches blew up 2 martial artist-level monsters, and the remaining monsters began to retreat. Their IQ is not high, but they're not fools. They know very well how terrifying Zhang Yang is. When they retreated like crazy, Zhang Yang heard a buzzing sound. How do you describe this sound? It's a bit like the high-frequency flapping of wings in the air. As he heard the sound, he found that it was getting closer, but he could not tell where it came from. Zhang Yang carefully identified the source of the sound until it was close to him. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the ruins. The sound came from a collapsed building. The moment he confirmed it, the ruins in the building were instantly swept away, and a huge monster flew out from it. That's an oversized rhinoceros beetle. The shell all over its body reflected a dark luster, and the huge horn flew towards Zhang Yang with a heart-pounding chill. By the time Zhang Yang came to his senses, the giant rhinoceros beetle was already within reach. Chapter 57, Rhinoceros Beetle Insect Beast. Chapter 57. Bang! Boom! Huge vibration and roar. The deputy captain opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Wang Li and other team members also heard the explosion. They immediately stood at the outermost edge of the ruins and looked inside to see what had happened. "What happened?" Wang Li asked nervously. "The strange beast inside is one of the 7 strange beast lords." Boom! There was another roar in the distance, and even signs of building collapse could be seen. It should be the rhinoceros beetles fighting. The vice president made the immediate judgment. "Fight! Are there any other exotic beasts here that can fight with the rhinoceros beetle?" Wang Li looked confused. The vice president looked serious and said, "It shouldn't be the case. This rhinoceros beetle has been planning its territory here for a long time. If there really is someone who has the strength to compete with it for territory, they wouldn't take action now. Perhaps. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and all that came to his mind was the perfectly cut body of the ghost-faced lion. Wang Li saw his serious expression and said cautiously, "Vice President, what should we do now?" Wang Li was a little timid and more nervous, and his hands holding the weapon were shaking. The vice president frowned with a little more disdain. "No need, just stay here. Wait until the battle is almost over and rush in with me to take a look. No matter what it is fighting, when two tigers fight, one of them will be injured, which is good for us." As soon as he finished speaking, a rough laugh came from behind him. "Haha, good idea. It's really a good idea. In that case, let's join in the fun from Guild 1. Everyone looked back. I saw a group of people wearing the uniforms of the First Warrior Guild walking in. The one who laughed was a burly man. He was in his 30s, with an untidy beard and a domineering look on his face, as if everyone was trash in his eyes. Before the vice president could speak, several more people walked out from another direction. They were different from the people in the Warrior Guild. There were only 3 of them, but they all wore the same uniform and looked very formal. Everyone stood up straight, and although they didn't look like soldiers, they must have received some formal training. The leader was a woman with a curvy figure. Although she was not only fair-skinned and beautiful, she definitely had an outstanding temperament. As soon as she appeared, the vice president and the burly man's expressions changed slightly, showing respect. "Sister Song, why did you come here in person?" The man immediately showed a flattering smile. "Team Leader Song, I didn't expect you to come here in person." The vice president also spoke quickly. The woman called Team Leader Song waved her hand quickly. "I didn't want to come here, but too many things happened in the past half month. First, your 2 families fought over a small warrior. Then the alien beasts in Area 21 rioted, and finally the ghost-faced lion was killed. If our people don't come out to take care of it, will this area where the strange beasts are active be demolished by your 2 families?" Both of their smiles were a little stiff. Team Leader Song seemed very satisfied with the reactions of the 2 people, and a nice smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You don't have to be too nervous. I'm just reminding you to take care of your own affairs, and not to rely on our Warrior Bureau for help with everything. What we need to do now is naturally to deal with the strange beast in front of us. We finally have a chance to eliminate the rhinoceros beetle insect. I will ask you 2 families to cooperate well in a while." After hearing her say this, the 2 guilds breathed a sigh of relief. Just like that, the 3 companies said no more and began to wait quietly for the results. Inside the ruins, boom, boom, boom. The rhinoceros beetle crashed heavily into an abandoned store, and the store collapsed instantly. Accompanied by the smoke and dust, Zhang Yang's feet seemed to be on extremely smooth ice, and he slid out of the smoke and dust. He also had a broken scalpel in his hand, which seemed to be unusable in normal combat. This was the result of his previous attempt to attack the rhinoceros beetle, and he found that there was no way to break the opponent's defense. This guy not only has thick skin and tough flesh, but also possesses strength that ordinary beasts do not have. No wonder this guy hasn't reached the Grandmaster level, but has never been eliminated by the warriors in the city. I'm afraid that even if a real Grandmaster came, he might not be able to kill this guy easily, right? That's right. Even though this guy is at the peak of martial arts, he possesses 3 major weapons. First, the extremely hard shell. I'm afraid even a martial artist at this level cannot damage this shell. Second, brute force. The physique of ordinary alien beasts is many times stronger than that of humans at the same level, and this guy is even more powerful. If my guess is correct, this strange beast is estimated to have more than 15 times the strength of a martial artist of the same level. The third is the trickiest and scariest point. That is, can fly. With a familiar buzzing sound, the rhinoceros beetle flapped its wings and came out again. The wings on both sides flapped continuously like some factory machines, and the gravel and wood chips that were sucked into it were instantly turned into powder. Its eyes, which showed no emotion, stared at Zhang Yang, and it flapped its wings continuously in the air. Zhang Yang threw the scalpel in his hand aside, knowing that the weapon had lost its effect. Now the only way to defeat such a terrifying beast is to rely on his physical strength. No matter how hard your outer shell is, your internal organs are still soft, right? Zhang Yang stretched his muscles, tensing them all over his body. He approached the opponent as quickly as possible and punched him hard on the head. Seeing that the human being it was chasing actually took the initiative to attack, the rhinoceros beetle raised its head and rushed forward. Its hard shell is enough to protect it from harm, and it knows that the opponent cannot break its defense. But the moment the fist touched its head, a terrifying force came, accompanied by a loud bang, and the whole beast felt dizzy. It swayed slowly and circled on the ground, with the direction of its wings flapping out of control. It slid directly on the ground and crashed into the ruins. Zhang Yang clenched his fists until they creaked and walked towards the ruins step by step. Next up, he strikes back. Chapter 58 Zhang Yang. The sounds of battle have subsided. I think the winner is about to be decided. Let's go and take a look. Hearing the sounds of fighting gradually subside, Team Leader Song took the lead forward. The two teams follow behind, and the burly man from the First Warrior Guild walked up to the Vice President. I say, Vice President, sure. Isn't it time to give us an explanation about Zhang Yang's matter? Explanation? What explanation? Your so-called murder by Zhang Yang is just speculation. Don't put such a big hat on our second guild. Besides, no one is sure where Zhang Yang is, right? The Vice President narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. Oomph. The tall man sneered. Stop fooling around with me. You must give us an explanation for this matter when you go back today. Everyone knows that if a warrior-level rookie enters an area where alien beasts are active overnight, the mortality rate is 90%. Staying alone in the activity area for such a long time is wishful thinking. Even for people like you and me, we could only stay alone in the area where the strange beasts were active for a day or two at most. He paused as he spoke, looked at Wang Li standing beside him, and said sarcastically, I heard that guy's a little stronger than this Wang Li. You're not going to use the excuse that the boy will break through to become a martial artist here and not die to continue delaying, right? His words made the Vice President look more and more embarrassed. The guild actually thought about using this excuse to delay, but everyone knew in their hearts that this was impossible. After all, the youngest martial artists in the two guilds are in their early 20s, and they are geniuses who have been trained since childhood. Zhang Yang, a warrior who only started out halfway, must have become the excrement of some strange beast by now. Just to prevent the warrior first guild from finding a reason to blackmail them, he could only bite the bullet and say, stop talking nonsense here. Now that there's no evidence to prove that Zhang Yang is dead, then he is not dead. Seeing the Vice President like this, the other party did not get angry. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze to Wang Li, and his smile became more playful. My First Warrior Guild is not in a hurry, but this young man named Wang Li is taking a lot of trouble to find Zhang Yang. Why, do you know something? The Vice President was stunned and looked at Wang Li with a frown. Wang Li didn't expect that his secrets would be exposed in front of him like this, and his face looked a little ugly. Feeling the questioning look from the Vice President, he quickly smiled and said, I just want to help the guild, and I know Zhang Yang privately, so I also want to look for. He could already feel the unhappy look in the Vice President's eyes and did not dare to continue speaking. There is no doubt that the goodwill he had accumulated along the way completely disappeared at this moment. After all, the second guild was worried that the first guild would cause trouble, so the best way was to prevent anyone from finding Zhang Yang. But now he was looking for Zhang Yang, so wasn't this a stab in the back for the guild? Damn Zhang Yang, even death won't let people rest in peace. You'd better die outside and not be found by me. Wang Li muttered angrily, standing back and not daring to look up again. He thought he could escape this way, but he was too naive. Wang Li, you are also the best of the latest generation in our guild. This time we're here to give you some experience. It's rare to see a scene like this today. You can lead the others to the front to scout the way for everyone. Wang Li, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned even paler, because he knew that the beasts fighting inside were not ordinary beasts. However, seeing the Vice President's cold eyes, he had no choice but to go ahead. At this moment, every step he took, he cursed Zhang Yang in his heart. That's right, in his eyes, all this was because of Zhang Yang. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's incident, he wouldn't have been exposed by the people from the First Guild. Then he would not have angered the Vice President, and would not have been sent to the front to bear this danger. Damn Zhang Yang, if you're really not dead, please don't let me find you. He clenched his fists tightly, held his weapon, and walked toward the front of the ruins nervously. Everyone present looked at him with a bit of gloating, as if they were looking at a clown. The more he felt such gazes, the more his self-esteem was damaged, and the stronger his hatred for Zhang Yang became. With every step he took, he was silently thinking about killing Zhang Yang. Every step of the way, they hoped that Zhang Yang would die a miserable death. Just like that, after he had walked for who knows how many steps, he heard a voice behind him. It was Team Leader Song's voice, and it sounded a bit solemn. Wait a minute. He subconsciously stopped and looked back, only to see Team Leader Song's serious face. He realized the problem and immediately looked around. He found that the place was in a mess, and there were obvious signs of a battle. Wang Li felt himself shivering uncontrollably. Realizing that this was the place where the monsters had just fought, he became more and more panicked. However, in the next second, an explosion was heard in the ruins of the surrounding walls, followed by a huge black shadow that passed through numerous obstacles and slammed heavily in front of him. Boom! The black shadow hit the ruins not far in front of it with a loud, muffled sound. Along with the huge bang, gravel flew and smoke and dust rose. Everyone was on edge, subconsciously preparing for battle in case of any crisis. Wang Li was so nervous that his body was shaking uncontrollably as he stared at the shadow and the smoke. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the huge black shadow. It's a rhinoceros beetle. At this time, the rhinoceros beetle was completely lifeless. It lay in the ruins, with a large amount of green liquid oozing out of its mouth and joints, emitting an unpleasant smell. Not only that, the entire body of its shell had been dented, and it looked like it had been beaten to death. Hiss! Many people gasped. They all knew how hard the shell of the rhinoceros beetle was. They heard that it could only be cracked by means above the Grandmaster level. They didn't expect to be beaten to death. What on earth could have such terrifying power? Everyone's first thought was the strange beast, so after coming to their senses, they immediately focused their attention on the direction where the rhinoceros beetle insect beast had just flown. But when everyone looked at him, they were slightly stunned. What slowly walked out from the ruins was actually a human figure. Is it a human? Team Leader Song raised his eyebrows, obviously surprised. Wang Li was also shocked when he found out it was a person, but when he saw the figure gradually approaching, the shock turned into astonishment and disbelief. He stared at the familiar figure in a daze, his voice rising a notch. Zhang Yang. Chapter 59. I killed this strange beast. Zhang Yang. That's right. It's Zhang Yang. Wasn't the person who walked out Zhang Yang who had disappeared for almost a month? Wang Li rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. But no matter how sure he was, the person in front of him was Zhang Yang. The only difference is that Zhang Yang looks a little sloppy, like a refugee. When he saw Zhang Yang also saw them and was slightly stunned. Depend on. He's too engrossed in the fighting. Zhang Yang's expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he immediately calmed down and walked forward slowly. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide any longer. Although his realm has not yet reached the Grandmaster level, Zhang Yang feels that he is capable of protecting himself now. If they really want to pursue the matter, these people may not dare to touch him, not to mention that he may not be pursued. Zhang Yang, why are you here? Wang Li shouted as he came back to his senses, with an incredible look on his face. Why can't I be here? Do you live by the sea? Zhang Yang snorted coldly and retorted directly. Wang Li was choked by him and suddenly became angrier. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Where's the person who killed this strange beast? Did you see him? Hearing Wang Li's question, everyone present fixed their eyes on Zhang Yang. These people looked at each other with curiosity, partly because of Zhang Yang himself, and partly because they were curious about who had killed the rhinoceros beetle in front of them. That's right, none of them thought that it was Zhang Yang who killed the strange beast. After all, this strange beast is the one that is closest to the Grandmaster level. But what about Zhang Yang? He was just a guild member at the warrior level, and there was absolutely no way he could be a match for this unique fairy insect. So the first reaction of the people present was that there was another person, and this was the only reasonable explanation. Zhang Yang did not answer his question immediately, but looked at the group of people present. Judging from their attire, they're the first warrior guild and the second warrior guild. As for those people wearing special attire, it should also be some organizations. Zhang Yang, the leaders are asking you questions? Are you deaf? Seeing that Zhang Yang was slow to speak, Wang Li quickly approached him and reached out to grab his collar. Wang Li's eyes revealed a hint of madness and anticipation, and his movements were quick and decisive. Yes, he was looking forward to it. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang was not dead, and he actually met him. I was just wondering whether I would have the chance to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, and then I ran into Zhang Yang. He had thought it through clearly. As long as Zhang Yang dared to resist, he could take advantage of this opportunity to give Zhang Yang a good beating. He is full of confidence. Although he lost to Zhang Yang last time, after returning, he turned a disaster into a blessing and improved by nearly 2 levels in less than a month. Therefore, as long as Zhang Yang dares to resist, he will definitely be able to defeat Zhang Yang. As he thought about this, his smile became more and more crazy. Just the next second, he felt a huge force on his cheek. Bang! Zhang Yang slapped him hard on the face with such force that he staggered and fell to the ground, covering his swollen cheek in a daze. It was obvious that he was stunned. He didn't even see Zhang Yang make a move. Seeing Zhang Yang take action, many people present changed color slightly. Especially the leaders, their eyes narrowed subconsciously, with huge waves in their hearts. Quick! Too fast! If their eyes had not been fixed on Zhang Yang, they might not have been able to see the slap. Zhang Yang, you are so shameless. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of the leader. Wang Li stood up suddenly with a flushed face. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, but instead he was taught such a shameless lesson that his self-esteem was severely hurt. But before he could make a move, he was scolded by a voice. The person was none other than the vice president. Wang Li, stop it. After being scolded by him, Wang Li stood there with an ugly look on his face, but he didn't dare to do anything else. The vice president slowly walked up to Zhang Yang, looked at him, and frowned slightly. He had heard the name Zhang Yang more than once in the guild, but today was the first time he saw him. He had heard before that he was a martial arts genius. The biggest impression this young man gave him was that it was difficult to gauge his depth, and he should be much stronger than Wang Li. Zhang Yang, I'm sure Jun, the vice president of the guild. We've been looking for you. Since you are safe and sound, the guild can rest assured. Now you need to tell me how this strange beast died here. Did someone lead you to kill it? This was indeed the issue that the people present were most concerned about. After all, they came here in the first place because of this strange beast. If it was killed by someone else, it would prove that they could not easily take away the valuable corpse of this strange beast. If they were killed by a strange beast, then they would have to prepare for the next battle. I killed this strange beast. Zhang Yang told the truth. Now that I have decided to return to the city, there is no need to hide it any longer. The vice president frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, what are you talking about? I said that I killed this strange beast. There are no other people or strange beasts here. The vice president can rest assured. This time, the vice president frowned and looked at Zhang Yang again. Could it be that? Was this kid scared crazy in this exotic beast area? This thought arose in his mind, and then he sighed helplessly. Forget it, as long as it's safe. Next, you should follow the team back to the city. It's really me. Zhang Yang looked helpless. He didn't have to prove anything, but this rhinoceros beetle was very valuable. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would definitely be divided up by those present. Puff! Wang Li laughed sarcastically at the side. This is a beast at the peak of martial arts. Even the vice president doesn't dare to say that he can easily take it down. What nonsense are you talking about? He paused at this point, and his smile turned into a smirk. Zhang Yang, you're not trying to find an excuse like this so that the guild can give you some, are you? Do you have any shame? Do you know how much the guild has spent searching for you during the time you disappeared? And how much loss it has helped you bear? The vice president did not interrupt Wang Li this time, but looked at Zhang Yang as if waiting for Zhang Yang's answer. It could be seen that the vice president thinks Wang Li is right in this matter. Seeing that the vice president didn't say anything, the smile and pride on Wang Li's face became more and more intense. That expression and look was extremely excited, as if he was telling everyone present, no, telling the vice president, that he, Wang Li, had made great contributions to the guild. And Zhang Yang, he is just a villain who keeps causing trouble for the guild and likes to take away the guild's profits. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered in his heart. How could he not see this little trick? This is a really good calculation. Chapter 60, One Punch to Force Back. Zhang Yang smiled. He looked at the complacent Wang Li sarcastically. What do you mean I want to share too? This is the beast I killed, so it's naturally mine. The guild helped me and my family, so I'm willing to give it a share, but when he said this, his voice gradually turned cold. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Did you kill this strange beast? Or was the guild founded by your family? A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from Zhang Yang, which was the violent aura that came from fighting against strange beasts dozens of times. This kind of violent aura was not something that someone like Wang Li, who was just following others, could be exposed to, so he was frightened by this terrible, violent aura and retreated again and again. He wanted to refute several times, but in the end he didn't dare to say a word. Not only did he lose in terms of momentum, he also completely lost in terms of words. Okay, let's leave this matter alone. No matter what, let's go back to the city first. Vice President Shi Jun finally spoke, signaling the two to stop arguing. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the corpse of the rhinoceros beetle, as if he wanted to examine the body of this strange beast, but he was soon stopped by a tall and majestic figure. The man from the First Warrior Guild finally stood up, stopped the vice president, and said coldly, "I say, Vice President Shi, this strange beast is a treat for everyone who sees it. You don't think that all of us here are fools, do you? From what you two have been saying, how come it seems like this strange beast already belongs to your Second Warrior Guild?" The vice president looked a little unhappy when his secret was exposed, but he soon calmed down. "What do you mean?" The man sneered and looked past him to Zhang Yang behind him. "You're Zhang Yang, right? Let's put aside the matter of Xiaochu's death. This strange beast came here secretly with everyone's own eyes. If you want to take it away with just a random excuse, it's impossible." His tone was full of seriousness and solemnity, and in an instant the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and tension. His words directly pushed Zhang Yang to the forefront. Even Team Leader Song, who had remained silent, frowned slightly, with a look of unkindness in his eyes. Just as the man said, with such huge benefits, Zhang Yang couldn't just say a few words to make them hand over the corpse of the alien beast. Feeling that everyone was targeting Zhang Yang, Wang Li behind him was extremely happy. "Snort, you're so arrogant. You felt like you were eating a human just now. Why are you silent now?" Just when Wang Li wanted to see how ugly Zhang Yang's face was, he found that Zhang Yang was not panicked at all. Not only was he not panicking at all, but he was also very calm, it's like he still has a trump card. Wang Li's face looked a little ugly. He didn't understand why this damn guy could still be so calm. At this moment, Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth and smiled. "This is the leader of the First Warrior Guild, right? What's your name?" "I'm Qiao Fong, the captain of the First Warrior Guild." "What tricks are you trying to play?" The man snorted coldly. Looking at his appearance, he seemed not afraid of any tricks Zhang Yang might play, and he was extremely confident. Zhang Yang nodded. "Okay, Captain Xiao, don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? I killed a strange beast. Why do I have to prove it to you? And if I can't prove it as you said, I have to split the deal with you. How is your behavior different from robbery?" Qiao Fong's expression changed slightly, becoming even more gloomy. "What nonsense are you talking about here? You're saying that the people from our First Warrior Guild are robbers, isn't it?" Qiao Fong's expression became even gloomier. "You people from the Second Warrior Guild are so uneducated. It's time for your president to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward, rushed past Vice President Shi Jun, and headed towards Zhang Yang. While speaking, he raised his shoulders, obviously ready to launch an attack. This action was too sudden. No one expected that Qiao Fong, as the captain, would suddenly attack Zhang Yang, a junior. So by the time Vice President Shi Jun reacted, the man was already very close to Zhang Yang. At this time, no one could stop Qiao Fong and could only watch him attack. "Stop! You dare!" Shi Jun shouted and tried to stop them, but it was obviously too late. Qiao Fong sneered and ignored Shi Jun, raising his fist. This punch of his was not a spur-of-the-moment move, but was planned for a long time. He has always been the one handling matters concerning Chu Ge and Zhang Yang. The Second Warrior Guild never gave them an explanation on this matter, and was even suppressed several times, causing the First Warrior Guild to lose face. Now that this guy named Zhang Yang has finally appeared, he must get back at them. "Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." His fist whizzed past with a low, buzzing sound, like the hum of a motor in some mechanical arm, and the thick arm was full of power at first glance. If this punch really hit Zhang Yang, he would definitely be seriously injured. But this is exactly the effect he wants. But the next second, his smile froze on his face, because Zhang Yang's body suddenly slid away and easily avoided his attack. Martial arts. Slide. The scene of Zhang Yang successfully dodging the attack shocked everyone. I didn't expect that this kid actually had such martial arts. It was really a close call. Before this thought took root in their minds, their attention was captured by Zhang Yang's next move. Zhang Yang paused as he was retreating and actually swung his fist towards Xiao Fang. At this moment, everyone felt dizzy. What is this operation? Zhang Yang, who had barely managed to dodge an attack, actually volunteered to die? He is crazy. Snort. Court death. Xiao Fang was also stunned and immediately showed a disdainful smile. It was just a smile that quickly disappeared, because he felt a huge force, an irresistible force coming from Zhang Yang's fist. Then, is this another martial art? Boom! The people present only heard a muffled sound, and then they saw a figure retreating frantically after the collision, with the sound of his feet stomping on the ground continuing frequently. As the captain of the First Warrior Guild, Xiao Fang kept stomping on the ground to relieve the force. He retreated nearly 10 meters in embarrassment and sat on the ground with a bang, with a dazed look on his face. Chapter 61. Not to be trifled with. Silence. The entire clearing was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, staring at Xiao Fang, who was sitting on the ground, their minds going blank. Are you dazzled? Xiao Fang was actually beaten back by Zhang Yang with one punch. This incident was so unbelievable that everyone present was stunned for several seconds. Until, you're a martial artist? Xiao Fang blurted out these words while sitting on the ground, staring at Zhang Yang blankly. This sentence can be said to have exploded among the crowd like a nuclear bomb. Zhang Yang is a martial artist. The disappeared Zhang Yang is a martial artist, and he was able to force back Xiao Fang's martial artist. King, how is this possible? Now another thought occurred in everyone's mind at the same time. That is, if Zhang Yang really has such a level, then the dead monster might really have been killed by him. No, you can't be a martial artist. Even if you have been practicing since you were in your mother's womb, you can't reach this level. You actually took forbidden drugs. Xiao Fang stood up suddenly. He stared at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with anger. You actually dare to take banned drugs. Judging from the effect, it may have reached a level that is expressly prohibited by the country. Drugs of this level will result in a criminal sentence. Team Leader Song, you happen to be here today, so you must not let this opportunist go. Sure, Jun finally came back to his senses from his shock at this time, and his face changed immediately when he heard his words. You, the First Warrior Guild, stop spitting bloody words at me. You can't get this level of forbidden medicine even if you want it, so don't buy it like a mad dog. As the vice president, he is very clear about such things. If this is really a cross-class taboo drug, then the harm it brings to the human body and mind is enormous. The most common reaction is mental disorder and certain genetic mutation problems, so this drug is extremely harmful. In some sense, it can be compared to the white powder products in some police dramas. Therefore, this kind of taboo medicine is very scary and a very serious matter. But I'm talking nonsense. How old is Zhang Yang? Can you tell me if he can be as good as me? Don't even mention that he forced me back with one punch. Even you don't have the level to do that. Team Leader Song, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Team Leader Song, who had been silent, narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking about. Zhang Yang's mental state at this moment seemed normal, without any abnormalities, but the fighting ability he displayed made people doubt it. Zhang Yang, I am the first team leader of the Warrior Bureau. I need you to cooperate with my investigation now. I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer them truthfully. Zhang Yang looked at the people present with a half-smile. He knew very well that these people could not accept his improvement in realm. After all, it was quite astonishing that he could reach this level after disappearing for just 1 month. But he was going to make everyone present understand that they were the clowns. No problem. Team Leader Song, just ask. What level are you at now? Team Leader Song asked straight to the point. Peak of Martial Arts Master. Zhang Yang uttered 4 words. Hiss. Everyone gasped. The peak of martial arts. How old is Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang looks to be only 18 or 19 years old, which means he has just reached adulthood. Normally, it is already terrifying to have a 5th or 6th level warrior at this age, and Zhang Yang is directly at the peak of martial arts. Peak of martial artist? Yes. When did you become a warrior? Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months? Team Leader Song felt a little dazed when he saw him nod again. He felt like he was dreaming. No, this is not a dream. He realized that Zhang Yang had achieved such success in such a short time as a warrior, and things were starting to get a little weird. who can become a top-level martial artist in 2 months. Not even the presidents of the 2 major guilds can do it. Zhang Yang, do you know what you're talking about? Team leader Song spoke again. Of course I know. Zhang Yang nodded. But I just want to tell team leader Song that just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because others can't do something doesn't mean I, Zhang Yang, can't do it. Aren't you questioning whether I killed this beast? Then I will prove my strength to you right now. Aren't you doubting my ability now? Then you can definitely give it a try to see if I really have the ability. His voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, but with great confidence. Why is he not confident? The strongest person present is only at the peak of martial arts. And, at his current level, he is not afraid of anyone unless they are a grandmaster. Team leader Song frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, if you are really a genius of this level, you should not be afraid of drug testing. When you go back, you must cooperate with us to get checked. As long as there is no problem, our Warrior Bureau is willing to apologize in person. If your drug test fails, okay, but does anyone have any questions about the ownership of this exotic beast? Zhang Yang nodded immediately and waved his hand domineeringly. Snort, do you think that by proving that you have reached this level, you can prove that you killed the monster? Xiao Fong sneered again. He had now stood up from the ground, staring at Zhang Yang with a ferocious expression. Everyone has seen the strange beast, so naturally everyone should share it equally. This strange beast belongs to everyone present here, not just you and the Second Warrior Guild. Team leader Song also nodded. Zhang Yang, this alone cannot prove that this beast is yours. You still have to separate it. Vice President Shi, as the Vice President, what do you think about this matter? When Shi Jun heard what Team leader Song said, his face looked a little ugly. There was no way the Second Warrior Guild could be a match for the Warrior Bureau. When asked this by Team leader Song, he really didn't know how to answer. Just when he was hesitating, Zhang Yang's words made everyone present stunned again. Team leader Song, I think you may have misunderstood something. I killed this beast, and it is my personal property. The Vice President cannot decide who owns it. If you insist on having a share, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yang issued a strong warning. No one had expected such an action, and Team leader Song himself was stunned. As the leader of the Warrior Bureau, who wouldn't be respectful to her? This was the first time she had seen someone treat her like Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, what do you mean? She frowned slightly. Literally, Zhang Yang was blunt. No one knows what he is doing better than him. Because of Chu Ji's matter, he will be visited by the First Guild and the Warrior Bureau sooner or later. So this is our first meeting. He wants to let these people know that he, Zhang Yang, is not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 62. Dismembering the Corpse. How can you talk to Team leader Song like that? Believe it or not, I'll take you back right now. The people behind Team leader Song were obviously unhappy, and some even rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action, but were stopped by Team leader Song. Team leader Song, this is not the place to take action. Let's wait until we get back to the city to discuss everything. Besides, Zhang Yang himself said that he would cooperate with the drug test, right? Team leader Song's eyes turned a little more unfriendly. Regardless of whether Zhang Yang's strength was temporarily improved by the forbidden drugs, it was obviously not a good decision to start conflict here. I will cooperate. Since Team leader Song has no objection, does Captain Xiao have any objection? Zhang Yang nodded and looked at Xiao Fong again. Xiao Fong looked unhappy. Of course, he has an opinion. How could he not have an opinion when Zhang Yang embarrassed him in front of so many people? However, no one understood Zhang Yang's punch just now better than him. It even had a power that vaguely surpassed the level of a martial artist. It was more like the power of a monster at the level of a martial artist. He won't gain any advantage if he gets entangled too much here. Zhang Yang, this matter is not over yet. I will settle the score with you when I get back. Whether it's this matter or Xiaochu's matter, the First Warrior Guild will settle everything with you. He looked ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhang Yang would naturally not be afraid of his threat. After all, the reason why he dared to show up now was that he already had enough strength. However, there's another problem facing them now, which is how to deal with the corpse of the rhinoceros beetle insect beast. The shell of this guy is extremely hard and cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. We can't drag such a big corpse back, right? Zhang Yang was in a dilemma, standing in front of the corpse. Others also saw the problem and couldn't help but sneer. Especially Xiao Fong, who had just suffered a loss at the hands of Zhang Yang. He looked at the people standing next to the corpse and laughed. Boy, it seems that you have no way to deal with this corpse. You deserve it. This is a rhinoceros beetle. Let's not talk about whether you can get a shell off. Even if you can, you won't be able to deal with the body properly. It is impossible for someone who has not dissected hundreds of corpses to have the skills to dissect it. He laughed with glee on the side. Zhang Yang ignored him and walked up to the vice president. Vice President, sure, my weapon was damaged in the battle just now. Could you lend me a weapon that can break the shell? Do you want to perform an anatomical dissection? Sure, Jun frowned. Although Qiao Fang's words are difficult to understand, what he said is true. The body of this strange beast cannot be cut up randomly. If you don't know how to dissect it, and if you don't have a certain level of skills and ability, then all the valuable parts of it will be ruined. Leave this matter to me. I am 60% sure that I can separate it, or at least preserve the integrity of a large part of the organs. I'm sure, absolutely sure. Zhang Yang interrupted him with a serious expression. Sure, Jun was slightly stunned. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be joking, he frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then he held out his wrist. On his wrist was a very special-looking watch. There was a gray gem inlaid on the watch, and when his palm touched it, the gem emitted a faint gray light. An exquisite machete less than half a meter long appeared in his hand, and it was obvious that it was no ordinary item. Space watch. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He heard that this thing was a watch with spatial power and a space backpack that could store about 2 or 3 square meters. This thing is not something that can be obtained just by having money. It is an extremely rare and valuable item. This is the first time he has seen it. Sure, Jun nodded slightly, handed him the exquisite machete in his hand, and said slowly, "This is a knife specially used to cut the corpses of exotic beasts. Even the hardest shell can be broken. Try this knife a little, and if it doesn't work, let me do it." After thanking him, Zhang Yang took the machete, touched the blade excitedly, and came to the side of the rhinoceros beetle. Seeing Zhang Yang preparing to split it, everyone present looked at him curiously. He really wanted to see how much value Zhang Yang would destroy the corpse. Of course, a big part of the reason was that they wanted to see how many treasures could be cut out of this rhinoceros beetle. However, they knew very well that the greater possibility was to watch the fun of the Second Warrior Guild. The vice president standing aside was obviously a little nervous. After all, the corpse of a strange beast was part of the guild anyway, and he naturally wanted to maximize the value of the corpse. Zhang Yang, you really don't need me? Seeing that Zhang Yang was about to take action, he couldn't help but speak again. Not surprisingly, Zhang Yang rejected him. Being rejected again, Sure Jun was so anxious that he paced back and forth, sighing from time to time. Others could also see his anxiety, but most people were gloating. Wang Li, who had been quiet for a while, finally found an opportunity and said, "Vice President, every organ of this beast is worth a lot of money. Are you going to let him deal with it like this?" Wang Li spoke very carefully, fearing that Zhang Yang, who was preparing to deal with a body not far away, would hear it. The vice president frowned and said nothing. "Vice President, Zhang Yang is most likely taking prohibited drugs. He will definitely be investigated when he returns. It will be difficult for our second guild to explain ourselves by then, so we might as well try to communicate with Team Leader Song and take him down. In this way, not only will the corpse not be wasted, but will also save our guild a lot of trouble." The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became, as if he could already imagine the scene. The vice president frowned. "Wang Li, you'd better behave yourself. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have brought you with me this time. It's better to spend more time on cultivation than anything else. It's not your turn to point fingers at me when I'm considering it." Wang Li was scolded and looked very unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything more and could only step aside. However, his eyes became increasingly gloomy, and he looked like a desperate villain, silently calculating his own plan. However, although his words were obviously intended to provoke, they did make some sense. After all, for Zhang Yang to possess such strength, there's a high probability that he has taken prohibited drugs, and the risks brought about by his anatomical strength do exist. Just when Vice President Shi Jun was hesitating whether to take action, Zhang Yang finally took action. Under the gaze of everyone, the machete in his hand instantly penetrated the corpse with extremely smooth movements. He looked like a master who had dissected countless corpses. Chapter 63. This dissection technique is exactly the same. Zhang Yang's smooth movements made everyone present slightly stunned. There's a saying that an expert can tell the quality of a product just by one look. This saying can perfectly describe Zhang Yang now. Everyone present was a martial artist. They had encountered many cases of dissecting corpses in their daily lives and knew certain techniques involved. Zhang Yang's smooth movements are rarely seen in normal times, and one can tell at a glance that his dissection methods are extraordinary. In no time, a piece of shell was dissected perfectly. Zhang Yang casually put the shell aside and continued his actions, like a machine without any emotions. This is a skillful technique. He is so skilled in dissection. Has he dissected this rhinoceros beetle insect beast directly? Jun stared at Zhang Yang, whose movements were getting faster and faster, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "No, it's impossible. There is only one of this strange beast in this activity area so far. This kid has definitely never dissected it before. Even if he really did dissect it before, it is impossible for him to be so skilled after dissecting one or two. He must have amazing anatomical analysis skills." Jun shook his head, frowning. For some reason, seeing Zhang Yang dissecting so skillfully, he always felt that some memory was gradually becoming clearer. At this moment, he was not the only one who was surprised, but also Qiao Fong, who was ready to laugh at Zhang Yang. He looked at Zhang Yang's increasingly faster movements and the organs being skillfully cut off one by one, and the smile on his face had completely frozen. I was originally thinking about making fun of Zhang Yang, but now he has become the joke. Damn, this guy is so experienced in splitting. He couldn't help but curse, his face gloomy. At this moment, a warrior next to him suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. "Qiao, brother Qiao, don't you think the body on the ground looks familiar?" "Look familiar? What nonsense are you talking about? That's the corpse of a rhinoceros beetle. You've seen this strange beast before, so of course it looks familiar." The warrior became even more nervous after being scolded by him. "No, brother Qiao, I'm talking about the dissection of the body. It's broken down too neatly." "What nonsense? Isn't it the most basic thing to decompose neatly?" Qiao Fong muttered to himself, and suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at the decomposed bodies on the ground with his eyes wide open, because the scene of it being broken down and neatly laid out on the ground is so familiar. Not only was he familiar with it, but almost everyone present was familiar with it. That is, the method of decomposing strange beasts in Area 21. Qiao Fong looked at the corpse in shock, unable to utter a word for a moment. If he was just speculating, then Vice President Jun was in great shock. He had seen the corpse of the ghost-faced lion with his own eyes, and had personally carefully examined the degree of decomposition of the corpse. He was sure that the decomposition method was exactly the same as the corpse that Zhang Yang had dissected now. The vice president looked at the corpses on the ground in shock, his mind going blank. Could it be that? Was the ghost-faced lion also killed by Zhang Yang? How is this possible? What kind of forbidden drug can last so long? And it can improve so many realms. He looked at Zhang Yang's actions with horror, his expression changing constantly. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang himself didn't know it. It was not until he had completely dissected the body that he realized that everything around him was silent. "What's wrong?" He frowned and looked at the people present with a puzzled look on his face. The vice president looked at him with complicated eyes and said slowly, "Zhang Yang, do you know that there is a strange beast called the ghost-faced lion in District 20? It is one of the 7 strange beasts, and it is at the same level as this one." When Zhang Yang heard him ask this, his heart skipped a beat. He remembered clearly that when he first saw the ghost-faced lion, it was seriously injured. Even a fool would know that the ghost-faced lion was surrounded and attacked, but in the end he got the advantage. Could it be that? Was it the vice president and his men who were chasing after him? Thinking of this, he nodded calmly. "Of course I know. Anyone who is in the warrior guild should know it, right?" "It's dead. Did you kill it?" Jun asked bluntly. "No. Is it dead? That strange beast had been lurking in the activity area for many years. How could it die so easily? I've been around here all this time, planning a plan to kill this rhinoceros beetle." Jun didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Yang seriously. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he didn't ask any more questions. "Maybe I'm overthinking it. The body is actually decomposed. It's time to return to the city." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "Please keep this body for now, Vice President. I'll go back to the guild and deal with the drug test once I get back." When it comes to this question, Jun's expression becomes particularly serious. "Zhang Yang, I need to have a serious discussion with you about this matter. If you're taking prohibited drugs, tell me the truth now. As long as you can explain the whole story, the guild can help you to the greatest extent possible. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Vice President, I haven't taken any contraindicated drugs. Don't worry. Sure, Jun stared at him for a while, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just nodded slightly. As the Vice President, he has done the best he can. Taking prohibited drugs is strictly prohibited in the country, so even if he helps Zhang Yang again, there's a limit. I'll send someone over with you, and if anything does happen, I'll help you as much as I can. But even the President can't help you get away with this. You have to assess the situation and make good judgment. Zhang Yang knew that the Vice President didn't believe in him, but this was completely normal. After all, his promotion was too fast. While the two were chatting, Team Leader Song had already arrived in front of them. Zhang Yang, since everything is almost done, just follow us back to the City Warrior Bureau. Don't worry, if it's really like you said, and you haven't taken any banned drugs, no one will detain you. Although she said this, there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. It was obvious that Team Leader Song had completely determined that Zhang Yang had taken banned drugs. The people behind him stepped forward with an attitude of being ready to deal with him at any time. They completely regarded Zhang Yang as a dangerous person who might go crazy at any time. When Xiao Fong saw this tense scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and smiled at Zhang Yang in a joking manner. Zhang Yang, I will pay close attention to this matter. See if the drug testing machine is willing to listen to your bragging and storytelling. Let's wait and see. Chapter 64. Invitation from the Warrior Bureau. On the special bus to the city, Team Leader Song stared at Zhang Yang through the rearview mirror and said slowly, Zhang Yang, taking contraindicated drugs is strictly prohibited by the state. The seriousness of the matter is no less than a warrior killing an ordinary person. If you really took it, I advise you to tell the truth now, or I will give you a lighter punishment. Otherwise, once we really get to the Warrior Bureau, it will be too late for you to say anything. Zhang Yang didn't know how many times he had heard this, and his ears were already calloused from it. Team Leader Song, is it so difficult to admit that someone is excellent? Reaching the peak of martial arts in 2 months does not prove that I took a forbidden potion, but proves that I am an unparalleled genius. If you were a genius, your guild would not leave you alone. At least they would go with you to test it in person. Team Leader Song's follower sneered. Do you know why he didn't choose to go for the drug test with you? It's because he was afraid that you would bring trouble to the Second Warrior Guild. Team Leader Song did not say anything to agree, but he did not deny it either, obviously agreeing with his subordinate statement. I thought Zhang Yang would break through the defense, but he spread out his palms and said helplessly, there is no way. Geniuses will always be questioned by the outside world. What I have to do now is to dispel the doubts of you people, right? Team Leader Song held his forehead helplessly, and his smooth forehead became more blue. She had a feeling that she had run into someone who was in quite a bit of trouble. Perhaps it would be an extremely troublesome thing to convict Zhang Yang and go through the process of detaining him. Seeing that they knew better and stopped talking, Zhang Yang leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes to rest. Now he just wants to deal with his own problems quickly and then go see his important people. I don't know what happened to the materials Tian Tian collected for me. His and Tian Tian's plan was very simple at the beginning, which was that Tian Tian would return to the city and leave all the things to him, and then return to the city when he was strong enough. Tian Tian agreed to help him take care of his parents and also agreed to help him find materials for his mother's treatment. Now about a month has passed, and I don't know what the progress is. I hope everything goes well. Soon, they arrived at the Warrior Bureau. Drug Testing Division. Zhang Yang was stunned as he entered the door. Because Xiao Fong was actually here, he was standing at the door, looking like he was waiting for a good show. Zhang Yang, I hope you can successfully walk out of this door today. If you manage to walk out of this door, I will personally escort you to the other door of the Warrior Bureau. If you can't get out of this door, I will make your crime even more serious. No one else could understand what he said, but Zhang Yang did. It's about killing the new guy. But does he have evidence? No. There's absolutely no way that the other party could know about this, so he is planning to frame me for the whole thing. So, Xiao Fong was determined to accuse him no matter what. Although Zhang Yang felt heavy-hearted, he remained calm on the surface. Then let's wait and see, Zhang Yang said as he walked directly into the drug testing department. Team Leader Song followed him into the drug testing department and saw Zhang Yang sitting in a chair, yawning leisurely, and frowned slightly. Could it be that? Did Zhang Yang really not take the medicine? The drug testing machines of the Warrior Bureau are all state-of-the-art machines. There is no possibility that some special drugs cannot be detected. So in her opinion, there's an 80% chance that Zhang Yang will not be able to escape today. But in such a situation, why could Zhang Yang remain so calm? As the professionals continued to draw blood for tests, data appeared in front of her, and her eyes gradually widened. As a senior staff member in the Warrior Bureau, she should have been able to remain calm no matter what happened. But at this moment, after seeing the data meet the standards one by one, her hands couldn't stop shaking. Zhang Yang, no issues detected. What does this mean? Represent. Zhang Yang is truly the pinnacle of martial arts. Team leader Song stood there with his mind blank. How old is Zhang Yang? 18 or 19 years old, the peak of a martial artist. No, the most terrifying thing is that Zhang Yang has only been a warrior for 2 months. Any warrior knows how shocking it is when all this actually happens. Team leader Song. Can I go now? Zhang Yang completed the last test and slowly stood up. Yes. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang turned around and looked at team leader Song curiously. Zhang Yang, how did you do it? What? How did I break through to this level in 2 months? Is there any method? Zhang Yang looked at her strangely and said slowly, if there's a shortcut to cultivation, you should know it better than me, right? Team leader Song smiled helplessly. I just didn't expect that there are such so-called geniuses in the world. Are you interested in joining our Warrior Bureau? Warrior Bureau. Yes. Since I invited you, I am sincere. Xiao Fong is outside. The members of their first warrior guild died inexplicably, and the only person involved is you, so they will not let you go no matter what. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is that they need to use your story as an excuse to put pressure on the Second Warrior Guild. So, it is not a good choice for you to leave here and return to the Second Warrior Guild. But if you join our Warrior Bureau, I will take care of the rest for you. Zhang Yang did not speak immediately, but fell into thought. He joined the Second Warrior Guild just to get money and resources for his mother's treatment. As for the money, with his current level of attainment, he can make money anywhere. In terms of resources, the Warrior Bureau is obviously richer than the Second Warrior Guild. I have 2 requests. Tell me about it. Team leader Song's eyes lit up. She was not afraid of Zhang Yang having requests, but was afraid that Zhang Yang would not have any requests. As the Warrior Bureau had the entire city behind it, there was nothing she could not agree to. First, I am currently involved in a lot of issues with the First and Second Warrior Guilds. I want the Warrior Bureau to handle all subsequent troubles for me. Second, my mother has become a vegetable due to a car accident. I want to cure her. I hope the Warrior Bureau can help me. Team leader Song smiled when he heard his words. First of all, don't worry. The Warrior Bureau is a Warrior Bureau after all. The Warrior Guild will not cause trouble for you. As for the second point, she paused at this point and said seriously, even with the development of the world today, vegetative state is still a very difficult disease to cure. I can't promise too much, but I can assure you that I will do my best to help your mother with her treatment. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. He fixed his eyes on the door and could vaguely see Xiao Fong's shadow with a smile on his lips. Then let's go out and take a look next. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. Chapter 65 Team Leader Zhang Yang. Outside the inspection room, Xiao Fong sat on the chair with a smug look on his face. He glanced at the man beside him and said slowly, how long has he been in there? Captain Zhou, it's been about 20 minutes. It will probably be out soon. Xiao Fong sneered. He hasn't come out for such a long time. Maybe he found something wrong during the examination. No, there must be something wrong with the examination. How could someone cultivate so fast? He must have taken medicine. Xiao Fong's face was filled with joy, and he was full of anticipation. Of course, he was looking forward to it. This time, Zhang Yang not only made him lose a lot of resources, but also made him look bad. You have to know that he is the captain and a well-known figure in the First Warrior Guild. If this matter gets out, how can he still stay in the guild? So today he was going to teach Zhang Yang a lesson no matter what. And he even had all the fabricated evidence in his hands, ready to add insult to injury and make sure Zhang Yang could never get out of this warrior trap. That's right. Have you finished what you were asked to do? The man immediately smiled attentively and nodded. Don't worry, I've sent someone to find the warrior named Tian Tian and tie her up and bring her here. As for Zhang Yang's family, his father is just an ordinary man. He will resort to hard tactics if soft tactics don't work. We have taken out so many layers of insurance for this matter. Zhang Yang will definitely not be able to leave today. Hearing the man say this, Xiao Fong smiled with satisfaction. Good. You handled this matter incorrectly. I'll assign you a captain to do the job when we get back. The man's face was filled with joy. Just as he was about to say something, the door in front of him was pushed open. It's Zhang Yang. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you weren't found out immediately. Xiao Fong stood up, smiling with a bit of gloating. He said this, but frowned slightly. Why wasn't Zhang Yang detained directly inside? Could it be that the type of medicine being taken is too special and requires further confirmation? He thought about it carefully and felt that this possibility was very high. After all, ordinary potions could not allow a person to improve to the level of a martial artist in a short period of time. Xiao Fong felt that his guess was correct, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Zhang Yang, I'm not afraid to tell you that I came to you today because of Xiaochu's matter. Based on the information we have now, it is very likely that you killed Xiaochu. You and your guild must give me an explanation for this matter. Zhang Yang looked at him with a smile. What do you want to be explained? And are you sure that I killed that person? Xiao Fong sneered. Who else could it be if not you? Everyone who came into contact with that location that day died, and you were the only one who survived. In that case, it's impossible that you didn't know where he was going, and you deliberately concealed the fact that you didn't know, and you went directly to another area instead of returning to the city. Don't you think this is strange? He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. What are you hiding? Tell me what you are hiding. The man next to Xiao Fong slowly took out a piece of paper similar to a contract from his arms, and the former turned the paper over. This is the application for trial that I have submitted to the Warrior Bureau. No matter what, you will never get out of here today. When he said this, his voice paused, and his smile became more proud and arrogant. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow to me now, admit your fault, and beg me to let you go, maybe I will show you some mercy during the trial. Otherwise, what will happen otherwise? Zhang Yang interrupted him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Your mother has become a vegetable now, right? Your father is just an ordinary person. Otherwise, I will not only put you on trial, but also make your whole family a pariah. You will have to pay not a penny less in compensation, but your father will have to bear the cost while you are imprisoned. It's only natural to pay back debts. If he doesn't have money, then we can only help him find a way out. Zhang Yang's expression became increasingly cold. There was already a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If this wasn't the city, he would have taken action long ago. Being stared at with such cold eyes, Xiao Fong was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed a smug smile. Zhang Yang, although you have become a warrior, you are still just a nobody after all. To be a warrior, you need resources and connections. You can't afford to play with me. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for not being a match for the #1 warrior, Gong Hu. The second warrior guild won't support you either. Of course, they can't support you either. He became more and more proud as he spoke, and he couldn't control his laughter. Just as he was laughing, he felt something was wrong because he heard Zhang Yang laughing along with him. What are you laughing at? He frowned and looked at Zhang Yang, who was also laughing with a wary look on his face. He really couldn't understand why Zhang Yang could still laugh at this time. I laughed and you were right. Although I became a warrior, I am just an ordinary warrior. Even if they are better at fighting, the guild they chose is indeed the second best warrior guild. They are still no match for your first best warrior guild. Xiao Fong looked very proud. Now you know the gap between you and me? But I have changed my mind. At the beginning, I didn't intend to give you a chance. No, I think you misunderstood something, Captain Xiao. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. The second warrior guild really couldn't support me, so I accepted the invitation from Team Leader Song, and now I have become a captain of the Warrior Bureau. The power behind me now is not the second warrior guild, but here, that is, the Warrior Bureau. Xiao Fong looked at him in surprise, then burst into laughter. He seemed to have heard a funny joke and couldn't help laughing out loud, attracting many people's attention. Xiao Fong kept wiping away the tears from his eyes and said sarcastically, "You want to join the Warrior Bureau, you can't even brag here. Why would the Warrior Bureau invite a kid like you who takes forbidden drugs, and a team leader at that? Do you know what a team leader is? He is just a little lower than the president of our first and second guilds. If there is any problem, the president will cooperate with the investigation. You think you can become the team leader?" I'm laughing so hard. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but asked him, "Who told you that I took contraindicated drugs?" Xiao Fong was stunned, and his smile became a little stiff. He saw that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be joking, and his expression became increasingly uglier. At this moment, the door behind Zhang Yang was slowly pushed open. Team leader Song walked out slowly, his voice carrying a bit of majesty. Make it official. This will be Zhang Yang, the leader of the 4th group of the Warrior Bureau. All law enforcement authority in your 1st Warrior Guild area will be transferred to him. Chapter 66 Return to Crisis. Chapter 66. What? Xiaofang's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Team leader Song, what are you talking about? He joined the Warrior Bureau. Zhang Yang joins the Warrior Bureau? How is it possible? He is taking contraindicated drugs. How can you make such a joke, Team leader Song? Who is kidding you? Zhang Yang's drug test is completely flawless. He has reached his current level by relying on his own strength. The Warrior Bureau has now officially invited Zhang Yang to become the 4th team leader and take over the management area of your 1st Warrior Guild. Team leader Song spoke slowly with a serious expression. When Xiaofang saw Zhang Yang's playful smile, he was extremely shocked. What did he hear? Zhang Yang actually didn't take any banned drugs. How is it possible? Xiaofang didn't believe it at all, but the reality was right in front of him. After all, no matter what, team leader Song would never deceive him by covering up for him. There were 1,000 wild horses galloping in Xiaofang's heart, and he felt extremely regretful at the moment. Zhang Yang became the leader of Group 4. The jurisdiction area received was actually the 1st Warrior Guild. Doesn't this mean that Zhang Yang can shit on his head without restraint in the future? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he felt suffocated. He didn't understand why such a thing suddenly happened. He took a deep breath and decided that he must not sit there and wait for death. He has already offended Zhang Yang today, and this kid will not let him go in the future. So, something must be done. Team leader Song. Although Zhang Yang has a certain realm, his character is not upright enough, and he even slaughtered the warriors of our 1st Warrior Guild. The fate of such a person should be punished by the Warrior Bureau, not become a member of the Warrior Bureau. Team leader Song frowned slightly, then slowly said, I will still investigate Zhang Yang's matter. If this is really the case, I am willing to apologize for my behavior this time, but she narrowed her eyes slightly, and her voice was already a little cold. But now Zhang Yang is the leader of our Warrior Bureau, and we won't tolerate anyone slandering him. Xiaofang didn't expect the other party to be so tough, and all the prepared words were stuck for a moment. You what? Just do it as I say. Zhang Yang, what Captain Xiao said is not without reason. As the leader of our Warrior Bureau, you must not cross the line. Although I promised to help you solve the problem, it was when there was no principled issue. If I find any problems, you will be responsible. Of course, I know what happened between you two. The people from the 1st Warrior Guild have applied for punishment against you several times, but the evidence has always been insufficient. This time, while I am investigating, both of you can provide additional evidence at any time to prove that you are the right party. She frowned and thought for a while, as if she was thinking about whether there was anything else that needed to be added. Zhang Yang, you can act on your own during this period. Just treat it as your internship period. Don't bring shame to the Warrior Bureau. This matter is handled this way. Do you two have any opinions? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. I have a clear conscience, so naturally I have no objection. So Captain Zhou, what about you? Xiaofang's face looked a little ugly. But now that things have come to this, what else can he say? He glared at Zhang Yang fiercely, then turned and left. Zhang Yang, let's wait and see about this matter. Zhang Yang frowned. When the two sides had an argument just now, Captain Xiao mentioned Tian and his parents. Given Xiaofang's personality and status, he is now very worried that the other party will do something extraordinary in order to find evidence. Zhang Yang, the leader of the Warrior Bureau, is the leader of the Warrior Bureau. Even if he is in the internship period, he cannot be offended by others at will. You have the law enforcement power to investigate everything. Of course, you have to understand that you only have the law enforcement power to investigate everything. Now you can use this right to prove your innocence. Don't let me down. Team leader Song patted him on the shoulder with an expression that said, I am optimistic about you. Zhang Yang didn't expect that Team leader Song would trust him so much, and he was a little touched for a moment. Team leader Song did not let him continue speaking, but gave him an expression that said, you don't have to say more, I understand. I don't believe that someone with such talent would kill someone for a trivial matter. Besides, that guy surnamed Chu is also a frequent visitor to our place. I'm very familiar with that kid's behavior. He's not a good guy. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. Yes, he knew very well that guys like Chu Ge had done too many excessive things before. How could the Warrior Bureau not notice such a person? When he thought of this situation, Zhang Yang felt a lot more relaxed. Don't worry, Team Leader Song. I will definitely handle this matter well. Go take care of your own business. The First Warrior Guild has been able to develop to its current level. It is not easy to deal with. Make plans early. Zhang Yang didn't say any more and left the Warrior Bureau immediately. Zhang Yang called his father immediately. But after the phone rang a few times, it was Tian Tian who answered the phone. Tian Tian's breathing was a little rapid, and she sounded weak and anxious. Zhang Yang, you're not dead after all. I didn't expect you to call me at this time. This is really fate. I'm sorry, I tried my best. Zhang Yang, I really tried my best. Our plan ultimately didn't work out. I'm sorry. Her voice became increasingly self-blaming and weaker, sounding as if she had suffered some particularly serious injuries. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he had a very bad premonition. What happened? Where are you? He asked Tian Tian anxiously, but there was nothing on the other side. Then he heard a miserable cry. No, I'll do anything as long as you let them go. That was his father's voice. Hello. Zhang Yang, right? I knew you weren't dead. If you don't want your woman to get into trouble with this old couple, get out of here right now. Zhang Yang's face, covered with a layer of frost, the murderous intent spread little by little. You're looking for death. Chapter 67. Get out here. The voice on the phone was a man. The voice was very recognizable, giving the impression that the owner was a thin, boastful, dyed yellow-haired thug. The other party's attitude was very arrogant, and his voice had a bit of insane madness. Zhang Yang, I knew you weren't fucking dead. Come to 63, Wenlin Street now. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're 1 minute late, I'll chop off one of your father's fingers. In 3 minutes tonight, I will let your woman be played with by us in turn. Arrogant laughter came from the phone, and veins bulged in Zhang Yang's hand holding the phone. He tried to calm himself down, his voice cold. Who are you? Who am I? Why the hell do you care who I am? Good. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch them, I will make you pay an unimaginable price. There was another crazy laugh from over there. Zhang Yang, I hope you can still be so taciturn when the time is up. The other party hung up the phone without giving Zhang Yang a chance to ask further questions. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and called Team Leader Song immediately. Zhang Yang, is there anything else that you are unclear about? Team Leader Song's voice came from the phone. I need to know all the information about the people related to Chu Ge. The more detail, the better, and quickly. That's no problem. I was just about to send it to you. Like I said, that guy is not a good guy. He is a frequent visitor to the police station. His information has long been compiled. That's great. As soon as Zhang Yang hung up the phone, he received a document from Team Leader Song and then found a taxi. When the driver saw how anxious he was, he stepped on the accelerator immediately. He just saw with his own eyes that this guy walked out of the Warrior Bureau in a swagger. He was most likely a staff member of the Warrior Bureau. Such a person was not easy to mess with. Wenlin Street. This is the most famous black street in the city. This place is a mixed crowd, with all kinds of hidden and dirty deals taking place. It is also the favorite place for some social idlers. As for why such a place still exists, it can only be described with a line of poetry. Wildfires cannot burn all. Spring breeze will bring new life. Zhang Yang came to the so-called store number 63 and frowned slightly. It's more like a basement than a store. However, this basement was obviously connected to many houses on the ground, and there were some large characters written in a flamboyant style on it. Barquet. At this time, low music and noise were faintly heard from inside, and Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Bar? No, it's just a bar on the surface. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The moment he pushed open the door, he smelled a stench of alcohol. The lights inside were flickering constantly, and countless men and women were swaying to the music. But compared to some formal large venues, this place gave people a feeling of chaos and evil. The admission ticket is 880. A drunk man grabbed Zhang Yang, who was about to squeeze in, and spoke with a look of disdain on his face. His expression seemed to be warning Zhang Yang that this was not the place where he could act wildly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhang Yang suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar, and then he saw Zhang Yang swinging his fist as big as a sandbag and hitting him hard in the face. Bang! The man was just an ordinary warrior. Before he could react, he was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. This violent fall affected many people, causing an immediate exclamation, and more people noticed the situation here. They saw a menacing young man standing here, looking around, as if looking for someone. Soon, the young man seemed to have found what he was looking for, and his eyes lit up. They saw the young man walking in one direction with big strides, and when they looked in that direction, they saw a lot of security guards. Forehead. They are called security guards, but in fact they are just social people. These people are well-known tough guys in this street. When encountering such young people, they will basically give them a severe lesson, and it is common to accidentally beat them half to death and send them to the hospital. Just when everyone was observing a moment of silence for this young man, he actually ran faster and faster and finally kicked out with a big flying kick. Then he started punching these ruthless guys one by one, beating them up like little kids. In the end, she even sat on one of the men and slapped him in the face. The music gradually died down. They finally heard the young man's voice. "Will you tell me? Where's your boss? Where is it?" Bang, 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 bang. They could tell that the man lying on the ground getting beaten really wanted to say something. But this young man was too cruel, and the opponent was beaten into a pig's head. This resulted in the other person being able to only mutter woo-woo nonstop, and then being slapped hard in the face again and again with an expression of fear and despair. Bang, accompanied by a crisp slap. Everyone saw the man was beaten unconscious. Everyone shuddered. They subconsciously took a step back, and some even ran out of the bar directly. This guy is definitely a lunatic who doesn't care about his life. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind people. "Hey, hey, hey, you made me dirty." This person has a stutter when he speaks, but overall there is no problem with his speech. He is about 26 or 27 years old and has tattoos all over his body. As soon as he appeared, the scene fell silent again. If those people were afraid of Zhang Yang, as if he were a madman, then the fear they showed when seeing the person in front of them was definitely fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Double stick red flower. It's the double stick red flower. The so-called double stick red flower is the most capable person in a gang organization and the top combat force. As for the double stick red flower on Wenlin Street, it is even more valuable and has a high status. Everyone can see that this man has a badge on his chest that represents a level 10 warrior. "Hey, hey, hey. Handsome boy. Can you give me an explanation?" Zhang Yang looked up at him and said, "What the hell do I have to give you for getting out of this mess? Call out your boss." Before Zhang Yang finished speaking, the other party jumped up from a high platform not far away and flew toward Zhang Yang with a leap of nearly 10 meters. That astonishing aura was obviously the result of years of fighting, which made people feel afraid. Just the next second, they saw a fast figure appear in the man's flying path, and then pressed his palm hard on his face, smashing him heavily to the ground. Boom! Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and Zhang Yang slowly raised his palm from the face of Shuanggen Honghua, who was already rolling his eyes. His voice exploded throughout the underground like thunder. "I'll only say this once. Who's in charge here? Get out of here." Chapter 68. First Love Gold. Zhang Yang's voice was deafening, but no one answered his question. Seeing that everyone was about to run away, Zhang Yang slapped Shuanggen Honghua helplessly. The slap woke him up immediately, but both of his cheeks were swollen. He looked at Zhang Yang with horror on his face, his voice trembling. Don't kill me. This is none of my business. Xiao Long asked me to do it." "Right. Yes, that's him. He was the one who sent people to arrest your family. It has nothing to do with me." Shuanggen Honghua was almost scared to death. He never dreamed that the person in front of him was a martial artist and that he was no match for him. Of course, there is also the murderous intent in Zhang Yang. That is definitely the murderous intent that comes from killing people. It is completely on a different level from his usual petty violent rage. "Oh, it seems you know me and know who I am." Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Take me to find someone now." Shuanggen Honghua didn't dare to say anything more and nodded tremblingly. Zhang Yang's attention was completely focused on saving people, and he didn't notice that the man with the double-stick red flower used a wink when he passed by other people. Soon they arrived at a basement in a cabaret. That's right, this place is already a basement, and there's even an underground basement. After walking around in circles, he heard a familiar scream. Ah, it's his father. That's right, it's his father. The shrill scream made Zhang Yang's face instantly gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on an iron gate not far away. Inside the iron gate, Tian Tian was tied up in midair, with iron chains all over her body, her clothes torn into tatters, her body covered with cracks and bloodstains, and large areas of white skin exposed, looking particularly miserable. Her face was full of tears, and she stared at Zhang's father, lying on the ground with her teeth clenched, her expression showing a hint of despair. Mr. Zhang was lying on the ground. The nails on his 10 fingers had completely fallen off, and 2 of them were even completely deformed. His entire right wrist was dislocated, and it was obvious that the bones were broken. He was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, covering his chest with his left hand, and looking extremely miserable. It seemed that the severe pain in the chest exceeded that of the completely dislocated wrist, which showed how terrible the blow was. The yellow-haired man grabbed Zhang's father's hair and lifted him up. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and laughter. Can't the old man bear this? My brother's death was 10,000 times more painful than it is now. I want you and your son to pay me back 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Your son will be here soon, and I will kill you in front of him. And that bitch, he said with his eyes almost completely red, almost like a red-eye special effect. He twisted Tian Tian's body hard, and she couldn't help screaming in pain, but the next second his huge palm slapped her cheek. Bang! The yellow-haired guy seemed to be crazy, constantly hitting Tian Tian's little face. Call! Call! I told you to scream, you stinky bitch. My brother clearly went to help you, but you turned his kindness into revenge and killed him. I must kill you today. No, no, no. I want you to live a life worse than death. Tian Tian's cheeks were flushed red, forming a chilling contrast with her originally fair skin. Her eyes revealed despair, and she smiled bitterly. Her only hope now is that Zhang Yang will not come, otherwise it would be in vain for her to stay here. As long as Zhang Yang doesn't come, there will always be someone to help her get revenge. After all, Zhang Yang's father is also here. Chu Shijin, this is the city area. If you kill us, it won't do you any good, and your brother won't come back. And I didn't kill your brother. I've explained to you many times that he just disappeared with Zhang Yang. Just wait for Zhang Yang to come back and ask him. Stop talking bullshit to me. Chu Shijin slapped him again. The next second, he took out a handful of nails from his pocket and forced them into Tian Tian's mouth. Under the other party's horrified eyes, he raised his hand again. Boom! At this moment, the door was kicked open. The heavy metal door fell to the ground with a loud noise, and Zhang Yang walked in anxiously. Seeing someone coming in, several younger brothers who had been leaning in the corner of the room suddenly stood up and drew out their swords to deal with strange beasts. The white swords reflected the coldness and looked extremely creepy. Oh, I thought it was some dog without eyes. Turns out it's a stray dog coming back to find a home. Chu Shijin saw Zhang Yang grinning, and that smile looked very excited. Zhang Yang ignored him and looked around the room, discovering the miserable condition of Tian Tian and his father. Zhang Yang swore that he had never been so angry. It is obvious that he already has the realm's strength and the status. The people around him unexpectedly suffered unfair treatment that they had never experienced before, and the flame of regret burned fiercely in his heart. I still say that no matter who you are, you'll have to pay a heavy price today. Zhang Yang walked slowly into the room. The chill in his body became stronger and stronger, and his muscles and bones made crackling sounds. Zhang Yang, run. You are no match for him. He is a martial artist. Tian Tian suddenly screamed. But because he was too anxious, he failed to spit out the nail in his mouth, and his mouth was immediately filled with blood. Sweat kept flowing down her smooth forehead, and it was obvious that she was really anxious. She was indeed very anxious. If Zhang Yang had not appeared here, Chu Shijin would still have some concerns about staying in the city. But if Zhang Yang was here, the crazy Chu Shijin would most likely kill everyone and leave no evidence. But she wanted to dissuade Zhang Yang with words. But this time Zhang Yang seemed to be completely overwhelmed by anger. He didn't listen to what she said at all, and his pace became faster and faster. In a few seconds, Zhang Yang was less than 5 steps away from them. She saw with her own eyes that several of Chu Shijin's followers blocked the door behind them, not far away. She also saw with her own eyes that Chu Shijin picked up a long knife from his side, and his whole body revealed murderous intent. It's over. It's all over. She closed her eyes in pain, already imagining the desperate scene that would follow. Thinking of Zhang Yang lying in a pool of blood, thinking of Zhang's miserable father, thinking of her about to be tortured over and over again by countless men. A feeling of despair kept rising in her heart. She had already bitten her tongue. Just as she was about to bite hard, she suddenly heard the sound of bones breaking. Along with the sound of bones breaking, there was a huge roar. Then, crash! The chains that bound her were opened. What? Tian suddenly opened her eyes and widened them. Chapter 69, I have acquaintances in the Warrior Bureau. Tian opened her eyes and saw an incredible scene. Zhang Yang then easily crushed the chains that were binding her, and then helped Zhang's father up. As for Chu Shijin fell a few meters away. His right wrist was completely deformed, even worse than Zhang's father. You have broken through to the martial artist level? Tian looked at Zhang Yang in shock, her face full of astonishment. She didn't expect Zhang Yang to actually do it. It was less than a month, and not only did he not die in the area where strange beasts were active, he also broke through to the level of martial artist. This was completely different from what she had imagined, and even somewhat beyond her understanding. After all, she had struggled for a very long time to reach her current level as a warrior. Of course, otherwise how can we teach this beast a lesson? Zhang Yang supported his father, who was already trembling all over, and his voice became colder and colder. Zhang Yang, his name is Chu Shijin. He is Chu Ji's younger brother. He believes that you and I have harmed Chu Ge. I have explained it to him many times, but he just won't listen. Tian's voice trembled, and there was a bit of fear in her nervousness. When others heard her say this, they would think she was just simply introducing the situation, but in Zhang Yang's ears, it had a different meaning. Given the brotherly relationship, it is impossible to resolve the current matter peacefully with Chu Shijin, and it is even more impossible to walk out easily. But he also didn't want to resolve the matter peacefully, because he would never allow anyone to attack people around him. At this time, several followers around Chu Shijin helped him up, but were thrown away. What the hell are you all looking at? Come on, kill them all. I will be responsible if anything happens. He roared angrily, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat people right away. No, if looks could eat people, then Zhang Yang and his companions would have been eaten clean by now. His followers rushed forward, but they heard screams. Zhang Yang knocked them down one by one with one punch. These people are just warriors, and it is almost wishful thinking for them to deal with Zhang Yang. Waste. They're all fucking trash. Chu Shijin started cursing when he saw that these people were no match for Zhang Yang. Seeing that he was no match for Zhang Yang, he turned around and prepared to escape, but just as he turned around, a black shadow flashed past his eyes. That's right, it was Zhang Yang who slid past. He was obviously closer to the gate than Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang arrived before him. Martial arts? You actually know martial arts? He couldn't help but lose his voice, obviously surprised. Did I let you go? Zhang Yang stood at the door, his voice chilling. Chu Shijin's face revealed fear. Even if he was crazy, he knew that he was no match for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, stop yelling at me here. My people have already notified the Warrior Bureau. They are on their way now and will be here in 5 minutes at most. I'm not afraid to tell you that the people from the Warrior Bureau are my brothers. You're dead today. He became more and more crazy as he spoke, and the muscles on his cheeks were almost twisted together. He laughed arrogantly, pointing at the wrist that had been broken by Zhang Yang. You need to pay the price for hurting me, but I won't be punished for hurting you. Do you know how big the gap between us is? You have absolutely no chance of winning. Chu Shijin originally thought that these words would scare Zhang Yang, but when he looked carefully he found that Zhang Yang was not afraid at all, but his expression became even colder. Chu Shijin was scared. Snap! With the sound of broken bones, Zhang Yang kicked him hard in the chest. Chu Shijin flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, then lay on the ground against the wall, spitting out blood. He covered his chest with his hands, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked almost exactly like Zhang's father just now. It was completely his own fault. Zhang Yang was ready to spend 1,000, but was stopped by Tian. She said anxiously, Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. You have finally come back, so don't be impulsive. As annoying as he is, what he just said is true. There are people he knows in the Warrior Bureau. Let's go now. There's no need to delay here and waste time with him. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. He treated you like this. I will never let him go easily. I, Zhang Yang, will never allow anyone around me to be bullied like this. If you mess with my people, you must pay a heavy price. Tian Tian felt a warm current flowing through her heart when she heard this, but she immediately said, Zhang Yang, you have done very well now. But the most important thing now is that everyone is safe. We can't provoke this lunatic now, so leave quickly. Ha ha ha. Leave? Neither of you can leave. When the people from the Warrior Bureau come, the city will be sealed off immediately. Zhang Yang, you will be charged with murder and injury. Don't even think about escaping. Chu Shijin coughed violently, with a hideous and crazy smile. Seeing how arrogant he was, Zhang Yang's face became even colder. He first put his clothes on Tian Tian, then pulled a stool from the side for Zhang's father to sit down. After a quick check to make sure Zhang's father had no fatal injuries, he slowly looked up. Run. Who said I was going to run? I told you, if you dare to touch them, I will make you regret it. Don't you have confidence in the Warrior Bureau? Then I will wait here today. When your so-called Warrior Bureau arrives, I want to see if they can protect you. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't I explain everything to you clearly just now? Let's go. Tian Tian was stunned by his words and hurriedly pulled him again, wanting to take him away. However, she was at a stage where she couldn't pull Zhang Yang back at all, and she felt that Zhang Yang was like a mountain. I said, if he touches you, he must pay the price. You, Tian Tian, stomped her feet in anger. It should be a good thing that Zhang Yang took a liking to her as well. She even felt a little secretly happy inside. But even if this is the case, it depends on the situation. In the current situation, staying here is clearly seeking death. After all, Chu Shijin has connections in the Warrior Bureau. Zhang Yang, the matter between you and Chu Gu has not been clarified yet. If the people from the Warrior Bureau really come, they will definitely take this opportunity to investigate you. Chu Shijin has acquaintances in the Warrior Bureau. When the time comes, they will work together inside and outside to make sure you don't have an easy time. Just think about it. If you get in, won't Chu Jinsi become even more unscrupulous? She tried to persuade Zhang Yang earnestly, but Zhang Yang just wouldn't listen. He pulled the stool over to his side again and sat down on it. I want to see what happens when the Warrior Bureau comes. Can he save this beast? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside. Check it for me. Turn this place upside down for me. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my jurisdiction in broad daylight. Chapter 70 turns out to be a deputy captain. Haha. Brother Hui, it's Brother Hui. Zhang Yang, you are finished. You're dead today. It's my brother Hui who's here. Chu Shijin, who had been silent, suddenly burst into laughter. Judging from his appearance, this man called Hui Gu seems to be of high status. Wu Anhui. It's Wu Anhui. Tian Tian's voice trembled, and she almost fell off the chair. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, showing a bit of curiosity. Who is this person? Why don't I know him? That's right, he really didn't know him. On his way here, he had briefly asked Team Leader Song about matters within the Warrior Bureau, so that he could say hello to his colleagues when he met them at work in the future. Team Leader Song also briefly told him about his colleagues and superiors, and that he had never heard of this name. The hierarchy of the Warrior Bureau is relatively simple, with one director, one deputy director for group leaders, and 19 team leaders. The team leader is the most important person besides the director and the deputy director. Each team leader manages 4 to 5 team leaders, and starting from the team leader level, the person is in a position to personally lead the team and handle work. It can be said that above the team leader are the management, and below the team leader are the employees. Above the team leader, he had never heard the name Wu Anhui, which meant that the other party was at most a team leader, and there was no need to worry at all. Sure enough, Tian Tian's explanation was the same as he imagined, but also a little different. Tian Tian said nervously, Wu Anhui is the most famous vice captain recently. Since he became the vice captain, there have been no problems in almost every area he has appeared in. I heard that he will become the captain after only being the vice captain for a year. The most important thing is that he is still very capable. He has already reached the level of a high-level martial artist and is very famous. Zhang Yang had a strange expression. He never dreamed that the other party was just a deputy captain. However, he immediately realized one thing. That is, it is not easy to enter the Warrior Bureau. The reason why he was recruited by Team Leader Song and promoted to captain was, first, he had enough hard power, and second, he killed the rhinoceros beetle. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He really wanted to see what kind of person this deputy captain Wu was. As soon as this thought came to mind, a few more people appeared at the door of the room. The owner of the footsteps finally walked to the door. The man in the lead was nearly 30 years old, wearing the uniform of the Warrior Bureau, and was tall and strong. As soon as he walked in, everyone in the room could feel his aura. It was a murderous aura that went beyond hostility, and there was also a sense of oppression from the realm, suggesting that this guy's combat power far exceeded that of those of the same realm. Brother Wu, you are finally here. You must make the decision for me. The moment he saw this man, Chu Shijin on the ground started screaming. He stumbled to the man's side, and the crazy voice disappeared, replaced by a sound of grievance, as if he was being bullied. What's wrong? Wu Anhui frowned when she saw how miserable he was. Chu Shijin pointed at Zhang Yang and said, "It was him. We were all right here." And he suddenly rushed in with 2 people around him and then beat me up and seriously injured me. My wrist is basically broken now, and he broke several of my ribs. He never gave a reason from the beginning to the end, and even threatened that he would not dare to attack even if someone from the Warrior Bureau came. Just before you arrived, I found out that this man was the long-missing Zhang Yang, the Zhang Yang who killed my brother. You must help me. He is too arrogant. Wu Anhui listened to him quietly as he told her what had happened, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. When he heard that the other person was Zhang Yang, his eyes seemed to be able to shoot out sharp blades, staring at Zhang Yang fiercely. No, that's not true. It was this guy who tied me and Zhang Yang's father here and tortured us. Tian quickly explained. Mr. Zhang wanted to speak from the beginning, but it seemed that his injuries were too severe. Several times, the words he spoke were hoarse and difficult to hear clearly. Deputy Captain Wu, you must not believe it. Enough. Wu Anhui interrupted Tian. I have eyes. I can judge what's going on here, and I have my own judgment. He waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang, looking him up and down. Are you Zhang Yang? I'm Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded, slightly without changing his expression. Well, it's not quite the same as in the legend. Being able to defeat this kid proves that you have some skills. At least you are a martial artist. He paused as he spoke, then waved to his team members, tie him up and take him back. If he dares to resist, he will be detained immediately at the highest level. Deputy Captain Wu, are you going to commit favoritism and fraud? It was obviously they who made the mistake first. If anyone should be arrested, Chu Shijin should be arrested first. Tian was anxious. She stood in front of Zhang Yang at the first moment, looking very angry. Wu Anhui looked at her coldly, with a sneer on her face. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. If you keep defending Zhang Yang, I'll think you're accomplices. Tian looked unhappy. What do you mean? I'm telling you the truth. I won't take care of what happened today. I am arresting Zhang Yang now because of the previous incident with Chu Jinxi's brother. Zhang Yang has been nowhere to be found for unknown reasons, and now he suddenly appears here and even seriously injured Chu Shijin. I have every reason to doubt his motives. Wu Anhui's voice became increasingly colder. He looked up at Zhang Yang, and his brows furrowed even deeper, because he found that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be panicked from beginning to end. He had talked about the matter to this point, but this kid didn't say a word? Is there no need for explanation or something? He felt that things were not that simple, so he looked up and stopped the person who was about to take action. Zhang Yang, don't say I didn't give you any chances. Do you have anything to explain or say now? To tell you the truth, we have a new team leader in this area, so I will make sure I'm 100% serious when I go on this mission. You won't have any chance to tamper with me. So, I suggest that you confess now, saving me the trouble of going back to interrogate you. This will be good for both you and me. That's right, Zhang Yang. I advise you to quickly explain the matter of killing my brother. Otherwise, brother, we will make you pay for it. Chu Shijin added fuel to the fire, and the expression on his face was so smug. His arrogant attitude was like a death sentence for Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang heard his words, the curve of his mouth became even wider, and the words he spoke slowly shocked everyone in the audience. Confess. Let me explain here, are you worthy? He looked up at Wu Anhui, whose face was gloomy. Are you at a high enough level? Chapter 71, if you're the team leader, I am the director. What did you say? Wu Anhui frowned. If you want to interrogate me, you're not qualified. If you really want to interrogate me, you need to ask the deputy director or the director to come. Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui was shocked and almost thought she had heard wrong. Zhang Yang mentioned the deputy director and the director. Could it be related to Zhang Yang? No, absolutely not. The thought flashed through his mind, and he rejected it immediately. Yes, absolutely not. Because the Bureau had held a meeting some time ago regarding the matter of Zhang Yang and Mr. Chu. After all, the first and second warrior guilds had caused such a big fuss. He was sure that Zhang Yang had absolutely no background or power. So, this kid is going crazy here. Zhang Yang, I don't think you'll turn back until you hit the wall. I'm going to take you back now. As he finished speaking, several team members around him came up. Zhang Yang sneered, "Let's see who dares. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for showing no mercy to you." The aura he exuded was so powerful, and the terrifying chill directly frightened the people who were about to step forward. Several team members looked at each other, not daring to move forward. They felt an aura from Zhang Yang that was even more terrifying than that of their deputy captain, and for a moment they felt unsure. Zhang Yang, you actually dared to openly confront the people from the Warrior Bureau. Aren't you afraid of being charged with a more serious crime? Wu Anhui shouted. Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui, you actually dared to interfere with your superior's investigation, and you were ready to do it. Aren't you afraid of committing a more serious crime? His shocking words left everyone present a little confused. Interfering with your boss? Where did this boss come from? The person with the highest position here is Wu Anhui. Boss? What boss? What nonsense are you talking about? You are the deputy director and the director, and now you're playing tricks on me. Zhang Yang said coldly, I am your boss. I am now the fourth team leader of the Warrior Bureau. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. The world was so quiet that even if a needle dropped, one could hear the sound. Until, stupid, if you're the team leader, then Brother Wu is the director. Chu Shijin cursed with an idiotic look on his face. The others also smiled and shook their heads. Zhang Yang is the team leader? How could Zhang Yang be the team leader? If he was the team leader, he wouldn't have stayed away and hidden all the time. Everyone thought the same, even Tian. After all, both of them knew the reason for their separation, so Zhang Yang definitely could not be the team leader. But no one expected that Zhang Yang would actually start acting. Wu Anhui, I am very disappointed with your behavior today. If you carefully investigate the situation at the scene and seriously ask the witnesses what they saw, perhaps I will promote you to captain. Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid you can only start from scratch as a team member. Learn how to become a member of the Warrior Bureau and what to do as a member of the Warrior Bureau. Wu Anhui's face gradually became gloomy. You're really good at pretending. Don't worry about what a member of the Warrior Bureau should do. Everyone get started. Following his words, the team members who had been eager to try finally couldn't help but take action. They rushed towards Zhang Yang one after another, almost completely unprepared. In their view, their identity is their weapon. Even if Zhang Yang's realm is stronger than theirs, they would never dare to act recklessly. But what awaited them were Zhang Yang's slaps and punches. In less than a minute, everyone present fell to the ground. It was at this time that Wu Anhui felt something was wrong. Zhang Yang's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just with those few moves just now, I was at least as strong as him. This kid is at least a 7th-level martial artist. He was certain that Zhang Yang was not an ordinary person, and his brows were deeply furrowed. The information Zhang Yang received was completely different from what he got. What was going on? He rubbed his head in annoyance. What bad luck. I shouldn't have come here by myself. That's right. Just today, he received a notice from his superior that the position of group leader of Group 4, which had been vacant for a long time, was now filled. I don't know who he is. I just know his surname is Zhang. However, the new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and the captain asked him to handle things seriously from today on, so he came in person. He had a good reputation and thought he could easily solve the problem by pretending to be so. However, he did not expect to encounter such a big problem. Yes, it's a big deal. Zhang Yang's matter has been a hot topic for a long time. So how come it's not considered a big deal? This matter had already given him a headache, but he didn't expect that Zhang Yang was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, and the matter would be even bigger than he had imagined. It seems I have to give him my all today. He smiled bitterly, then began to stretch his muscles. The next second, his aura became more and more fierce. At the same time, he stood on tiptoe, bent his arms, and placed them on both sides of his head, actually making the movements of a boxer. Zhang Yang, you asked for this. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now. He hadn't finished speaking when his expression changed. He saw Zhang Yang rushing up, very fast as ice skating. Martial arts. This guy's martial arts are used on his legs. This thought appeared in an instant, and before it completely disappeared, Zhang Yang's fist had already hit him. This punch, it actually came with a whistle. At this moment, Zhang Yang's aura became even more terrifying. At that instant, he seemed to see the lord of a strange beast attacking him with his powerful body. Wuan Hui, my scalp is tingling. Isn't this guy a master? This is definitely not on the same level as him. He was so shocked that his mind went blank for a moment, and he even forgot to resist. It's not that he is stupid, but his reaction. It's like you are walking on the road, and suddenly a car appears from nowhere at a speed of 200 miles per hour and hits you. You can't react at all. At this moment, the most likely reaction in your mind is that the car is flying very fast, and you feel a little scared. He's the same now. The thought in his mind now is that this punch is so terrifying. Bang! He flew backwards and hit the wall behind him heavily with a bang. He crawled on the ground several times before he got up, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Wu Anhui felt that his entire arm was numb and completely unconscious. If it weren't for his abnormal physical fitness, this punch would have knocked him down. Hey. This is Wu Anhui calling for support. Captain, I found Zhang Yang. He looks close to being a grandmaster. I'm no match for him. Wu Anhui took out the walkie-talkie behind him and called his teammates immediately. In Zhang Yang, the expression became even weirder. Chapter 72, is he really the team leader? Team leader? Even if the vice captains don't know him, the captain should know him by now, right? He stood not far away, squinting his eyes slightly, and had no intention of interrupting Wu Anhui. Wu Anhui was using a walkie-talkie, so the voice was very loud and Zhang Yang could clearly hear what was being said. Zhang Yang. Which Zhang Yang? A slightly nervous voice came from the intercom, sounding a little excited. It's Zhang Yang who was involved with the kid surnamed Chu. He's here now. Don't move. If he leaves, let him go. I'll be there soon. An even more nervous voice came from the intercom so that everyone present could hear it. However, only Zhang Yang understood this nervous voice. No one else did. Brother Wu, are you okay? If he dares to attack you, he's dead. Don't worry. If you have any instructions, just tell me now and I will help you. Although I'm no match for this kid, I'm willing to charge in a battle for you. Chu Shijin ran to Wu Anhui and helped him up, looking like a brother. When Chu Shijin heard his words, his face showed a bit more fighting spirit. When he looked at Zhang Yang again, his eyes were even colder, and he said seriously, Zhang Yang, you brought all this trouble today upon yourself. You dare to attack the people of the Warrior Bureau and hinder the law enforcement. Your life is over. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. You are too stupid. It seems you must go to the grassroots to train yourself. He said that, too lazy to waste any more words with the two of them. Instead, he sat back in his chair, closed his eyes, and waited. Since you've already called someone over, we can't let them make a wasted trip. I'll just wait here. Zhang Yang was still calm and composed when he said this. He didn't seem nervous at all, and he spoke with confidence. At this time, Tian came to his side again, carefully pulled the corner of his clothes, and whispered, Zhang Yang, I know you can fight. Even if someone at the captain level comes, he may not be able to beat you. But you haven't reached the grandmaster level after all. Why can't you beat the team leader after beating the captain? Although this matter is irreversible, we're not going to wait here to die. Listen to me and leave first. Return to the guild area to find a solution. With the potential and strength you have shown now, I believe the guild will never give up on you easily. Tian's voice began to tremble with excitement as she spoke. She knew that this was the last chance to stop Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang has already made things big enough. If he takes it one step further, it will be irreversible. However, don't worry, I'm sure. When Tian heard this, she seemed to have lost all her strength and sat down aside. She knew that with Zhang Yang's personality, he would never change his decision. This means that she can't run away. After all, once Zhang Yang is found to have problems, she will definitely be implicated. Never mind. I originally went back to save you with the intention of dying. So today I will just consider it as repaying your life in advance. She lay down on the chair and stopped talking. Zhang's father held Zhang Yang tightly. Although his hoarse voice was unclear, Zhang Yang could still understand the simple meaning. Dad supports you. A warm current flowed through Zhang Yang's heart, and he felt more and more that his decision was correct. Both Chu Shijin and Wu Anhui are hidden dangers to his family and Tian. The best thing to do today is to eradicate this hidden danger completely to avoid any further complications. Not long after, the sound of footsteps was heard outside again. The person who came in this time was a bald, middle-aged man. He looked a bit greasy and bloated, and the uniform of the Warrior Bureau looked a bit funny. He gasped and rushed into the room in a hurry. Where is he? Where is Zhang Yang? Wuan Hui was holding his chest and feeling a little suffocated at this time. He wanted to speak, but didn't speak the first time. Instead, Chu Shijin on the side seized the opportunity and quickly stood up with an attentive smile on his face. Captain Wang! Captain Wang, he's there! The murderer Zhang Yang is right there. He excitedly gave directions to the fat man who came in, and he looked like he was about to get excited. Wang Lin followed his gaze and immediately saw Zhang Yang sitting there. After he carefully observed Zhang Yang's appearance and confirmed that he was correct, he looked at the two people beside Zhang Yang. As the captain, he was very smart and noticed the abnormality at the first moment, especially the middle-aged man next to Zhang Yang, who looks 70% similar to Zhang Yang. You can tell with your eyes closed that they are related by blood. Sweat appeared on his forehead. It was at this moment that his eyes met Zhang Yang's. Seeing his panicked look, Zhang Yang said slowly, "It seems that you already know about me, but your subordinates don't seem to know yet." He did things without any reason. He didn't even ask the reason clearly and took me away by force. They even tried to protect the real perpetrator and didn't ask a single question about what Hatsuki Jin did. Is this how everyone in the Warrior Bureau handle things? Zhang Yang's voice became increasingly cold, causing the sweat on Wang Lin's forehead to drip down. Before he could speak, Chu Shijin jumped out. "You're still pretending here? Captain Wang is a captain-level figure, and he has the right to enforce the law here directly. Believe it or not, Captain Wang will beat you to a pulp right here. Captain Wang, to deal with such vicious villains, special means are needed. Don't you agree?" He spoke eagerly with a smile, but after waiting for a few seconds, he found that Wang Lin ignored him and did not speak. He looked up in confusion and found that Wang Lin's face was pale, with beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead. "Captain Wang, why don't you speak?" He was shocked when he saw Wang Lin's expression. But Wang Lin still didn't speak, because he didn't know what to say or what to do. He just knew that this time the trouble was big. Those are the team leader and his family. What's more important is that he doesn't know the team leader in front of him yet, and he is afraid of something going wrong if he speaks carelessly. Now he had only one thought, which was to listen to what Zhang Yang had to say and see what he said. Sure enough, Zhang Yang spoke. "I'll tell you why he didn't speak, because he was waiting for me to speak." Zhang Yang stood up slowly, his eyes focused on him in an instant. His expression was extremely serious. "Captain Wang, do you think I'm right?" Chapter 73, Turnaround. "You still don't dare to speak? Who do you think you are?" Chu Shijin's expression suddenly became ferocious when he saw Zhang Yang being so arrogant. But the next second, he felt a huge force coming from his back, and he flew out. After rolling around in the room for several times, he grimaced in pain due to the severe pain in his body. When he looked up, he found that it was Wang Lin who kicked him. "You dare to talk to Team Leader Zhang like that? I think you've had enough of your quiet life. Someone, take him back and investigate everything. Don't leave anything behind." Wang Lin waved his hand and gave the order decisively. This was the opportunity he was waiting for, a chance for Zhang Yang to give him a way out. If his kick startled everyone, then the words Team Leader Zhang can be said to have made everyone's brain temporarily lose the ability to think. Zhang Yang? Is it Team Leader Zhang? The people present were dumbfounded and had different reactions. But without exception, shock was written on their faces. "Wang, Captain Wang, what did you say?" Chu Shijin showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and his voice trembled. "I'm talking to Team Leader Zhang. Zhang Yang is the new team leader of the 4th team in the Warrior Bureau. You dare to commit violence and hurt others in front of our team leader. Be prepared to accept the sanctions and punishment of the Warrior Bureau." Chu Shijin's already pale face became even paler after hearing his confirming answer. He widened his eyes in disbelief and even thought he had heard it wrong. Captain, is there something wrong?" Wuan Hui spoke at this time. He finally let go of the stuffiness in his chest and looked at Wang Lin in surprise. "Zhang Yang is the team leader? How is this possible? Hasn't he always been wanted by the Bureau? How did he suddenly become the team leader and his boss?" "Etc. Boss." His pupils suddenly contracted as he remembered the notice he received today. The new team leader's surname is Zhang. "Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang is really the team leader? He gave a smile that was uglier than crying and finally understood. The team leader told him that there was a new team leader and asked him to improve his work efficiency. He didn't expect that his work efficiency would be directly added to the team leader's head. Snort, I asked you to check the situation, and this is how you check it for me, right? Starting from today, you'll be suspended for a month to reflect on yourself, and then come back and start over as a grassroots employee. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his expression extremely serious. After doing all this, he smiled ingratiatingly and said, Team Leader Zhang, don't worry, I will get to the bottom of everything here and will definitely handle it properly. Plop. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Chu Shijin had already collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Yang actually became the team leader. Brother, you will die with your eyes wide open. Chu Shijin screamed like crazy, making everyone shudder. The way he went crazy was as if he had really been treated unfairly. If Zhang Yang didn't know what had happened, he would have really thought that Chu Ge was very far away. Only, others don't know. After all, Chu Shijin and Zhang Yang disappeared together. Now Zhang Yang is here safe and sound, while the other one disappeared forever. Anyone would be suspicious. They all looked at Zhang Yang at the first moment, with extremely complicated expressions. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Yang would find a way to make Chu Shijin shut up, Zhang Yang sneered. Chu Shijin, what qualifications do you have to yell here and complain about your brother? Let's not talk about the fact that your brother is missing. Even if your brother is really dead, he deserves it. Others don't know what your brother is doing in the area where strange beasts are active. Don't you know? Zhang Yang's words instantly made the room silent. When they heard Zhang Yang's words, they felt something was wrong. Chu Shijin was still shouting, but when he heard Zhang Yang's words, his expression showed a hint of panic. What did you say? I don't understand what you're saying. You want to use your power to force me to confess. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Yang continued. You know best what I'm saying. Your brother's hands are stained with blood from killing people and robbing in the monster area. He deserved it most if he was killed by his enemies or killed in the monster area. If I hadn't seen you today, I might not have been able to explain anything, but I didn't expect that your appearance would solve the problem that has been bothering me. Since you are willing to avenge your brother, it proves that you have a good relationship. You must know about the murder and robbery, and you must be involved, right? Zhang Yang's words became more and more shocking, and made Chu Shijin more and more frightened. Seeing his expression, Zhang Yang became more certain of his guess. Captain Wang, you should have heard what I just said. Look into his connections. Also, look into all the warriors who have died inexplicably outside over the past year. Look into anyone who has had contact with these two brothers. Do these two brothers really think that you can just put the blame on others? Those warriors who were exiled outside will not just put the blame on you. It is not a skill to want to frame others. It is a skill not to harm others. Zhang Yang's words made Chu Shijin's face paler and paler. His expression said it all, and Wang Lin slapped his head. Depend on. Why didn't I think of this problem? All the attention was on those two people. That's right. Their attention had previously been on Chu Ge and Zhang Yang. And with the commotion between the first and second warrior guilds, it was even less likely that the attention would be focused on Chu Shijin. Now, that Zhang Yang reminded them of this, they had a new idea. It was possible that Chu Shijin's brother was really killed for revenge. He quickly led people to suppress Chu Shijin, and then brought people to Zhang Yang's side. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Yang. We'll talk about everything later. I'm going to take my people to the hospital now. Wang Lin was also a sensible person. He immediately arranged for a police car to take everyone to the hospital. On the way, Tian had not yet come to her senses, and her eyes were full of shock as she looked at Zhang Yang. You joined the Warrior Bureau? Zhang Yang nodded slightly. This is the only way to cure my mother. Although the Second Warrior Guild is not bad, it is still a little worse than the Warrior Bureau. Tian nodded. Indeed, but it's great to have you back. No matter what, I'm happy for you. She was about to say something when Zhang Yang suddenly felt his cell phone ringing. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Zhang Yang picked it up subconsciously, but the voice he heard made his expression turn cold again. It was Qiao Fang's voice. Zhang Yang, I didn't expect you to be so quick. But don't think that catching Chu Shijin can prove your innocence. Chapter 74. How are you doing while I'm away? Chapter 74. Did you arrange this? Zhang Yang tightened his grip on the phone. I didn't make any arrangements. I just notified the family in time. After all, Chu Shijin's brother disappeared under the system of our warrior guild, so I certainly have a right to inform the family. Stop playing tricks on me here. The truth of the matter will be revealed soon. You'd better behave yourself, otherwise I will make you and the second warrior guild pay for it. Zhang Yang's voice was not very fluctuating, but it gave people an extremely terrifying chill. There was a brief silence, and then he slowly spoke. But you are only one person after all. You have offended our first warrior guild. Remember to be careful when you go out next time. The call was hung up. Xiao Fong in the office frowned and looked up at the man sitting on the chair. President, Zhang Yang seems to have solved the problem. The man on the chair nodded slightly with his back to him. After all, as the leader of the Warrior Bureau, it's impossible for me to not resolve such a small fight. Then, what should we do? Xiao Fong looked unwilling and a little annoyed. Don't worry, there is still a long way to go. As long as the First Warrior Guild is here, nothing good will come of him. We will slowly settle this account. He left the Second Warrior Guild and went to the Warrior Bureau. The Second Warrior Guild will not be satisfied. I heard that this kid has a feud with the Wang family and the Bai family. So let's do something to make him understand the dangers of society. Xiao Fong stood aside and thought for a while, then slowly asked, Then, to what extent should we achieve this? There was a brief silence in the room. He is now the team leader. It's a big problem for us that such a person becomes the team leader. Either he should be our close friend, or his family will be destroyed. Xiao Fong didn't say anything, but he already understood what the other party meant. His expression gradually became cold and murderous. Understood. I'll do it right away. First hospital. Inpatient department. Zhang Yang pushed open the door and saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. After only a month's absence, his mother had lost a lot of weight, so thin that her skeleton was visible. She closed her eyes tightly, and her whole body was filled with instruments and tubes. Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Mom, I will definitely save you and cure you, so that we can be reunited as a family. No matter what happens, no matter what obstacles you encounter, I will heal you. Beep. Zhang Yang suddenly heard a sound from the instrument. He looked over in panic and found that it was a strong fluctuation of the electrocardiogram, proving that his mother could hear him. Doctor, come quickly. Zhang Yang nervously pulled the doctor over, and after a simple examination, the doctor sighed. There's nothing wrong. It's possible that I just woke up for a short while, and that's why I'm having emotional fluctuations. You are the patient's child, right? If you spend more time with her, maybe the effect will be better. Zhang Yang felt unhappy and grabbed his mother's hand, wanting to say something to her. But he opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. In the end, he could only rub her palms with his scarred hands. A tear slid down from the corner of Zhang Yang's mother's eye and fell on the bed. Zhang Yang was stunned. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely make you recover. I will. Click. Another tear fell, followed by another and another. Dad, please come and take a look. Zhang Yang panicked and quickly called his father, who was resting nearby, to come over. I don't know what happened to my mom. She suddenly became like this. I clearly asked her to save her. Why was she crying? He was very anxious because he had heard that in order for a vegetative patient to recover, he must at least maintain a strong desire to survive. Otherwise, once he lost consciousness, he would most likely disappear from this world forever. Zhang's father frowned when he heard his words, then wiped Zhang's mother's cheek with a hot towel and sighed. Silly child, your mother is just worried that you will be trapped and suffer. It's nothing for us to become vegetables, but I hope you can avoid these painful things and the scars on your body. Father Zhang looked at Zhang Yang with complicated eyes, and then touched the scars on his cheeks, which were scars left by fighting with strange beasts. Although they look like some superficial injuries, they also represent the horrific fight between Zhang Yang and those. Zhang Yang was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at his mother lying on the bed and felt bad. But he understood more clearly that he had to become stronger so that he could protect his family and have a chance of saving his mother. You are a member of the Warrior Bureau now, not the young boy you were before. You need to be careful in what you do. But I have been very careful, but I still make wrong choices. Just like this time, if I had come back earlier, you and Tian wouldn't have to suffer. Zhang Yang felt very uncomfortable looking at his father, who was covered in wounds. Father Zhang shook his head. Then don't regret it, never regret it. You are already the most successful person in our family. No one is more successful than you. So any choice you make is already the best choice for our family. Even if it's wrong, it's our best choice right now. There's no need to regret it. The confusion in Zhang Yang's eyes gradually disappeared. I see. Mom, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. I'll go find a cure right away. Zhang Yang stopped talking nonsense. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Tian Tian, who had been waiting at the door. Tian Tian was holding a box in her arms, which looked like a specially customized box. Zhang Yang, I kept my promise to you. I have found all the herbs that Annie needs. They are all here. But unfortunately, there is still one kind of medicinal material that cannot be found. It is almost extinct. You need to find out about that thing yourself. Now that you are the leader of the Warrior Bureau, you may actually be able to find it. Zhang Yang took the box and felt its heaviness. He was very grateful and said, if you have any problem, come to me. As long as I'm the leader of the Warrior Bureau, for one more day, I will help you for one more day. Tian Tian smiled and nodded. I believe you. I will come to you if there is anything. She paused and said hesitantly, now that you're back, go see your girlfriend when you have time. During the time you disappeared, she seemed to have lost her soul, and I haven't seen her for many days. She used to come here to see Aunt and Uncle every day. Maybe something happened. Chapter 75, She is My Relative. During the time he was away, the people he was most concerned about were naturally his parents. Besides my parents, there's Bai Meng. He knew very well that if Bai Meng couldn't find him, he would be devastated. He called Bai Meng immediately. In a villa in the city center, Bai Meng sat in the living room with a pale face and a somewhat empty look in his eyes. The sudden ringing of a bell brought her back to her senses. She was stunned when she saw the name on the note. Then she rubbed her eyes. After making sure she was not mistaken, she picked up the phone tremblingly. Hello. Her voice was trembling, and she was obviously nervous. It's me. Zhang Yang's voice came from the phone. Bai Meng was stunned for a moment. She covered her mouth and tears flowed uncontrollably. Accompanied by choked sobs, loud wailing gradually came from the living room. I don't know how long it took before Zhang Yang sighed and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm back, right? Bai Meng's voice was choked, and she was having trouble breathing. Brother Yang, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere. I can't find you anywhere. They not only don't help me find you, but also hinder me from finding you, and sometimes even restrict my freedom. They told me to prepare well for the college entrance exam, to become a master and forget about you, but I couldn't attend classes properly, and I couldn't practice. Zhang Yang listened quietly to the voice on the phone and said nothing. All I know is that Bai Meng cried over and over again, and only calmed down after she lost count of the number of times she cried. Brother Yang, where are you? I'm in the hospital. Wait for me. Good. Zhang Yang hung up the phone, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. For him, white dreams are a pure land in his heart. This girl always has her heart on him and will always stand by him unconditionally. Tian Tian saw his expression, and there was a hint of subtle disappointment in the depths of her eyes. You two seem to have a good relationship. Yeah, we've known each other since we were kids. So they are childhood sweethearts. So, she's your girlfriend? Tian Tian's words made Zhang Yang slightly stunned. He was not panicked when facing strange beasts, but at this moment he felt a little panicked. He touched his nose subconsciously, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. After several seconds, an answer came to his mind, so he answered firmly, She is my relative, very important. Tian Tian thought thoughtfully for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. If you need any help, remember to come to me. Let me take you there. No, you should just take care of your own business. I think the matter of Chu Shi Jin still needs to be dealt with. This matter is related to the First Warrior Guild. Don't take it lightly. Also, aren't you going to find medicine for Annie? You are the team leader now, so you have to make good use of this opportunity and race against time. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to send Tian Tian off. He called Team Leader Song and asked about the last medicinal ingredient. You mean the magic medicine? That thing does have the effect of curing vegetative patients, but the effect is extremely unstable. After it was improved by a professor at Kyoto Daiichi University, almost no one uses it anymore. Because of the huge danger, even if you find it now, few people will refine it and use it. I think it is even more dangerous. Team Leader Song's words made Zhang Yang's heart drop to the bottom. If that's the case, doesn't that prove that my mother can hardly recover? Zhang Yang's voice trembled. He had never imagined that there were things in this world that even warriors could not do, and things that money could not do. No, he knew there was, but he didn't expect it to happen to him so soon. Now he has finally become a powerful warrior, and finally has social status and money, but he still cannot change everything. Well, it's not completely hopeless. If you can enter Kyoto University and find that professor to help you, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Team Leader Song's words came again, like the sound of nature. Real? Really? But don't hold your hopes too high. He's one of the best professors in the country, and I heard he has a very strange personality. I'll help you find out. You take care of your own affairs first. What she was referring to was naturally Chu Ji's affairs. I have sent someone to handle it, and I believe there will be results soon. Basically, there won't be any accidents. I hope Team Leader Song can help me find out as soon as possible. Team Leader Song on the phone was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Zhang Yang, things are far from that simple. Chu Ge is just a small figure, but have you ever thought about why he has become so involved? You have cultivated to this level, so you should be very clear about the interests involved. Anyway, you better pay more attention to yourself. Unless the First Warrior Guild takes the initiative to resolve this matter, it will be difficult to end it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang's expression became serious. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. Almost at the moment when he had a bad premonition, he received another call. The caller was none other than Wang Lin, whom I had met before. Team Leader Zhang, we have almost finished investigating the matter. This guy Chu Shijin does have a lot of warrior supplies at home that do not belong to him, including the belongings of people who have disappeared in the past few months. It seems that you are right. This guy and that bastard Chu Ge committed murder and robbery, and he is an accomplice. But what? I have investigated many people along the line of Chu Shijin, and many of them are indeed connected to Chu Ge, but no one has been able to find Chu Ji's whereabouts, nor can they prove that Chu Ge died in the alien beast area. You can't seem to clear yourself of suspicion. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Of course he can't be clear of the charge, because he was the one who killed the person. But now that things have come to this, he cannot admit it even if the other party was the first to attack. What solution does the First Warrior Guild want so far? Zhang Yang had a terrible headache. Let the Second Warrior Guild give up 1/3 of its recruitment quota for a few years, and help handle 1/3 of the tasks that should have belonged to the First Warrior Guild to clean up the alien beasts. Only in this way can the Second Warrior Guild not be held responsible. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly again. It seems that the Second Warrior Guild will not agree. I have no choice but to go there. Team Leader, you are the team leader now. I think it will be easy to solve the problem. You should go to the Second Warrior Guild. I'll go there myself. I will solve this problem no matter what. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and smiled helplessly. Is it really that easy to solve? Now that the Second Warrior Guild knows that he has directly joined the Warrior Bureau as a team leader, they probably won't let go of this opportunity to ask for a huge sum of money, right? Chapter 76, I will handle it myself. Hospital corridor. Zhang Yang verwundert sleepfully. I can't get through to Bai Meng's phone. No one came. He was not worried that anything would happen to Bai Meng. After all, with Bai's father around, no one could hurt Bai Meng. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that Bai's father knows that he is back. Unfortunately, he didn't know Bai Meng's current residence. Otherwise, he would have visited him in person. Zhang Yang felt this way until the next morning, but still did not receive any message from Bai Meng, and no one answered the phone. Let's go to the Second Warrior Guild first. Zhang Yang rubbed his aching temple and headed to the Second Warrior Guild. In the Second Warrior Guild, Vice President Shi Jun sat in his office with a frown on his face. There was another man in front of him. Although this man had gray hair, his spirit and energy were much better than Shi Jun's. You said you didn't know about this? You came back with Zhang Yang. The man knocked on the table with an extremely serious expression. Shi Jun looked grim. At this moment, his heart was extremely complicated. He never expected that Zhang Yang actually didn't take the medicine. That kid actually reached such a high level without taking any medicine. He shook his head regretfully, looking unwilling. He does regret it. If he had known this would happen, he would never have let Zhang Yang go to the Warrior Bureau alone and would have definitely kept this talent. After all, he thought that Zhang Yang was a disaster and did not think he was a talent. Otherwise, such a mistake would not have happened. When he thought about how Zhang Yang had told him several times that he really didn't take the medicine, he felt so regretful. But his expression soon returned to normal. President, no matter what, he is a member of my second warrior guild. Even if he wants to leave the second warrior guild, he must pay the price for what happened to Chugo. Because we suffered huge losses in this incident, and even Zhou Faken died outside. The president nodded slightly. Then I'll leave this matter to you. You must handle it well. Don't worry. The two people had just finished their conversation when there was a knock on the door. Vice President, Zhang Yang wants to see you. The two were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Enter. The door was pushed open and Zhang Yang walked into the office. When he saw that there was another person next to Shi Jun, he frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, you're here, just in time. This is our President Hao. The guild has never given up on you. It's all thanks to President Hao's support. Zhang Yang looked at President Hao and found that this person really looked like Hao Zhao and seemed to be quite friendly. Two seniors. I came back this time to deal with a matter regarding Chugo. I heard that the First Warrior Guild offered very difficult conditions, right? President Hao did not speak, but Shi Jun slowly said, Zhang Yang, you have caused the guild to run into big trouble this time. The First Warrior Guild has been eyeing us covetously for a long time. Now that things have gotten so serious, the guild has been bearing the pressure. You can't run away at this time. Zhang Yang knew that the other party was talking about the Warrior Bureau, so he simply stopped hiding it. I think you two already know that I joined the Warrior Bureau, so I won't hide it from you. I am here to handle this matter on behalf of the Warrior Bureau. Now tell me the details. President Hao slowly said, the First Warrior Guild's attitude on this matter is absolutely uncompromising. The conditions proposed are too excessive. The first is the recruitment quota. What they mean is that 1/3 of the fixed recruitment time each year will be given to them. This includes the recruitment of major schools and some special talent activities. We absolutely cannot give them the positions. You know the situation of our guild. The second point is to help them deal with the 1/3 of the areas where the monsters are active. The most important thing is that the 1/3 of the areas they have allocated are still areas where those desperate criminals are extremely active. Zhang Yang Frowenet, you just tolerate their arrogance? President Hao sighed. They are indeed so arrogant because the current Second Warrior Guild does not recruit enough people every year, and its reputation outside is not as good as the First Warrior Guild. If this matter of Chugu really continues to be delayed, it will definitely have a fatal impact on us, but not on the First Warrior Guild. Zhang Yang understood the interests involved and narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, let's solve it this way. First, I can use my identity as the leader of the Warrior Bureau to help promote it in other places. President Hao was obviously relieved, but he still looked worried. Even if that's the case, Guild 2 cannot accept the second condition right now. That would cause us to lose a lot of guild members, and everyone is not stupid, so they would definitely not agree to that. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said, this matter is also simple. I will handle that area for you. What? The two people in the room were stunned at the same time. Can a warrior guild also help with this matter? You know, that area is not only full of desperate criminals, but also has a large number of bloodline beasts active. Aren't you afraid of losses? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly with a firm expression. I mean, I'll handle it myself.